Chapter 1. The Divine Forge Master, the only one of Blue Star, Qingyang City. On the street, pedestrians hurried by, many wearing standard-issue practitioner badges at their waists. Chen Mo tightened his collar and quickened his pace. Today was the turning point in his fate, the awakening day for all high school seniors in Qingyang City who had turned 18. That unlike the peaceful and tranquil Earth of his past life, this planet named Blue Star had encountered a great cataclysm 200 years ago. Dimensional rifts tore the sky apart without warning, and evil creatures surged forth like a tide. Soon after, several alien civilizations descended through stable stargates, eyeing this planet covetously. In this critical moment of survival, it seemed that the will of the planet Blue Star was awakened, and humanity entered the era of universal job transition, where only by becoming practitioners could one gain the power to fight against evil and aliens. Qingyang City Second High School, Awakening Hall. Beneath the massive dome, hundreds of students stood in line according to their classes, each face interwoven with tension, anticipation, and a hint of fear. In the center of the hall stood a platform made of special crystal, known as the Revelation Platform, inscribed with intricate patterns, currently emitting a soft white light. Silence. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. An old yet resonant voice echoed within the hall. Li Jinbong, dressed in the principal's uniform, stood beside the Revelation Platform, his gaze sweeping over the young faces below. He sighed inwardly. The situation this year was more severe than in previous years. The demand for high-level combat power on the front lines had reached its limit. If this generation failed to produce top talents, the defense pressure on Qingyang City in the coming years would be unimaginable. In his youth, Li Jinbong had also been a rare profession, the Gale swordsman, with exceptional talent, but had witnessed his captain sacrifice himself to protect him during a battle against a reconnaissance squad of the ancient dragon clan, because his weapon was inferior. That scene was an everlasting pain in his heart, instilling in him an obsession with the word equipment beyond that of ordinary people. May the sages bless us. May the spirits of the great Xia guide us and add pillars to our Qingyang. Li Jinbong silently prayed, then spoke in a deep voice. Class 1, Zhang Hao, stepped forward to awaken. Among the crowd, Chen Mo gripped the cold awakening seed in his hand, feeling the intense fluctuations of emotions around him. In a daze, he seemed to see flashes of variously colored, varying intensity halos. Is it an illusion? He rubbed his eyes, and the strange sight disappeared again. Next, Chen Mo. Hearing his name, Chen Mo stepped forward to the Revelation Platform and gently pressed the awakening seed into the central groove on the surface. The expected radiance did not immediately burst forth. Instead, the awakening seed in the groove first emitted a deep, dark glow, as if a miniature black hole was trying to swallow the surrounding light. What is this? Li Jinbong frowned. He had never seen such a phenomenon. The students below began to murmur among themselves. What's going on? No professional radiance? Could it be a failure to awaken? I've heard of mutated professions, but this light-swallowing phenomenon, could it be some inferior auxiliary profession? Mocking and pitying gazes began to turn toward Chen Mo on the platform. Chen Mo's heart sank. Could it be that after crossing over, he couldn't even awaken as an ordinary professional? Just as he was almost in despair, the deep dark glow suddenly contracted, followed by a column of bronze light that was not dazzling, but filled with an indescribable heaviness and majesty shooting up from the Revelation Platform. Although the light column was not blinding, it stirred a deep resonance within the souls of all present, as if they were witnessing the manifestation of some fundamental law. Li Jinbong's pupils constricted violently as he exclaimed, What quality of profession is this? He had never seen such a strange awakening light column. At the same time, a clear panel appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Personal panel Chen Mo profession. Divine Forge Master 0th rank apprentice quality. S unique to Blue Star level. 0 divine power. 1010 craftsmanship divine power. Driving professional core abilities spirit. 15 affects divine power limits and recovery speed. Design blueprint efficiency physique. 8 normal human level strength. 7. Normal human level agility. 7 normal human level. Professional talent. Eye of insight. Consumes a small amount of divine power to perceive detailed information about targets, people, materials, equipment, etc., including, but not limited to, name, profession, quality, potential, skills, equipment details, and can vaguely sense their equipment compatibility direction and armed breakthrough bottlenecks. Note, potential levels are divided into mundane, excellent, extraordinary, transcendent, destined, supreme, and chosen. Professional skill, divine furnace, core, forging skill. Can input divine power, design concepts, and source materials to forge custom divine equipment for specified targets. Custom divine equipment will perfectly match the wearer and may grant powerful exclusive skills or traits. Currently can forge frank equipment, success rate affected by materials, design complexity, input divine power, etc. Professional passive, divine craftsman resonance. When an individual equipped with your custom divine equipment achieves significant accomplishments, defeats powerful enemies, breaks through their limits, or wins great honor for the nation, you will receive divine power feedback, divine craftsman experience, and may obtain source material crystals or new blueprints. Professional passive, divine craftsman's notebook, automatically records important information about custom divine equipment you personally forged and delivered, providing a small amount of divine power recovery and random ordinary forging materials daily based on the equipment's total activity and comprehensive evaluation. Initial source material crystals, 0 points. Initial merit points, 0 points. Divine Forge Master. Strength quality, unique to Blue Star. Chen Mo's heart raced. Life professions, low combat attributes. These were nothing compared to the strength uniqueness and that extraordinary professional talent and skill. The Eye of Insight could see through everything. This was simply the top-tier exploration ability for uncovering talents and finding divine materials. The Divine Furnace could forge custom divine equipment and even grant exclusive skills. If tailored for those talented individuals stuck at bottlenecks, wouldn't it be possible to create a batch of top combat power out of thin air? The Divine Craftsman Resonance was even more outrageous. Others fought and contributed while he could gain experience and rare materials and blueprints at home. This profession was simply strategic. No wonder the Awakening Light Column is so special. Shrank, probably beyond this world's conventional understanding of professional quality. Chen Mo suppressed his inner excitement, realizing that the value of this profession lay not only in making him stronger, but also in its potential to change the entire Great Xia, and even the entire war situation of Blue Star. I must quickly level up, unlock stronger forging abilities, and accumulate source material crystals. In the early stages, I can forge equipment for some promising classmates to quickly accumulate experience and divine power while also verifying the practical effects of the profession. More importantly, the value of this profession must not be easily exposed, at least not until I have the ability to protect myself. However, cooperation at the national level is inevitable and will be the way to maximize this profession's effects. Countless thoughts flashed rapidly through Chen Mo's mind. At this moment, the light of the revelation platform gradually faded, but the discussions below reached a peak. What was that bronze light column? It doesn't seem like the glow of a combat profession, but it feels so powerful. Principal Li Zhenbong quickly walked in front of Chen Mo, his eyes filled with inquiry and a hint of incredulous expectation. Student Chen Mo, your profession is. Chen Mo took a deep breath, knowing he could not completely hide it at this moment, and carefully replied, Principal, my profession is somewhat special. It seems to be a auxiliary, forging type profession. He did not reveal the quality strength was too shocking to mention. Auxiliary forging class? Li Zhenbong was slightly taken aback, and then a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a mix of disappointment and, more so, curiosity about that strange light pillar. Could it be some extremely rare, mutated living profession? All right, children, let's continue the awakening ceremony. Li Zhenbong suppressed the many questions in his heart and continued to preside over the ceremony. In the next awakenings, several level rare professions appeared one after another, and even a clever epic profession, Thunder Shadow Assassin, caused waves of cheers. The boy who awakened as Thunder Shadow Assassin, named Lin Fan, was recognized as a cultivation genius in the school, and at this moment, he was spirited and enjoying the adoration of the crowd. Chen Mo just watched calmly, and Eye of Divine Insight quietly activated. Name, Lin Fan. Profession, Thunder Shadow Assassin 0th rank apprentice. Quality, C epic. Potential, excellent. Life omitted. Equipment compatibility. Direction, agile, rapid, lightning attribute enhancement daggers and leather armor. Armed breakthrough bottleneck. Lacks a core weapon that can bear his lightning power. Current skill power cannot be fully unleashed. Excellent potential, that's not bad. Chen Mo thought to himself, but this equipment.tsk, the standard short sword issued by the school, probably can't even withstand half of his lightning force. The awakening ceremony quickly approached its end. Most students awakened as level ordinary or a level elite professions, and living professions also accounted for a considerable number. Some were happy while others were sad. The sounds of crying, sighing, and the ecstatic cheers of a few intermingled, forming this annual symphony of fate. Everyone attention, Li Jinbong's voice rang out again. The awakening ceremony is over. Next, it's the apprentice trial. All students who have successfully changed professions will enter the Qingmu trial realm to complete your first practical test. Your performance in the trial will directly affect your initial resource allocation and whether you can qualify for the key classes. Remember, teaming up is allowed in the trial realm, but life and death are your own responsibility. Students with living professions, if you do not have strong combat professionals to protect you, please consider carefully whether to enter. As his voice fell, the space on one side of the hall began to twist, forming a portal that emitted a faint green light. Most students with living professions showed hesitation and retreat on their faces. Meanwhile, those combat professionals began to gather friends and look for reliable teammates. As the only epic-level profession in this session, Lin Fan was naturally surrounded by those wanting to cling to him. Brother Fan, take me along. I'm a level shield warrior. I can tank and deal damage. Classmate Lin Fan, I'm a level healer. I guarantee plenty of healing. Lin Fan enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, but his gaze inadvertently swept over Chen Mo, who was standing alone in the corner, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. An auxiliary forger. No matter how peculiar the awakening light pillar is, in the end, it's just a logistical job. Chen Mo paid no mind to this. His gaze was searching among the crowd. He needed a suitable client to make a successful debut as a divine blacksmith. Soon, his gaze locked onto a girl standing alone in the corner, her expression dim. Eye of divine insight activated. Name, Xia Qianqian. Profession, elemental archer 0th rank apprentice. Quality, D rare. Potential, extraordinary not yet activated. Life, her parents served in the military and sacrificed during the Beast-Tide siege 3 years ago. She is determined to inherit her parents' will and protect Qingyang. Due to excessive grief, her mental power has been damaged, and her potential is temporarily obscured. Equipment compatibility direction. Lightweight composite bow requires materials that contain stable mental power, elemental enchanted arrows, armed breakthrough bottleneck. Unstable mental power makes it difficult to precisely control elemental power. The current standard longbow is of poor material and cannot effectively guide and amplify her weak elemental affinity. That if she can obtain a bow made from calm wood or soulstone, supplemented with a small amount of elemental crystal dust for enchantment, it could help stabilize her mind and initially unleash her potential. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. A level rare profession, yet possessing extraordinary potential. Moreover, her predicament was precisely something that equipment could solve. This was simply a perfect employee and advertisement delivered at his door. It's you. Chapter 2. Calm with Longbow. The initial cry of extraordinary potential. Xia Qianqian silently stood at the edge of the crowd, tightly gripping a standard wooden bow, her fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. She awakened as a level rare profession, elemental archer, which should have made her a sought-after teammate, but at this moment, no one approached her. The reason was simple. Her mental power was impacted during the battle 3 years ago when her parents sacrificed, and it has not fully recovered since. This caused her to fail to condense elemental arrows 7 or 8 times out of 10 due to unstable mental power, resulting in arrows either being weak or elemental energy, dispersing over a small area, potentially endangering her teammates. Over time, even though everyone knew she was a rare profession, they kept their distance. Am I really going to have to give up entering the trial realm? Xia Qianqian's eyes reddened slightly, unwilling to accept it. Just then, a figure walked in front of her. Classmate Xia Qianqian, right? Chen Mo's voice was calm and warm. Xia Qianqian looked up and saw a slightly thin face with bright eyes. It was Chen Mo, who had just awakened that strange profession. "What's the matter?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with a hint of imperceptible vigilance. "I want to invite you to team up and participate in the apprentice trial together." Chen Mo spoke directly. Xia Qianqian was stunned, even doubting if she heard wrong. "Invite me? Aren't you afraid I will drag you down?" Her reputation was almost an open secret in the same grade. "I believe in you." Chen Mo's answer was simple and direct. He paused and added, "Moreover, I might be able to help you solve some small troubles." Xia Qianqian's eyelashes fluttered gently. It had been a long time since anyone had said believe to her. Looking into Chen Mo's sincere eyes, it seemed to touch a corner of her heart. "Okay," she nodded, "but I must make it clear in advance, my elemental arrows are very unstable." "I understand." Chen Mo smiled slightly. "We still have a bit of time before entering the trial." Saying this, he led Xia Qianqian toward a corner of the hall where apprentice basic supply packs were piled up. Every student could receive a supply pack for free, containing some food, clean water, and a few low-quality level spare weapons or materials. Chen Mo's goal was precisely those seemingly useless materials. Eye of Divine Insight activated again, and his gaze swept through a pile of mixed wood. Most of the wood emitted a dull gray aura of mundane quality, with occasional pieces glowing faintly with a white good light. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a piece of wood that was carelessly discarded in a corner, covered in dust, looking like leftover scraps from firewood. Item: inferior firewood disguised. Real name: slightly flawed calm wood fragment. Quality: a level material. Characteristic: contains a weak calming effect if used. To make a bow body, it can slightly help stabilize the user's mind. The material is too fragile and difficult to withstand high-intensity impacts. Best forging method: omitted. I found it. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although this calmwood fragment was of low quality and flawed, it was a timely help for Xia Qianqian at this stage. He discreetly picked up that piece of firewood and also pulled out some flexible beast tendons and a few polished stones from the supply pack to serve as arrowheads. "What are you going to do?" Xia Qianqian looked curiously at Chen Mo as he fiddled with these simple materials. "I'll make you a new bow," Chen Mo replied, while silently activating the heavenly craft furnace. In his mind, the weak yet pure divine power surged from within him, and in his mind, a design blueprint for a simple longbow quickly took shape. He concentrated his mental energy, controlling the divine power to begin breaking down the impurities in the meditative wood remnants and reshaping the bow's body according to the blueprint. This was his first practical operation of the heavenly craft furnace, and the process was not as easy as he had imagined. The consumption of divine power was faster than expected, and his mental energy was taut like a fully drawn bowstring. The material of the meditative wood was even more fragile than he had anticipated, and several times it almost cracked during the shaping process. Sweat dripped from Chen Mo's forehead, but his gaze remained focused and his hands steady. After about 10 minutes, just as his divine power was about to be exhausted, a longbow with a simple and ancient design, exuding a faint and peculiar fragrance, finally took shape. In his hands, equipment: apprentice-grade meditative wood longbow. Quality: F-plane. Attack power: 35. Traits: meditative weak. When a wielder holds this bow, they can feel a slight coolness, which helps to focus their mind and slightly enhances mental stability. Requirements: none. Remarks: forged for the first time by the Divine Forging. Apprentice Chen Mo. The technique is somewhat unskilled, but the material's characteristics have been maximally stimulated. Huh. Chen Mo let out a breath, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Although it was only of F quality, the meditative trait was genuine. "Here, give it a try." He handed the longbow to Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian took the longbow and immediately felt a cool aura flowing from her arm to her mind, miraculously calming her previously chaotic thoughts due to nervousness. The bow's surface felt warm and smooth, significantly lighter than her standard wooden bow, yet it possessed a strange resilience. Xia Qianqian found it hard to believe that this seemingly simpler wooden bow than the standard one actually provided her with an unprecedented sense of comfort. "Try to condense an elemental arrow," Chen Mo encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qianqian raised the bow and attempted to mobilize the elemental power within her. In the past, this process was always filled with a sense of stagnation. Her mental energy felt like a runaway wild horse, difficult to control. But at this moment, aided by that cool aura, she found her mental energy had become much more docile. Threads of light blue wind, elemental energy began to gather at her fingertips, although still somewhat shaky. It didn't dissipate like before. Steady. Believe in yourself, Chen Mo said, softly from his side. Xia Qianqian gritted her teeth and further focused her mental energy. Buzz, a light blue arrow, more solid than any she had previously condensed, took shape between her fingers. Although the tip of the arrow was still somewhat ethereal and the overall appearance was slightly dim, this was undoubtedly the first time in nearly a year that she successfully condensed a complete elemental arrow. I did it. Xia Qianqian's voice trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears. Make the tea that moment. A 5-person team that had just formed passed by nearby, one of whom was the epic-level assassin Lin Fan, who had previously insulted Chen Mo, considering him merely support. They happened to see the crooked, dim elemental arrow in Xia Qianqian's hand. Buffed. And a grade warrior in the team couldn't help but laugh out loud. I thought it was some genius. Turns out it's just a rare profession that can't even stabilize an elemental arrow. Lin Fan also sneered, his contempt even more pronounced. Xia Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed red, the joy and confidence that had just risen being doused with cold water. She instinctively wanted to dissipate the arrow. Don't mind them, shoot out. Aim for that practice target over there. Chen Mo's voice was steady and powerful, interrupting her retreat. At the edge of the hall, there were indeed several targets set up for students to practice while waiting. Xia Qianqian glanced at Chen Mo's encouraging gaze, then at Lin Fan and the others' mocking looks, and a surge of defiance welled up within her. She abruptly turned her head and aimed at a fixed target 50 meters away. Whoosh! The light blue elemental arrow was released, accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, flying awkwardly toward the target. Haha, look at that arrow flying. It's like it's drunk. The earlier mocking warrior spoke again. However, his laughter abruptly stopped. Just as the seemingly feeble arrow was about to miss, the front suddenly exploded with a small burst of chaotic airflow, as if someone had given it a push, and it narrowly grazed the edge of the target, embedding itself in the target. Although it was only a barely successful hit and appeared weak for Xia Qianqian, this was a significant improvement. More importantly, she had successfully shot the arrow out and hit the target. The mocking expressions on Lin Fan and the others' faces froze, although the arrow was still laughable. The result of hitting took them by surprise. Looks like your new bow works pretty well. Chen Mo smiled at Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian nodded heavily, her gaze toward Chen Mo filled with gratitude and a hint of something special. Thank you, Chen Mo. Just then, Principal Li Zhanbong happened to patrol over. He had been paying attention to Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian's actions, especially Chen Mo's series of firewood maneuvers. Upon seeing Xia Qianqian shoot that arrow, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Zhanbong's eyes. He walked up to Chen Mo, his gaze lingering on the simple longbow for a few seconds, and slowly spoke. Student Chen Mo, it seems you have quite an understanding of equipment. Modifications? Chen Mo's heart stirred, realizing that the principal might have noticed something. I know a little bit, he humbly replied. Li Zhanbong looked at him deeply, not pressing further, but instead said, the school's materials library has a batch of grade basic materials that are about to be phased out. If you're interested, you can go to the logistics office and find Director Wang, mentioning my name to receive some for research purposes. Consider it a small support from the school for students with special talents. After saying this, Li Zhanbong turned and left, leaving Chen Mo's heart in turmoil. This principal seemed to have more insight than he had imagined. This was undoubtedly a form of implicit investment. It seems I could be a bit bolder with my plans. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. Let's go, it's time to enter the trial realm, he said to Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian tightened her grip on the meditative wood longbow, nodding heavily, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Chapter 3. Entering the trial realm. The Eye of Divine Insight displays its power. The entrance to the Qingmu trial realm was not just a simple light gate. It was formed by countless thick ancient tree vines intertwined naturally, resembling a giant living archway. The surface of the vines flowed with emerald green light, exuding a rich life force. The students lined up and stepped inside one by one, their figures disappearing into the swirling light. When it was Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian's turn, Chen Mo stepped forward first. As he entered, it felt as if he had passed through a layer of warm water curtain, followed by a slight sensation of spatial distortion. The scenery before him suddenly opened up. They found themselves in a vast and boundless primitive forest, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, and only dappled sunlight fell through the thick branches and leaves, casting the forest in a somewhat dim light. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of damp earth and the mixed aromas of various unknown plants, while distant roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard. Trial task has been issued. 1. Survival. Survive for 2 hours in the Qingmu trial realm. 2. Hunting. Kill more than 10 Qingmu wolves or other low-level magical creatures. The more you kill, the higher the evaluation. 3. Exploration. Find and obtain at least 3 fluorescent grasses, a unique herb of the trial realm, additional evaluation boost. Challenge task. Optional kill the elite monster. The Fang-toothed Wild Boar King. Danger level, high. The task panel appeared before the two of them simultaneously. Phew, is this the trial realm? It feels so oppressive. Xia Qianqian tightened her grip on the comm with longbow in her hands, nervously looking around. Don't worry, just follow me. Chen Mo appeared calm, and his eye of divine insight had quietly activated. Within his field of vision, the environmental information around him surged into his mind in the form of data streams. Environment. Outer area of Qingmu jungle. Danger assessment. Low. Main threats are ordinary wild beasts and a few low-level magical creatures. Resource hint. 300 meters eastwards. A weak energy response from fluorescent grass detected. Warning. 30 meters ahead. The ground is covered with thorny vines. Contact with skin will cause mild paralysis. Warning. 50 meters to the left, under a dead tree, there are 3 corrupted skin frogs with weak toxicity. A smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. This eye of divine insight was simply a divine skill for exploring and avoiding danger. Let's go this way. Chen Mo pointed in a direction, cleverly avoiding the hidden dangerous plants and creatures. Although Xia Qianqian was puzzled, she chose to trust Chen Mo and closely follow behind him. After walking for about 10 minutes, the bushes ahead rustled, and 2 wolf-like creatures, the size of cheetahs, with grayish-blue fur and eyes flickering with a ghostly green glow, sprang out. Magical creature, Qingmu wolf. Level 1, low-level magical creature. Attributes, Strength 8, Agility 12, Constitution 7, Spirit 3, Skills, Bite, Claw, Strike, Weakness, Head, Abdomen drops, Qingmu wolf hair, F-grade material, inferior magic core, very low probability. It's a Qingmu wolf. Be careful. Xia Qianqian immediately raised her bow. This was her first real encounter with a magical creature. Although she had fought virtual images in school simulations, the pressure from a real magical creature was entirely different. She took a deep breath, trying hard to recall the concentration methods Chen Mo had taught her earlier and the refreshing feeling of holding the comm with longbow. A faint cyan wind element began to gather at her fingertips. Whoosh! The first arrow was shot out. Due to her nervousness, the arrow slightly deviated, grazing past one Qingmu wolf's ribs and only taking a few hairs. The Qingmu wolf was enraged, roaring as it lunged at Xia Qianqian. Don't panic. Adjust your breathing. Trust your bow. Chen Mo's voice rang out beside her. He did not rush to intervene. He wanted to see Xia Qianqian's limits and test the actual effect of the comm with longbow. Xia Qianqian bit her lip, forcing herself to calm down. She could feel the continuous cooling sensation from a longbow in her hands, helping her stabilize her mind. The second arrow was quickly knocked. This time, she gathered the elemental energy noticeably faster, and the cyan glow on the arrow was brighter. Whoosh! The arrow accurately hit the shoulder blade of a lunging Qingmu wolf. A whoo! The Qingmu wolf let out a painful howl, its momentum faltering. Although the damage was not high, the successful hit greatly boosted Xia Qianqian's confidence. The other Qingmu wolf lunged at Chen Mo from the side. Chen Mo remained calm, taking out an F-grade standard short sword issued by the school from his backpack. He sidestepped the attack and thrust the sword into the Qingmu wolf's abdomen. His attributes were not high, but his combat awareness had been honed through countless games. The short sword successfully penetrated, but the Qingmu wolf's tough hide meant the wound was shallow. Xia Qianqian, the left one is yours, Chen Mo shouted. At this moment, Xia Qianqian was fully in battle mode. The third and fourth arrows were shot in quick succession. Perhaps due to the effect of the comm with longbow or the adrenaline rush, her speed in gathering elemental arrows increased and her accuracy improved. Puff! The fourth arrow struck directly into the eye socket of the Qingmu wolf she had previously injured. The creature let out a mournful cry, convulsed a few times on the ground, and then lay still, Xia Qianqian killed a level 1 Qingmu wolf, gaining 5 experience. Team shared experience. You gained 2 experience. Note: due to the protagonist's unique profession, the sharing ratio is low, but better than nothing. A system prompt lit up before the two of them simultaneously. Great! Xia Qianqian's face flushed with excitement. This was her first time personally killing a magical creature. Chen Mo also successfully dealt with the Qingmu wolf in front of him, although it took some effort, and the short sword had become dulled. How do you feel? Chen Mo asked with a smile. This bow is amazing. Xia Qianqian caressed the calm-wood longbow in her hands, unable to part with it. I feel my mental strength is much more stable than before, and gathering elemental arrows has become much smoother. This is just the beginning, Chen Mo said, but in his heart he thought, if this bow were made from D-grade or even C-grade materials, wouldn't the effect be even more astonishing? At that moment, a commotion and cries for help came from nearby. Help! Is anyone there? Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian exchanged glances and hurried towards the sound. Not far away, they saw 3 students wearing uniforms from the second middle school being surrounded by 5 Qingmu wolves. One boy had already been scratched on the arm. Another girl was screaming in fright, and only one boy holding a shield was still holding on, but the shield was already covered with claw marks, teetering on the brink of collapse. It's them. Xia Qianqian recognized the girl who was screaming. She was one of those who had mocked her in the Awakening Hall earlier. The small team also saw Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian, especially the bow and arrow in Xia Qianqian's hands, which made them feel as if they had seen a savior. Classmates, please save us, the injured boy shouted. Chen Mo did not agree immediately, but instead looked at Xia Qianqian. Do you want to save them? Xia Qianqian pursed her lips. Although they had been rude before, seeing her classmates in danger made her feel a bit reluctant. Then, show off your archery skills. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Xia Qianqian nodded, took a deep breath, and drew back the longbow. At this moment, she already felt a bit more confident. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 faint cyan elemental arrows shot out in a triangular formation, accurately hitting 3 Qingmu wolves that were attacking the shield warrior. Although the power was still limited and could not kill them in one shot, it successfully attracted the Qingmu wolves' attention and interrupted their attack rhythm. The pressure on the 3-member team was instantly reduced. Wow, so accurate. The injured boy was dumbfounded. He had seen Xia Qianqian before and remembered her as a weakling who couldn't even shoot an arrow steadily. How had she suddenly become so powerful? Was it an illusion? Chen Mo also joined the battle with a short sword. Although his output was not high, he could effectively restrain the Qingmu wolves with precise weak point attacks and battle awareness. With the addition of Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian, the situation was quickly brought under control. Xia Qianqian became more and more adept at shooting, and even when 2 Qingmu wolves pounced on her at the same time, she cleverly infused wind elements into the tip of her arrow, creating a small air explosion effect that successfully pushed the 2 wolves back half a step, giving her space to dodge. This arrow was clearly much more powerful than the previous ones. In the end, after the cost of Chen Mo's short sword being completely ruined, all 7 Qingmu wolves were killed. Xia Qianqian killed a level 1 Qingmu wolf, gaining 5 experience. 4. You killed a level 1 Qingmu wolf, gaining 5 experience. 2. Team shared experience. A series of prompts flashed by. What surprised Chen Mo the most was that after Xia Qianqian repelled the 2 Qingmu wolves with that arrow that had an air explosion effect, he heard a pleasant prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Your employee Xia Qianqian has gained some insights while using the apprentice-level comm with long bow you forged in battle. The compatibility between the equipment and the user has slightly improved. God Craftsman Resonance triggered beginner. You gain 1 point of divine power feedback. You gain 2 points of God Craftsman experience. Although it was only 1 point of divine power and 2 points of experience, it undoubtedly proved the feasibility of God Craftsman Resonance. Awesome. Chen Mo felt invigorated. The 3 students who had been saved were now looking at Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian with expressions mixed with gratitude, shock, and a hint of embarrassment. Especially the girl who had mocked Xia Qianqian before. Her face was alternating between red and white. Thank you. The injured boy was the first to speak up in gratitude. You're welcome. It was just a small effort, Chen Mo replied. He bent down to start collecting materials from the Qingmu wolves, mainly wolf hair. Although this stuff wasn't worth much, it added up over time and might be useful for forging later. Xia Qianqian followed his example, though her movements were still a bit clumsy. The 3 of them saw this scene and hurriedly came forward to help. By the way, classmate, that bow of yours seems very special. The injured boy couldn't help but ask, his gaze lingering on Xia Qianqian's calm with long bow. He could sense that Xia Qianqian's increase in strength seemed to be greatly related to that seemingly ordinary wooden bow. Xia Qianqian subconsciously looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 4: Fluorescent Grass and the Tusked Wild Boar King. After a brief rest and parting ways with the three-person team, Chen Mo continued deeper into the forest with Xia Qianqian. The Eye of Divination shows that there should be an energy response from fluorescent grass about 300 meters ahead. Chen Mo said, "Fluorescent grass is one of the exploration task objectives for this trial, and it's a common F-grade herb that can be used to make low-level healing potions or illumination scrolls. Great! If we can find 3 of them, our evaluation will improve significantly," Xia Qianqian said excitedly. She was now filled with anticipation for this trial, something she couldn't have imagined before. Soon, they arrived at a slightly sunken clearing in the woods. In the center of the clearing, a few small grasses emitting a soft green glow stood out against the dim forest. It was the fluorescent grass. However, hovering above the fluorescent grass were 7 or 8 bat-like small monsters, each about the size of a palm, with wings that also emitted a faint glow. Monster, fluorescent spore bat. Level: 1 low-tier, demonized creature. Attributes: Strength 3, Agility 15, Constitution 4, Spirit 5. Skills: Sonic Wave Interference. Short range, briefly stuns the target. Spore spread, may cause coughing and blurred vision upon inhalation. Vulnerability: Wing joints, afraid of bright light and flames. Drops: Fluorescent bat wings, F-grade material. Miniature poison sacs. Chance: These are fluorescent spore bats. Be careful of their sonic waves and spores, Chen Mo warned. Individually, these small monsters are not strong, but in groups, and due to their agile flight, they can be troublesome for archers. "Let me try," Xia Qianqian volunteered. She drew her calming wooden longbow and aimed at one of the spore bats. The arrow hit successfully, but the spore bat merely shook and continued to hover. Their small size made it hard for a single arrow to deal a fatal blow. Eek! The attacked spore bats emitted a shrill scream, and the sonic wave spread like an invisible ripple. Xia Qianqian felt her head spin and nearly dropped her bow. At the same time, several spore bats flapped their wings, scattering starry, glowing spores. "Hold your breath, back up." Chen Mo pulled Xia Qianqian, and they quickly retreated to a position upwind. "These little monsters are not effective against arrows," Xia Qianqian said, feeling frustrated. "Don't worry," Chen Mo said sharply. The Eye of Divination allowed him to see the flight patterns and attack modes of the spore bats clearly. Although their flight was agile, they followed a fixed pattern and briefly paused when turning. "Listen to my commands. At 3 o'clock, predict where it will turn right, and shoot its right wing." Although Xia Qianqian didn't fully understand, she instinctively followed his instructions. She focused, and, at the moment Chen Mo shouted shoot, the arrow was released. Thud! One spore bat let out a cry as its right wing was hit accurately, losing balance and wobbling down. "Nice shot. Chen Montauk plays it. Continue. At 9 o'clock, shoot the one preparing to dive. Aim for the connection point between its abdomen and wings." Under Chen Mo's precise commands, Xia Qianqian shot arrows as if assisted by an aiming system, hitting every arrow perfectly at the spore bat's weakest points or critical moments. Soon, all 7 or 8 fluorescent spore bats were shot down. Xia Qianqian was slightly out of breath, but her eyes sparkled. She realized that under Chen Mo's guidance, her archery skills seemed to have improved significantly. "How did you know where they would fly?" She couldn't help but ask. "Experience and a bit of observation," Chen Mo casually explained, not wanting to admit he had a cheat. The two approached and successfully collected 5 fluorescent grasses. And they also found some fluorescent bat wings and 2 miniature poison sacs from the spore bats' corpses. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Fan's team happened to come from another direction. They seemed to be after the fluorescent grass too, and upon seeing Chen Mo, Xia Qianqian, and the spore bat corpses on the ground, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Wow, what good luck. Looks like you two picked up some scraps." One of the epic assassins in Lin Fan's team said with a hint of disdain. In his view, with Chen Mo as a support and Xia Qianqian as a half-baked archer, it was pure luck that they managed to take down so many spore bats. Perhaps they had stumbled upon a fight between them, or the bats had been injured by other monsters. Most of the other members of Lin Fan's team shared this sentiment, eyeing the two with a mix of scrutiny and disbelief. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered with them and said to Xia Qianqian, "Let's go check if there are other task points." Xia Qianqian nodded and followed Chen Mo away. Watching the two leave, the healer in Lin Fan's team scoffed, one a life profession, the other a rare burden. I don't know how they've survived until now. Lin Fan remained silent, his eyes flickering with a hint of displeasure at Chen Mo's inexplicable luck. We have already killed 12 greenwood wolves, collected 5 fluorescent grasses, and over an hour has passed in survival time. Xia Qianqian counted the task progress, feeling somewhat satisfied. At this rate, getting AB rating should be no problem. Do you want to try something exciting? Chen Montag Zudenli Spolka. Exciting? Xia Qianqian was taken aback. Chen Mo's gaze turned to the depths of the forest, where heavy footsteps and beastly roars could be faintly heard. Challenge task. Tusked Wild Boar King, he said slowly. Xia Qianqian gasped. The Tusked Wild Boar King. That's an elite monster. It said that at least a 5-person elite team, working in perfect harmony, can barely challenge it. We, too. She thought Chen Mo had gone mad. Elite monster. Tusked Wild Boar King. Level 5. Attributes. Strength 25. Agility 8. Constitution 20. Spirit 5. Skills. Barbaric Charge. Tusk Piercing. War Trample. Small area stun and damage. Traits. Frenzy. When health drops below 30. Attack and defense increase. But it loses rationality. Vulnerability. Eyes, soft spots below the neck, protected by thick skin, hard to hit directly. Hind leg joints drops. Guaranteed to drop in E-grade equipment or rare material. Seeing those terrifying attributes and skills, Xia Qianqian felt even more alarmed. How? How can we possibly beat it? Its strength and constitution are too high. My arrows might not even pierce its skin. Conventional methods won't work, of course, Chen Mo said confidently with a smile. But we can exploit its weaknesses along with a few small tools. Saying this, he took out the wolf hairs he had collected earlier and a few of the spore bat's poison sacks from his backpack. He also found some sturdy vines and a few sharp stones. Under Xia Qianqian's puzzled gaze, Chen Mo began to get busy. He wove the wolf hairs into several bundles, soaked them in the liquid from the poison sacks. The eye of divination indicated that this liquid had a mildly irritating scent that could interfere with smell, and then tied them to the sharp stones, creating a few simple scent disruptors. Wild boars have sensitive noses, and these can interfere with its judgment at critical moments. He then used vines and some flexible branches to make a few rudimentary tripwire traps. These traps wouldn't hurt it, but they could cause it to pause slightly during its charge, which would be our opportunity. Watching Chen Mo methodically make these little gadgets, Xia Qianqian's unease was gradually replaced by an inexplicable trust. Although Chen Mo's plan sounded crazy, she found herself looking forward to it. Chen Montak, I'm a bit nervous, Xia Qianqian said softly. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Chen Mo said, patting her shoulder and handing her a simple wristband woven from glow grass. With this on, at least we won't get separated in the dark. The faint glow of the glow grass illuminated Xia Qianqian's face, and her gaze gradually became resolute. Okay, I'll follow your lead. At that moment, she decided to place all her trust in this boy she had only just met, who had brought her countless surprises. Perhaps they could really create a miracle. Chapter 5. The Battle of Wits Against the Boar King. The Artisan's First Resonance. The two stopped on a relatively open slope. Chen Mo signaled for Xia Qianqian to hide. Through the long-range vision feature of the Divine Eye, he clearly saw a giant wild boar, comparable in size to a small elephant, covered in filthy brown-black bristles, with 2 half-meter-long, glistening white tusks, rampaging about on a messy, open ground about 500 meters away. It was the Tusked Boar King. At this moment, it was effortlessly tossing a young wood wolf that attempted to resist into the air with its terrifying tusks, then stomping down heavily, turning it into a puddle of flesh. Surrounding it were 7 or 8 corpses of young wood wolves, creating a bloody and brutal scene. Xia Qianqian, through Chen Mo's simple description and shared vague senses, imagined the scene and couldn't help but turn pale. So strong, she said, her voice a bit dry. Are we really going to challenge it? Afraid? Chen Mo glanced back at her. A little bit, Xia Qianqian admitted. That's good. It means you're still clear-headed. Chen Mo smiled instead, saying that the stronger the enemy, the greater the reward for defeating it. Moreover, I have a 70% chance of success. This 70% chance was naturally based on the insights of the Divine Eye regarding the Boar King's weaknesses and behavior patterns, as well as the little gadgets he had carefully arranged. You will be responsible for long-range output, primarily targeting its eyes and the joints of its hind legs. Chen Mo began to lay out the tactics. I will attract its attention and guide it into our preset welcome route. Remember, keep your distance. We can't withstand a single hit from its charge. Xia Qianqian took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I understand. Chen Mo checked the scent disruptors and snares he made. a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The show is about to begin. He picked up a stone and threw it forcefully in the direction of the Boar King. The stone landed not far from the Boar King, making a dull thud. The tusked Boar King, disturbed while enjoying its snack, let out a deafening roar, its crimson eyes locking onto Chen Mo's direction. Roar! It pawed the ground, charging like an out-of-control heavy truck, rushing towards the small slope where Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian were hiding. It's coming. Xia Qianqian, prepare. Chen Mo shouted softly, not retreating, but running a few steps toward the Boar King, then suddenly turning to flee along the route he had set. Xia Qianqian's palms were sweaty, but she forced herself to calm down, drawing her tranquil wooden longbow and aiming at the Boar King's massive head. Whoosh! The first arrow was shot, targeting the Boar King's left eye. The Boar King seemed to sense danger, its enormous head slightly tilting, the arrow grazing its eyelid and leaving a shallow blood mark. Damn! So close. Xia Qianqian felt a bit frustrated. Don't rush. Keep going. It's almost to the first surprise. Chen Mo's voice came from ahead. The Boar King was chasing Chen Mo and was about to charge into a thicket. Just as it stepped into the thicket, one of the scent disruptors Chen Mo had set off was triggered, releasing a strong odor mixed with wolf bristles and spore bat venom. The Boar King was choked by the sudden strange smell, its charging speed noticeably slowing, its massive head swaying in confusion. Now's the time. Shoot its left front leg joint. Chen Mo shouted. Xia Qianqian seized the rare opportunity, quickly adjusting, and the second arrow whistled out. Thud! The arrow hit the joint of the Boar King's left front leg accurately, although the tranquil wooden longbow's power was not enough to pierce its thick skin. The joint was relatively weak, and coupled with the impact of the elemental arrow, the Boar King's massive body staggered violently, nearly falling. Roar! The Boar King was completely enraged, abandoning the pursuit of Chen Mo, and instead fixated its crimson eyes on Xia Qianqian on the slope, clearly seeing her as a greater threat. Not good. It's coming for me. Xia Qianqian's face changed. Don't panic. Shoot according to the plan. Guide it to run towards the narrow path on your left. Chen Mo's voice came in time. Xia Qianqian gritted her teeth, retreating to maintain distance while continuously shooting arrows, trying to aim at the Boar King's eyes or its injured left front leg, attempting to provoke and guide its direction. Under her efforts, the enraged Boar King indeed abandoned the wide area and charged into the narrow path filled with Chen Mo's little gifts. Bang! The first snare was triggered, halting the Boar King's forward body abruptly. Although the snare was instantly broken, it bought Xia Qianqian a precious second or two. Wind element. Try to attach it to the arrowhead to create a cutting effect. Chen Mo reminded from not far away. Xia Qianqian was inspired, controlling the wind element to no longer be a mere propellant, but to attach to the arrowhead's surface like tiny blades. Whoosh! This arrow shot out, and Xia Qianqian could clearly feel the sound of the arrow slicing through the air had sharpened a few notches. The arrow struck the injured left front leg of the Boar King again, this time causing a small splash of blood. Wind blade cutting, the effect was significant. The Boar King howled in pain, becoming even more frenzied, triggering several scent disruptors and snares in succession. Although it didn't suffer any substantial damage, its movements became chaotic and extremely irritated. Its health was slowly but steadily decreasing under Xia Qianqian's continuous precise shooting. 50%, 40%. When the Boar King's health dropped below 30%, its brown-black bristles suddenly bristled up, its muscles visibly swelling, its eyes turning blood red, letting out a thunderous roar. It's gone berserk. Be careful. It's going all out. Chen Mo warned loudly. The enraged Boar King greatly increased in speed and power, ignoring Xia Qianqian's arrows, charging madly toward her. Lead it to the cliff edge I marked earlier. Chen Mo's voice carried urgency. Xia Qianqian's heart tightened, knowing the most dangerous moment had arrived. She no longer hesitated to expend her mental power, shooting more powerful wind element arrows at the Boar King, barely maintaining distance while guiding it step by step toward the cliff Chen Mo mentioned. It was a small cliff only 3 or 4 meters high, with a pile of jagged rocks below. Just as the Boar King was less than 10 meters away from Xia Qianqian, about to launch a deadly strike. Now's the time. Shoot its supporting right hind leg knee. Chen Mo's voice thundered. Xia Qianqian instinctively poured all her remaining mental power into this arrow. The arrow blazed with blue light, even sparking with tiny arcs of electricity. This was the manifestation of her potential being pushed to the limit. Whoosh! This arrow, condensed with all of Xia Qianqian's strength and hope, shot like a meteor, accurately hitting the Boar King's raised right hind leg knee pit, which was preparing to stomp. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. Though the Boar King had greatly increased its power in its berserk state, its control over its body had decreased. Combined with the knee pit being a weak point, being struck by this full-force hit caused its massive body to lose balance. It staggered a few steps at the edge of the cliff, letting out an unwilling wail, before ultimately crashing down into the rocky pile below, twitching a few times before falling completely silent. Ding! Your team successfully killed the level 5 elite monster, Tusk Boar King. You gained 200 experience. Xia Qianqian gained 500 experience. Your team's evaluation has significantly improved. Trial Realm Announcement. Class 2, 7's Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian's team successfully killed the Fangtooth Wild Boar King. They're the first team to complete the challenge in this trial. A series of system notifications left Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian stunned in place. We succeeded? Xia Qianqian slumped to the ground, still somewhat in disbelief. Chen Mo also let out a long sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. This challenge was even more perilous than he had anticipated. What surprised him even more was the subsequent notification sound. Ding! Your employee Xia Qianqian used the apprentice-level comm with longbow you forged to complete an over-level challenge and successfully killed an elite monster. The compatibility between the equipment and the user has significantly improved, and your professional abilities have been well showcased. Divine Craftsman Resonance triggered, elite level. You have received 15 points of divine power feedback. Your divine power limit has slightly increased. Current divine power, 2525. You have gained 80 points of divine craftsman experience. You have obtained an F-level equipment forging blueprint. Precision Archer's wristband, fuzzy. The divine power limit has increased. And I got the first equipment blueprint. This adventure was worth it. Meanwhile, outside the trial realm, in the principal's office of Qingyang No. 2 High School, Li Jinbong was monitoring various data in the trial realm in real time through a huge crystal screen. When the announcement of the Fangtooth Wild Boar King's kill popped up, he abruptly shook his teacup, spilling hot tea all over his hand without noticing. The Fangtooth Wild Boar King, Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian, just the two of them? Li Jinbong suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He immediately retrieved brief battle footage from the relevant area. Key nodes in the trial realm are automatically recorded. What he saw in the footage that Chen Mo, like an experienced hunter, skillfully manipulated various rudimentary traps and precise commands to toy with the powerful Wild Boar King. While Xia Qianqian shot arrows with a seemingly ordinary wooden bow that had power far exceeding her professional level, Li Jinbong's breathing became rapid. That bow, it was definitely not an ordinary item. And this child, Chen Mo, is it really that simple to be an auxiliary forging profession? A bold thought arose in his mind. Chapter 6, S-Rank Evaluation. The Principal Summons. As the corpse of the Fangtoothed Wild Boar King transformed into a scattering of light points, leaving behind a piece of Fang material glimmering with a bronze sheen and an E-rank brute strength wristband. Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian were enveloped in a gentle white light and transported out of the Qingmu trial realm. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the Awakening Hall. At this moment, many students who had finished their trials early had already gathered in the hall, most of whom had completed the basic tasks or had self-assessed that they could not continue and chose to exit early. When they saw Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian appear, many curious gazes turned toward them. Immediately after, the huge crystal screen in the center of the hall refreshed to show the final results of the trial. Final evaluation ranking of the Qingmu trial realm. First place, Chen Mo, Xia Qianqian team. Evaluation S. Kill count. Qingmu Wolf 12, Glowing Spore Bat 8. Fangtoothed Wild Boar King 1. Exploration completion, 5 glowing grasses. Comprehensive assessment, perfect. Silence. A deathly silence. After a full 3 seconds, the entire hall erupted as if a barrel of explosives had been thrown in. S-rank evaluation, 2 people. They even killed the Fangtoothed Wild Boar King. How is this possible? The Fangtoothed Wild Boar King is a level 5 elite monster. I must be mistaken, right? Xia Qianqian? Isn't she the one who couldn't even stabilize an elemental arrow? Could it be Chen Mo? Is his strange support class really that powerful? Whispers, gasps of disbelief, and exclamations of shock filled the air. Those students who had previously looked down on Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian now wore expressions that were vividly colorful, as if a palette had been overturned, especially among the members of Lin Fan's team, who had already come out. They had struggled hard just to barely achieve an A-rank evaluation, thinking they would firmly secure a top 3 spot. only to be crushed by an unknown two-person team with an S-rank performance. One of them murmured, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Xia Qianqian stood among the crowd, listening to the discussions around her and feeling the gazes that shifted from disdain and sympathy to shock, envy, and even reverence. Her back involuntarily straightened. She instinctively glanced at Chen Mo beside her, who still wore an air of calm, as if the S-rank evaluation and the kill of the Wild Boar King were nothing but ordinary matters to him. This composure deepened Xia Qianqian's trust and admiration for him. Some teachers and guidance directors from the school also gathered around, their faces flushed with excitement after seeing the final ranking on the screen. "Xia Qianqian, your performance this time is simply transformative," exclaimed a teacher who taught archery, fully aware of Xia Qianqian's previous condition. "It was Chen Mo who helped me all along," Xia Qianqian said sincerely. The crowd's attention immediately focused on Chen Mo. This boy who had awakened an unknown support class was full of mysteries. Just then, Lin Fan, along with the remaining members of his team, walked out of the portal. They happened to overhear the discussions and Xia Qianqian's words. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he glanced at the glaring S-rank and Chen Mo's name on the screen, then at Xia Qianqian, who was the center of attention. In the still calm Chen Mo, a wave of intense unwillingness and defeat surged within him. He prided himself on being the chosen one, with an epic class and family resources, expected to be the brightest star in this trial. But unexpectedly, all the limelight was stolen by a support and a former underachiever. "Umph," Lin Fan snorted coldly, saying nothing more as he led his team away. However, in his heart, he developed a strong interest in Chen Mo's mysterious support ability and a subtle challenge against Xia Qianqian's sudden rise. "Chen Montak, Xia Qianqian. The principal would like to see you," a school staff member said respectfully, parting the crowd. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian followed the staff member to a school honor exhibition room that was rarely opened. Here, photos and stories of outstanding graduates from Qingshan No. 2 high school over the years were displayed, alongside various trophies and honors the school had received. Principal Li Zhenbong stood with his hands behind his back in front of a large hero roster of the Qingyang City Defense War, his expression solemn. "Principal," Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian said in unison. Li Zhenbong slowly turned around, his gaze gentle yet sharp, sweeping over the two before finally resting on Chen Mo's face. "Have a seat." He gestured to the guest sofa nearby. "Your performance in this trial was outstanding, especially your kill of the Fang-toothed Wild Boar King, which exceeded everyone's expectations at the school," Li Zhenbong said directly. "I have noticed Xia Qianqian's progress. That bow, did you make it?" he asked, looking directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo understood that the principal must have watched the battle footage. "Yes, principal. I was fortunate enough to obtain a piece of wood with a weak calming effect. So I tried to make a bow for Xia classmate," he replied half-truthfully, not mentioning the divine crafting furnace. "Fortunate? An ordinary calming wood can't produce a bow that allows a rare archer with unstable mental power to challenge elite monsters," Li Zhenbong said, his gaze deepening. "Moreover, from my observation, your command in battle and those seemingly simple yet highly effective arrangements far exceed the standard of an ordinary support class student. Chen Montak, your class is likely not just support forging as simple as that, is it?" Li Zhenbong's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable pressure. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment. He knew that complete concealment was impossible. The characteristics of an S-rank class would eventually be exposed through some clues. Instead of passively waiting for guesses, it would be better to proactively reveal part of the truth to gain the principal's trust and support. "Principal, you have a discerning eye." Chen Mo raised his head, his gaze sincere. "My class is indeed somewhat special, called Divine Forging Armor, S-rank quality. It gives me an extraordinary understanding of material properties, and I have some, well, let's say instinctive talent in designing and fine-tuning equipment. S-rank." Even though Li Zhenbong was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat upon hearing that term. Since records began on the Azure Blue Star, S-rank classes have been exceedingly rare, each capable of changing the landscape of a war zone. "Divine Forging Armor," Li Zhenbong murmured, his eyes shining brightly. "No wonder your awakening light pillar was so peculiar. You can enlighten equipment, unleash the potential of both the equipment and the user, and even grant special abilities to the equipment." He recalled Xia Qianqian's wind element arrows that grew increasingly powerful and Chen Mo's tinkering with the firewood before the battle began. Chen Mo did not directly answer yes or no, but cleverly said, "My class is still in its early stages, and many abilities are still being explored. However, theoretically, If the materials are good enough and my understanding is deep enough, I might be able to forge some unconventional equipment. Li Jinbong took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He knew that what Chen Mo mentioned was likely just the tip of the iceberg. This boy, along with his unique S-rank class, could signify an unprecedented opportunity for Qingyang No. 2 High School, for Qingyang City, and even for the entire Great Xia Federation. Chen Mo, Li Jinbong's tone became incredibly serious. Your class is a top secret. Until you have sufficient self-defense capabilities, you must not disclose it to anyone, including your parents. The school will provide you with the highest level of confidentiality measures and resource support. Starting today, you will directly enter the school's special recruitment sequence, and all cultivation resources will be prioritized for you. You can access all F-level and E-level materials in the materials library without restriction. If you need materials above D-level, you can apply to me directly. I have only one request, Li Jinbong said, gazing intently at Chen Mo. Please elevate your professional level as quickly as possible. Unleash your maximum potential and forge the strongest armament for the Great Xia. Chen Mo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He sensed the sincerity and expectation in Li Jinbong's words. Rest assured, Principal, I will not fail my mission, he replied solemnly. At that moment, it seemed that the hands of the youth and the old principal crossed some boundaries and held tightly together. A grand blueprint concerning the future of Great Xia seemed to be quietly unfolding. Chapter 7. Lin Fan's Challenge. A high-stakes bet. Coming out of the principal's office, Chen Mo felt a bit lightheaded. Principal Li's promise was undoubtedly a timely help, resolving his biggest current dilemma of material shortages. With a divine power limit of 25 points and a considerable accumulation of blacksmith experience, it was time to level up his profession, Chen Mo thought to himself. Xia Qianqian followed closely beside him, her small face still filled with excitement and a hint of anticipation for the future. An S-rank evaluation. A private meeting with the principal. Everything felt like a dream. However, this calm was soon shattered. As they stepped out of the teaching building, they saw a crowd of students gathered around the school's electronic bulletin board, buzzing with discussion. At the very top of the bulletin board, a bold and highlighted post stood out. Subject doubt. Is there any bias in the S-rank evaluation of the Aoki trial? Class 2. 3's Lin Fan challenges Class 2, 7's Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian. The poster was none other than Lin Fan, though the wording of the post was somewhat restrained. It was laced with skepticism about Chen Mo's team's achievements, suggesting they were merely lucky or had exploited some loophole in the rules, and insinuating that Xia Qianqian's sudden outburst was just a flash in the pan. In the end, Lin Fan directly issued a challenge for 3 days later at the school's martial arts arena, stating he would take on Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian as a duo. If Chen Mo's team won, Lin Fan would publicly apologize and present a treasured D-rank material, the Wind Wolf's Eye. If Lin Fan won, he demanded that Chen Mo publicly disclose his methods of assisting Xia Qianqian. This Lin Fan is too much. Xia Qianqian's face flushed with anger. He is slandering us. Chen Mo's expression also turned cold. He was not concerned about the doubts, but Lin Fan's target was clearly the secret of his divine armorer. Divine Eye quietly activated, locking on a Lin Fan who had just stepped out of the crowd. Name, Lin Fan. Potential, exceptional. Current status, resentful, strong dissatisfaction with the trial results. Curious, extremely inquisitive about Chen Mo's assisting abilities. Confident, absolute confidence in his own strength. Inner turmoil, desires to prove he is the strongest of this generation. Both wary and eager to conquer unknown powers. So that's how it is Chen Mo understood. A prodigy like Lin Fan could not stand being overshadowed, especially by someone he looked down upon. Chen Mo Xia Qianqian looked at him with some concern. Lin Fan's strength was unquestionable, an epic-class profession, Thunder Shadow Assassin. Coupled with high-quality equipment provided by his family, it was not without a chance for him to defeat the two of them in a one-on-two matchup. Accept the challenge, Chen Mo said calmly. He walked to the bulletin board and directly replied under Lin Fan's post. I accept the challenge. Can we raise the stakes a bit? I'm not interested in the Wind Wolf's Eye. If you lose, I want a family heirloom rank dagger, Shadow Fong. At this statement, the crowd erupted. Shadow Fong was Lin Fan's treasure, said to be passed down from his grandfather, of extremely high quality, perfectly suited for the assassin profession. Trading a D-rank material for a C-rank top-tier weapon was quite a hefty demand. Lin Fan clearly did not expect Chen Mo to make such a bold request, and his expression darkened. But now that the words were out, if he backed down in front of everyone, wouldn't that be embarrassing? All right, I'll go along with it. But if you lose, in addition to disclosing your assisting methods, I also want Xia Qianqian's bow. Lin Fan gritted his teeth in response. He could tell that Xia Qianqian's outburst was closely related to that inconspicuous wooden bow. Fine, Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. What started as a battle of pride instantly escalated into a high-stakes gamble that caught the attention of the entire school. Xia Qianqian nervously tugged at Chen Mo's shirt. Chen Mo, Shadow Fong, is too precious, what if? Don't worry. Chen Mo gave her a reassuring look. If he wants her bow, it also depends on my agreement. He turned to Xia Qianqian, speaking earnestly. In these 3 days, you need a new bow. One that can allow you to defeat an epic-class assassin fairly. Xia Qianqian's eyes lit up at his words, but then she felt a bit shy. But the materials. Didn't the principal say that E-rank and F-rank materials are available for us to use freely, and we can apply for D-rank materials? Chen Montag smiedet, besides. Didn't we just get a decent tusk from the Wild Boar King? He was referring to the bronze gloss tusk material. Material, essence tusk of the Wild Boar King. Quality, rank, traits, hard, contains weak armor-piercing magic, suitable for making penetrating weapons. Let us go to the materials library. And while we're at it, visit Director Wang to borrow some good stuff. In the principal's office, Li Jinbong also learned about this bet through internal channels and was furious, puffing out his cheeks in anger. Nonsense. This is outrageous. What do they think the school's honor is worth? He scolded, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. He was eager for Chen Mo to stir up more commotion, wanted to see just how much potential this divine armorer truly had. Go. Tell Fatty Wong from the logistics department that Chen Mo needs whatever materials he requires in the next few days. As long as it's not too excessive. Try to accommodate him. Just say, it's my special approval for academic research. Li Jinbong instructed his secretary. Yes, principal, the secretary understood and left. Li Jinbong looked out the window, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That Lin kid is likely to face a major setback this time. But it's good. It's just the right opportunity to knock some sense into these self-righteous geniuses. In the materials library, Director Wang, who managed the materials, was a kind-hearted fat man. After receiving the principal's instructions, he treated Chen Mo with great enthusiasm. Chen Mo, feel free to look around and pick whatever you want. These are the school's treasures, and you must study them well to strive for early glory for the school. Chen Mo was not polite. He activated Divine Eye to its fullest. Soon, in addition to the Wild Boar King's tusk, he precisely selected a piece of wind pattern wood, traits, lightweight, increases arrow flight speed, and a small amount of Qingwan birdtail feathers, traits, stabilizes airflow, increases accuracy, from a pile of D-rank materials. Individually, these materials might not seem top tier, but when combined, they resonated with the direction of Xia Qianqian's equipment feedback from Divine Eye and the vague inspiration of the Precision Archer's wrist guard blueprint in Chen Mo's mind. These are the ones. Chen Mo had a plan in mind. In the next 3 days, he would forge a weapon for Xia Qianqian that would astonish everyone. And Lin Fan was destined to become the first stepping stone for his rise as a divine armorer. Chapter 8. Wind Tooth Longbow. Xia Qianqian's transformation. For the next 3 days, Chen Mo spent almost all his time in the makeshift forge prepared specifically for him by the school. With the special approval of Principal Li Jinbong, he had access to resources far beyond those of ordinary students. The D-grade essence tusk of the Wild Boar King served as the core of the bow arms, providing unparalleled toughness and penetration. D-grade wind pattern wood was cleverly integrated into the bow body, reducing weight while granting arrows astonishing initial speed. Several precious tail feathers of the Qingwan bird were used as stabilizers for the bowstring and materials for the arrow feathers, ensuring the precision and balance of each shot. More importantly, during the forging process, Chen Mo perfectly combined the characteristics of these materials with the vague blueprint inspiration he gained from the Wild Boar King's divine craftsman resonance for the precision shooter wristband. He attempted to engrave miniature energy runes on the inner side of the bow arms. These runes echoed some patterns on the wristband's blueprint. When the bowstring was fully drawn, these runes could passively absorb and compress the surrounding trace wind elements, providing additional thrust to the arrow at the moment of release. This process required extremely high consumption of divine power and control over mental strength. Chen Mo nearly exhausted every ounce of his divine power and several times felt dizzy from mental fatigue. But with the foundation of his S-grade profession and an unyielding tenacity, he persevered. 3 days later, when a last trace of divine power was infused into the bow body, a faint azure glow flowed continuously over the bow arms, seemingly alive. A beautifully shaped longbow, engraved with profound wind patterns and exuding a sharp aura, quietly hovered above the flames of the divine crafting furnace. Equipment: wine-tooth longbow, quality, deep blue essence, attack power, 25 to 35. Characteristic 1. Windbreak. Arrow flight speed increased by 30, slight increase in penetration. Characteristic 2. Blessing of the Wind. Passive slowly gathers wind elements while drawing the bow. In a fully drawn state, adds 1 wind elemental impact to the arrow, increasing damage and accuracy by 50. Characteristic 3. Precision calibration. Enhances the user's subtle control over ranged attacks. Requirements: agility 15 points. Mental strength 10 points. Remarks: meticulously forged by the divine craftsman Chen Mo, perfectly suited for a specific user with immense potential. It was a success. Chen Mo let out a breath, his face showing a tired yet satisfied smile. D quality, and it came with 3 powerful traits. This wind-tooth longbow was undoubtedly his pinnacle work so far. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian did not remain idle during these 3 days. Under Chen Mo's special guidance, which was actually Chen Mo using divine vision to analyze her most effective mental strength training methods and elemental condensation techniques, she underwent high-intensity, targeted training every day. Her control over mental strength became increasingly refined, and the speed and stability of condensing elemental arrows improved significantly. When Chen Mo solemnly handed the wind-tooth longbow to Xia Qianqian, the girl's eyes instantly lit up. Holding the bow, a powerful sense of strength and connection surged within her, far surpassing that of the calm wood longbow. The faint azure wind patterns seemed to resonate with the wind elemental power within her. What a beautiful bow, Xia Qianqian murmured, feeling as if this bow was tailor-made for her. It's called Wind Tooth. Give it a try. Chen Mo-branded. The two went to the school's outdoor practice field. Xia Qianqian took a deep breath and slowly drew the wind-tooth longbow. The moment the bowstring was drawn to its full moon state, the wind patterns on the bow arms suddenly brightened, and the surrounding air seemed to ripple subtly. A pure wind elemental energy automatically gathered on the ordinary practice arrow between her fingers. Buzz. Xia Qianqian didn't even need to intentionally condense it. The wind blessing characteristic of the wind-tooth longbow was automatically triggered. What immense power! Xia Qianqian was pleasantly surprised. She aimed at a specially made alloy target 100 meters away and released the bowstring. Whoosh! The moment the arrow left the bow, it emitted a sharp, whistling sound, like a blue lightning bolt, instantly embedding itself in the exact center of the target. The arrow's tail still trembled slightly, penetrating nearly half an inch into the target material. Keep in mind, that was an alloy target capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an E-grade profession. This power! Xia Qianqian was stunned. What surprised her even more was that at the moment the arrow was shot, inspiration struck her. A sudden insight about archery appeared in her mind. Ding! Xia Qianqian has a high degree of compatibility with the wind-tooth longbow and, under extreme focus, has comprehended the professional skill. Gale triple shot, D-grade. Gale triple shot can shoot 3 arrows in quick succession within 1 second, each slightly weaker, 80, but extremely fast, dealing damage to a single target or multiple targets. Consumes a moderate amount of mental strength. I comprehended a new skill. Xia Qianqian's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Mo's eyes also lit up. This was truly a pleasant surprise. It seemed that a powerful weapon that was well suited for a professional could stimulate their potential far beyond his expectations. The test firing of the wind-tooth longbow and the news of Xia Qianqian comprehending a new skill quickly spread throughout the campus like wings. The two, originally already under the spotlight due to their bet, were thrust back into the limelight once again. Have you heard? Xia Qianqian got a new bow and shot through an alloy target with 1 arrow. She even comprehended a new skill. D-grade Gale triple shot. My goodness. How can Lin Fan compete with that? He likely to hit a brick wall. It's hard to say. Lin Fan is an epic-level assassin, and Shadowtooth is no joke. The heat of the bet was pushed to a new climax. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, the other protagonist of the event, was not idle either. He utilized some connections from his family to investigate Chen Mo's background and the origin of Xia Qianqian's calm wood longbow. The result, of course, was nothing. Principal Li had classified Chen Mo's divine craftsman profession as a top secret, and the materials for the calm wood longbow were just ordinary scraps, leaving no leads. The lack of information only strengthened Lin Fan's belief in his judgment that Chen Mo must have used some kind of trick, an unreplicable method. pretending to be mysterious. Lin Fan scoffed at the newly received news about the wind-tooth longbow and Xia Qianqian's new skill, seeing it as mere tricks for attention. Real combat relies on hard power. He had absolute confidence in his epic-level profession and family heirloom dagger, Shadow Tooth. The day of the duel was fast approaching. Chapter 9, A Stunning Victory. An overwhelming display of skill. Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, Central Training Ground. The usually empty venue was now packed with a sea of people. Almost all the faculty and students of the school had their eyes focused on the two figures standing in the center of the training ground. One was Lin Fan, the only epic-level genius of this session, holding the family heirloom C-grade dagger, Shadow's Fong. The other was Xia Qianqian, who had just achieved an S-level trial rating and amazed everyone with her mysterious new archery technique. Alongside her calm assistant, Chen Mo, Xia Qianqian had to admit that her recent changes were indeed surprising. Lin Fan, holding Shadow's Fong, had the dagger glinting coldly in the sunlight as he attempted to pressure Xia Qianqian with words. However, luck and unorthodox methods were no match for true strength. Xia Qianqian tightened her grip on the wind-tooth long bow, the wind patterns on the bow limbs emitting a faint blue light. She took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. Whether it's unorthodox or not will be known after the fight. Chen Mo stood a few steps behind Xia Qianqian, arms crossed, watching the spectacle. Under the eye of divine insight, Lin Fan's status was laid bare. Name, Lin Fan. Profession, Thunder Shadow Assassin. Quality, C, Epic. Equipment, Shadow's Fong, C-grade dagger, Gale leather armor, D-grade. Status, highly confident, slightly anxious, apprehensive of the power of the wind-tooth long bow. Intent to kill, determined to win against Chen Mo's bet. Indeed, he was still too arrogant, Chen Mo thought with a smirk. The match began. The physical education teacher, in charge of the judging, called out. Lin Fan moved. His figure darted like a ghost, lightning flashing at his feet as he dashed towards Xia Qianqian in a bizarre zigzag pattern at high speed. The speed of an epic-level assassin was far beyond that of low-tier magical beasts like the Qingmu wolf. So fast, the audience gasped in astonishment. Xia Qianqian's pupils constricted as she instinctively drew her wind-tooth long bow. Don't panic, pay attention to his turning points. Wind's blessing. Predictive shot. Chen Mo's voice clearly reached her ears. Xia Qianqian's spirit jolted, forcing herself to calm down. She didn't rush to shoot the first arrow, but relied on the keen perception granted by the wind-tooth long bow in Chen Mo's hands to anticipate Lin Fan's next landing point. Just as Lin Fan used a training dummy to change direction, attempting a flanking attack. Whoosh! Xia Qianqian shot her first arrow. The arrow flew as if it had eyes, precisely blocking Lin Fan's advance route. Lin Fan's expression changed slightly, and with a flourish of Shadow's Fong, he deflected the incoming arrow with a clang. However, his momentum was also momentarily halted. Now's the time. Gale triple shot, covering his left front 3 positions. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Xia Qianqian wasted no time. The D-grade new skill activated instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, imbued with a faint blue wind glow, formed a triangle, covering all possible escape routes for Lin Fan at an almost imperceptible speed. Just a small trick. Lin Fan snorted coldly, lightning erupting at his feet as he activated Thunder Shadow Step to its fullest, narrowly weaving through the gaps between the 3 arrows. Although he dodged the arrows, he was forced to retreat a few steps, increasing the distance between him and Xia Qianqian. Impressive. In the audience, many students supporting Xia Qianqian cheered. In just one exchange, Xia Qianqian managed to temporarily suppress the epic-level Lin Fan with her precise anticipation and new skill. Lin Fan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Xia Qianqian's archery to be so precise and sharp, and that bow was indeed strange. It seemed he couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold as the power of lightning surged within him. He prepared to use his C-grade core skill, Thunder Light Phantom Strike. Once this skill was activated, he would transform into a phantom of lightning, ignoring some obstacles and instantly closing in on his enemy to deliver a fatal blow. Just as he was about to unleash his skill, be careful. He's going to use a strong burst skill. Targeting your left shoulder, move half a second early, take a step right, and aim your arrow at the endpoint of his advanced trajectory. Chen Mo's voice thundered in Xia Qianqian's ears. The Eye of Divine Insight had already detected Lin Fan's skill initiation and energy fluctuations. Xia Qianqian's trust in Chen Mo was so deep that almost the moment she heard his voice, her body reacted. She stepped right. Her wind-tooth long bow drawing an incredible arc in the air, fully drawn, the arrowhead pointing to the left front of her original standing position. There was nothing there. The audience was stunned. What was she doing? Shooting at thin air? In the next moment, swoosh! A dazzling lightning phantom appeared out of thin air at the position Xia Qianqian had predicted, Lin Fan's figure materializing. With Shadow's Fong, aimed with deadly intent at the empty space. His lethal, thunder-light phantom strike had missed. What awaited him was Xia Qianqian's arrow, already charged with the full power of Wind's blessing. The distance was too close. Lin Fan's skill had been used up, his old power spent, and new power not yet born. He had no time to make any effective evasions or blocks. Thud! The arrow, accompanied by a gust of wind, slammed into Lin Fan's chest like a battering ram. Despite the protection of Gale leather armor, the tremendous impact still knocked him back as if struck by lightning, sending him crashing several meters away, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. Shadow's Fong also slipped from his grasp, clanging as it hit the ground. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Then, an eruption of cheers like a tsunami. She won. Xia Qianqian won. Heavens! The epic-level assassin was actually overwhelmed head-on. What a prediction. Simply divine. Xia Qianqian herself felt a bit dazed. She looked at the fallen Lin Fan, then at her wine-tooth-long bow, and finally at the still calm Chen Mo not far away, her heart filled with indescribable excitement and gratitude. Lin Fan struggled to get up, but the sharp pain in his chest made him fall again. He looked at Xia Qianqian, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep defeat. He couldn't understand how his sure kill strike could be so easily countered. It was as if the opponent had seen through all his movements. Principal Li Jinbong had also arrived at the training ground at some point, stroking his beard with glinting eyes. Good job, Xia Qianqian. What a wind-tooth-long bow, he proclaimed loudly, his gaze subtly glancing at Chen Mo, seemingly implying that an excellent artisan could indeed bring out the brilliance in a rough gem. Hearing this, the crowd's gaze towards Chen Mo became even more reverent and curious. What other secrets did this mysterious assistant hide? The judging teacher was stunned for a moment before reacting, announcing loudly, "In this match, Xia Qianqian is the winner. The bet is established. Lin Fan's Shadow's Fong belongs to Chen Mo, and Xia Qianqian, with this resounding victory, completely cleared her past stigma, proving her strength and talent in front of the entire faculty and student body. Her path as a professional was completely renewed from this point onward." Chapter 10. The Principal's Generous Gift. Forge Upgrade. The aftermath of the duel continued to ferment at Qingyang No. 2 Middle School for several days. Xia Qianqian became famous overnight, leaping from an infamous troublemaker to a hot new star on campus. Chen Mo, on the other hand, gained even more mystery, with countless people speculating about the nature of his extraordinary support abilities. Lin Fan lay in the infirmary for 2 days before he barely recovered. What surprised Chen Mo was that after being discharged, Lin Fan did not react with the anger or avoidance he had anticipated. Instead, he actively sought him out. "I lost." Lin Fan's face was still somewhat pale, but his gaze was exceptionally calm as he handed the C-class dagger, Shadow's Fong, to Chen Mo. "This is yours." Chen Mo took the dagger, feeling its coldness and sharpness. The divine eye scanned it. Equipment, Shadow's Fong. Quality, C, purple good. Attack power, 30 to 42. Traits, armor piercing. Stealth, slight enhancement of stealth effects. Shadow strike. Damage increased by 15 on the first attack from the shadows. Remarks, an ancient assassin's dagger. Its internal energy circuit is slightly clogged, making it less compatible with lightning attribute practitioners. If it can be reforged with thunderstone and shadow crystal dust, it may be revitalized. Good dagger. Chen Mo nodded, but in his heart, he was devising ways to repurpose or upgrade it. "I want to know why I lost so thoroughly." Lin Fan stared at Chen Mo, his previous arrogance gone, replaced by a hint of sincere inquiry. He repeatedly recalled every detail of the battle, increasingly feeling that Xia Qianqian's responses seemed almost prophetic, and Chen Mo's reminders were always perfectly timed. "Your tactics rely too much on fixed skill combos and lack flexibility," Chen Mo said without holding back. "Moreover, you are too confident in your trump cards, making it easy for opponents to exploit your weaknesses." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan pondered thoughtfully. Although he remained proud, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mo held a trace of barely perceptible admiration. This support truly had a sharp eye. Just then, Principal Li sent someone to convey a message, asking Chen Mo to visit his office. "Chen Mo, you have greatly brought honor to the school this time. Principal Lee laughed heartily upon seeing Chen Mo, clearly in a very good mood. This is all thanks to the principal's nurturing, Chen Mo humbly replied. Enough with the flattery. Principal Lee waved his hand. I've already seen the tip of the iceberg regarding your potential as a divine forge armorer. To help you perform better, the school has decided to provide you with comprehensive, focused training. Saying this, he handed Chen Mo a card that shimmered with a metallic luster and a small badge. This is a special material access card. From now on, you can withdraw unlimited amounts of D-class materials from the school material library. And you'll also have a fixed monthly quota for C-class materials. B-class and above will require my special approval. This badge is the Qingyang No 2 Middle School Honor Craftsman Badge. With it, you can mobilize some apprentices from the school's logistics department and begin a research lab to assist you with preliminary material processing, data recording, and other support work, allowing you to focus more on core forging and design. Chen Mo took the card and badge, feeling delighted. This was simply a timely gift. With these privileges, his forging efficiency would greatly improve. Additionally, Principal Lee paused, a hint of mysterious smile flashing in his eyes. Your previous simple forge should also be upgraded. He led Chen Mo to a secluded, independent building at the back of the school. This was originally an abandoned old warehouse, but it now looked completely new. Pushing open the heavy metal door revealed a spacious and bright forge workshop filled with a sense of technology. At the center was a brand new multifunctional forging platform, integrated with various precision grinding and shaping tools. The walls were engraved with faint golden arrays, which were basic temperature control and energy gathering formations, capable of precisely controlling the forging temperature and slowly gathering surrounding energy particles to assist in forging. Various auxiliary tools, such as precision chisels, elemental analyzers, beginner, and material quenching pools, were all present. This will be your exclusive forge from now on, Principal Lee said proudly. All the equipment has been newly purchased from the city, ensuring safety and functionality. Chen Mo looked at everything before him, filled with gratitude. Principal Lee was almost exhausting the school's resources to cultivate him. Thank you for your generosity. Principal Chen Mo-branded bowed deeply. No need to be polite, Principal Lee patted his shoulder. I only have one hope. Don't waste your unique talent. Grow up quickly. The future of Great Xia may rest on the shoulders of you young people. After leaving the new forge, Chen Mo felt invigorated. Xia Qianqian had already been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Chen Mo come out, she rushed over. When she learned that the school had prepared such a high-level exclusive forge for Chen Mo and granted him high material privileges, she sincerely felt happy for him. Chen Mo, you are amazing, she exclaimed genuinely. This is just the beginning, Chen Mo smiled. In the future, I will forge stronger equipment for you and for more people. Xia Qianqian nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Suddenly, she said, Chen Mo, I have a lot of free time besides training. If you need my help with anything, like testing the basic performance of new equipment or gathering market information on low-level materials, I can do that. Chen Mo looked at her in surprise and then smiled in appreciation. It seemed that his first contracted employee as a divine forge armorer had already developed a sense of teamwork. Great. Then in the future, you will be the first quality inspector for my new equipment. The two exchanged smiles, an invisible tacit understanding quietly growing between them. The road ahead was still long, but they both believed that as long as they fought side by side, they would surely create even more brilliant achievements. Chapter 11. The First Bulk Order. The prototype of the armed squad. Principal Lee's decisive actions quickly brought Chen Mo his first major client as a divine armorer. One day, he was called to the tactical seminar room by Principal Lee. Besides Principal Lee, there were several senior instructors from the school and 5 slightly awkward young students present. These 5 students were chosen by Qingyang No 2 Middle School and were set to represent the school in the Qingyang City 4 Schools Freshman Elite Competition taking place in half a month. Chen Mo, let me introduce you, Principal Lee said, pointing at the 5 students. They are our competition team from number 2 Middle School with team leader Zhang Meng, a D-grade rock heavy armored warrior, team member Li Na, a D-grade holy light priest, Wang Tao, a D-grade Gale Ranger. Each time Principal Lee introduced someone, Chen Mo's divine insight quickly scanned them. Name, Zhang Meng. Profession, rock heavy armored warrior, 0th tier. Quality, D-tier. Potential, outstanding. Equipment fit direction, high defense. High toughness, heavy armor, and tower shield with taunt or damage reduction effects. Armed breakthrough bottleneck. Current standard shield defense is insufficient, lacking a core armor piece that can reliably attract aggro. The information of the 5 team members was quickly absorbed by Chen Mo overall. The team composition was quite reasonable, with a tank, a healer, ranged physical damage, magical burst, and a control and harassment role. The quality of the team members' professions was all at D-grade rare, with potential mostly outstanding or good, making them stand out among their peers. However, their problem was obvious. Their equipment was too poor, almost entirely made up of school standard gear or some mismatched F-grade and E-grade pieces provided by families. They couldn't showcase their true strength. Chen Mo, this is very important for our number 2 middle school, Principal Lee said with a serious expression. The competition against the other 3 schools is crucial. They have deep foundations, and their competition teams, both in personal strength and equipment level, are likely superior to ours. I hope you can create a set of custom equipment for these 5 students in the next half month to enhance their combat power as much as possible. The school will fully support you with materials. D-grade materials are plentiful, and if needed, I can even approve 1 or 2 pieces of C-grade core materials for you. This was undoubtedly a heavy trust and a huge challenge. Creating a full set of custom equipment for a 5-member team in half a month was no small pressure for Chen Mo. The 5 team members looked at Chen Mo with curiosity and a hint of skepticism. They had mostly heard about Chen Mo creating the Wind-Tooth Longbow for Xia Qianqian and defeating Lin Fan, but that was just a one-time event. Equipping a complete team was a whole different level of difficulty. Chen Mo did not immediately agree, but pondered for a moment before saying to Principal Lee, "Principal, I need to personally select the materials. Additionally, I need these 5 students to cooperate with me over the next few days for detailed combat data testing and understanding their personal habits." "No problem." Principal Lee immediately agreed. "Zhang Meng, you all will fully cooperate with Chen Mo for this half month and follow his arrangements." "Yes, Principal." Zhang Meng and the others replied loudly, though they still had some doubts in their hearts. In the following days, Chen Mo worked tirelessly. During the day, he selected D-grade materials from the school's material library using divine insight, analyzing their characteristics and compatibility with the 5 team members. Xia Qianqian also took the initiative to assist him, helping with the initial classification, cleaning, and recording of materials. The energy gathering array in the new forging workshop indeed saved Chen Mo a lot of divine power when smelting and purifying materials. At night, he would gather Zhang Meng and the other 5 in the training ground for various simulated confrontations and skill tests. Divine Insight could not only see their data panels, but also capture their subtle habits in battle, the characteristics of their energy flow, and their strengths and weaknesses when coordinating with other team members. This first-hand data was more valuable than any paper documentation. After getting a thorough understanding of the 5, Chen Mo began his arming plan. He did not pursue making every piece of equipment D-grade or even C-grade, as that was unrealistic given the materials and time constraints. His core idea was to use the best materials where they mattered most, applying the highest quality materials to the key equipment that would enhance the core abilities of the team members. Moreover, he also attempted to introduce the concept of microsets for the first time. For example, the D-grade Guardian Barrier Tower Shield, crafted for team leader Zhang Meng, not only significantly enhanced defense, but also included a weak resilience aura that provided a small amount of physical resistance to teammates within 10 meters. The D-grade Resonance Holy Emblem, created for healer Li Na, could automatically trigger a healing enhancement when Zhang Meng successfully blocked high damage, increasing the effectiveness of Li Na's next healing spell on Zhang Meng. This protective resonance, although weak, undoubtedly represented the embryonic form of a team buff, capable of playing an unexpected role at critical moments. Half a month passed quickly amidst Chen Mo's tireless efforts, when 5 sets of new equipment, shimmering with various colors and filled with a sense of power and compatibility, were presented before Zhang Meng and the others. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Meng's Guardian Barrier Tower Shield and matching rock-heavy armor, heavy and majestic, exuded a reassuring aura. Li Na's Resonance Holy Emblem and Wishing Robe, pure and elegant, radiated healing energy. Wang Tao the Gale Ranger's Swift Shadow Hunting Bow and Light Wind Leather Armor were agile and swift. Each piece of equipment seemed like a work of art tailored for them. Not only beautifully crafted, but more importantly, when they tried on these pieces, they could clearly feel a qualitative leap in their strength. My God, this power! I feel like I can withstand the charge of the Wild Boar King. Zhang Meng exclaimed excitedly, stroking the tower shield in his hands. The range and effectiveness of my healing spells have increased by at least 30%. Li Na also joyfully discovered that the Resonance Holy Emblem made her control over the holy light much more effortless. The others expressed similar astonishments. Principal Li and several instructors watched from the side, equally filled with shock and satisfaction. They could feel that after the 5 team members donned the equipment made by Chen Mo, the entire team's momentum was completely different. If they were previously just a scattered bunch, now they had begun to take shape as an elite squad. Chen Mo, you have created another miracle. Principal Li sighed with emotion. Chen Mo smiled slightly, but in his heart, he was calculating the potential benefits of this divine armory resonance. Crafting a full set of custom equipment for 5D grade professionals, if they could achieve good results in the 4 schools competition. The feedback in divine power and experience would definitely allow him to level up again. Principal, teachers, and fellow students, Chen Mo spoke up, equipment is just an aid. The real outcome depends on your performance on the battlefield. We understand. Zhang Meng and the others replied in unison, their eyes filled with unprecedented confidence and fighting spirit. With this divine gear, they were filled with the belief that they would definitely win in the upcoming 4 schools competition. Indiano. 2 Middle School was determined to make a stunning impression this time. Chapter 12. The 4 Schools League opens. Underestimation from opponents. Half a month later, at the central arena of Qingyang City, colorful flags wave, and the crowd buzzes with excitement. The annual Qingyang City 4 Schools Freshman Elite Competition officially kicks off today. 4 top freshman teams from Qingyang number 1 Middle School, number 2 Middle School, number 3 Middle School, and Qingyang Experimental Middle School will engage in fierce competition over the next 3 days, vying for the championship trophy that symbolizes the strongest honor for freshmen in Qingyang City, along with generous resource rewards. On the podium of the arena, leaders from the Qingyang City Education Bureau, representatives from the Ability Management Association, and principals and key staff from the 4 schools are all present. During the opening ceremony, the 4 competing teams, dressed in their respective schools' distinctive uniforms, enter the arena in order. Qingyang number 1 Middle School, as the defending champion for 3 consecutive years, immediately receives thunderous applause from the audience upon their entrance. The team members are spirited and well-equipped, with magical auras subtly visible on their weapons and armor, clearly of exceptional quality. Especially their captain, a boy named Zhao Xinghe, who has awakened as a C-class rare profession, Dragon Blood Berserker, wielding a giant axe engulfed in flames, exuding an imposing aura. Following closely are the teams from Qingyang No. 3 Middle School and the Experimental Middle School, whose strengths should not be underestimated either. Most of their members possess D-class rare professions, and their equipment is evidently well-crafted. The last to enter is the team from Qingyang number 2 Middle School. Zhang Ming, Lina, and 3 others are dressed in a complete set of brand-new gear tailored for them by Chen Mo, although their equipment does not shine as brilliantly as that of No. 1 Middle School. It carries a steady and restrained aura. Notably, Zhang Ming's Guardian Barrier Tower shield is heavy as a mountain, giving an indestructible impression. However, in the eyes of most spectators, Qingyang number 2 Middle School, which has consistently placed at the bottom for several years, still plays the role of a mere participant. It seems like there's nothing special about number 2 this year. Indeed, their equipment looks ordinary, and there are no reports of any top talents among the team members. It's likely they'll be eliminated in the first round again. The discussions from the audience clearly reach the ears of the number 2 team members, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Even on the podium, the leaders from the other 3 schools glance at Li Zhenbong with subtle disdain. Yet, Li Zhenbong remains unflappable, wearing a mysterious smile. He knows that the real surprise is yet to come. At this moment, Chen Mo sits in the rest area of the number 2 team, having been specially approved by Principal Li as the technical advisor for the team. This role allows him to observe the opponents closely and legitimately. With Eye of Divine Insight quietly activated, he collects information on the competitors from the other 3 teams. Zhao Xinghe from number 1 is a Dragon Blood Berserker, with a potential level of Destined, and his equipment is almost all C-class, with that flame giant axe reaching C-class. Indeed, a formidable rival. The captain of No. 3 is an Elemental Mage, a D-class, whose equipment focuses on elemental amplification, but his mental state seems somewhat unstable. The configuration of the Experimental Middle School S team is rather extreme, with 3 strong attackers and weak support. Key intelligence is noted in Chen Mo's mind. At that moment, Zhao Xinghe, leading 2 teammates, happens to pass by the number 2 rest area. Principal Li, the No. 2 team, seems to be in good spirits this year. Zhao Xinghe greets Li Zhenbong with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Ming and the others. I wonder if their strength can match this spirit. One of his teammates adds sarcastically. We at No. We're looking forward to exchanging techniques with all of you in the finals. I hope you can last until then. Zhao Xinghe leaves this remark before striding away with his teammates. A blatant provocation and contempt. Zhang Meng and the others' faces turn red with anger, their fists clenching tightly. Don't let them affect your mindset. Chen Mo speaks calmly. The best response is to silence them with strength. His words seem to carry a calming power, easing the team members' agitated emotions significantly. Soon, the drawing ceremony begins. Representatives from the 4 schools take turns to draw their first-round opponents. When the representative from number 2, Captain Zhang Meng, picks a crystal plate from the drawing box bearing the name of their opponent, all eyes in the arena focus on him. The crystal plate clearly reads Qingyang number 3. Facing number 3 in the first round? That's last year's runner-up team. No, 2's luck seems too bad this time. The captain of number 3, that elemental mage, is famous for his devastating fireballs. The audience buzzes again, with almost no one believing in number 2. The eyes of number 3's team members towards number 2 are filled with a proud determination. In their view, they've undoubtedly drawn a soft target. Li Jinbong's brows furrow slightly, clearly finding the drawing result less than ideal. But after glancing at Chen Mo, who remains calm beside him, he feels a bit more at ease. Chen Mo, how confident are you against number 3? Li Jinbong quietly asks. Chen Mo's lips curl slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Principal, if they underestimate us, perhaps, we can give them a big surprise. He has already analyzed the weaknesses and equipment flaws of the elemental mage captain from number 3 through eye of divine insight. Moreover, some of the equipment he crafted for Zhang Meng and the others has specific hidden traits designed for this kind of situation. The competition has yet to begin, but the scales of victory and defeat seem to have quietly begun to tip. Chapter 13, a successful first battle. The underestimated Qingyang number 2, with the referee's command. The first round of the knockout match between Qingyang number 2 and Qingyang number 3 officially began. The competition map was a standard jungle ruins scene, filled with broken walls and dense vegetation, providing both sides with numerous tactical options. Friends from number 2, let us finish this quickly. We still have to prepare for the next round, said the captain of number 3, the D-class elemental mage Zhou Kai, casually as he began to gather a fireball in his hand. To him, this match was merely a formality. His 4 teammates lined up, adopting a standard offensive formation. However, Qingyang number 2's response was beyond their expectations. Facing Zhou Kai's prepared fireball barrage, Zhang Meng roared, slamming the guardian barrier tower shield heavily onto the ground. A flash of blue light appeared on the shield's surface, and the resilient aura activated instantly. At the same time, he did not choose to withstand the attack, but, under Chen Mo's pre-match instructions, led the team to quickly maneuver behind a stone pillar, prioritizing the protection of the backline members Li Na and another magic damage dealer. Boom! 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 A series of fireballs crashed into the spot where Zhang Meng had just stood and the stone pillar, exploding in brilliant flames with an impressive force. Oh, you actually know how to dodge? Zhou Kai smirked, but thought, how long can you keep dodging? He commanded his team to steadily advance, the light on his staff flickering as he prepared for a second round of fire coverage. The Qingyang number 2 players, under Zhang Meng's cover, kept utilizing the terrain for small-scale evasive maneuvers, appearing somewhat flustered. The audience in the stands shook their heads. Sigh, number 2 is completely being suppressed. The gap in strength was too apparent. Relying solely on dodging wouldn't win the match. Even Zhao Xinghe from No. 1's resting area had a look of I knew it on his face. Only Chen Mo remained calm and collected, knowing this was just the beginning of feigning weakness. Just as Zhou Kai's second, Ice Spike Storm, was about to cover the other hiding spot of number 2's players, Zhang Meng, who had been silently enduring the attacks, suddenly let out a low growl. The guardian barrier tower shield, in his hand, after enduring several elemental attacks, revealed a faint red glow from some inconspicuous runes etched on its surface. This was the energy feedback characteristic specifically designed by Chen Mo to counter elemental damage. When Zhou Kai's Ice Spike Storm struck the tower shield again, the red glow on the shield flickered slightly, and a weak scorching aura actually reflected back toward Zhou Kai along the ice spikes. Zhou Kai felt a tingling in his fingertips, disrupting the rhythm of his spell casting for a moment, and the power of Ice Spike Storm inexplicably weakened slightly. Zhou Kai frowned, somewhat surprised, but didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just his illusion. At that moment of distraction, the suppressed number 2 began their counterattack. Ranger Wang Tao suddenly dashed out like a ghost from the bushes to the side, firing 3 arrows simultaneously from his swift shadow hunting bow. targeting the support healer at the backline of number 3. The healer clearly did not expect number 2 to dare to counterattack in such a situation. Caught off guard and hurriedly activating a shield, but was forced into a fluster. Meanwhile, number 2's magic damage dealer, an Ice Mage apprentice, under the slight mana coordination effect provided by Li Na's Wishing Robe, quickly completed a long-prepared D-class control skill, Frost Prison. The target was a melee damage dealer positioned relatively forward in number 3's formation. Not on my watch. Zhou Kai reacted, pointing his staff, preparing to interrupt the Ice Mage's casting with flame impact. But at that moment, the previously silent Li Na made her move. The Resonance Holy emblem in her hand shone brightly, a pure holy light precisely descending upon Zhang Meng, who had just slightly recovered due to the shield's characteristics. Healing enhancement triggered. Zhang Meng's health instantly regained a portion. At the same time, Zhang Meng roared, activating the taunt skill, drawing Zhou Kai's flame impact onto himself. Although he was hit and his health surged, he successfully bought valuable casting time for his teammates. Crack! The melee damage dealer from No. 3 suddenly found thick ice forming under his feet, firmly freezing him in place with Frost Prison. What? Zhou Kai was shocked. The sudden shift in the situation catching him off guard. Now's the time. Focus fire on the frozen one. Chen Mo issued the command through the team channel. The technical advisor had this authority. Wang Tao's arrows, the Ice Mage's Ice Arrow, and even Zhang Meng slammed the edge of a shield at him. The player from No. 3 couldn't even mount a decent resistance and was turned into white light under the concentrated fire. Number 3 lost one player instantly. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. No one expected that Xingyang number 2, which had been passively beaten, would achieve a kill in just a little over 10 seconds. Zhou Kai's face turned ashen. He felt as if he'd been toyed with. Everyone get it together. Prioritize taking out their healer and that Ice Mage, he shouted, starting to output frantically without regard for consumption. However, at this moment, Xingyang number 2 had already built momentum. Zhang Meng's Guardian Barrier Tower shield seemed like an insurmountable mountain, blocking most of the damage. Wang Tao's swift shadow hunting bow moved stealthily in the jungle, constantly harassing number 3's backline. Li Na's Resonance Holy emblem always provided the most effective healing at critical moments. Meanwhile, the Ice Mage, under the protection of her teammates, grew increasingly confident, unleashing control skills one after another. In contrast, number 3, with Captain Zhou Kai's unbalanced mindset and chaotic command, had their players fighting individually, frequently making coordination errors. Their healer was heavily targeted by Wang Tao and couldn't spare a moment. Another damage dealer, attempting to forcefully break into number 2's backline, was interrupted by Zhang Meng's precise shield bash and was then instantly killed under concentrated fire. 5 against 3. The outcome was clear. When Zhou Kai was also taken down by a precise headshot arrow from Wang Tao, unwillingly turning into white light, the entire venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. We won. Xingyang number 2 has won. This is unbelievable. They actually defeated last year's runner-up. That shield warrior is so tough. That archer is so agile. Their teamwork is so tacit. At the podium, Li Jinbong was grinning from ear to ear, while leaders from the other 3 schools wore expressions of shock and disbelief. In number 1's resting area, Zhao Xinghe's previously relaxed demeanor had vanished, replaced by gravity and a hint of vigilance. He realized that this year's Xingyang No. 2 was completely different from before, especially their seemingly ordinary gear, which always seemed to yield unexpected results at critical moments, and their flawless team coordination put pressure on him. And behind all this, it seemed to point to the technical advisor, Chen Mo, who had remained calm and composed in the resting area from beginning to end. Who exactly is this guy? Chapter 14, Rising Fame. Attention from all sides. Xingyang number 2 High School wins its first match, defeating the formidable Xingyang number 3 High School. This news spread like wildfire throughout the central arena and among various circles of practitioners in Xingyang City. Suddenly, terms like Xingyang number 2 High School, Dark Horse, and mysterious equipment became hot topics. After the match, the rest area of number 2 High School was crowded with people. There were teachers and classmates coming to congratulate, curious reporters, even campus reporters for school-level competitions, and scouts from other schools probing for information. At this moment, the 5 members of the team, including Zhang Meng, became the center of attention, excitedly sharing the joy of victory, while their admiration for Chen Mo reached its peak. Chen Mo-branded, what exactly is the principle behind the energy feedback on your shield? It's incredible, Zhang Meng asked, pulling Chen Mo with a curious expression. And my holy emblem, That healing enhancement is simply brilliant. Linaidid excitedly. Chen Mo just smiled and explained it's just some special application of material properties combined with a little structural design, which might have triggered some resonance effects. It's all just luck. Naturally, no one believed such a humble response. However, the gaze of Principal Li and several senior instructors towards Chen Mo grew increasingly profound. They vaguely sensed that the special applications and minor designs mentioned by Chen Mo were likely far from simple. Behind this, there must be some profound forging theory or talent that they could not comprehend. Meanwhile, in the rest areas of the other three schools, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, especially for Qingyang No. 3 High School, who had just suffered a defeat. Their captain Zhou Kai and the advising teacher were repeatedly watching the match footage with grim expressions. Their equipment definitely has issues. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth. At many critical moments, our skill effects were diminished, where they always managed to perfectly avoid fatal damage. Immediately send someone to investigate. We must clarify the detailed characteristics and origins of Qingyang No. 2 High School's equipment. The advising teacher of No. 3 ordered sternly. In the rest area of Qingyang No. 1 High School, Zhao Xinghe also put away his previous nonchalance and watched the highlights of No. 2's players on the screen with a serious expression. The defense of that shield warrior, the agility of that archer, and the control of their mage. All built on their peculiar equipment, Zhao Xinghe analyzed. Their equipment seems to amplify their individual strengths and compensate for some weaknesses, even forming a slight synergy among the team members. Captain, if we face No. 2 in the next round, do we have confidence? A teammate beside him asked with some worry. Zhao Xinghe fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. It's hard to say. But one thing is certain, they're definitely a worthy opponent to go all out against. Inform the intelligence team to investigate all the data of No. 2's players, especially that technical advisor named Chen Mo, and find out everything. Rising fame naturally attracts the attention of all sides. At the summary meeting that evening, Deputy Director Zhang of the City Education Bureau specifically mentioned Qingyang No. 2 High School in his closing remarks. Today, we are delighted to see that the Qingyang No. 2 High School representative team showcased refreshing tactical quality and equipment level in the first round of the competition, successfully challenging strong opponents and delivering an exciting match. This spirit of being brave in innovation and daring to break through is worth learning for all schools. I hope No. 2 can continue to make efforts and achieve even better results. Although Deputy Director Zhang did not explicitly state it, the implication of future resource allocation towards No. 2 was clearly heard by the leaders of all attending schools. Li Zhenbang's face blossomed with a smile, and his back straightened even more. After the meeting, several local business forge owners of some repute in Qingyang City, along with representatives of small cultivation families, contacted Principal Li through various channels, hoping to establish friendly relations with Qingyang No. 2 High School, especially with the mysterious equipment technical advisor, Chen Mo. They keenly sensed a business opportunity, or rather, an opportunity to invest in the future. Principal Li naturally politely declined or postponed their offers, as he did not want these external factors to interfere with Chen Mo's growth too early. At this moment, Chen Mo was in his exclusive forging workshop, tallying the gains of the day, crafting a full set of custom equipment for 5D level practitioners and achieving victory in the official competition. The feedback from Master Craftsman Resonance exceeded his expectations. Ding! Your employees Zhang Meng and the other 4 have used the series of equipment you forged to achieve their first victory in the 4-school freshman elite competition, performing excellently. And the team's synergy has improved. Master Craftsman Resonance triggered, team elite level. You have received 50 points of divine power feedback. Your divine power limit has increased, current divine power 7575. You have gained 300 points of Master Craftsman experience. Your professional level has increased to level 1. You have obtained D-level equipment forging blueprint. Heart of Guardian chest armor complete. You have comprehended the professional skill, material refinement, beginner, which can consume a small amount of divine power to perform preliminary purification of D-level and below quality materials, removing some impurities and slightly improving material quality and utilization. Upgraded. Plus, I comprehended a new skill. I obtained a complete D-level chest armor blueprint. Chen Montag was overturned from 0 to 1 in Divine Armorer. All his basic abilities have been significantly improved, especially the increase in divine power limit and the new skill, material refinement, which will directly enhance his forging efficiency and product quality. Next up is the semifinals. Chen Mo's gaze turned to the window, his eyes shining with confidence. With stronger abilities and richer resources, he was confident that he could win greater glory for number 2 high school and for himself. He began to conceive how to utilize the newly acquired blueprints and skills to make a round of fine-tuning upgrades to the existing equipment of the team members to face potentially stronger opponents ahead. Perhaps he could try to incorporate the design concept of the Heart of Guardian into Zhang Meng's chest armor to further enhance his team protection ability. The Dark Horse of Qingyang number 2 High School has only just begun its performance. Chapter 15. A strong opponent in the semi-finals. The pressure of the Dragon Blood Warrior. After a day of rest and intense discussion and analysis, the semi-finals of the 4-school freshman elite competition have arrived as scheduled. Qingyang number 2 High School, the biggest dark horse of this event, is about to face Qingyang number 1 High School, the reigning champion for 3 consecutive sessions and home to the strongest star player of this event, Zhao Xinghe. Upon hearing the news, the atmosphere in the central arena reached its peak. Almost everyone believes that the dark horse journey of number 2 High School will likely come to an end here. After all, the strength of number 1 High School is deeply ingrained in people's minds, especially their captain Zhao Xinghe, a C-class Dragon Blood Berserker, equipped with at least C-class high-quality gear, whose strength is unparalleled among all freshmen. Before the match even began, an invisible pressure had already enveloped the hearts of the No. 2 team members. Don't be nervous, Chen Mo calmly said to the slightly anxious players during the final preparation stage before the match. No, 1 High School is indeed strong, and Zhao Xinghe is particularly tricky, but they're not invincible. He distributed the latest intelligence he had just analyzed using divine insight in combination with footage from previous matches about Zhao Xinghe and his teammates. Zhao Xinghe's dragon blood power is his greatest asset, but it is also his weakness. When this power erupts, it significantly consumes his physical strength and mental energy, and there will be a brief period of weakness during the intervals of the eruption. Our tactical core is to dragon wear down. Zhang Meng, your task is the heaviest. You must withstand the first wave of impact from Zhao Xinghe and consume his dragon blood power as much as possible. I have reinforced your Guardian S Heart chestplate using material refinement. The dragon scale patterns in the core area can absorb an additional 10 of physical impacts and have a chance to trigger the dragon breath deflection effect when hit by fire attribute attacks. This chestplate is a level 1 work created by Chen Mo using a D-class blueprint, inspired by the dragon blood characteristics he obtained from Zhao Xinghe. And the new skill, material refinement, has achieved a quality of D. Xia Qianqian listened on the side, her eyes sparkling. She had once inadvertently seen Chen Mo using material refinement. Those ordinary D-class metal ingots emitted a faint glow in his hands, and the impurities visibly decreased. The final product, both in color and energy fluctuations, was significantly stronger than before, almost like turning stone into gold. Lina, your healing pressure will be very high. The Holy Light Surge rune on the Resonance Holy Emblem can slowly restore your own mana while you continue to cast spells, ensuring sustainability. Wang Tao, your Swift Shadow Hunter bow arrows have been enchanted with Star Silver Powder, which has a slight restraining effect on energy bodies. Focus on harassing the support and control star Chantress at the back of number 1 High School. Ice Mage, your Frost Pearl, has a new Ice Mist refraction feature, which can interfere with the opponent's vision and targeting when casting area ice spells. Chen Mo clearly explained the adjustments and tactical points for each person's equipment. Many of these targeted upgrades and arrangements were prepared as countermeasures, anticipating that number 1 High School would analyze their previous tactics. Remember, we are a team. Believe in yourself. Believe in your teammates. And more importantly, believe in the weapons in your hands. Chen Montauk concluded. Hearing this, the unease in the players' hearts gradually transformed into fighting spirit. Yes, they have a god-level craftsman like Chen Mo as their backing and custom divine gear that far exceeds that of Tongji. What reason do they have not to be confident? Number 2 High School. We will win. Zhang Meng roared, leading the charge onto the arena. The semi-final venue is a map called Lava Broken Bridge. A fractured stone bridge spans over rolling magma, surrounded by scattered volcanic rocks and scorching steam, creating a very harsh environment. Hee, friends from number 2 High School. We meet again. Zhao Xinghe, wielding the flaming giant axe, Wrath of the Fire Dragon, stood at the other end of the broken bridge, exuding a suffocating pressure like a king of flames. It seems you've been lucky to sneak into the semifinals from number 3 High School. The star Chantress girl beside him spoke with a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. Enough talk, let's see the real skills. Zhang Meng slammed the Guardian S barrier tower shield heavily onto the bridge, producing a resonant sound. The battle was about to begin. Zhao Xinghe gave no high school no opportunity for probing. The moment the match began, he activated the first stage of his dragon blood power. His muscles bulged, and faint dragon scale patterns appeared on his skin, causing his speed and strength to surge instantly. Roar! With a dragon-like roar, Zhao Xinghe charged at Zhang Meng like a cannonball, engulfed in blazing flames. Come on! Zhang Meng did not retreat, but advanced. The Guardian S heart chestplate shining brightly as he braced himself. Boom! The collision between the giant axe and the tower shield erupted with a deafening roar and flying sparks. Zhang Meng felt an unstoppable force surge towards him, causing him to stagger backward, blood surging. A full-force strike from a C-class Dragon Blood warrior is indeed terrifying. But just as the flames were about to engulf him, the dragon scale patterns on the chest plate suddenly lit up, and a strange power redirected some of the flames to the sides. Dragon breath deflection activated. Although Zhang Meng was in a difficult position, he did not suffer fatal injuries. Interesting. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhao Xinghe's eyes, clearly not expecting Zhang Meng to withstand a strike. However, he did not relent, swinging the giant axe in a fierce flurry, like a storm sweeping towards Zhang Meng. In an instant, Zhang Meng found himself in a perilous situation, completely suppressed, only able to rely on his sturdy shield and chest plate to hold on. Captain Li Na, seeing this, hurriedly began to chant a healing spell. But the Star Chantress from No. 1 High School was not idle. She lightly tapped her staff, and chains of starlight appeared out of thin air, attempting to interrupt Li Na's casting and restrict the movements of the No. 2 team members. Wang Tao's arrow shot towards the Star Chantress from tricky angles, forcing her to divert her attention to defend. The Ice Mage, meanwhile, was casting Ice Mist technique from the back, trying to disrupt Zhao Xinghe's assault with cold air and mist, creating an output environment for his teammates. The battle escalated into a white-hot intensity from the very beginning. Zhao Xinghe's personal strength was so formidable that he nearly suppressed half of No. 2 High School S team by himself. This cannot go on. Zhang Meng's health was dropping too quickly. Chen Mo watched anxiously from the sidelines, but remained calm. He continuously issued precise commands through the team channel. Li Na, predict the landing point of Zhao Xinghe's next heavy strike, and cast Holy Light Guardian on Zhang Meng in advance. Wang Tao, don't worry about that Star Chantress. Use explosive arrow in conjunction with the Ice Mage to focus fire on that leather-armored assassin for No. 1 High School. He is Zhao Xinghe's assistant. If we take him down, Zhao Xinghe will be left isolated. Under Chen Mo's coordination, although the No. 2 team members were still on the defensive, their formation remained intact. They stood firm like rocks resisting the crashing waves, bravely enduring Zhao Xinghe's onslaught. Time passed second by second. Zhao Xinghe's assault remained fierce, but his breathing began to grow heavy. The continuous consumption of dragon blood power was also a tremendous burden on him. Almost there. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, just as Zhao Xinghe's heavy strike was barely blocked by Zhang Meng, causing a momentary exhaustion. Now's the time. Ice Mage, Extreme Cold Freeze, Zhao Xinghe, Wang Tao, Cloud-Piercing Arrow, break his defense. Li Na, Divine Shock, to interrupt any potential support from Star Chantress. Chen Mo's commands were issued like rapid fire. The 3 team members executed without hesitation, instantly. A ray of Extreme Cold Freeze, condensed with the Ice Mage's full magical power, accurately struck Zhao Xinghe. The flames on Zhao Xinghe's body were instantly suppressed, and his movements became slightly rigid. Immediately after, Wang Tao's enchanted cloud-piercing arrow, infused with star silver powder, whistled through the air and struck fiercely at Zhao Xinghe's shoulder blade. That spot was just where the dragon scales were relatively weak. With a muffled sound, the arrow did not completely penetrate, but sank in half an inch, causing a spray of blood droplets. Roar! Zhao Xinghe, in pain, let out an even more furious roar. His eyes instantly turned crimson, and the dragon scale patterns on his body became clearer, with even fine dragon scales beginning to emerge. The second stage of dragon blood erupted, dragon scales protecting his body. At the same time, the flames burning on him became even more intense, splashing outwards. Not good. He's about to go completely berserk. Principal Lee exclaimed from the sidelines. The strength of a berserk dragon blood warrior would rise to another level. But it also meant he was close to exhaustion. Everyone, maximum defense. Hold him off for the last 30 seconds. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the team channel, carrying an undeniable determination. He knew that victory or defeat hinged on this final moment. He had inscribed a one-time Dragon Soul Protection rune on Zhang Meng's Heart of Guardian Breastplate, which could greatly enhance all attribute resistance and grant immunity to one fatal injury for a short time when a user's life was in danger. This was his last trump card. As long as they could hold out until Zhao Xinghe's dragon blood power was exhausted, victory would belong to the second high school. Chapter 16, Dragon Soul Protector. A stunning turnaround. On the molten bridge, the air was distorted by the intense heat, and Zhao Xinghe was completely enraged. The dragon scales on his body became denser, flames surrounding him, exuding an overwhelming power, as if he were a fiery dragon war god emerging from the hellish furnace. Give me death. Zhao Xinghe's voice was hoarse and frenzied, as the giant axe Dragon's Fury stirred up waves of fire, indiscriminately sweeping around him. The bridge shook violently, stones melting under the high temperature, emitting hissing sounds. Zhang Meng was at the forefront, the guardian barrier tower shield, groaning under the relentless flames, its surface glowing red-hot. He gritted his teeth, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, not retreating an inch. Behind him were his teammates, the line he had to protect. Captain, Li Na's healing holy light poured onto Zhang Meng, as if it were free, but Zhao Xinghe's damage was too high, and Zhang Meng's health continued to drop at a visible rate. 30%, 20%, 10%. Just as Zhang Meng's health was about to reach the bottom, Zhao Xinghe's giant axe came crashing down with devastating power. Buzz. An ancient and desolate dragon's roar seemed to resonate from deep within Zhang Meng's Heart of Guardian chestplate. On the chestplate, the one-time Dragon Soul Protection rune, engraved by Chen Mo, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. An illusory golden dragon soul emerged from the chestplate, wrapping around Zhang Meng, forming an indestructible golden barrier. Clang! Zhao Xinghe's axe, capable of splitting mountains, struck the golden dragon soul barrier, only causing ripples without breaking through. What? Zhao Xinghe's crimson eyes narrowed in disbelief. Immunity to fatal damage. All attributes resistance significantly increased for a short time. Chen Mo, on the sidelines, slightly relaxed his tightly clenched fist. His trump card was finally used. Now, everyone, hold him off at all costs. Chen Mo's voice was calm, yet slightly urgent in the team channel. 30 seconds. Just hold on for 30 more seconds. Wang Tao's arrows no longer sought damage, but employed the slowing and shock arrows specially prepared by Chen Mo, constantly disrupting Zhao Xinghe's balance. The Ice Mage's Ice Mist technique expanded its range again, the bone-chilling cold spreading throughout the center of the bridge, not only delaying Zhao Xinghe's movements, but also consuming the flames protecting him. A girl from Class 1 wanted to move up to support, but was entangled by another support player from Class 2 using a D-grade control skill, Earthbinding, turning the ground beneath her feet into a quagmire, making it impossible for her to move. Roar! Zhao Xinghe grew more and more frantic. He could feel the dragon blood power within him rapidly depleting. But this group of ants before him was as tenacious as cockroaches that wouldn't die. Every attack of his was greatly weakened by that layer of golden dragon soul barrier, unable to pose a fatal threat. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. The light of the golden dragon soul barrier began to dim. Blood had already seeped from the corners of Zhang Meng's mouth, but he still stood firm, his gaze resolute as iron. Break for me. Zhao Xinghe, betting everything, poured all his remaining dragon blood power into Dragon's Fury, the flames on the giant axe soaring into the sky, transforming into a fierce fire dragon, crashing towards Zhang Meng. Boom! The golden dragon soul barrier finally shattered inch by inch under this strike. However, that fierce fire dragon's power had also diminished by more than half, merely sending Zhang Meng flying, rolling off the edge of the bridge, and not able to kill him instantly. And Zhao Xinghe, after delivering this all-out strike, felt the flames and dragon scales on his body recede like a tide, his face turning pale as paper, his grip on the giant axe becoming unsteady, his body swaying. His dragon blood power was exhausted. At that moment, all-out counterattack. Chen Mo's voice was like a command, sounding the victory horn. Wang Tao, already poised, his eyes flashing with brilliance, shot sky-piercing arrow, explosive arrow, and homing arrow. 3 arrows infused with all his strength, forming a triangle, aimed directly at the weakened Zhao Xinghe. The Ice Mage also roared, condensing the last bit of magical power into a gigantic ice spear, whistling away with a bone-chilling aura. Even Zhang Meng, who had just stabilized himself, forced himself to rise from the ground, using the Guardian Barrier Tower shield as a weapon, throwing it fiercely at Zhao Xinghe. No, it's impossible. Zhao Xinghe's eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He wanted to dodge, but his body felt as heavy as lead. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 arrows hit precisely. Immediately after, the ice spear pierced through his chest. Finally, the heavy tower's shield slammed into him. Zhao Xinghe, the consecutive 3-time champion, the ace of Qingyang Class 1, the strongest star player in this competition, transformed into a white light in the incredulous eyes of the audience and was teleported out of the arena. Silence. The entire central arena was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. They won. Qingyang Class 2 won. My God. They really defeated Qingyang Class 1. Defeated Zhao Xinghe. What kind of rune was that? What kind of cooperation was that? It's unbelievable. The cheers surged like a tsunami, almost threatening to lift the entire arena's dome. In the resting area of Qingyang Class 2, Principal Li jumped up from his seat in excitement, his face full of smiles. The several instructors beside him were also flushed with excitement, hugging each other in celebration. In the resting area of Qingyang Class 1, however, there was a dead silence. Their players and instructors looked as if they had been petrified, staring blankly at the jubilant figures of Class 2 in the center of the arena. Shame. This was a humiliation that Qingyang Class 1 had never experienced. Back in the resting area, Zhao Xinghe sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes hollow. He had lost thoroughly, lost without a trace of anger. The opponent's tactics, the opponent's equipment, and that mysterious technical advisor had studied him thoroughly. Especially the golden dragon soul that erupted from Zhang Meng's chest plate. It was practically a tailored nemesis for him. That Chen Mo. Zhao Xinghe's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the calm-faced youth from start to finish. A deep sense of helplessness and an indescribable awe rose from the depths of his heart. After the match, Chen Mo was thrown high into the air by his teammates, reveling in the joy of victory. Principal Li publicly announced that he would apply for the Outstanding Youth Innovation Award for Chen Mo and strongly recommend him to the City's Education Bureau and the Professional Association. In an instant, Chen Mo's name, along with his mysterious godsmith profession, though the outside world only knew him as a technical advisor, became widely known in Qingyang City. Countless forces began to take this 18-year-old youth seriously. They realized that the equipment technology this boy possessed could very well change the landscape of professionals in Qingyang City and even broader regions. That night, in the office of the principal of Qingyang Class 2, Li Jinbong personally brewed a cup of top-grade concentration tea for Chen Mo. Chen Mo, you've made a great contribution this time. What reward do you want? As long as the school can do it, we won't be stingy. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said, Principal, I hope to learn more about the specific classification of professional power levels in this world, as well as information related to high-level professionals and equipment. He realized that although he had emerged as a standout among the new generation due to the incredible ability of Godsmith, his understanding of the overall power system of this world was still quite vague. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the key to winning every battle. Li Jinbong's eyes flashed with approval upon hearing this. Calm and composed, the boy, after victory, first thinks of enhancing his understanding rather than material rewards. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Good. Li Jinbong nodded, his expression becoming serious. The professional power system of our Azure Star can be roughly divided into 9 tiers, each of which is further divided into 4 sublevels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Tiers 1 to 3 are known as awakeners. Professionals at this stage have a preliminary grasp of their powers and can skillfully utilize basic skills. They're the mainstay of the city guards and regular adventurer teams. You're currently at the bottom of this stage, Tier 1. Chen Mo listened earnestly. This information was crucial for his future planning. Tiers 4 to 6 are known as extraordinary. Li Jinbong continued, stating that upon reaching Tier 4, a professional's energy undergoes a qualitative change, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and mental power. And they can begin to comprehend and master some core explosive skills of their profession. Warriors at this level are already pillars of a city, capable of serving as commanders of large battle groups or independently clearing powerful monster strongholds. A C-level professional like Zhao Xinghe, if he grows smoothly, has a great chance of reaching Tier 6 peak in the future. Tiers 7 to 9 are referred to as national level or legendary sacred domain. Li Jinbong's tone carried a hint of longing and reverence. Upon reaching Tier 7 Sacred Domain, professionals begin to touch upon the mysteries of laws, capable of forming pseudo-domains or sacred domain powers, resulting in a leap in their life level and significantly increasing their lifespan. Such beings are rare. Each one is a strategic force for the nation, capable of dominating a region. Tier 8 legends can deeply comprehend and utilize some law's powers. Possessing immense might in their every gesture, they are legendary figures. As for Tier 9 demigods, they are beings that touch the threshold of divinity, beginning to condense their own divinity with unfathomable strength. In the entire Great Xia Federation, the visible Tier 9 demigods do not exceed a handful. Chen Mo felt a surge of emotions. So, the pinnacle of power in this world is so vast. What about equipment? Chen Mo pressed on. The tier of equipment roughly corresponds to the professional power hierarchy, Li Jinbong explained. F to D level equipment mainly serves tiers 1 to 3 awakeners. C to A level equipment is the mainstream for tiers 4 to 6 extraordinary. A set of fine A level equipment can even allow a tier 6 peak extraordinary to have the confidence to challenge those just entering tier 7 sacred domain. As for S level gear and above, such as SS level epic armaments or SSS level mythical sets, those are exclusive to tiers 7 to 9 national level powerhouses, each possessing earth-shattering power, even capable of changing the course of a large-scale battle. Regarding your EX level, divine armor, Li Jinbong looked at Chen Mo, his eyes burning with intensity. If you can truly forge EX level divine gear, its value would be immeasurable. Perhaps it could allow a tier 9 demigod to glimpse the legendary domain of the gods. Domain of the gods. Chen Mo keenly captured this term. That's right, Li Jinbong nodded. Above tier 9 lies the domain of the gods. It represents an entirely different level of life, including pseudo-gods, true gods, and supreme gods, among others. However, that is still too distant for us now. Chen Mo fell silent. He finally had a clear outline of the power system in this world. At the same time, he deeply recognized just how terrifying the potential of his divine armorer profession truly was. Ding. Your employee Zhang Meng and 4 others used a series of equipment you forged to defeat the strong opponent Qingyang No. One middle school in the 4 schools freshman elite competition, performing excellently and significantly enhancing team cohesion, fully showcasing your professional abilities. Divine Craftsman Resonance triggered, team epic level. You gained 120 points of divine power feedback. Your divine power limit has significantly increased. Current divine power 195. You gained 800 points of divine craftsman experience. Your professional level has risen to level 2. You obtained C-level set forging blueprint, Storm Ranger light armor set, 3-5 components, chest armor, leg guards, boots, fuzzy. You comprehended the professional skill, divine power shaping, beginner, which allows you to consume divine power to refine materials during the forging process, slightly improving the compatibility of the equipment with the blueprint, with a chance to enhance the final quality of the equipment or activate hidden features. You've leveled up again. The divine power limit has skyrocketed. You've also obtained a C-level set blueprint and a new shaping skill. Chen Mo's heart raced. The gains from this 4 schools competition were beyond imagination. He felt he was a big step closer to forging true divine gear. Principle about our opponent in the finals. Chen Mo suppressed his excitement and asked. Li Jinbong's smile slightly faded as he said, the opponent in the finals is Qingyang Experimental Middle School. Although they may not be as strong overall as number 1 middle school, their tactical style is extremely bizarre. And there is one person in their team you must pay special attention to. Who? The captain of the experimental middle school, a boy named Ghost Handrosen, is an extremely rare D-level mechanism trickster. Li Jinbong's expression became serious. His battles never rely on his own strength, but on a variety of bizarre mechanisms and traps. Last time, he used an incredible mechanism array to completely drag down the Elementalist team from number 3 middle school. Dealing with him, your previous targeted equipment designs may be difficult to be effective. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo furrowed his brows slightly. Mechanism trickster? Sounds like a tricky opponent. It seems the finals will be a completely different test. Chapter 17, Final Opponent, the Mysterious Mechanic. On the day of the finals, the atmosphere at the central arena of Qingyang City was even more intense than during the semifinals. After the incredible comeback of Qingyang number 2 middle school, all the spectators were filled with anticipation for this ultimate championship battle. One side was the biggest dark horse of the tournament, Qingyang number 2 middle school, which had a mysterious technical advisor and amazing customized equipment. On the other side was Qingyang Experimental Middle School, which also had Dark Horse potential, advancing to the finals with its bizarre movements. In the resting area of the experimental middle school, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy and quiet. Most of their team members wore inconspicuous dark leather armor and had little expression on their faces. Only the captain, a boy known as Ghost Hand Rosen, was lowering his head, fiddling with a pile of oddly shaped metal parts and gears in his hands. Chen Mo's eye of insight had already thoroughly investigated the details of the experimental middle school. Name, Rosen. Occupation, Mechanic-Trickster, 0th rank. Apprentice, Quality, D, Rare Mutation. Potential, Genius, not fully unleashed. Background, Orphan, introverted personality, obsessed with the study of mechanics. Accidentally obtained a fragmented inheritance of mechanical techniques in an abandoned ancient ruin. Core skills, Mechanism manufacturing, can consume materials and mental energy to quickly create various disposable or recyclable micromechanisms like explosive spiders, paralysis darts, smoke bombs, etc. Trap laying can set various concealed traps in designated areas, such as snares, ground spikes, gravity fields, etc. Puppet control beginner can control a small combat puppet to assist in battle. Puppet's abilities depend on materials and manufacturing techniques. Equipment, multifunctional tool belt, D rank, contains various precision tools and a small amount of basic mechanical materials. Inferior alloy crossbow, F rank, can shoot specially made mechanical arrows. Status, calm focused. Tactical simulation in progress. Indeed, a troublesome opponent. Chen Mo thought to himself. This Rosen relies almost entirely on his mechanisms and traps for combat power. Moreover, his potential is at the genius level, indicating he has a high talent for mechanics. Chen Mo, are you confident? Principal Lee asked nearby, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. The strangeness of the experimental middle school was well known. In the last tournament, they had unexpectedly defeated a stronger opponent with Rosen's elusive mechanisms. Don't worry, Principal. I already have some preliminary countermeasures. Chen Mo smiled slightly, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. Against such a profession that relies on external props and the environment, some characteristics of his God-forged armorer might have unexpected countering effects. During the pre-match preparation time, Chen Mo gathered the team members together. Today's opponent is different from any we've faced before. Chen Mo's expression was serious. What we are up against is likely a battlefield filled with traps and mechanisms. Zhang Meng, I have temporarily added a phantom-breaking rune to your Guardian Barrier Tower shield. Although it's only a one-time use, it should be able to see through some basic visual traps and illusions. Lina, your Resonance Holy Emblem can now emit a faint purification light, which has a certain dispelling and weakening effect on some negative effect gases and paralysis dust mechanisms. Wang Tao, I've applied magnetic tracking powder to your arrows. Once they hit the opponent's metal mechanisms or puppets, they will mark their location for a short period, making it easier for us to focus fire. Ice Mage, your task is to use wide-area frost spells to freeze the ground as much as possible, limiting the opponent's ability to lay traps and slowing down the triggering speed of mechanisms. Most importantly, Chen Mo looked at everyone. Maintain high vigilance. Pay attention to your surroundings and the ground beneath you. Do not easily trust your eyes and follow my commands. Understood. The team members responded in unison, their eyes filled with trust in Chen Mo. The final match map was a complex scene called the Lost Temple. Towering stone pillars, broken altars, deep passages, and scattered rubble and vines provided an excellent stage for the mechanic. As both teams stepped onto the battlefield, a sense of oppression and unease spread throughout the arena. Hee. Welcome to my playground, everyone from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. Rosen's slightly hoarse voice came from deep within the temple, carrying a hint of mockery. He had yet to appear, but Zhang Meng and the others already felt something strange under their feet. Careful, there are loose stone slabs beneath us. Zhang Meng immediately shouted a warning. The phantom-breaking rune on the Guardian Barrier Tower shield, glowing slightly, allowing him to sense several cleverly disguised pressure traps. You're quick to react. Rosen's voice echoed again, and then several cold glints shot out from the shadows of the stone pillars, targeting Lina, an ice mage at the back of No. 2 Middle School. It's poison crossbow bolts. Clang clang. Wang Tao reacted swiftly, firing his swift shadow hunting bow in rapid succession, deflecting most of the crossbow bolts. But one still grazed Ice Mage's arm, leaving a streak of dark blood. It's poisonous. Ice Mage's face changed, feeling his arm begin to tingle. Lina immediately chanted antidote, while the purification light from the Resonance Holy Emblem spread out, trying to dispel the poison. The game has just begun. Rosen's voice echoed like a ghost in the corners of the temple. Then, the ground began to tremble, and several palm-sized, metallic glimmering, spider-like mechanisms crawled out from the cracks in the ground and behind the stone pillars, rapidly charging towards the members of Number 2 Middle School. Explosive spiders. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted at the feet of Number 2 Middle School members. Although the power wasn't great, the sheer number was overwhelming, and the explosions released acrid smoke, obstructing their vision. Hold your formation. Ice Mage, use Frost Nova to clear these little pests. Chen Mo calmly directed from the sidelines. Ice Mage suppressed the tingling in his arm and unleashed a Frost Nova, instantly enveloping the area in cold air, freezing those explosive spiders into ice chunks. But immediately after, more mechanisms were triggered, nets falling from the sky, snares suddenly extending from the walls, and ground spikes silently emerging from the floor. In an instant, Qingyang No 2 Middle School found itself in a chaotic situation, completely being toyed with by Rosen's mechanism array. The audience in the stands watched with bated breath. This Rosen is terrifying. It's truly an art of mechanisms. Number 2 Middle School is completely suppressed. They can't find Rosen's location at all. At this rate, No 2 will eventually be worn down by these endless mechanisms. Even Principal Lee broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Rosen was difficult, but he never expected him to be this challenging. Chen Mo's brow was also furrowed. The arrangement of Rosen's mechanisms was more exquisite and dense than he had anticipated. Although the Eye of Insight could see through most of the mechanism's locations and triggering conditions, the speed of the opponent's deployment was too fast, and many were chain-triggered, making them hard to defend against. We can't keep being passive like this. A look of determination flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He took a deep breath and issued an unexpected order through the team channel. Everyone, abandon conventional scouting. Activate maximum range, indiscriminate attacks. Target all suspicious stone pillars, walls, and the ground. Use your strongest area skills to completely plow through this playground. Chapter 18, Breaking the Deadlock. Battlefield Insight of the Divine Smith. Indiscriminate attack. Chen Mo's command left both the members of the second team and the audience outside stunned. What kind of tactic is this? Conducting indiscriminate attacks in a complex terrain filled with traps not only wastes physical and magical energy, but could also trigger more traps and even affect oneself. Chen Montak, isn't this too risky? Lina couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Trust me. Chen Mo's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable conviction. Although Rosen's traps were exquisite, he couldn't possibly cover the entire temple with them. His core mechanisms and control hubs must be hidden in specific locations. Our goal is not to dismantle all his traps, but to disrupt his layout rhythm through wide-ranging bombardment, destroy his preset chain reactions, and force him to reveal himself or expose his core control points. The Eye of Divine Insight has roughly locked on several suspicious areas. You just need to cover them with the strongest firepower according to the coordinates I provide. After hearing Chen Mo's explanation, although Zhang Meng and the others were still a bit anxious, they chose to execute the orders unconditionally. Roar. Zhang Meng was the first to respond. He slammed the Guardian Barrier Tower shield into the ground, gripped a two-handed greatsword borrowed from logistics, a backup weapon prepared by Chen Mo for such situations. Although not of high quality, it was powerful, and shouted as he activated his D-level skill, Whirlwind Slash. A violent blade storm erupted around him, sweeping up surrounding stones, vines, and some hidden miniature traps, shredding them to pieces. The Ice Mage gritted her teeth, channeling all her magical energy to the limit and chanting her strongest area spell, Blizzard. The howling cold wind mixed with hail covered a large area in the center of the temple, instantly freezing the ground into a thick layer of ice. With countless small ice spikes raining down, enveloping everything in a severe chill, Wang Tao knocked his bow, shooting arrows with a shockwave effect like raindrops towards the towering stone pillars and crumbling walls, triggering a series of explosions and collapses. In an instant, the entire lost temple shook, dust filled the air, and the sounds of explosions and shattering echoed continuously. The audience in the stands were dumbfounded. This was not a competition. It was simply a demolition site. Madness. These kids from the second team have completely lost it. At this rate, before they even find Rosen, they exhaust themselves first. Even the instructor from the experimental high school showed a disdainful smile. Just foolish brute force. How could Rosen's trap array be so easily broken? However, a few minutes later, his smile froze on his face. Under the nearly frenzied carpet bombing by the second team's members, Many areas within the temple were flattened, although many traps were still triggered, causing some trouble for the second team. Many of Rosen's exquisite chain traps were unable to activate smoothly due to the destruction of key nodes. More importantly, this indiscriminate destruction caught Rosen off guard. He hid in the shadows, constantly repairing and resetting traps, but his speed clearly couldn't keep up with the pace of destruction. His mental energy was also rapidly depleting. 30 meters to the front left, behind that half-collapsed altar, there's an energy fluctuation. Chen Mo's Eye of Divine Insight sharply captured a hint of anomaly. Wang Tao, use your strongest penetrating arrow, triple shot. Wang Tao, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. Pulling the swift shadow hunting bow to full draw, 3 specially made armor-piercing arrows flashing with cold light shot out in a formation, heading straight for the altar. Boom! 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 3 loud bangs shattered the altar into pieces. A muffled groan came from behind the altar. Then, a somewhat disheveled figure sprang out from the dust. It was Ghost Hand Rosen. An arrow was lodged in one of his arms, clearly injured from the previous attack. Found you. Zhang Ming roared and charged forward with his greatsword. So what if you found me? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Rosen's eyes as he pulled out several metal spheres from his tool pouch and hurled them at the charging Zhang Ming. Flashbangs, smoke bombs, and a few were corrosive bombs. Be careful, Chen Mo hurriedly reminded. Zhang Ming was already prepared. He raised the Guardian Barrier Tower shield, which he had previously planted in the ground and was now red-dripping, in front of him, bracing against the explosive shock. But the smoke and acrid smell left him somewhat dazed. At that moment, an agile figure appeared behind Rosen like a ghost. It was Wang Tao. He had silently circled around to Rosen's back. Stealthy ambush. Wang Tao's dagger, also a backup weapon provided by Chen Mo, glimmered with deadly cold light, thrusting straight for Rosen's back. Rosen was taken aback. All his attention was on the frontal Zhang Ming and the distant Ice Mage. Completely unprepared for this ranger to boldly launch a close-range ambush. In a panic, he could only barely activate a miniature energy shield mechanism on his belt. Crack! The energy shield shattered. Although the dagger was momentarily blocked, it still pierced into Rosen's back. Ugh! Rosen let out a pained grunt, stumbling back. Now's the time. Ice Mage. Icebound path. Block his escape route. Zhang Ming, charge. Pin him down. Chen Mo's commands came in quick succession. The Ice Mage swiftly created a smooth ice surface around Rosen, making it difficult for him to gain traction. Zhang Ming charged in like a bull, bringing his heavy greatsword down with immense force. A glimmer of despair flashed in Rosen's eyes. His strongest reliance, the trap array, had already been largely dismantled in the most brutal way by the opponent. His melee capability was extremely weak, and now being engaged up close, he had almost no means to fight back. I admit. Before he could finish the words, Zhang Ming's greatsword came crashing down on him, a flash of white light, and Rosen was teleported out of the arena. Qingyang No. 2 High School won the match again in an unexpected manner. The entire venue fell into brief silence, followed by even more enthusiastic cheers. We won. Champion. Qingyang No. 2 High School is the champion. So strong. This method of breaking traps is simply unprecedented. That Chen Mo, his command and insight are simply monstrous. Principal Lee stood up excitedly from his seat, clapping vigorously, his eyes slightly moist. After so many years, Qingyang No. 2 High School finally lifted this championship trophy again. And all of this was thanks to the young Chen Mo, who sat in the rest area with a faint smile on his face. Ding! Your employee Zhang Ming and 4 others used the series of equipment you forged to defeat the strong opponents of Qingyang Experimental High School in the finals of the 4-school freshman elite competition, winning the championship, performing perfectly, and achieving a new height in team cooperation. Your professional abilities have been maximally displayed. Divine Craftsman Resonance triggered, Team King level. You gain 200 points of Divine Power feedback. Your Divine Power limit has greatly increased. Current Divine Power, 395. You gain 1,500 points of Divine Craftsman experience. Your professional level has risen to level 3. You gain C-level special equipment, Forging Blueprint, Multifunctional Tactical Scope, Core Module, complete. You have mastered the professional skill, Divine Enchantment, Beginner, which allows you to consume Divine Power to add a shallow understanding of laws or specific energy attributes to your equipment, granting it temporary or permanent special effects, e.g. Sharpness V, Durability V, Fire Resistance 30, etc. The success rate and effect strength are influenced by various factors such as your rank, understanding of the laws, and the quality of materials. Champion, Level 3, New C-Level Blueprint, plus the incredible Divine Enchantment skill. Chen Mo felt that happiness came too suddenly. The gains from this four-school league have far exceeded his expectations. His gaze inevitably turned towards a broader future. Qingyang City is just a starting point. The legend of his divine blacksmith is just beginning to be written. He will make the great Xia Federation and even the entire Azure Star tremble because of the divine equipment he forges. Chapter 19. The glory and turmoil of champions as the members of Qingyang No. 2 High School raise the championship trophy. Symbolizing the strongest honor of Qingyang City's rebirth, the entire central arena transformed into a sea of joy. Countless streamers fell from the sky, and the flashes of cameras recorded this historic moment. Zhang Meng, Li Na, and Wang Tao, once unknown youths, became the heroes of the crowd. Their faces were filled with tears of excitement and pride. They all knew in their hearts that the greatest contributor to this glory was the figure who had always stood behind them, silently supporting them, Chen Mo. At the awards ceremony, Vice Director Zhang of the Qingyang City Education Bureau personally presented medals and generous resource rewards to the members of No. 2 High School. When it was Chen Mo's turn, Vice Director Zhang shook his hand and said meaningfully, "Chen Mo, your talent has exceeded all our expectations. In the future, the field of professional equipment in Qingyang City and even the entire Daxia Federation may change because of you. Work hard. We all have high hopes for you." This statement was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of Chen Mo's abilities. After the ceremony, various interviews and invitations flooded in like snowflakes. Qingyang City TV, the professional daily, and major online media all wanted to conduct exclusive interviews with this mysterious champion mentor. Some large commercial forging groups even offered astonishingly generous terms, hoping to recruit Chen Mo. Even certain military departments expressed strong interest in Chen Mo through secret channels to Principal Li. Principal Li naturally felt mixed emotions. He was pleased that Chen Mo's value was widely recognized, elevating No. 2 High School's prestige. However, he was also concerned that pushing Chen Mo into the spotlight too soon might attract unnecessary trouble and envy. He turned down most commercial invitations, accepting only a few positive promotional interviews from official media, deliberately downplaying Chen Mo's specific abilities as a divine armorer, emphasizing instead his talent in tactical analysis and equipment fine-tuning. Even so, the legend of the mysterious craftsman and young genius equipment designer from Qingyang No. 2 High School continued to spread rapidly within the professional circles of Qingyang City. The D-level equipment crafted by Chen Mo, especially Xia Qianqian's wind-tooth longbow and Zhang Meng's guardian barrier shield, were studied and imitated by countless individuals. However, they soon despairingly realized that no matter how good the materials or exquisite the skills used, they could not replicate the unique synergy that enabled the equipment to perfectly match its user and burst forth with extraordinary effects at critical moments. Chen Mo's equipment seemed to possess a unique soul. This deepened the awe and curiosity surrounding Chen Mo from the outside world. Of course, behind the glory, there are also some discordant voices. Some schools that had lost in the competition, particularly certain individuals from Qingyang No. 1 High School and No. 3 High School, spread rumors privately, questioning whether No. 2 High School had used illegal equipment or performance-enhancing drugs. Some even anonymously reported to the Professional Association, demanding a thorough investigation into No. 2 High School's equipment. In response, Principal Li merely scoffed and publicly released the equipment lists and pre-competition reports of all the participating students from No. 2 High School, as well as a few design sketches personally drawn by Chen Mo, of course, simplified versions. He also invited experts from the Professional Association to come for verification. The results, of course, showed no issues. Although the materials of those equipments were high quality, they all complied with the regulations of a new student competition. As for the miraculous characteristics, experts could only attribute them to the designer's ingenuity and the high level of synergy between the user and the equipment. A moderate uproar was easily resolved by Principal Li, further highlighting Chen Mo's genius reputation. At this moment, Chen Mo was not affected by the external commotion. He locked himself in his exclusive forging workshop, carefully studying the newly acquired C-level special equipment blueprint, multifunctional tactical goggles. Equipment blueprint, multifunctional tactical goggles, core module. Quality, C, purple gem. Type, head-mounted auxiliary equipment. Core functions to be achieved with different functional modules, low light night vision, thermal sensing, dynamic capture, battlefield data analysis, basic, communication link, etc. Required core materials, star sand, sea level, aeon crystal, sea level, refined magical fiber, D level, and at least 3 different attribute monster eyes, D level or above. Note, this is the core framework blueprint of the tactical goggles, which can achieve diverse auxiliary functions by loading different functional modules, requiring separate blueprints or self-development. It is an ideal equipment for team commanders and elite scouts. Good stuff. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. These tactical goggles were simply tailor-made auxiliary equipment for his divine eye of insight. If he could successfully manufacture them and load suitable modules, his battlefield perception ability and command efficiency would increase by another level. Moreover, this modular design concept also inspired him greatly. Perhaps the equipment he crafted in the future could incorporate a similar concept, allowing for stronger extensibility and adaptability. In addition to the blueprint, the newly comprehended divine power enchantment skill also delighted Chen Mo. He tried picking up an ordinary F-level standard short sword, channeling the divine power that had just reached a limit of 395 points, focusing his mind and recalling his shallow understanding of the sharpness principle. Divine power enchantment, sharpness 10. A trace of divine power overflowed from his fingertips and merged into the sword blade. The previously unremarkable blade seemed to acquire a barely perceptible glint of cold light. Equipment, standard short sword, enchanted. Quality, F, blank. Attack power, 5 to 7, 1. Characteristics, sharpness 10, slight enhancement of cutting effect. Note, after the initial divine power enchantment by divine armor Chen Mo, the quality has slightly improved. Success. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although it was merely a trivial enhancement, it undoubtedly proved the feasibility of divine power enchantment. This meant that the equipment he crafted in the future could not only have basic attributes, but also add some practical characteristics, further enhancing the equipment's value. Of course, he also sensed that divine power enchantment consumed a considerable amount of divine power and required high concentration of mental energy. To enchant higher-level characteristics or to enchant higher-quality equipment, he would likely need to further improve his own rank and understanding of the principles. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in the joy of research and experimentation, Xia Qianqian pushed open the door to the forging workshop. Chen Mo, Principal Li wants to see you. He said it's important. Important matters? Chen Mo felt a bit puzzled. Could it be related to the National Genius Strategic Reserve Bureau? Previously, Principal Li had vaguely hinted that he would recommend him after achieving certain results. With a hint of anticipation, Chen Mo followed Xia Qianqian back to the principal's office. In the office, besides Li Jinbong, there was a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, wearing the rank of major on his shoulder. The man had a resolute face, sharp eyes like an eagle, and exuded an aura of iron blood honed from years of battle. Name, Qin Feng. Occupation, Thunder Warrior, 5th rank, major level. Quality, B, exceptional. Potential, extraordinary. Background, captain of the Special Operations Team of the Daxia Federation Demon Suppression Bureau stationed in Qingyang City. Responsible for handling high-risk demonic incidents and foreign infiltration. Status, observing, curious, with a hint of anticipation. Personnel from the Demon Suppression Bureau. And he is a 4th rank B-level professional. Chen Mo's heart tightened, knowing that this matter was probably not simple. Chapter 20. The Invitation from the Demon Suppression Department. S-rank mission. Chen Mo, let me introduce you, Li Jinbong said with his usual warm smile as he saw Chen Mo enter, though his eyes carried a hint of seriousness. This is Captain Qin Feng from the Special Operations Team of the Demon Suppression Department stationed in Qingyang City. Captain Qin, this is the pride of Qingyang No. 2 high school that I mentioned to you. Chen Mo, hello. Captain Qin, Chen Mo greeted, neither humble nor arrogant. Although the other party was a Tier 4 Transcendent and a B-rank elite profession, far beyond what he could currently contend with. His identity as an S-rank Divine Armament Master gave him enough confidence. Chen Mo, I've long heard of your name. Qin Feng's gaze swept over Chen Mo as if trying to see through him, his voice steady and powerful. We've heard about your performance in the 4-school league and your uniquely designed equipment. Principal Li has praised you highly, calling you a rare genius in equipment design. Chen Mo understood in his heart that Principal Li had indeed recommended him to the Demon Suppression Department. He just didn't know why they had come personally this time. You're overpraising me, Captain Qin. I'm just lucky to know a little bit, Chen Mo said modestly. Hee, for Qingyang No. 2 high school to win the championship with your little bit is no small feat, Qin Feng said with a meaningful smile. He paused, his expression turning serious. Chen Mo. I am here to officially extend an invitation to you on behalf of the Demon Suppression Department. An invitation? That's right, Qin Feng nodded. We hope you can assist our Special Operations team in Qingyang City as a special equipment consultant to complete a very important S-rank mission. S-rank mission. Both Chen Mo and the nearby Xia Qianqian were taken aback. They knew very well what an S-rank mission entailed. It was the highest danger level task, usually involving powerful evil leaders or tricky alien conspiracies. Even the elite teams of the Demon Suppression Department would have to go all out and could suffer painful losses. To involve an 18-year-old freshman with only a Tier 1 professional level in an S-rank mission? That sounded a bit absurd. Captain Qin, this. Is it a bit too? Li Zhenbang also spoke with some concern. Although Chen Mo was exceptional, he was still too young, and his practical experience was limited to freshman-level competitions. Please rest assured, Principal Li, Qin Feng seemed to see his worries. We will not let Chen Mo directly participate in combat. This S-rank mission involves a batch of standard equipment that has been severely contaminated by evil forces. These equipment originally belonged to one of our elite teams, which encountered an accident during a mission. Although the personnel managed to retreat, the equipment was contaminated by a rare corrosive demon bacteria, losing its original functions and even potentially eroding the user's mind. We have tried various purification methods with little success. If we forcibly destroy them, the loss would be too great, as they are all C-rank or even B-rank quality equipment. We learned that Chen Mo seems to have unique methods in purifying and repairing equipment. Qin Feng's gaze focused again on Chen Mo. For example, the wind-tooth longbow of Xia Qianqian, which was said to have initially been just a piece of ordinary common wood scrap, but has been revitalized in your hands. Chen Mo's heart stirred. The insights from Eye of Divine Insight and the refining ability of Divine Furnace indeed had the capability to purify materials, remove impurities, and activate core characteristics. If it was just dealing with equipment contamination, it might really be worth a try. Therefore, we hope Chen Mo can take action and attempt to repair this batch of contaminated equipment, Qin Feng said solemnly. Of course, this is not a mandatory requirement. If you feel it is too difficult or are unwilling to take the risk, you can refuse. The rewards for the mission will also be very generous. In addition to a large number of merit points and source crystals, if you can successfully repair even part of the equipment, the material library of the Demon Suppression Department, as well as some ancient technology literature rooms that are not open to the public, can be open to you to a limited extent. Merit points, source crystals, the material library and technical literature of the Demon Suppression Department. These conditions undoubtedly held great temptation for Chen Mo, especially the source crystals, which were the core catalyst for him to forge high-quality equipment, conduct endowment, and upgrades. The ancient technical literature might hide lost forging techniques and secrets of laws, which would greatly benefit his understanding of the divine armament master profession. More importantly, establishing a good relationship with a powerful national department like the Demon Suppression Department would be crucial for his future development and obtaining rare resources and protection. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then looked up at Qin Feng, his eyes firm. Captain Qin, I am willing to accept this mission. Good. I knew I didn't misjudge you. A hint of appreciation flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. However, I must warn you in advance. This mission carries significant risks. Those corrosive demon bacteria have strong infectious and mental pollution capabilities. Even just coming into contact with contaminated equipment requires full protection. We will provide you with the highest level of protective equipment and medical support. But during the repair process, if any accidents occur, you must immediately stop and prioritize your safety. I understand, Chen Mo nodded. He was confident in his abilities as a divine armament master. Divine power itself had certain purifying and demon-repelling properties, and combined with the insights from Eye of Divine Insight, he believed he could handle it. Where do we start? Chen Mo asked. If you have no other arrangements, the sooner, the better, Qin Feng said. That batch of equipment is currently sealed in the underground isolation warehouse of the Demon Suppression Department. The longer we delay, the more severe the contamination may become. All right, I can start any time. Very well. Qin Feng stood up and extended his hand to Chen Mo. Then, Consultant Chen Mo, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Captain Qin. Chen Mo also extended his hand and shook it firmly with him. Beside them, Xia Qianqian looked at Chen Mo's calm and confident demeanor. Her eyes filled with pride and a hint of barely perceptible worry. She knew that Chen Mo was about to embark on a journey full of unknowns, and she would strive to improve herself hoping that one day she could truly stand by his side and fight alongside him. After sending off Chen Feng, Li Jinbang looked at Chen Mo, feeling a mix of emotions. Child, your speed of growth truly astonishes me, an old man. An S-rank mission. A specially invited consultant from the Demon Suppression Department. These are opportunities that countless professionals dream of, yet you easily obtain them at 18. But with great glory comes great responsibility. The road ahead will only become more difficult and perilous. Are you prepared? Chen Mo smiled slightly, his eyes filled with aspirations and fearlessness for the future. Principal, from the moment I awakened as a divine armament master, I have been ready. My goal is to let everyone in Daxia soar like dragons and have divine equipment everywhere. This world should change because of me. The youthful and ambitious words echoed in the principal's office for a long time. Li Jinbang looked at him, as if he could see a new star rising in the Daxia Federation, radiating brilliance and unstoppable. Chapter 21, S-Class Mission, an initial exploration of the Demon Suppression Headquarters. Qingyang City, Demon Suppression Headquarters Branch. This is an ordinary-looking black building with strict internal security, standing in a relatively remote corner of the city. An invisible aura of coldness permeating the surroundings. Chen Mo, under Qin Feng's guidance, stepped into this institution that represents Qingyang City's front line against evil for the first time. Unlike the bright atmosphere of the school, everything here seemed cold and efficient. The passing professionals all wore stern expressions, carrying a faint scent of blood and residual energy fluctuations. Most of them were dressed in standard black combat uniforms, with badges representing different ranks and departments on their chests. Upon seeing Chen Feng, these professionals stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with respect. Team Chen. Chen Feng nodded slightly in response, his steps not slowing down as he led Chen Mo and Xia Qianqian, who was specifically asked by Principal Li to accompany him, under the pretext of seeing the world and assisting with recording, towards the underground area. The confidentiality level for S-Class missions is very high, and the related items are stored in the isolation vault at the lowest level, Chen Feng explained as they walked. The elevator descended rapidly through the deep corridor, and with each jump of the floor number, Xia Qianqian's heartbeat quickened a few beats. Chen Mo, on the other hand, secretly activated Divine Eye, observing the surrounding environment and personnel. Environment. Demon Suppression Headquarters Qingyang Branch B3 level. Special Isolation Zone in Trance. Defense level. A-Class, Conventional Physical Defense. B-Class, Energy Barrier. S-Class, Counter Detection and Mental Protection Array. Personnel, Guards, Thunder Guard Elite, Average Level 3, equipped with D-Class Standard Set. The defenses here are at least one level stronger than those at the school, Chen Mo thought to himself. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and a gust of cold wind carrying a mix of disinfectant and a faint rotten smell hit them. Before them was a long metal corridor, with heavy alloy gates every 10 meters, and the walls flickered with complex runes of light. Several professionals dressed in full silver protective suits, revealing only their eyes, were conducting some form of handover in front of the gates. Team Chen, a protective suit personnel, stepped forward, their voice processed and sounding somewhat muffled. Is everything ready? Chen Feng asked. Yes, a total of 27 pieces of contaminated equipment have all been transferred to the number 03 highest level isolation operation room. The air purification system and energy neutralization field have been activated to maximum power. Chen Feng nodded and looked at Chen Mo, Advisor Chen Mo. It will be up to you next. He paused and added, in the isolation operation room, apart from you, there will only be one assistant cooperating with you. Other personnel will monitor the progress through one-way explosion-proof glass and surveillance equipment in the observation room. Any needs can be communicated to us via internal communication. Chen Mo understood that this was for safety considerations, as well as a test of his abilities. I need to see the specific condition of those equipments first. Chen Mo said. Of course. Under Qin Feng's arrangement, Chen Mo changed into a specially made A-class dust purifier protective suit, which not only isolates most physical and energy erosion, but also carries a slight mental stabilization effect. Xia Qianqian was arranged to stay in the safe observation room, nervously watching everything in the isolation room through the large one-way glass. Inside the isolation operation room, the lights were bright and 27 pieces of equipment exuding ominous dark light, each with different shapes, were fixed on specially designed metal stands. The grades of these equipments were not low, including C-Class Thunder Pattern Battle Armor, B-Class Windbreaker Boots, and even a broken B-Class Heart of Flame Battle Axe. However, at this moment, their surfaces were covered with a layer of wriggling, seemingly living black mycelium, emitting a nauseating rotten smell and strong negative energy fluctuations. Item: contaminated thunder pattern battle armor. Original quality: C, purple good. Current status: severely contaminated, corrosive demon fungus erosion rate 87. Energy circuit broken, core runes invalidated. Emitting strong negative energy, medium contamination effect on mental power. Pollution source: corrosive demon fungus, mutant. Characteristics: devours metal spirituality, pollutes energy core, spreads mental spores. Repair suggestions: must thoroughly eliminate corrosive demon fungus, repair broken energy circuits, and reactivate core runes. It is recommended to use high-purity holy light crystals or sun flame stones for initial purification, followed by cleansing the mycelium residues with spirit cleansing liquid, and finally supplemented with. The information provided by Divine Eye was even more detailed than what Chen Feng had described. Indeed, it was a mutated corrosive demon fungus, and the erosion level was quite high, Chen Mo realized. He noticed that in the corner of the isolation room, there were a few researchers also wearing protective suits, looking fatigued with various precision instruments placed before them, seemingly analyzing a small piece of equipment debris. Advisor: these are researchers from the headquarters technology department. They have tried various methods, but none have been effective, the assistant responsible for helping Chen Mo explained in a low voice. Chen Mo nodded and approached the researchers. Hello, I'm Chen Mo-branded. An older researcher looked up, and seeing such a young advisor, a hint of surprise and skepticism flashed in his eyes. Hello, Advisor Chen. We are responsible for the preliminary analysis of the pollutants, said the lead researcher, Li Ming, in a somewhat formal tone. Any findings? Chen Mo asked. Li Ming sighed. This mutant corrosive demon fungus is very tricky. It can not only physically damage the equipment structure, but also contaminate the internal energy core. We have tried high-temperature burning, strong acid corrosion, holy light purification, but the effects have been very limited, and it may even cause secondary damage to the equipment itself. He pointed to a nearby, charred metal piece. This is the result of using the highest purity holy light crystal for irradiation. The activity of the demon fungus has indeed decreased, but the core runes of the C-class arm guard have also been completely ruined. The surrounding young researchers showed expressions of helplessness and frustration. They had been working tirelessly for several days on these equipments, but had found no effective solutions. Now, with a young newcomer suddenly appointed as an advisor, they naturally felt somewhat dissatisfied. Advisor Chen, do you have any insights? A young and impetuous researcher couldn't help but ask with a hint of provocation in his tone. He felt that this so-called advisor was merely a connection brought in by some leader looking to gain prestige. Chen Mo did not mind his attitude and calmly said, perhaps we can change our approach. He walked to the severely contaminated B-class Heart of Flame battle axe, reached out, and lightly touched the wriggling black mycelium on the axe blade through the protective gloves. A cold, viscous, and malicious aura attempted to seep through the gloves into his mind. However, the divine power within Chen Mo stirred slightly, easily dispelling this malice. This demon fungus seems to have an instinctive rejection of pure life, energy, and soul power. Chen Mo-branded pondered. Soul power? Li Ming and the others exchanged glances. This was completely beyond their research scope. Advisor Chen, are you suggesting? What I mean is, Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. To deal with this filth, perhaps we don't need such complicated instruments and reagents. He turned to the assistant and said, please prepare a closed high-temperature furnace for me, some basic combustibles, and a piece of ordinary F-class discarded iron ingot. A furnace? An ingot? The assistant and the researchers were all stunned. They couldn't understand what this new advisor was trying to do. Use the furnace to burn? They had tried before, but the result would only lead to the equipment and the corrupted magic fungus perishing together. In the observation room, Xiao Qianqian was also puzzled. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Although he trusted Principal Li's recommendation, Chen Mo's initial actions were indeed unexpected. Playing tricks, the young researcher muttered under his breath, only to be silenced by a glance from Li Ming. Chen Mo did not explain, merely waiting quietly. He planned to use the simplest, most direct, and most impactful method to launch the first strike of this S-level mission. He wanted these people to understand that the means of a divine armorer were far beyond their imagination. The eye of divine insight had long seen through the essence of these mutated corrosive magic fungi. Although they were powerful, their core remained negative energy and weak filth spirits. And the divine furnace of creation, S ability to refine all things, combined with his pure divine power, was the nemesis of these filthy entities. That F-grade discarded iron ingot was merely a catalyst to divert attention. The real purification would be completed in the formless flames of the divine furnace of creation. He already had a preliminary plan in mind. First, use a C-grade piece of equipment with a relatively low level of pollution to test the waters, demonstrate the effect, and establish credibility. Then gradually handle higher-grade equipment, with the ultimate goal being that B-grade, Heart of Flame battle axe. If he could successfully repair this battle axe, not only would he receive generous mission rewards, but he would also solidify his position within the Demon Suppression General Administration. A bold thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps, not only could I repair it, but I could also make it stronger. The divine power enchantment skill, along with his unique understanding of equipment, gave him this confidence. This would be a perfect suppression followed by elevation. First, let these researchers witness the helplessness and despair of conventional methods, and then use his extraordinary skills to solve the problem in one fell swoop, creating a strong contrast in perception and a technical crushing. Chapter 22. The Divine Furnace shows its might. Instant purification. Soon, the assistant brought in a small high-temperature furnace, a pile of combustion aids, and a rusty F-grade scrap iron ingot, as per Chen Mo's request. Researchers Li Ming and others exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. Advisor Chen, are you sure you want to use these things to handle the contaminated equipment? Li Ming couldn't help but confirm again. Of course, Chen Mo replied calmly. With an undeniable confidence, he casually picked up a relatively lightly contaminated C-grade Windwalker leggings, its surface covered with disgusting black mycelium. To the astonishment of everyone present, Chen Mo directly threw the C-grade leggings along with the F-grade scrap iron ingot into the furnace. Has he gone mad? A young researcher exclaimed. Although C-grade equipment is not as precious as B-grade, it is still standard issue for frontline combat personnel and worth a lot. Just throwing it into the furnace to burn with scrap iron? Isn't this wasteful? In the observation room, Xia Qianqian nervously covered her mouth, her palms sweating. Qin Feng furrowed his brows tightly, nearly unable to hold back from intervening. Although Principal Li also found it hard to understand. He had an inexplicable trust in Chen Mo and held back from speaking up. Only Chen Mo remained calm, as if he were merely doing something utterly ordinary. He controlled the combustion aids and ignited the furnace. The roaring flames surged, turning the inside of the furnace red-hot. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen Mo did not let the flames directly burn the leggings. He closed his eyes, and a weak but pure divine power surged from within him, silently enveloping the Windwalker leggings and the scrap iron ingot inside the furnace. Heavenly Craft Divine Furnace, activate. To outsiders, the flames inside the furnace continued to burn. But in Chen Mo's perception, an invisible furnace constructed of divine power had already enveloped the Windwalker leggings and the scrap iron ingot. The Eye of Divine Insight had long analyzed the original structure and energy circuit of the Windwalker leggings. At this moment, under the influence of the Heavenly Craft Divine Furnace, the corrosive magic fungi adhering to the surface of the leggings emitted a silent, piercing scream as if they had encountered their nemesis. The negative energy within them quickly dissolved and was purified under the burning of the pure divine power. Meanwhile, the F-grade scrap iron ingot was refined into some insignificant metal essence under the smelting of the Heavenly Craft Divine Furnace, cleverly merging into the tiny wounds on the Windwalker leggings that had been corroded by the magic fungi, providing a weak repair effect. This was, of course, intentionally done by Chen Mo to conceal the true heaven-defying repairing and purifying capability of the Heavenly Craft Divine Furnace. Time passed minute by minute. The flames in the furnace gradually weakened. Inside the isolation operation room, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Researchers Li Ming and others stared intently at the furnace, eager to see what this seemingly mysterious young man could produce. Finally, the flames extinguished completely. Chen Mo opened his eyes, calmly walked to the furnace, and used a specially made long-handled iron tongs to pull out an object. It was a pair of leggings, radiating a soft blue light. The black mycelium on the surface had long disappeared, replaced by smooth, elegant metal lines and faint wind runes. A pure and agile energy wave emanated from the leggings. How is this possible? Li Ming was the first to exclaim, leaping from his seat and rushing to Chen Mo, staring incredulously at the rejuvenated leggings. Other researchers quickly gathered around, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Where did the magic fungi go? Those corrosive magic fungi. Had they really disappeared? Moreover, the energy wave from these leggings seemed even stronger than before. Could the scrap iron ingot have had an effect? Impossible. How could an F-grade scrap iron have such an effect? It was as if they were witnessing a miracle, and their previous doubts and disdain were completely washed away by the sight before them. Chen Mo placed the Windwalker leggings on a nearby testing table. Equipment: Windwalker leggings, purified and repaired. Quality: C. Purple good. Attributes: Agility 8. Wind element resistance 15. Traits: Lightweight. Slightly increases movement speed. Note: after initial purification and repair by divine armor, Chen Mo, the core functions of the equipment have been restored, and due to divine power nourishment, the quality has slightly improved. Data does not lie. Li Ming trembled as he picked up a professional energy detector and scanned the leggings. The data displayed on the instrument screen clearly indicated that these leggings not only completely eliminated the contamination, but also had a more unobstructed internal energy circuit, with the activity of the core runes even higher than before the contamination. A miracle. This is simply a miracle, Li Ming muttered to himself, his gaze towards Chen Mo shifting from initial skepticism to deep reverence and fervor. Other researchers were also dumbfounded, having worked in equipment research and repair for many years. They had never seen such an outrageous purification method. To perfectly repair a severely contaminated C-grade equipment using just an ordinary furnace, some combustion aids, and an F-grade scrap iron ingot, and even enhance its quality, this exceeded their cognitive limits. Little did they know, the real core was Chen Mo's unique divine armor, profession, and the heaven-defying, heavenly craft divine furnace and divine power. In the observation room, Xia Qianqian's face flushed with excitement as she vigorously waved her fists. I knew it. Chen Mo would definitely succeed. Qin Feng's eyes also sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He knew Chen Mo was extraordinary, but he never expected him to be this extraordinary. This miraculous method of transforming decay into divinity, if applied on a large scale, would have an immeasurable impact on the logistics and equipment maintenance system of the entire Great Xia Federation. Principal Li, stroking his beard, wore a look of satisfaction and pride. He seemed to see a star in the equipment world rising steadily. Captain Li, it seems your previous methods were indeed a bit conservative, Chen Mo said with a faint smile, breaking the silence in the isolation room. The word conservative made Li Ming and the other researchers' faces instantly flush red. Yes, their previous methods involved high temperatures, strong acids, and various rare purification materials. And what was the result? Not only was the effect poor, but they almost completely destroyed the equipment. Yet this young man achieved results they couldn't even dream of using the simplest and most primitive methods. This comparison was a blatant slap in the face. Advisor Chen, how did you do it? Li Ming's voice trembled, filled with humility and a desire to learn. He knew that today he had likely encountered a true deity. Chen Mo smiled slightly and said mysteriously, it's a commercial secret, not convenient to disclose. However, I can tell you that the key is not in the tools, but in understanding the essence of the materials and the flow of energy. His words were half true, half false, further adding to his mystique. The young researchers present looked at Chen Mo with eyes that had completely transformed from initial contempt and disbelief to admiration and reverence. They silently rejoiced that they had not offended this great being too much earlier. Next item. Chen Mo did not give them much time for shock and contemplation, directly walking towards another contaminated C-grade, thunderclap gauntlets. He intended to strike while the iron was hot, using a series of miracles to completely conquer these technicians and show Qin Feng in the observation room his true value. His goal is not just to repair these equipment, but also to take this opportunity to establish his own voice and influence within the Demon Suppression Department. The divine power surged again, and the intangible flames of the heavenly artisan furnace began to demonstrate their true power under Chen Mo's control. Chapter 23. The Crushing Efficiency. Qin Feng shock. In the following hours, the isolation operation room staged a nearly magical equipment repair show. Chen Mo, like a skilled magician, threw the equipment that had been severely corrupted by the corrosive magic bacteria into what seemed like an ordinary furnace, one by one. Each time, he would symbolically add some different auxiliary materials, sometimes a few pieces of ordinary or sometimes some dried herbs and even some monster bone powder. To the researchers, these auxiliary materials seemed incapable of having any substantial effect on repairing equipment of C grade or above. However, each piece of equipment taken out of the furnace emerged renewed, not only free of pollution, but also with some improvement in quality and energy fluctuations. C-grade Thunderclap Gauntlets. After repair, the lightning runes became brighter, and the paralysis effect during attacks was slightly enhanced. C-grade Swift Shadow Boots. After repair, the Windwalking Array operated more smoothly, and the user speed limit was slightly increased. D-grade Rock Solid Pauldrons. The lowest grade in this batch, but equally severely polluted. After repair, not only restored its original defense, but its material density seemed to have increased a bit, becoming more solid. Researchers like Li Ming transitioned from initial shock to numbness, and finally to deep admiration and enthusiasm. They gathered around Chen Mo like the most devoted students, carefully observing every move he made, trying to glean even a hint of the secrets behind those seemingly casual auxiliary materials and flame control. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Chen Mo's core techniques, Heavenly Furnace and Divine Power, were something they could never replicate. In the observation room, Qin Feng's expression transformed from initial uncertainty to seriousness, then to shock, and now to an unmistakable excitement. An aide responsible for recording data next to him had his mouth agape, nearly able to fit an egg inside. "Captain, is this real? Am I dreaming?" The aide rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. 5 hours. In just 5 hours, he had perfectly repaired 15 pieces of equipment above C grade, an average of less than 20 minutes per piece. Moreover, according to preliminary tests, these repaired items had an average performance increase of 5 to 10%. This was no longer just repair, it was practically an upgrade. Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult in his heart. He knew he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. A talent capable of repairing and enhancing high-quality equipment with such terrifying efficiency had immeasurable strategic value. If he were placed in the military logistics department, wouldn't the overall equipment level of the Great Xia Federation be elevated a notch? Immediately report everything happening here to the higher-ups of the general administration with the highest encryption level, especially about consultant Chen Mo's efficiency and effectiveness in repairing equipment. Be sure to provide detailed explanations. Qin Feng ordered the aide in a deep voice. "Yes, Captain." The aide complied and immediately began operating the communication device in front of him. Principal Li was grinning from ear to ear, filled with pride and self-satisfaction. "Look, this is the genius we've cultivated at Qingyang No. 2 High School." He had even begun to contemplate how to leverage this opportunity to secure more resources and policy preferences for the school. Xia Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the calm and composed figure in the isolation room, filled with admiration and affection. In her eyes, Chen Mo at this moment shone brighter than any epic hero. Inside the isolation operation room, Chen Mo was unaware of the reactions outside. He was fully focused on handling AB grade, Heart of Ice necklace. The degree of pollution on this necklace was extremely high, with its internal energy core almost completely eroded by the magic bacteria. Even using the Heavenly Furnace for repair consumed a significant amount of his divine power. Phew! When the necklace was taken out of the furnace, radiating a pure crystalline light, Chen Mo let out a slight sigh of relief. Equipment: Heart of Ice necklace, perfectly repaired. Quality: B orange rare. Attributes: mental power 15, ice spell power 30, mana recovery speed 20. Characteristics: Ice Heart Guardian, passive. When receiving a fatal attack, there is a chance to trigger a powerful frost shield to withstand damage. Remarks: after meticulous repair and divine power, nurturing by the divine blacksmith Chen Mo, the equipment not only restored to its original state, but also activated its core ice heart energy, significantly improving its quality and awakening a hidden characteristic. B grade. And it even awakened a hidden characteristic. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised by the effect of the necklace post-repair. The prompt sound of Divine Craftsman Resonance also rang out at the right moment. Ding! You have successfully repaired and enhanced a B grade equipment Heart of Ice necklace, showcasing exceptional professional skills. Divine Craftsman Resonance triggered, excellent level. You gain 30 points of divine power feedback. Your divine power limit slightly increases. You gain 150 points of divine craftsman experience. Your understanding of ice energy runes has slightly deepened. Not bad, not bad. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Repairing high-quality equipment not only earns task rewards, but also enhances his own strength and professional understanding. This deal is too profitable. At this moment, out of the 27 contaminated pieces of equipment, 20 had already been successfully repaired by Chen Mo. The remaining 7 were mostly B grade, including the most challenging B grade Heart of Flame Battle Axe. Chen Mo felt that he had consumed nearly half of his divine power and was somewhat fatigued. He decided to take a short break to recover, and also to give the researchers and those in the observation room some time to digest and be shocked. Captain Lee, the repair work for today will stop here for now. Chen Mo wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead and said to Li Ming, the remaining pieces, especially that battle axe, require more detailed handling. I need to adjust my state. Huh? Oh, okay. Consultant Chen, you've worked hard. Li Ming, as if waking from a dream, nodded eagerly. Whatever you need, just say the word, and we will definitely cooperate fully. At this moment, his address for Chen Mo had already shifted from Consultant Chen to the respectful you, and his attitude had changed from the initial formality to nearly obsequious respect. Strength is always the quickest way to earn respect. As Chen Mo exited the isolation operation room, Qin Feng and Principal Li immediately approached him. Student Chen Mo, you truly have given us a tremendous surprise. Qin Feng shook Chen Mo's hand, excited to the point of being somewhat incoherent. He had seen countless geniuses in his military career, but someone like Chen Mo, exhibiting such extraordinary potential in the field of daily profession, was unprecedented. Captain Qin, you're too kind. I'm just doing my best. Chen Mo maintained his humility. Doing your best. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. With your efficiency, if those old stubborns at the General Administration found out, their eyes would probably pop out. He glanced at the data board in his hand, once again shocked by the numbers displayed. 20 pieces of equipment above C grade, perfectly repaired, with an average performance increase of 8%. The time taken was less than 6 hours. What does this even mean? In the past, for an equivalent quantity and grade of contaminated equipment, even the top repair teams at the General Administration, using the most advanced equipment and the rarest materials, would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete. And even then, the success rate couldn't be guaranteed at 100%, let alone performance improvements. Chen Mo had single-handedly crushed a top repair team. Advisor, Chen Mo. Qin Feng took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, your performance just now has been reported through special channels to the highest levels of the Demon Suppression General Administration. I believe that soon, a special commissioner from the General Administration will come to contact you. Your value has far exceeded the scope of an S-level mission. The Great Xia Federation is likely to experience a revolution in the field of equipment because of your emergence. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a slight stir in his heart. He knew that this time, he was truly about to soar to great heights. The brilliance of the divine forging armorer was finally going to be revealed to the world. He looked forward to interacting with higher-level existences, acquiring more resources, and creating even stronger divine equipment. His vision was no longer limited to the small city of Qingyang. The stars and the sea were his future journey. Chapter 24. Commissioner of the General Administration. An unexpected discovery. Under Qin Feng's arrangements, Chen Mo received ample rest in the special lounge of the Demon Suppression General Administration. The energy concentration here far exceeded that of the outside world, and there were specially configured recovery potions and high-energy food, allowing for a rapid replenishment of his divine power and mental strength. Early the next morning, when Chen Mo returned to the isolation operation room, he noticed a significant change in the atmosphere. In addition to local researchers like Li Ming, there were 3 middle-aged men dressed in silver-gray uniforms. With calm temperaments and sharp gazes, they all wore special badges representing the direct authority of the Demon Suppression General Administration headquarters on their chests. Name, Wang Han. Occupation, Rune Engineer, 6th rank, Master level. Quality, A extraordinary. Potential, outstanding. Background, one of the chief researchers in the Equipment Technology Department of the Demon Suppression General Administration. Proficient in ancient runes and energy circuitry, has led several major equipment R&D and improvement projects. Status, observing, suspicious, expectant. The other 2 were a 5th rank materials expert and a 5th rank energy science PhD. Clearly, these 3 were the specialists Qin Feng mentioned, sent from the headquarters. Seeing Chen Mo enter, Wang Han spoke first, his voice resonant. You are Chen Mo? His gaze scanned Chen Mo like a scanner, seemingly trying to find something unusual about this remarkably young boy. Researcher Wang, hello. Chen Mo calmly responded, neither servile nor overbearing. He could sense that while the other party was scrutinizing him, there was no malice, but rather a curiosity and exploration of the unknown. We have reviewed the complete records and preliminary testing reports of your equipment repairs from yesterday. Wang Han got straight to the point. I must say your methods are indeed astonishing. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Did you really only use those ordinary furnaces and so-called supplements to achieve perfect repairs and quality enhancements for those C and B grade equipment? Chen Mo smiled slightly. As you can see, he knew the other party would surely not believe it, but that was precisely the effect he wanted. The more mysterious and difficult to comprehend, the higher his value would be. Kid, don't try to put on a show in front of us. The nearby 5th rank materials expert, Professor Zhou, clearly had a fiery temperament and couldn't help but interject. Be honest, what special techniques did you use? Have you mastered some lost, ancient alchemical secret, or obtained some special heritage artifact? In his view, a young kid who hadn't even reached 2nd rank could do such things only with external assistance. Chen Mo remained calm. Professor Zhou, if I say this is just a capability brought by my profession, would you believe it? Professional ability? Professor Zhou raised an eyebrow, then sneered. What profession can have such outrageous repair abilities? I've never heard of it. Kid, I advise you to be more honest. It would be better for you and for us. A pressure belonging to a 5th rank extraordinary being subtly pressed down on Chen Mo. However, the moment this pressure touched Chen Mo, it vanished like a mud cow sinking into the sea. Although the total amount of divine power within Chen Mo was not as great as that of his opponent, its quality was far superior to ordinary energy, enough to withstand this level of mental oppression. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Professor Zhou's eyes. He hadn't expected this young man to be able to ignore his pressure. Wang Han timely intervened to ease the tension. Old Zhou, don't be so agitated. Since our young friend Chen Mo is unwilling to say, we need not force him. After all, everyone has their own secrets. He turned to Chen Mo. His tone softened. Young friend Chen Mo, the purpose of our visit, besides verifying your equipment repair abilities, is even more important. We hope you can assist us in repairing the B-grade Heart of Flame battle axe. This battle axe is of great significance to a very important general in our administration. If we can successfully repair it, the administration will certainly offer generous rewards. Chen Mo nodded. I will do my best. However, before that, I need to handle the remaining B-grade equipment to familiarize myself with the energy structure and pollution characteristics of B-grade equipment. This was something he had already planned. Start with the easy ones and gradually move to the difficult. That is only natural, Wang Han expressed his understanding. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the 3 commissioners and Qin Feng, Chen Mo began his performance once more. This time, he was working on a B-grade Guardian Shield. It was still the same seemingly ordinary furnace, and still some inconspicuous supplements. But when the shield, covered in black mycelium and dull in appearance, was roasted in the flames for about half an hour, it reappeared before everyone as a brand new shield shimmering with thick yellow light, exuding an indomitable aura. Equipment, Guardian Shield Enhanced Repair. Quality, B, Orange Rare. Attributes, Constitution 20, Physical Defense 150, Block Success Rate 10. Traits, Resilient Guardian, passive when health drops below 30. Automatically generates a rock shield that absorbs 500 points of damage. Cooldown time 1 hour. Taunt Aura, weak, attracts nearby enemies' hatred. Remarks, quality significantly improved, and double traits activated. Seeing the testing results, even Wang Han and Professor Zhou, experts who had seen much, couldn't help but gasp. Not only was it perfectly repaired, but it also activated double traits. One of them was the life-saving skill Resilient Guardian. This was no longer a simple repair. It was a complete rebirth. Professor Zhou's face felt hot, as if he had been slapped hard. He had previously doubted Chen Mo's showmanship, but it seemed the clown was actually him. Wang Han's gaze toward Chen Mo had completely changed. If he had harbored some doubts before, now he was fully convinced that this young man before him absolutely possessed some astonishing equipment processing technology. This kind of technology held immeasurable strategic significance for the entire Xia Federation. A thought even arose in his mind. No matter what, this young man and the secrets behind him must be firmly grasped by the general administration. Over the next few hours, Chen Mo continued to repair the remaining B-grade equipment, each of which brought varying degrees of surprises. His divine power also gradually and steadily increased in response to the divine craftsman resonance. Finally, only the last and most critical piece remained, the B-grade Heart of Flame battle axe. This battle axe was massive, with fine cracks all over the blade, and the handle was somewhat bent and deformed, clearly having undergone a fierce battle before it was contaminated. The corrosive magic fungi on its surface were thicker and more active than on any other equipment, emitting negative energy that almost made the air in the isolation chamber thick. Young friend Chen Mo, this battle axe. Wang Han's tone was tinged with nervousness and anticipation. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly focused. He could sense that within the battle axe, there seemed to linger a trace of indomitable fighting spirit and a faint resonance of fire element loss. This was exactly why he chose to handle it last. He not only wanted to repair it, but also to attempt to activate its deeper hidden power. Just as he was about to throw the battle axe into the furnace, the Eye of Divine Insight suddenly issued a rapid warning. Warning: abnormal high-energy reaction detected inside the target equipment. Non-corrosive magic fungi energy. Suspected. High-level exotic energy residue. Energy characteristics: concealed, eerie, with strong mental interference and soul-devouring properties. Preliminary assessment: highly similar to the shadow energy of the Shadow Council. Chen Mo's heart sank. The Shadow Council, this mysterious alien race mentioned in the lore, skilled in mental control, shadow powers, and dimensional travel, intends to steal the rules of the Azure Star World. Could it be that the encounter of that elite team was not merely a simple ambush by evil spirits, but rather an intervention by the Shadow Council? Behind this S-rank mission lies such an astonishing secret. He immediately composed himself and stopped his actions, saying to Wang Han and the others, Researcher Wang, the contamination of this battle axe is somewhat special. I need to examine it more carefully to formulate a repair plan. Although Wang Han and the others were somewhat puzzled, they saw Chen Mo's serious expression and did not dare to interrupt, waiting patiently. Chen Mo approached the battle axe, fully activating Eye of Divine Insight to carefully investigate the deeply hidden foreign energy. Found it in an extremely concealed tiny crack at the connection point of the axe handle. He discovered a thread of shadow energy that was finer than a hair, almost merging with the surrounding magic bacteria. If it weren't for the powerful insight of Eye of Divine Insight, it would have been impossible to find. This is likely the true reason why this batch of equipment was contaminated and why that team suffered heavy losses. Chen Mo's heart surged with waves of shock. The corrosive magic bacteria might just be a ruse to cover up the traces of the Shadow Council's actions. He immediately realized that this discovery had to be reported to Qin Feng and Wang Han right away. This was no longer just a simple equipment repair mission. It related to a potential huge conspiracy against the Great Xia Federation. Captain Qin, Researcher Wang, come over here. Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of urgency. I found something very unusual on this battle axe. Chapter 25. The Conspiracy of the Shadow Council. Mission Upgrade. When Chen Mo informed Qin Feng, Wang Han, and others about the residual shadow energy of the Shadow Council, he discovered inside the heart of Flame Battle Axe. The atmosphere in the isolation operation room instantly froze to a chilling point. The Shadow Council? Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, his expression changing dramatically. As a frontline commander of the Demon Suppression Headquarters, he knew all too well what these four words represented. They were enemies more cunning and dangerous than the most ferocious demons. Wang Han, Professor Zhou, and the other three headquarters officials also looked grave, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Mo, are you sure it's the energy of the Shadow Council? Wang Han's voice was a bit dry. This discovery was too significant, enough to change the nature of the entire S-level mission, and could even involve higher-level games of power. I can't be 100% certain about its origin, Chen Mo said cautiously. He couldn't expose the incredible abilities of the Eye of Divine Insight. But I can be sure that this energy is fundamentally different from the nature of the corrupting magic bacteria. It is more concealed, bizarre, and carries a strong mental orientation, which highly matches the descriptions I know about the energy characteristics of the Shadow Council. As he spoke, he carefully guided a faint strand of shadow energy from the cracks of the battle axe, using a specially designed energy probe. When that strand of black energy, thinner than a hair, appeared before everyone, emanating a chilling aura that made their hearts race, the last shred of doubt on Wang Han and the others' faces disappeared. Indeed, this cold, viscous feeling, as if it could devour souls, is definitely the shadow power of the Shadow Council. Professor Zhou gasped, his tone laced with a hint of fear. If Chen Mo hadn't discovered in time, had they recklessly proceeded with the regular repairs on the battle axe, they might have triggered this hidden energy, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Damn it! Qin Feng punched the nearby alloy wall, making a dull thud. I sensed something was off during that mission. How could my most elite team be nearly wiped out by mere mutated magic bacteria? It turns out that those bastards from the Shadow Council were pulling strings behind the scenes. His eyes burned with fury. Captain Qin, calm down, Wang Han said solemnly. The most important thing now is to confirm the accuracy of this intelligence and report it to the highest levels of the headquarters immediately. He turned to Chen Mo, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Chen Mo, you have made a tremendous contribution this time. If it weren't for you, we would have probably been played around by those damned aliens. Chen Mo also felt a slight sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that this discovery not only brought him no trouble, but instead elevated his status in the eyes of these high-ranking officials of the headquarters. The prompt sound of divine craftsman resonance also quietly rang out. Ding! You have discovered a critical clue in the S-level mission through your keen insight, revealing a potential huge crisis. Divine craftsman resonance triggered special contribution. You have received 50 points of divine power feedback. Your divine power limit has increased. You have gained 300 points of divine craftsman experience. You have received 5,000 merit points from the Demon Suppression Headquarters. You have obtained special privileges. Temporary Level B Intelligence Review Permission from the Demon Suppression Headquarters. 5,000 merit points. And Level B Intelligence Review Privileges. This unexpected joy lifted Chen Mo's spirits. Soon, a detailed report regarding the residual energy of the Shadow Council and Chen Mo's preliminary analysis was transmitted to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Headquarters through the highest level of encrypted communication. Within half an hour, the headquarters responded. The instruction was simple. The mission level was upgraded to SS level. The headquarters would take direct control and establish a special investigation team. The Xinjiang branch was required to cooperate fully at any cost to clarify the Shadow Council's schemes in this incident. At the same time, a commendation for Chen Mo was also issued. In addition to the previously promised task rewards, he received an extra special merit award with an additional 10,000 merit points. 3 high-level source crystals. He was formally granted the title of Honorary Technical Consultant of the Demon Suppression Headquarters, enjoying the treatment of A-level experts at the headquarters, with free access to the major technical departments and archives of the headquarters, non-core areas. A-level expert treatment. Qin Feng, Wang Han, and others looked at the commendation order sent from the headquarters, unable to help but gasp in astonishment. It is worth noting that even someone like Wang Han, a 6th-level, master-level rune engineer, only enjoyed B-level expert treatment within the headquarters. Chen Mo, a boy just turned 18 with a professional rank of less than 2, was directly granted A-level expert treatment. This was an unprecedented and extraordinary promotion. It seems that the big shots at the headquarters have also realized your value. Wang Han looked at Chen Mo, his eyes complex, filled with envy, jealousy, but more so respect. Chen Mo, congratulations, said Qin Feng sincerely. Chen Mo's heart was also tumultuous. He knew that from this moment on, the trajectory of his life would change completely. He was no longer just a talented student from Xinjiang No. 2 High School, but a key figure who had truly stepped into the sights of the high levels of the Great Xia Federation. So, how should this Heart of Flame battle axe, as well as other potentially contaminated equipment, be handled next? Chen Mo asked. Since it involves the Shadow Council, the repair work is likely to be more complicated. The headquarters instructed that all items suspected of being contaminated by the Shadow Council's energy must be processed under the monitoring of professional purification array and high-level light-type professionals. Wang Han said. However, before that, we also need to extract and analyze as many shadow energy samples from these items as possible, as well as any other clues they may have left behind. This task will probably require you, Consultant Chen Mo, to put in a lot of effort. He knew that Chen Mo's extraordinary investigation ability was unmatched in this regard. It is my obligation, Chen Mo nodded. In the following days, with the assistance of experts like Wang Han, Chen Mo conducted extremely detailed investigations and analyses on the Heart of Flame battle axe and several other key suspicious items. The combination of Eye of Divine Insight and the preliminary analysis function of Divine Craftsman's Furnace, consuming a small amount of divine power to perform non-destructive structural and energy analysis on items, made him feel as if he possessed the highest precision microscope and energy spectrometer. He not only successfully extracted more and pure shadow energy sample from the Shadow Council, but also discovered some miniature marks and coordinate fragments inscribed with special mental power in the hidden corners of several pieces of equipment. These findings were treasures to Wang Han and others, who immediately organized manpower for deciphering and tracking. Meanwhile, due to his outstanding performance in this incident and the A-level expert status granted by the headquarters, Chen Mo established a very high prestige within the entire Xinjiang branch of the Demon Suppression Headquarters and even among the technical personnel who rushed over from headquarters. Those technicians who had previously looked down on him or doubted him now looked at him with only deep respect and admiration. They privately referred to Chen Mo as the ghost, a divine pupil, the divine craftsman, believing he was a rare genius in the field of equipment technology. Chen Mo did not lose himself because of this praise. He was very clear that his abilities came from the extraordinary profession of divine armament master. What he needed to do now was to make good use of the resources and platforms provided by the headquarters, quickly improve his professional rank and forging skills, and prepare adequately for the greater challenges he might face in the future. After assisting the investigation team in completing the preliminary clue extraction, Chen Mo could finally begin the official repair of the Heart of Flame battle axe. This time, the repair location was arranged in the core magma forge room of the Qingyang branch of the Demon Suppression headquarters. Not only is there pure underground fire drawn from deep within the earth, but there is also the energy-concentrating forging furnace and purification altar built at great expense by the general administration. Expats Wang Han, Professor Xu, and Qin Feng are all holding their breath, watching intently. They want to witness firsthand how this young master craftsman will rejuvenate this nearly discarded B-grade divine weapon. Chen Mo takes a deep breath and solemnly places the Heart of Flame battle axe into the energy-concentrating forging furnace. The divine power within him begins to operate at an unprecedented speed, and his eyes shine with confidence and focus. He knows that this is not just a repair, but also a performance that will make a name for himself. He wants everyone to know that he, Chen Mo, along with the hammer in his hand, will carve out his own legend in this era. Chapter 26. The Divine Axe Shines Again. The transformation of B-level equipment. In the earth fire forging room, the temperature suddenly rose. The pure earth fire drawn from deep within the earth burned fiercely in the energy forging furnace, emitting a deep roar. Chen Mo stood in front of the furnace, his expression focused. He did not rush to take action, but instead carefully observed the battle axe, the Heart of Flames, which was scarred and heavily damaged, using the Eye of Divine Insight once more. Item: Heart of Flames battle axe, severely damaged, deeply contaminated, original quality, B, orange extreme. Current state, structural damage 73, energy core exhausted, fire elemental rune dimmed, residual shadow energy from the Shadow Council, initially suppressed. Corrosive magic bacteria, erosion rate 91. Repair suggestions: complete removal of dual contamination required, reshaping of axe structure, repair of core energy circuit, reactivation and enhancement of fire elemental rune. Extremely high difficulty, it is recommended to seek assistance from at least a 7th tier forging master. A 7th tier forging master? Chen Mo curled his lips slightly. The suggestion from the Eye of Divine Insight was clearly based on the conventional understanding of this world. But he was Chen Mo, who possessed the EX level Divine Forge Master profession. To him, convention was merely something to break. Researcher Wang, Professor Zhou, please prepare some high-purity flame crystal stones, molten core fragments, and a small amount of solar gold essence for me, Chen Mo said. These were all rare fire attribute materials above B level, worth a lot. Wang Han and the others did not hesitate at all and immediately took out the materials Chen Mo needed from their storage equipment. They knew this young consultant never acted without purpose. Chen Mo took the materials and did not throw them directly into the furnace as before. Instead, he first placed the flame, crystal stones, and molten core fragments into the purification altar beside the energy forging furnace. A flash of light appeared on the altar, and the gentle and sacred purifying power began to wash away the possible trace impurities and negative energies in these materials. This was the standard operating procedure of the Demon Suppression Bureau, and Chen Mo was naturally happy to cooperate. While the materials underwent preliminary purification, Chen Mo began to mobilize the divine power within him, slowly injecting it into the Heart of Flames, battle axe, and the energy forging furnace. The heavenly crafting divine furnace, quietly activated, an invisible power, far more pure and domineering than the earth fire, began to envelop the battle axe. The stubborn corrosive magic bacteria melted away like ice and snow in the face of this power, rapidly dissipating and being purified. The suppressed shadow energy from the Shadow Council also emitted a faint wail under the impact of the divine power, and was ultimately completely extinguished. The dual contamination was being removed at a visible speed under the combined effect of the heavenly crafting divine furnace and divine power. Although Wang Han and the others could not see the existence of the heavenly crafting divine furnace, They could clearly feel that the negative energy emanating from the battle axe was rapidly diminishing, replaced by a pure and blazing wave of fire energy. This purification speed. Professor Zhou was once again shocked. Even with the assistance of the purification altar and energy forging furnace, this efficiency was simply beyond comprehension. How on earth was he doing this? Wang Han's heart was filled with confusion and curiosity. With the purification complete, the next step was repair and reshaping. Chen Mo threw the purified flame, crystal stones, and molten core fragments into the furnace. Under the control of the heavenly crafting divine furnace, these rare materials were perfectly melted, transforming into pure fire attribute energy and metal liquid, beginning to fill the cracks in the battle axe and reshape the damaged axe blade and handle. His newly comprehended divine power shaping skill played a significant role at this moment. Each repair perfectly matched the original structure of the battle axe, even more solid and smooth than before. Finally, Chen Mo picked up a fist-sized piece of solar gold essence. This was an extremely rare B-level metal containing pure solar power, which had a strong amplification effect on fire equipment. He took a deep breath and threw the solar gold essence into the furnace. Under the ultimate refining of the heavenly crafting divine furnace, the solar gold essence transformed into a dazzling golden liquid, slowly merging into the core of the battle axe. Next, a glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he activated divine power enchantment. He imprinted his shallow understanding of the fire elemental rules and a glimpse of the essence of solar true fire he gained from the solar gold essence onto the rune of the battle axe using divine power. Buzz! The energy forging furnace suddenly shook violently, and a fiercely blazing red-gold pillar of light shot up from the furnace, almost piercing through the ceiling of the forging room. A wave of terrifying high-temperature and violent fire energy swept outwards. Wang Han and the others' faces changed dramatically, and they quickly activated the highest-level defensive formation of the forging room to barely withstand this energy impact. Did it succeed? This thought flashed through their minds simultaneously, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. As the light gradually receded, beads of sweat appeared on Chen Mo's forehead, and his face looked a bit pale, clearly indicating that the previous effort was enormous. But excitement sparkled in his eyes. He slowly took out a brand new battle axe from the furnace. The battle axe presented a dark golden color, with an unquenchable red-gold flame burning on the blade. The axe body was engraved with profound and powerful fire elemental runes, and a roaring flame dragon phantom could be vaguely seen wandering within. A terrifying, oppressive force far beyond B-level emanated from the battle axe, making everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Equipment: Heart of the Flame Dragon Battle Axe, Divine Forging Sublimation, Quality A, Half Epic. Attack Power 350 to 450, additional 30 fire damage to evil and undead creatures. Attributes: Strength 30, Constitution 20, Fire Spell Resistance 50. Feature 1, Dragon Roar. Active, consumes energy, releases a powerful dragon-shaped fire shockwave, causing area damage and adding a burn effect. Feature 2, Undying Flame Heart. Passive, the lower the life force of the wielder, the higher the flame damage of the axe, up to a 50 increase. Feature 3, Solar Afterglow. Passive, slowly absorbs fire and light element from the surrounding environment, restoring equipment energy, and providing slight life recovery effects to the wielder. Note: this axe was repaired and sublimated by the divine forge master Chen Mo using extraordinary means, surpassing its original limits, reaching the threshold of A-level epic. A faint weapon spirit has been born within this axe, with immense potential. A-level, half epic, and a faint weapon spirit has been born. Seeing the information provided by the Eye of Divine Insight, Chen Mo himself gasped in surprise. He did not expect that this repair would lead to such a tremendous transformation of the Heart of Flame's battle axe. This was not merely a repair, it was simply a miracle. Ding! You have successfully repaired and sublimated a B-level equipment, Heart of Flame's battle axe, greatly surpassing its quality and demonstrating terrifying forging potential far beyond the current tier. Divine Craftsman Resonance triggered, Master level. You have gained a massive feedback of 300 divine power. Your divine power limit has significantly increased. Current divine power, 695. You have gained an enormous amount of divine craftsman experience, 3,000 points. Your profession level has risen to tier 3. You have obtained an A-level special skill scroll, Methods of Nurturing Weapon Spirits, fragment. Your understanding of fire elemental rules has deepened significantly. You have gained a preliminary understanding of resonance between soul and equipment. Tier 3. The profession level skyrocketed directly to Tier 3, and he obtained a fragment of an A-level skill scroll. Chen Mo felt like his heart was about to leap out. The gains from this were simply too great. At this moment, Wang Han, Professor Zhou, Qin Feng, and others were completely petrified. They stared blankly at the dark golden battle axe that emanated a terrifying pressure and blazing flames, their minds completely blank. If Chen Mo's repair of a B-grade equipment had shocked them before, then now, this A-grade semi-epic, Heart of the Flame Dragon battle axe filled them with fear, a primal fear of the unknown power. How could a boy under 20 years old repair a B-grade scrap and elevate it to the level of an A-grade semi-epic? This could no longer be described as genius. This was a monster. Gulp. Professor Zhou swallowed hard. He wanted to say something but found his throat incredibly dry. Unable to utter a word, Wang Han's body trembled slightly as he looked at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with awe, fervor, and a hint of deep apprehension. He knew that from today onward, the history of the Equipment Technology Department of the Great Xia Federation would likely be completely rewritten by this boy. A brand new era might be started by him. Qin Feng was so excited that his face turned red. He wished he could immediately take the Heart of the Flame Dragon battle axe into battle and drink the blood of evil monsters. He could feel that this battle axe would definitely elevate his strength to a whole new level. Chun, Advisor Chun. Wang Han's voice trembled as he cautiously asked, Is this really the Heart of the Flame? Chen Mo smiled slightly and handed over the battle axe. Absolutely. However, it should now be called the Heart of the Flame Dragon. Wang Han trembled as he took the heavy and scorching battle axe. The moment he grasped it, a violent and pure fire energy surged into his body, making him, a level 6 rune engineer, feel a rush of blood and energy. He could clearly sense that within the battle axe, a spirit that had just been born but was filled with spirituality was communicating faintly with him. Divine object. This is simply a divine object. Wang Han murmured to himself, his eyes filled with obsession. He had studied equipment his whole life and had never seen such an incredible transformation. At this moment, all his doubts and contempt for Chen Mo transformed into the purest admiration. This boy was definitely a being who had mastered divine craftsmanship. Chapter 27. The follow-up to the SS level mission. The Olive Branch from the National Reserve Bureau. The successful sublimation of the Heart of Flame Dragon battle axe has stirred up huge waves within the Demon Suppression General Administration. When Wang Han reported this A-level semi-epic weapon, along with all the equipment previously repaired by Chen Mo, along with detailed repair reports and analysis data, to the highest levels of the General Administration, even those big shots who usually remain unfazed in the face of disasters were rarely flustered. An emergency meeting was convened overnight. The core agenda of the meeting was singular: how to position and cultivate Chen Mo, this extraordinary genius in equipment. Ultimately, after several hours of intense discussion and weighing options, a top-level cultivation and cooperation plan for Chen Mo was quickly finalized. The contents of the plan left even Qin Feng and Wang Han astonished. Firstly, in light of Chen Mo's outstanding contributions to the SS-level Shadowy Maze mission, the original S-level equipment repair mission has been upgraded and renamed, and his unparalleled abilities in equipment repair and sublimation. The Demon Suppression General Administration decided to grant additional rewards. 5 more 1,000 merit points, reaching an astonishing 65,000 points. 1 perfect grade source crystal. This is a top strategic resource that even 9th-tier demigods covet. Special privileges, access to S-level confidential materials of the Demon Suppression General Administration. Partial, requires specific approval. And a Medal of Honor representing one of the highest honors of the General Administration. The Demon Suppression Vanguard Medal, Special Craftsman version. Secondly, the Demon Suppression General Administration officially appointed Chen Mo as the Chief Special Consultant for Divine Craftsmen, with a status equivalent to that of a Deputy Minister of the General Administration. This position not only holds extremely high authority and status, but also allows direct participation in some of the General Administration's core equipment research and strategic planning projects. This is a deputy ministerial treatment at just 18 years old. This is unprecedented in the history of the Great Xia Federation. Finally, and most importantly, the Demon Suppression General Administration will collaborate with the National Genius Strategic Reserve Bureau to tailor a divine craftsman growth plan for Chen Mo. The core contents of the plan include 1. Unlimited resource allocation. All non-strategic material repositories of the General Administration and the Reserve Bureau will be open to Chen Mo without restrictions. Strategic rare materials will be prioritized to meet Chen Mo's needs as long as the requests are reasonable. 2. Top-notch mentor team. A team of the country's top forging masters, room masters, material science experts, and formation specialists will be selected by the General Administration and the Reserve Bureau to form a mentor group to answer Chen Mo's questions and provide technical support at any time, although Chen Mo may not need it. 3. Absolute security guarantee. An elite escort team composed of at least 6 extraordinary beings will be dispatched to provide 24-hour personal protection for Chen Mo's safety. Simultaneously, the highest-level intelligence countermeasures will be activated to prevent any hostile forces from infiltrating or assassinating Chen Mo. 4. Extensive practical platform. Various high-difficulty equipment repair, improvement, and customization tasks from the General Administration and the military will be prioritized for Chen Mo to handle, giving him ample opportunities to practice and enhance his skills. 5. Special talent channel. A special promotion channel will be opened for Chen Mo. In the future, whether he wants to develop within the General Administration, intercorps, military departments, or even independently establish his own divine craftsman workshop, he will receive the maximum support at the national level. When Qin Feng solemnly placed this seemingly priceless cooperation plan in front of Chen Mo, even though Chen Mo's temperament was steady, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This was a huge deal, so big that he found it hard to believe. Chen Mo, this is a plan jointly formulated by the General Administration and the Reserve Bureau, representing the country's highest expectations for you. Qin Feng's tone was filled with envy and emotion. As long as you nod from today on, you will be the most sought-after national treasure-level talent in the Great Xia Federation. Principal Li, nearby, was even more excited, his old face flushed, nearly fainting on the spot. He never dreamed that an ordinary student from his school could receive such high-level attention and cultivation from the country. This was simply a glory for his ancestors and a mark in the school's history. Xia Qianqian stood by, watching Chen Mo, who was surrounded by countless auras, feeling both happy for him and a sense of inexplicable distance. She knew that from this moment on, Chen Mo's world would be entirely different from hers. He would soar high above the skies, while she might only look up from the ground. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo's thoughts raced. This plan was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for him to rise to prominence. With national-level support, acquiring rare materials, improving his profession level, and realizing his grand goal of having divine equipment everywhere would become much easier. However, at the same time, this also meant he would bear greater responsibilities and risks. I accept. Chen Mo finally raised his head and said firmly. He was not someone who shied away from challenges. Since he possessed the divine profession of divine armament craftsman, he was destined to walk a path different from others. Good. Qin Feng was overjoyed. From now on, we are on the same side. He immediately reported Chen Mo's decision through a special communicator to the headquarters of the General Administration and the Reserve Bureau. The news came back, and there was a wave of celebration on the other end. Soon, various appointment documents and resource allocation directives concerning Chen Mo were issued like snowflakes. Qingyang City. This small city in a corner suddenly became the focus of attention for the entire upper echelons of the Great Xia Federation due to Chen Mo's presence. After dealing with the related matters of the General Administration, Chen Mo did not immediately head to Capital Star, the administrative center of the Great Xia Federation and the headquarters of the Demon Suppression General Administration and the Reserve Bureau. He expressed to Qin Feng and the liaison officer from the Reserve Bureau that he needed some time to handle personal matters in Qingyang City and to reflect on and summarize his recent gains. The General Administration and the Reserve Bureau both understood and granted him ample freedom. They knew that geniuses like Chen Mo could not be pushed too hard. They needed enough space to grow and reflect. Thus, Chen Mo temporarily returned to Qingyang No. 2 Middle School with his immense rewards and enviable titles. He was naturally welcomed with thunderous cheers and adoration from the teachers and students alike. Principal Li even announced publicly that Chen Mo's achievements would be recorded in the school's history museum, and a Chen Mo scholarship would be established to reward students who made outstanding contributions in their professional fields. Chen Mo's name became a legend in Qingyang No. 2 Middle School and even the entire Qingyang City. As for Chen Mo himself, he devoted most of his time to new forging and research. 65,000 merit points allowed him to exchange for many rare blueprints and special materials he had previously only dared to dream of in the Demon Suppression General Administration's exchange list. One perfect-grade source crystal also gave him the confidence to attempt forging equipment of higher quality. He consulted a wealth of literature on ancient runes, energy circuits, and alien forging techniques from the General Administration's database, greatly broadening his horizons and providing rich nourishment for his understanding of the divine armament craftsman profession. He utilized the newly acquired A-level skill scroll fragment method of nurturing weapon spirits, combined with his preliminary understanding of the resonance between souls and equipment, to begin attempting to guide and nurture true weapon spirits within some high-quality equipment. Although the process was arduous and the success rate extremely low, each attempt deepened his understanding of the spirituality of equipment. He also used the resources provided by the Reserve Bureau to conduct a comprehensive equipment upgrade for his earliest companions, such as Xia Qianqian and Zhang Meng. Xia Qianqian's wind-tooth longbow was reforged using a C-grade wind spirit core and a small amount of starry iron dust, raising its quality to be level and additionally activating a powerful feature of arrow splitting. Zhang Meng's Guardian Barrier Tower Shield and Heart of Guardian Chest Armor were also reinforced with B-level materials, further enhancing their defense and solidifying the effect of the Tenacity Aura. The other members of the four-school league team also received varying degrees of equipment upgrades based on their respective professional characteristics. In an instant, the overall strength of the champion team from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School surged again. They subtly became the prototype of the first God Gear experimental team under Chen Mo's command. However, with great power comes great attention. Chen Mo's rising fame and the incredible abilities he displayed have attracted the covetousness and hostility of some hidden forces lurking in the shadows. Beneath the calm surface of the lake, dark currents are quietly surging. A conspiracy targeting this rising star of craftsmanship may be brewing. Chen Mo is not completely oblivious to this. The fate thread's perception of the eye of the divine insight occasionally provides him with vague warnings. However, he does not retreat or panic because of this. When soldiers come, he will block them. When water comes, he will cover it with earth. He believes that as long as he continues to grow stronger and forges even more powerful God Gear, he can face any challenge. His legend has just begun. Chapter 28. Fame in Qingyang. The probing of various forces. During his stay in Qingyang City, Chen Mo did not completely immerse himself in forging and research. He was well aware that, in addition to enhancing hard power, building connections and an intelligence network was equally important. With his dual identity as the chief consultant of the Demon Suppression General Administration and a key talent nurtured by the National Treasury Bureau, his activities in Qingyang City were almost unimpeded. The mayor of Qingyang City personally hosted a banquet, where the conversation flowed freely, hinting that future procurement of equipment for professionals in Qingyang City would prioritize cooperation with Chen Mo. The president of the city's Professional Association, an old powerhouse at the 7th rank Holy Domain level, also took the initiative to visit Chen Mo, discussing cutting-edge issues related to equipment enchantment and the application of special materials, showing a clear intent to seek advice. This made those so-called masters in the association, who had previously harbored doubts about Chen Mo's status as a Class A expert, suddenly silent, no longer daring to underestimate him. Some principals and teachers from other schools who had previously interacted with Chen Mo during the Four Schools League also came to pay their respects, hoping to procure one or two pieces of equipment crafted by Chen Mo for their students. Even if it was just a D-class item, it would be enough to help them stand out among their peers. In response, Chen Mo did not outright refuse. He selectively crafted several C-class or D-class customized pieces for some high-potential students or schools with which he had better relations, such as Xia Qianqian's middle school. Once these pieces of equipment were unveiled, they immediately caused a sensation. My God, that Esley Howard from the 3rd high school. The C-class, Flame Blade, in his hand was said to be personally crafted by Master Chen Mo. With one strike, it can easily cut through the thick hide of an E-class magical wild boar. There was also a talent from the experimental high school, who received a D-class energy gathering robe, customized by Master Chen Mo, which significantly improved his casting speed and mana recovery by more than 30%. So when can our school also invite Master Chen Mo to help us out? In no time, Chen Mo's name became synonymous with God-tier equipment in the hearts of the younger generation of professionals in Qingyang City. Owning a piece crafted by Chen Mo became a coveted honor for countless young talents. This effect, akin to hunger marketing, inadvertently raised Chen Mo's value and influence. Of course, not everyone held goodwill towards Chen Mo. Some established local commercial forging shops were significantly impacted by his presence. The so-called premium equipment they painstakingly created was nothing but scrap metal in comparison to Chen Mo's customized pieces. Among them, the two long-established forging powers in Qingyang City, the 100 Refinements Pavilion and the 1,000 Hammers Workshop, reacted most vehemently. The master of the 100 Refinements Pavilion, Sun Balian, was a well-known third-rank forging master, a prominent figure in Qingyang City. He repeatedly questioned Chen Mo's forging skills in public, either overtly or covertly, claiming that Chen Mo was merely lucky to have obtained some lost blueprints or special materials to craft a few decent pieces. True forging relies on years of experience and precise control of the heat. How could it possibly compare to a mere child-ass opportunism? Sun Balian boasted to a group of clients seeking to purchase equipment. Chen Mo is just relying on the influence of the Demon Suppression General Administration and the National Treasury Bureau to be so ostentatious. If it came to a real forging competition, I wouldn't necessarily lose to him. Naturally, this reached Chen Mo's ears. Xia Qianqian was furious. That old man's son is too much. Clearly, he is inferior in skill, yet dares to speak so arrogantly. However, Chen Mo merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. To him, the rants of such a clown were not worth his time and energy to respond to. Actions speak louder than words. He only needed to continue crafting stronger equipment, and all doubters would be silenced. However, the tactics of the 1,000 Hammers Workshop were even more insidious. The master of the 1,000 Hammers Workshop, Wang Qianhua, appeared to be extremely respectful towards Chen Mo on the surface, even sending a lavish gift, hoping to communicate and learn from him. Yet behind the scenes, he was buying up students who had previously received Chen Mo's customized equipment at high prices through various channels, trying to obtain detailed data and blueprints of the equipment for imitation. Even worse, he sent some so-called apprentices under the pretense of seeking advice, hoping to infiltrate Chen Mo's forging workshop to steal secrets. Chen Mo was naturally well aware of these small maneuvers, under the eye of divine insight. The true thoughts and intentions of those with ulterior motives were laid bare. Chen Mo did not directly expose them, but decided to turn the tables. He intentionally leaked some seemingly profound, yet misleading forging insights and incomplete blueprints to those apprentices. At the same time, he had already prepared for the high-priced purchases of his customized equipment by Wang Qianhua. Every piece of core equipment he personally forged was engraved with a unique divine power mark. This mark not only slightly enhanced the compatibility between the equipment and its user, but could also be remotely activated by Chen Mo at critical moments to produce unexpected effects. Sure enough, not long after, a batch of equipment claiming to be high-quality imitations of Chen Mo's custom pieces appeared in the Qingyang City equipment market. Their appearance and basic attributes were 7 to 8 points similar to the genuine articles, yet the price was much lower. These pieces were naturally produced by the 1,000 Hammers Workshop. Wang Qianhua made a small profit from this, secretly pleased, thinking he had mastered Chen Mo's core techniques. However, this good fortune did not last long. Those professionals who purchased the imitations soon discovered problems. These pieces of equipment seemed normal during regular use. But once they entered high-intensity battles or encountered environments with severe energy fluctuations, they would exhibit various unexpected malfunctions. Some weapons would suddenly break, some armor would inexplicably develop cracks, and some enchantment effects would suddenly fail, even backfiring on the user. In an instant, complaints flooded in, and those who had purchased the high-quality imitations from the 1,000 Hammers Workshop rushed to return them for refunds. Wang Qianhua was in a state of panic, utterly perplexed. He had clearly imitated the genuine articles based on their structure and material ratios. So why did this happen? Just as he was at his wit's end, Chen Mo happened to mention some cutting-edge theories about equipment soul binding and core energy resonance frequencies at a public equipment technology exchange meeting hosted by the City's Professional Association, inviting all prominent forgers in Qingyang City. He kindly reminded his fellow craftsmen, if you replicate someone else's work without knowing the method, understanding only the form but not the essence, it is easy to cause equipment structural instability due to energy frequency conflicts, even leading to energy backlash. Everyone must be cautious. Upon hearing this, combined with the dire situation of the 1,000 Hammers Workshop's imitations on the market, everyone understood what was happening. Wang Qianhua's face instantly turned more unsightly than a pig's liver. He realized he had been thoroughly outsmarted by that seemingly harmless young man. Not only had he failed to steal the chicken, but he had also completely tarnished his reputation in the industry. The surrounding forgers looked at Wang Qianhua with expressions filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. Of all the people to offend, He chose to provoke a prodigy who was treasured even by the Demon Suppression General Administration and the National Treasury Bureau. Wasn't this akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, seeking death and shit? After this round of intimidation, the various forces in Qingyang City that had originally considered making a move on Chen Mo extinguished their thoughts entirely. They finally understood that this young master craftsman not only possessed extraordinary skills, but also had unfathomable means, far beyond what they could easily provoke. Chen Mo was also happy to enjoy the peace and quiet, dedicating more energy to his plan for building an armed squad. He intended to select a group of truly talented and trustworthy young geniuses from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School and several other well-connected schools, tailoring exclusive gear for them to form an elite force that would fully obey his commands. This force would be the foundational team for him to traverse the Blue Star in the future and realize his grand blueprint. His gaze was already set on a more distant future, as well as the greater crises and opportunities hidden deep within the Blue Star. Qingyang City was ultimately just the starting point of his legend. Chapter 29. The Armed Squad is formed. A new journey. After thoroughly intimidating the petty individuals of Qingyang City, Chen Mo began to focus his main efforts on assembling his own divine equipment squad. He first selected a few promising candidates from Qingyang Second High School who had performed exceptionally well in the four-school league and showed high potential. In addition to core members Zhang Meng, Li Na, and Wang Tao, he also recruited a capable Ice Mage apprentice and a sturdy boy with a D-grade rare profession, Earth Controller. Although the Earth Controller is not adept at direct attacks, his ability to control soil and rocks and alter the terrain can provide unexpected support and crowd control effects during team combat. This unique team value is precisely what Chen Mo appreciated. Next, through Principal Li and the City Practitioners Association, he secretly recruited several exceptionally talented individuals from other key high schools in Qingyang City who had not received proper training for various reasons. For example, a reclusive girl with a B-grade supreme profession, Shadow Cheetah, inheritance, who could not afford a decent dagger due to her poor family background. A shy boy who had awakened the rare support profession, Battle Song Priest, could provide powerful buffs to teammates through his singing but was too timid to speak in front of others. Chen Mo conducted a detailed assessment using his divine eye of insight to ensure their potential, at least extraordinary level, and temperament met his requirements. Then, he began to tailor exclusive equipment for each person based on their professional characteristics, combat habits, and the shortcomings they most desired to remedy. This time, he utilized the abundant resources obtained from the Demon Suppression General Administration and the National Storage Bureau. D-grade and C-grade materials were almost freely available, and for some key equipment's core components, he even spent B-grade rare materials and that precious perfect grade source crystal. His newly mastered divine power enchantment skill was also fully utilized. Each piece of equipment not only perfectly fit the user, but also had various practical additional features added. For example, the B-grade dagger, Night Shadow's Fong, crafted for this Shadow Cheetah girl, was not only incredibly sharp, but also enchanted with both stealth enhancement and weakness insight effects. The C-grade robe, Resonating Spirit Sound, customized for the Battle Song Priest, boy amplified his singing effects and included a courage aura to boost the morale and mental resistance of nearby teammates. In just half a month, a divine equipment squad composed of 10 members, with an average professional quality reaching D-grade, some even reaching B-grade, and all equipped with at least C-grade customized sets, core members even B-grade mixed, was miraculously formed under Chen Mo's leadership. When these 10 team members, dressed in brand new divine equipment, assembled for the first time in front of Chen Mo, everyone was shocked by the powerful aura radiating from each other and the dazzling brilliance flowing from their equipment. They could clearly feel that their internal power had increased by more than a level due to the enhancement of these equipments. My God, is this the power of B-grade equipment? I feel like I can punch a demonic rhinoceros to death. The Earth Controller boy exclaimed excitedly while touching his heavy B-grade core rock battle armor, his words tumbling over themselves. This Shadow Cheetah girl gripped Night Shadow's Fong tightly, her eyes shining with confidence and sharpness, feeling that her current speed and explosive power were several times stronger than before. The Battle Song Priest boy also finally gathered the courage to try singing an impassioned battle song for the first time, and with his resonant voice. A powerful, boosting force instantly enveloped all the teammates. Even Zhang Meng, Xia Qianqian, and others felt their strength further enhanced after changing into the upgraded equipment Chen Mo had prepared for them. Xia Qianqian's Wind-Tooth Longbow had evolved into a B-grade, sky-splitting storm bow, not only greatly increasing its range and power, but also enhancing its arrow-splitting feature into a storm arrow rain that could cover a large area instantly. Zhang Meng's defensive set was infused with more dragon blood-related materials and runes by Chen Mo, elevating its defense and resistance to special energies to a new height. From today on, you are the reserve members of the Divine Forge Guard. Chen Mo looked at this refreshed team with satisfaction and expectation in his eyes. Your goal is not only to protect Xinjiang, but also to join me in witnessing a broader world and challenging more powerful enemies. Divine Forge Guard, we will follow Lord Chen Mo to the death. The 10 team members roared in unison, their voices filled with fervor and loyalty. They all knew that their current strength was entirely due to Chen Mo's grace. Chen Mo is their faith, their guiding light forward. Just as Chen Mo's Divine Forge Guard began to take shape and prepare for their first practical training, a sealed letter from the capital star of the Daxia Federation arrived in his hands. The sender was Long Zhanye, the deputy director of the National Genius Strategic Reserve Bureau, a level 8 legendary powerhouse with a high reputation throughout the Federation. The letter's content was simple. It invited Chen Mo to immediately set off for the capital star to represent the Daxia Federation in an upcoming exchange invitation competition for new generation talents to be held in the Star Realm Secret. This invitation competition was jointly hosted by several major human powers on the Azure Blue Star, including the Daxia Federation, the Free Federation, and the Europa Alliance, aimed at discovering and cultivating top new generation talents to jointly tackle the increasingly severe threats from alien races and evil forces. It is said that geniuses who achieve excellent results in the invitation competition can not only receive unimaginable rewards, but also have the opportunity to gain the favor of high-ranking figures from various powers and even be selected by the legendary Supreme Temple to obtain an unparalleled inheritance. The New Generation Talent Exchange Invitation Competition of the Azure Blue Star? Chen Mo's eyes sparkled as he looked at the letter. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for him to step onto a larger stage, access higher levels, and acquire more resources and intelligence. Moreover, the letter specifically mentioned that he was allowed to bring along a supporting team of no more than 10 people. This was tailor-made for his Divine Forge Guard. It seems time to show the world the true power of my Divine Forge Armorer. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. He immediately summoned all members of the Divine Forge Guard. Everyone, we are about to embark on a new journey. Chen Mo looked at the young and vibrant faces and said solemnly, the capital star, the Star Realm Secret, will gather geniuses from across the Azure Blue Star. Are you ready to join me in meeting those so-called children of destiny? Fight! 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 The team's blood was instantly ignited, and they roared in unison, brimming with battle intent. They longed for combat, eager to showcase their powerful strength armed with divine equipment on a larger stage. After learning of this matter, Principal Li felt a bit reluctant, but also knew that the small Xinjiang city could no longer contain the potential dragon that was Chen Mo. He held a grand farewell ceremony for Chen Mo and the Divine Forge Guard and personally sent them off on the express hover train to the capital star. Child, be careful when you reach the capital star. Principal Li earnestly advised, it is not like Xinjiang. The waters run deep there, and talents are hidden everywhere. Do not be careless. Rest assured, Principal, I understand. Chen Montauk nodded. The train slowly started, carrying Chen Mo and his Divine Forge Guard, along with their infinite expectations for the future, towards the capital star, the center of power and glory of the Daxia Federation. A storm that would sweep across the entire Azure Blue Star seemed to be quietly brewing. And at the center of the storm was this young, Divine Forge Armorer. Chapter 30, Arrival at the Capital Star. A show of strength from the top academy. Capital Star of the Great Xia Federation, Xianjing City. This is a massive sky city floating above the sea of clouds, connected by hundreds of floating islands and interlacing energy light bridges, filled with futuristic technology and fantastical colors. The grand architectural complex pierces the clouds, with various uniquely shaped flying vehicles constantly traversing the skies, while dense energy particles permeate the air, forming a faint rainbow halo. Here, it is the political, economic, cultural, and military center of the Great Xia Federation, the most prosperous and powerful city in the entire Federation, without exception. As Chen Mo and his Divine Forging Guard took the express hover train, passing through layers of energy barriers, and slowly arrived at the central hub station of Xianjing City. Everyone was awestruck by the grandeur and magnificence of this future city. Even someone as calm as Chen Mo couldn't help but secretly admire it. Compared to Xianjing City, Qingyang City seemed like a small rural town. Wow, is this the capital star? It's so spectacular. The Earth Controller youth, Zhang, gaped in disbelief. The other team members were equally wide-eyed, looking around like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Only Xia Qianqian, after the initial amazement, returned to calmness, quietly following Chen Mo's side, vigilantly observing the surroundings. She knew that the more prosperous a place, the more it often harbored filth and danger. Meeting them at the station was a young official from the National Reserve Bureau named Lin Wei, around 25 or 26 years old, with an attractive appearance and dressed in a professional suit, her strength reaching the peak of the 3rd tier. Name, Lin Wei. Occupation, Intelligence Analyst 3rd tier. Quality, D rare. Potential, excellent. Status, curious. Programmed reception, slightly superior feeling towards the talents from small place. Welcome to Xianjing City, Consultant Chen Mo and all members of the Divine Forging Guard. Lin Wei wore a professional smile, though her tone was somewhat flat. Clearly, in her eyes, despite Chen Mo and the others bearing the titles of genius and key cultivation targets of the National Reserve Bureau, they were still from a remote small city like Qingyang, and compared to the native prodigies of Capital Star, they might still be somewhat lacking. This subtle sense of superiority made the members of the Divine Forging Guard feel a bit uncomfortable, but Chen Mo merely smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. He knew that to earn respect, ultimately, one must rely on strength. Under Lin Wei's guidance, they boarded a luxurious maglev vehicle heading to the temporary residence arranged by the National Reserve Bureau, located in the Education Special Zone of Xianjing City. The Morning Star Genius Apartment. This apartment was specially prepared for young geniuses from all over the Federation who were receiving short-term training from the National Reserve Bureau or participating in important activities, with top-notch security and training facilities. However, just as they arrived at the apartment entrance, a little accident occurred. Several young men and women dressed in the uniform of Xianjing City's top academy, Haoyan Academy, happened to be entering the apartment as well. Upon seeing Chen Mo and the others, especially their somewhat plain, compared to the luxurious style of Capital Star, team uniforms, their eyes immediately revealed undisguised disdain and mockery. Oh, aren't these the geniuses that popped out from some corner? They actually qualify to live in the Morning Star apartment? A tall young man with a slightly raised chin, clearly a rebellious type, said in a strange tone. His name was Wu Hao, a second-year student at Haoyan Academy, a C-tier profession Thunder Battle Axe warrior. With strength reaching the peak of the 2nd tier, he was somewhat well-known within the academy. Name, Wu Hao. Occupation, Thunder Battle Axe warrior, 2nd tier. Quality, C, epic. Potential, excellent. Equipment, inferior C-tier battle axe, pieced together D-tier armor. Status, arrogant, contemptuous. Seeking superiority. Wu Hao, don't be so rude. They are at least guests invited by the National Reserve Bureau, said a sweet-looking girl beside him. Her gaze also filled with pride, laughing teasingly. Her name was Sun Fei Fei, a talented support at Haoyan Academy, D-tier, holy song singer, reportedly already accepted as a disciple by a senior academy member. Hearing this, the members of the Divine Forging Guard were instantly filled with rage. Although they came from a small place, they had fought their way through and earned countless honors. When had they ever been subjected to such direct humiliation? Zhang Meng was so furious that he stepped forward, the earthy yellow light of his B-tier, rock-hard battle armor, flickering slightly, a heavy pressure emanating towards the other side. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Zhang Meng shouted angrily, his voice like thunder. Wu Hao and the others clearly didn't expect that there would be a tough character among this group of country bumpkins. Under Zhang Meng's pressure, their expressions changed slightly, especially when they noticed Zhang Meng's obviously extraordinary B-tier battle armor, which flashed a hint of surprise and jealousy in their eyes. B-tier equipment. Even among the geniuses of Haoyan Academy, not everyone could possess it. What? You want to fight? Wu Hao gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his facade of confidence. This is the Morning Star apartment. Do you believe I could have you rolled up and kicked out with just one word? He relied on being a student of Haoyan Academy, having some background in Xianjing City, and completely disregarded these outsiders. Oh, is that so? A calm voice came from behind the Divine Forging Guard. Chen Mo slowly stepped forward, looking at Wu Hao and the others with an indifferent gaze. I'd like to see how you plan to make my people roll out. He did not exude any powerful aura, but his deep-set eyes seemed to penetrate the hearts of men, causing Wu Hao to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Who are you? Wu Hao instinctively took a half-step back, asking with uncertainty. He could sense that this seemingly younger boy was the backbone of the group. Who I am isn't important. Chen Mo said, what matters is that my people are not to be humiliated by anyone. Today, you must apologize to my team for your earlier words. Apologize? Ha ha ha. Wu Hao laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the biggest joke. Kid, are you out of your mind? Asking us, the people of Haotian Academy, to apologize to you country bumpkins? In your dreams. Sun Fei Fei and the others behind him also laughed derisively, as if Chen Mo had said something extremely foolish. Lin Wei frowned slightly at the side, wanting to intervene, but Chen Mo stopped her with a look. She knew that Chen Mo was a key cultivation target of the National Reserve Bureau, with an extraordinary identity, but Haotian Academy also had deep-rooted influence in Xianjing City, and was not to be trifled with. She didn't want to escalate the situation over such a trivial matter. It seems you're not planning to apologize? Chen Mo's gaze gradually turned cold. Apologize? Maybe in the next life. Wu Hao replied defiantly, if you have the ability, win against us in the new student preliminary ranking match 3 days from now. If you can win, I, Wu Hao, will kneel down and apologize publicly. New student preliminary ranking match? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This was something he and T heard of. Lin Wei hurriedly explained in a low voice, Consultant Chen. This is an internal test organized by the National Reserve Bureau for all new students about to participate in the Pan-Blue Star Genius Exchange competition, aimed at assessing everyone's strength and conducting preliminary rankings and resource allocation. Haotian Academy, as the host, will also have its students participate. I see. Chen Montag understood. He glanced at the still arrogant Wu Hao, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. All right, I accept this bet. 3 days later, during the ranking competition, I hope you won't regret what you said today. After saying that, Chen Mo ignored them and walked straight into the Morningstar apartment with the members of the Divine Forging Guard. Wu Hao and the others watched their departing figures, still feeling a bit unconvinced. A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. Do they really think they're invincible? Wu Hao said disdainfully. Brother Wu, their captain seems to be wearing B-level armor, and that leading boy looks impressive too. Are we really gonna hit a wall? A nearby team member said worriedly in a low voice. What are you afraid of? Wu Hao retorted. So what if they have B-level equipment? Our Haotian Academy has deep roots and produces many talents. In the ranking competition 3 days later, I will make them understand who the true pride of heaven is. Despite saying this, he couldn't shake off the lasting impression of Chen Mo's calm and confident gaze. A conflict sparked by words had escalated into a bet concerning face and dignity. Chen Mo knew this was just the beginning. In Xianjing City, a place teeming with hidden talents, to establish a foothold and earn respect, one must demonstrate sufficiently strong strength. The new student preliminary ranking competition 3 days later would undoubtedly be the first battle for him and his Divine Forging Guard to make a name for themselves in the capital star. He wanted all those who underestimated them to pay a painful price for their arrogance and ignorance. He aimed to declare the arrival of the Divine Craftsman from Qingyang City in Xianjing with a resounding victory. Chapter 31. The Eve of the Qualifiers. Equipment Upgrade. In the Bright Star Genius apartment, in Chen Mo's exclusive suite, the lights were bright. There were 3 days left until the new student placement qualifiers. Chen Mo was not angry at Wu Hao's provocation. Instead, he saw it as a perfect opportunity to establish his authority. He wanted the geniuses of Xianjing City to see what true God-tier equipment domination looked like. At this moment, he was using the Divine Eye to carefully examine the equipment of each member of the Divine Forging Guard. Although this equipment was already of top-notch standard in Qingyang City, it was still somewhat lacking on the grand stage of Xianjing. Zhang Meng's core rock battle armor had sufficient defense but weak resistance to energy attacks. Xiao Qianqian's Riftstorm Bao had strong explosive power, but sustained output stability could be improved. Wang Tao's leather armor lacked protection for the joints during high-speed movement. In Chen Mo's mind, countless optimization plans and new design blueprints flashed by rapidly. The rare materials he obtained from the Demon Suppression General Office and the National Treasury could finally be put to use. The perfect grade source crystal could be used for a minor empowerment of Xia Qianqian's Bao, enhancing its wind element core. The B-grade Earth Dragon Lizard skin could add an extra layer of Earth element protection to Zhang Meng's battle armor. And those C-grade Stellar Iron Shavings and Shadow Spider Silk were enough to upgrade Wang Tao's leather armor to B-grade, adding a shadow escape effect. Excitement sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes as the Divine Crafting Furnace quietly operated. This time, he not only aimed to upgrade the equipment, but also to try incorporating some targeted set concepts. For example, A resonance rune could be inscribed between Zhang Meng's shield and armor, restoring a small amount of stamina upon a successful block. Xia Qianqian's quiver and wrist guards could be designed to store a small amount of wind element, increasing the frequency of storm arrow rain. These intricate designs would elevate the overall combat power of the Divine Forging Guard to a new level. The soundproofing of the apartment was excellent, but faintly. One could still hear the energy fluctuations and metallic collisions coming from next door. Those were the members of the Divine Forging Guard, undergoing high-intensity adaptive training under Chen Mo's guidance. They knew that the qualifiers in 3 days would be their first battle in Xianjing City, and they could not embarrass Chen Mo. Time passed second by second. Fine beads of sweat emerged on Chen Mo's forehead. The consumption of divine power was much faster than he had anticipated. Upgrading and fine-tuning the equipment for 10 team members was a significant challenge, even for him. Fortunately, he had just advanced to level 3, greatly increasing his divine power limit. Otherwise, he would have struggled. Finally, on the last night before the qualifiers started, 10 sets of brand new equipment, shimmering with various colors and exuding a powerful aura, quietly lay before Chen Mo. Each piece of equipment was more exquisite and powerful than before, with an unprecedented level of compatibility with its user. Done. Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile on his face. The divine eye scanned the equipment, and the data on the information panel filled him with confidence. Zhang Meng's equipment, partial Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian set, B-grade chest armor, B-grade tower shield. Traits: Dragon Lizard power, strength, constitution increased by 10. Guardian resonance, restores 5 stamina upon successful block, earth element resistance 30. Xia Qianqian's equipment, partial Rift Storm bow, B-grade enhanced. Traits: Wind Spirit empowerment, wind element damage increased by 20, storm arrow rain, enhanced. Arrow splitting, can shoot 3 slightly weaker arrows simultaneously. With these, Wu Hao and their equipment would be utterly insufficient in the qualifiers 3 days later. Chen Mo sneered inwardly. He could hardly wait to see the magnificent expressions on Wu Hao and others when they were overwhelmed by the Divine Forging Guard's equipment and strength. He wanted to make a loud bang for the first shot in Xianjing City, making everyone take notice. He aimed to make the name Chen Mo and the Divine Forging armor behind him, a presence that all geniuses both revered and desired. As night deepened, the floating islands of Xianjing City sparkled with lights, like a river of stars hanging upside down. A brewing storm was silently approaching. Chapter 32, The Qualifiers Begin. The Arrogance of Haoyan Academy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the National Reserve Bureau's freshman placement competition finally arrived. The Central Martial Arts Arena in the Educational Special Zone of Xianjing City was already crowded with people. Young geniuses from various provinces of the Federation, selected through layers of competition, gathered here in the capital star, along with instructors from the National Reserve Bureau and observers from various universities. They all wanted to see which of the new students were the exceptional talents worth watching this year. The 10 members of the Divine Forging Guard stood solemnly in formation, wearing the newly upgraded B-class mixed suit designed by Chen Mo. Their equipment, although not as flashy as that of the top aristocratic families, emitted a powerful and restrained energy fluctuation, perfectly fitting the users as if they had become one. This unique sense of unity made them stand out among many talented teams. Who are those people? Their equipment looks so refined, and it seems like a complete set. I've never seen them before. They don't look like a local team from Capital Star. Could they be secret weapons trained by some hidden family? Waves of low murmurs and curious glances surrounded them. Lin Wei stood beside Chen Mo, watching the refreshed appearance of the Divine Forging Guard, her eyes flashing with surprise. She could feel that the equipment on these team members was significantly stronger than it had been 3 days ago. Just how many hidden cards does Chen Mo still have? At that moment, Wu Hao led a few students from Haoyan Academy over, strutting with arrogance. They still bore an air of superiority, their gazes filled with disdain for the other teams. Oh, country bumpkins, it seems like your equipment has been upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Wu Hao's eyes swept over the Divine Forging Guard's equipment, a hint of barely perceptible jealousy flashing in his eyes, but his words remained merciless. But no matter how well you dress, it won't change the fact that you're just a bunch of bumpkins. Beside him, Sun Feifei covered her mouth and giggled. Exactly. True strength can't be built just by a few good pieces of equipment. Hearing this, the members of the Divine Forging Guard felt their anger rising again. If it weren't for Chen Mo signaling them to stay calm, they might have erupted on the spot. Wu Hao, Sun Feifei, you people from Haoyan Academy still love to look down on others, don't you? A cool voice came from not far away. Everyone turned to look, and a girl dressed in a moon-white martial arts uniform, exuding grace and beauty, was walking over. Behind her followed several equally remarkable young people, all wearing the emblem of the Federal 1st Military Academy. It was Morong Shui from the Military Academy. She was the third-place winner in the last placement competition. Her strength unfathomable. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Wu Hao's expression changed slightly upon seeing Morong Shui, clearly feeling some apprehension. Although both Haoyan Academy and Federal 1st Military Academy were top institutions in Capital Star, their competition was fierce, and they had never been on good terms. Morong Shui, what does our conversation have to do with you? Wu Hao forced himself to say. Morong Shui snorted coldly, ignoring him, and instead turned her gaze toward Chen Mo, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. She had also heard about the Dark Horse from Qingyang City and this mysterious equipment consultant. Are you Chen Mo? Morong Shui asked, her voice crisp and pleasant. Chen Montauk replied calmly. Name, Morong Shui. Occupation, Ice Phoenix Swordmaster, Tier 3. Quality, Epic Variant. Potential, Prodigy Equipment, Ice Soul Sword B-Class, Xian Ice Armor B-Class. Status, Curious. High Fighting Spirit, interested in Chen Mo's equipment capabilities. An A-Class Occupation, Prodigy Potential, Tier 3 Strength. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. This Morong Shui was indeed a formidable opponent. I look forward to experiencing the strength of you and your team on the battlefield. Morong Shui left this remark and walked away with her teammates. Wu Hao watched Morong Shui's departing figure, then glanced at the calm Chen Mo, feeling even more displeased. Putting on airs. You'll have your time to cry later. He dropped a harsh remark and led his team to another side. Soon, the rules and schedule for the placement competition were announced. The competition would use a team point elimination system. All participating teams would be randomly divided into several groups for a round-robin tournament. The outcome of each match, the number of kills, and the completion of specific tactical objectives would earn corresponding points. After the group stage, the top-ranked teams would enter the final elimination round, vying for higher rankings and resource rewards. The draw ceremony began when Chen Mo represented the Divine Forging Guard and saw their first-round opponent on the huge light screen. A playful smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Their first opponent was none other than Wu Hao's Haoyan Academy, second team. What a narrow road for enemies. Wu Hao was momentarily stunned upon seeing the draw result. Then a sinister smile spread across his face. Ha, it's truly heaven's help. Country bumpkins, get ready to face the wrath of Haoyan Academy. He could almost envision the scene of him trampling the Divine Forging Guard underfoot and humiliating them. Other teams around them cast sympathetic or gloating glances. In their view, this team from a small place was facing the strong local team in the first round, and their luck was terrible. However, the members of the Divine Forging Guard, upon seeing this result, felt no tension at all. Instead, they were eager to fight, their fighting spirit blazing. Boss, let us crush them. Zhang Ming grunted, slamming his Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian Tower shield down heavily. Let them know who the real bumpkins are. Wang Tao sneered as the bowstring of his Ripping Sky Storm bow emitted a faint hum. Chen Mo smiled slightly, his eyes calm and unwavering. Proceed according to plan. He had already analyzed all members of Wu Hao's team, their occupations, equipment, skills, and some subtle battle habits through the eye of divine insight. The pitiful C-class and D-class equipment of the opponent seemed utterly naked in his eyes, with no secrets at all. The outcome of this match had already been determined from the start. He would respond to Haoyan Academy's arrogance and disdain with the most direct and brutal crushing. He would also make all the geniuses in Xinjing City understand one principle. Never underestimate a team with a divine forging armorer. With the referee's command, the placement competition officially began. Chen Mo and the Divine Forging Guard marched steadily toward their first battlefield. A spectacular show was about to unfold. Chapter 33, Crushing, a dimensional strike from the Divine Forging Squad. The first match venue of the ranking tournament is a simulated abandoned urban map. Ruined walls and towering buildings, with various obstacles scattered across the streets, provide rich tactical possibilities for battle. Wu Hao leads the second team of Haoyan Academy, taking the first position at a street corner with a wide field of vision, setting up a standard defensive counterattack formation. Listen up. The country bumpkins will definitely rely on their good equipment and launch a fierce attack right from the start. Wu Hao shouted to his teammates, his tone filled with confidence. We hold our ground, wait for them to charge in, and then with the exquisite cooperation of Haoyan Academy, We will crush them in one fell swoop. His teammates echoed him, wearing teasing smiles. In their view, this match was merely a formality. However, the actions of the Divine Forging squad completely caught them off guard. Chen Mo did not command the team to charge directly, but leisurely occupied the opposite end of the street, gazing at the second team of Hao Ian Academy from a distance. What were they doing? Wu Hao frowned, feeling puzzled. Just as he was in doubt, the Divine Forging squad moved. But it was not the full-on assault they had anticipated. Xia Qianqian, holding a B-rank, sky-rending storm bow, took a deep breath, drawing the bowstring to its limit. Wind Spirit Empowerment. Arrow Split. Storm Arrow Rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of arrows shimmering with pale, azure wind light rained down like a storm, covering the entire street corner where the second team of Hao Ian Academy was located. Each arrow contained the terrifying power of a B-rank strong bow, as well as the cutting force of the wind element. What? Wu Hao's face changed dramatically. He never expected the opposing archer to unleash such terrifying long-range coverage firepower. Quick, activate shields. Defense. He shouted in panic. The support and tank of the second team of Hao Ian Academy hurriedly raised energy shields and physical barriers. However, their shields were as fragile as paper against the arrow rain, which was comparable to a small-scale magical bombardment. Crack, crack. The energy shields shattered with a sound. The physical barriers were riddled with holes from the dense arrows. My leg. Damn it. My eyes. Cries of agony echoed. In just one round of arrow rain, the formation of the second team of Hao Ian Academy was utterly disrupted, with several team members injured, and even Wu Hao himself suffered a deep gash on his arm. How is this possible? Wu Hao looked in disbelief at the wound on his arm and the chaos around him. Just one archer and one volley nearly wiped them out. This is not a battle of the same level. It's not over yet. Chen Mo's cold voice rang through the loudspeaker on the battlefield. Just as the formation of the second team of Hao Ian Academy was in disarray and they attempted to regroup, Wang Tao moved. He flashed out from behind an abandoned vehicle like a ghost, his B-rank shadow escape leather armor, blending almost seamlessly with the shadows. The B-rank dagger, Night Shadow's Fong, in his hand gleamed with a deadly cold light in the sun. Stealth enhancement, weakness insight, shadow strike. His target was the team's healer and dispeller, Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei only saw a flash before Shadow was already close at hand. She didn't even have time to react before the cold dagger precisely pierced her throat. Instant kill. In another instant, the support of the second team of Hao Ian Academy was directly taken out. Feifei. Wu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how the opposing assassin had silently approached their backline. Little did he know that Wang Tao's shadow escape leather armor and Night Shadow's Fong were meticulously crafted by Chen Mo using B-rank materials, enhanced with both stealth and shadow strike effects. Coupled with Wang Tao's innate talent, performing assassinations in such complex terrain was like a fish in water. Next is you. Wang Tao's cold voice whispered in the ear of a mage from Hao Ian Academy. The mage was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Dropping the staff he held. Boom! At that moment, Zhang Meng also moved. He charged like a humanoid tank, his B-rank, Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian set, shining brightly, directly activating Dragon Lizard power, and violently charged towards Wu Hao. Although Wu Hao was also a C-rank Thunderstorm Axeman in front of Zhang Meng, who was fully equipped with B-rank Divine Gear and had greatly enhanced strength and constitution. He felt like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! With a loud noise, Wu Hao's C-rank battle axe collided violently with Zhang Meng's Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian Tower Shield. As a result, Wu Hao's battle axe was directly knocked away. He himself was struck by an unstoppable force, sent flying backward, crashing against the wall behind him, spitting blood, and fainting on the spot. Crushing. A complete and utter crushing. In less than a minute, the second team of Hao Ian Academy was completely wiped out. Even the other members of the Divine Forging Squad had not had time to intervene. The entire Central Martial Arts arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the astonishing battle scene displayed on the screen, their minds blank. Is it over? The second team of Hao Ian Academy was beaten down. That archer, that assassin, and that tank. Their equipment and strength are just too terrifying. This is not a battle of the same level at all. This is a dimensional strike. After a brief silence, a wave of awe and discussion erupted like a tsunami. Those teams that had previously looked down on the Divine Forging Squad now looked at Chen Mo and his team with eyes full of reverence and fear. They finally understood why this team from a small place received such importance from the National Reserve Bureau. Lin Wei, beside them, also slightly opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amazement. She knew Chen Mo was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. This was no longer simply a genius. This was a monster. Murong Shui and her military academy teammates also looked at this scene with solemn expressions. Such explosive power, such excellent equipment, such perfect cooperation. Murong Shui murmured, "This Chen Mo is indeed extraordinary." Meanwhile, Wu Hao, who was transported back to the resting area, slowly regained consciousness. Upon learning that his team had been so decisively eliminated, he was first stunned for a moment. Then his face turned bright red with shame and anger, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He recalled the harsh words he had said 3 days ago and the bet he made. Feeling dizzy and fainting again, Sun Fei, on the other hand, had a pale face, looking at the resting area of the Divine Forging Squad with eyes full of fear and regret. She knew that this time she had truly kicked a steel plate, and it was the kind that could crush people. Chen Mo looked at everything calmly, without a trace of smugness on his face. For him, this was just the beginning. His goal was not merely to win a ranking match. He wanted the Divine Forging Squad to become a presence that would draw attention throughout Xianjing City and even the entire Great Xia Federation, with a successful first battle. And in such a shocking manner, the name of the Divine Forging Squad quickly spread among all participating teams. Those teams that initially wanted to take advantage in the competition silently regarded the Divine Forging Squad as the #1 untouchable threat. Chen Mo-branded, along with his mysterious and unfathomable equipment forging ability, once again became the focus of everyone's attention. A legend belonging to the Divine Craftsman was slowly unfolding on the grand stage of Xianjing City. Copter 34 Wu Hao's bet. A stunning repair show. Wu Hao, do you still remember the bet from 3 days ago? Just when the entire second team of Hao Yan Academy was teleported back to the resting area. Wu Hao had just awakened, still in a daze and feeling embarrassed and furious, when Chen Mo's voice clearly spread through every corner of the martial arena via the public channel. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. All eyes were focused on Wu Hao, whose face turned ashen. A bet? What bet? Some well-informed individuals immediately recalled 3 days ago when Wu Hao boasted at the entrance of the Morningstar apartment about the bet he made with the Divine Casting Guard, stating that he would bow down if he lost. A good show is about to unfold. Hao Yan Academy has truly embarrassed itself this time. That Wu Hao, who is usually arrogant and overbearing, has finally hit a brick wall. The voices of Schadenfreude rose and fell. Wu Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He never imagined he would be beaten so badly, and moreover, having his past thrown back at him in front of everyone. I. Wu Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Bowing to a bunch of country bumpkins in public? Wasn't he a genius of Hao Yan Academy? Did he not care about his face? What? Trying to go back on your word? Chen Mo's voice rang out again, his tone laced with cold mockery. A man of honor keeps his word, and Wu Hao, you wouldn't want to go back on your word in front of all the geniuses of Xuanqing City, would you? This sentence was like the last straw, crushing Wu Hao's psychological defenses. He knew that if he did not fulfill the bet today, he and the entire second team of Hao Yan Academy would become the laughingstock of Xuanqing City. He could forget about holding his head high in Hao Yan Academy in the future. Thud! Under countless gazes, Wu Hao's legs went weak, and he truly knelt down. With his head bowed, he said in a voice as small as a mosquito's, I was wrong. I shouldn't have underestimated you all. Although the voice was very small, it was still clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. The crowd erupted in an uproar again. The proud genius of Hao Yan Academy actually knelt down and apologized in public. This scene brought a tremendous visual and psychological impact to all the geniuses present. Sun Fei and others also turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly, looking at Chen Mo with fear in their eyes. This young man was not only terrifyingly strong, but also ruthless. Chen Mo looked at Wu Hao kneeling on the ground without a shred of sympathy. He never showed mercy to those who provoked him and brought humiliation upon themselves. Remember today's lesson. Chen Mo said, Xuanqing City is vast, and there are many geniuses. Never challenge someone else's bottom line with your ignorance. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Wu Hao, turning around and leading the Divine Casting Guard back to their resting area, leaving everyone with a young yet imposing and mysterious figure. After this incident, no one dared to underestimate the Divine Casting Guard or their leader, Chen Mo. In the following group matches, the Divine Casting Guard swept through their opponents with an unbeaten record, easily advancing to the knockout stage. Whether facing veteran-strong teams known for their teamwork or dark horse teams with A-class professional geniuses, they all seemed powerless against the overwhelming equipment and tactics of the Divine Casting Guard. Xia Qianqian's sky-splitting Stormbow became the nightmare of all fragile rear-line players. Wang Tao's Shadow Fong harvested head after head in the shadows. Zhang Ming's Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian set stood like an insurmountable mountain, leaving all opponents attempting to force an attack in despair. Each match of the Divine Casting Guard resembled a magnificent equipment showcase, driving countless people crazy and captivating many blacksmiths and equipment enthusiasts. During the breaks between matches, Chen Mo was not idle either. He took advantage of the convenience provided by the National Reserve Bureau to publicly conduct a demonstration of precise equipment adjustments and repairs in the exclusive forging room of the Morningstar apartment, akin to a CNC machine. Of course, he concealed the core secrets of the Heavenly Craft Divine Furnace and Divine Power, only showcasing parts of the effects of Divine Power Enchantment and Divine Power Shaping, along with his precise understanding of material properties. Even so, it was enough to amaze everyone. He casually picked up a damaged C-class battle knife from a match, and after simple refining and shaping, he merely used a hint of weak divine power with his fingertip to lightly tap the blade. The battle knife, which had been slightly chipped from the collision, astonishingly regained its sharpness at a visible speed, even shining more brilliantly than before. The panel of Eye of Divine Insight displayed that the sharpness attribute of this knife had directly increased by 5 points. God, what kind of technique is this? Is it turning stone into gold? He can directly enhance the attributes of equipment using energy? This has already surpassed our understanding of forging. The blacksmiths and observers from various major forces present were left dumbfounded, as if they had witnessed a miracle. They had never imagined that the enhancement and repair of equipment could be so simple and quick, with results so immediate. Chen Mo's skill undoubtedly further solidified his transcendent status in the field of equipment technology in Zhuangqing City. Countless forces extended olive branches to him, hoping to establish cooperation or hire him as a technical consultant. Some top commercial forging groups even offered enticing conditions for him to directly serve as chief research officer with substantial shares. To this, Chen Mo merely smiled lightly and did not respond. His goals were not just to become a wealthy business mogul. What he aimed to do was to change the entire equipment landscape of the Azure Star. And the National Reserve Bureau and the Demon Suppression General Administration were undoubtedly the most suitable partners for him to achieve this grand goal at this stage. The progress of the ranking matches was also in full swing. The Divine Casting Guard, relying on their absolute strength, surged forward and successfully entered the Final Four. Their next opponent would be the team representing the Federal 1st Military Academy, led by Murong Shui, which had advanced with an unbeaten record from another group. This match, representing the highest level of this ranking tournament, attracted everyone's attention. On one side was the equipment-dominating, strategically versatile Divine Casting Guard, backed by a mysterious Divine Craftsman. On the other side was the Military Weapons Academy strong team, boasting top-notch individual strength, excellent teamwork, and A-class prodigy Murong Shui, who would come out on top and advance to the final. The entire Zhuangqing City was looking forward to this peak showdown. Chapter 35. Confrontation with Murong Shui. The collision of ice and fire. The venue for the semi-finals of the ranking competition is a simulated frigid ice field. The biting cold wind howls. The ground is covered with a thick layer of ice, and massive icicles occasionally fall from the sky, making the environment extremely harsh. This venue undoubtedly favors the Military Academy team, led by A-level Ice Phoenix Swordmaster, Murong Shui. It seems the National Reserve Bureau wants to give us a warning. Chen Mo looked at the venue information, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the previous strong performance of the Divine Forging Guard had already caused some unease and jealousy among the higher-ups. Choosing such an unfavorable venue for the Divine Forging Guard in the semi-final is likely also a test of their adaptability under adverse conditions. Boss, this icy world will greatly affect our movements, Zhang Ming said with some concern. His Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian armor has remarkable defense, but on this smooth ice surface, its agility would be significantly reduced. No problem, Chen Mo said confidently. I've made some small adjustments to your equipment. After learning about the competition venue, Chen Mo worked overnight to perform targeted divine power enchantments on the divine forging guard's gear. He added snow trampling and cold resistance effects to Zhang Meng's battle boots, applied weak ice breaking and thermal attributes to Xia Qianqian's arrows, and enchanted Wang Tao's dagger with frost touch, which would slow down the enemy's movements upon attack. These seemingly minor modifications could turn the tide at a critical moment. This is the terrifying aspect of a divine forging armorer, always able to provide optimized equipment support for the team based on the battlefield environment. The match begins. Murong Shui, dressed in a moon-white martial arts uniform and wielding a B-level ice soul sword, stands quietly in the center of the ice field like a goddess of ice and snow. The 4 team members behind her are also well-equipped, exuding a powerful icy aura. Chen Mo, I look forward to seeing what surprises you and your team can bring me. Murong Shui's voice is cold yet filled with a hint of lofty battle intent. She can feel that although the members of the Divine Forging Guard generally have lower occupational ranks, the equipment they possess emits an energy fluctuation that makes even her heart race. Likewise, Chen Mo replied, "The battle is about to begin." Murong Shui moved. Her figure glided across the ice like a startled swan, drawing a graceful arc, and the sword energy from her ice soul sword surged, swirling a storm of ice crystals, directly targeting Zhang Meng at the forefront of the Divine Forging Guard formation. The strength of the A-level Ice Phoenix Swordmaster is fully displayed. Her speed and the ferocity of her sword momentum are far beyond that of someone like Wu Hao. "Bring it on," Zhang Meng roared, raising his Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian Tower shield across his chest. With the effect of snow trampling activated, he stood firmly on the ice, bracing himself to take on Murong Shui's earth-shattering strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated across the ice field. Zhang Meng felt a bone-chilling cold accompanied by tremendous impact surge toward him, causing him to stagger back, his arms somewhat numb. However, he withstood it. The cold resistance effect from the Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian armor and the powerful defense of the B-level equipment allowed him to successfully withstand Murong Shui's probing strike. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Murong Shui's eyes, clearly not expecting Zhang Meng's defense to be so formidable. Just as she prepared to launch a second attack, Xia Qianqian's arrow arrived. The arrow, imbued with ice-breaking and thermal attributes, traced a blazing trajectory in the air, precisely shooting toward Murong Shui's flank. Murong Shui's brows furrowed slightly, and she flicked her ice soul sword backward, summoning a wall of ice that shot up from the ground to block the incoming arrow. However, the thermal energy on the arrow caused the surface of the ice wall to show a barely noticeable melting. Indeed prepared, Murong Shui thought to herself. Immediately after, Wang Tao's figure flashed out like a phantom from the shadows of the ice field, his Night Shadow Fong, carrying the effect of frost touch, aiming directly at a support member in the back row of the Military Academy team. The Military Academy support was clearly not a novice, immediately raising an ice crystal shield. However, Wang Tao's attack was not meant for a quick kill, but rather to disrupt and delay. The frost touch on the dagger successfully caused a momentary stiffness in that support member's movements. This is the moment. The Ice-type Mage of the Divine Forging Guard and the Battle Song Priest simultaneously launched their attacks. The Ice-type Mage, who had been chanting for a long time, unleashed the D-level area control skill, Frozen Ring, suddenly erupting around the support member who had been delayed. The Battle Song Priest loudly chanted the passionate, armor-breaking battle song, unleashing an invisible wave of sound that instantly weakened the physical and energy defenses of all Military Academy team members. Not good. Murong Shui's expression changed slightly. She did not expect the cooperation of the Divine Forging Guard to be so tacit and decisive. She immediately turned to provide assistance. Her Ice Soul Sword, dancing to create a dazzling array of sword flowers, trying to break the Frozen Ring. But it was too late. The Military Academy support member and a melee damage dealer next to him were both frozen in place by the Frozen Ring, though only for 2 to 3 seconds. That was enough to be fatal. Focus fire. Chen Mo calmly issued the order. Xia Qianqian's Storm Arrow Rain, another ranged mage from the Divine Forging Guard's Fireball spell, and Zhang Meng's Thrown Flying Axe as a backup weapon, rained down upon the 2 frozen Military Academy members like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. Ice shards and firelight intertwined. Cries of agony resounded. The 2 Military Academy members couldn't even mount a decent resistance and were directly eliminated. In less than a minute since the start of the match, the military academy had already lost 2 members. The entire venue erupted in uproar. No one expected that, under such unfavorable conditions, the Divine Forging Guard could unleash such a devastating offensive. Their equipment could actually adapt to the ice field environment. That archer's arrows even had thermal attributes. It was too restraining against ice types, and that assassin's attack could delay enemies. The coordination was perfect. Gasps of admiration rose and fell in the audience. Those observers who initially thought the Divine Forging Guard would struggle now looked at Chen Mo with the eyes of someone observing a monster. The tactical arrangement and equipment modification ability of this young man were simply extraordinary. Murong Shue's expression also became exceptionally grave. She knew she had underestimated this opponent and the team that was armed to the teeth from the very beginning. It seemed that she needed to show her true abilities. Murong Shue took a deep breath, her gaze suddenly sharpening. A far stronger and pure icy aura erupted from her body. Behind her, a noble and elegant ice blue phoenix phantom faintly emerged. The bloodline power of the A-level Ice Phoenix Swordmaster. The Ice Phoenix descends. Activate. The temperature of the entire frigid ice field dropped sharply again. The ice crystals swirling in the air seemed to come alive, crazily gathering toward Murong Shue. Her momentum climbed higher and higher. A true duel of ice and fire is about to unfold. Chapter 36, The Fury of the Ice Phoenix. The hidden cards of the Divine Craftsman. The ethereal form of the Ice Phoenix spread its wings behind Murong Shue, exuding a suffocating chill. The ice and snow elements of the entire extreme cold ice field seemed to be under her control. Is this the true power of an A-class profession? The members of the Divine Casting Guard felt an oppressive force rising from the depths of their souls. Even Zhang Meng, who wore the B-class Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian armor, felt as though his blood was about to freeze solid. Be careful. She is about to unleash a big move. Chen Mo urgently warned in the team channel. The Eye of Divine Insight clearly captured that the energy within Murong Shue was rapidly converging onto her B-class Ice Soul Sword at a terrifying speed. The sword glimmered with increasingly intense ice blue light, and a faint sound of a phoenix cry could be heard. Ice Phoenix Sword Technique. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. Murong Shue shouted sharply, her figure transforming into a streak of ice blue light, vanishing from her original position in an instant. In the next moment, 9 identical ice crystal phoenix phantoms appeared around the Divine Casting Guard, each holding an ice soul sword, radiating unmatched sword intent. Attacking the core members of the Divine Casting Guard, Xia Qianqian and Li Na, from all directions. This move not only had immense power, but also combined area attack and targeted pursuit characteristics, making it difficult to defend against. Not good. Protect the backline. Zhang Meng roared. The Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian Tower shield, shining brightly, attempting to shield Xia Qianqian and Li Na. However, the speed of the 9 Ice Phoenix Phantoms was too fast, and their angles were tricky. He simply couldn't fully protect them. Wang Tao also hurriedly emerged from the shadows, wielding Night Shadow's Fong, to unleash a wave of cold light, trying to intercept a few phantoms. However, his attack fell upon those Ice Phoenix Phantoms like a drop in the ocean, merely creating a ripple before being easily shaken off. These phantoms not only possessed powerful attack capabilities, but also had formidable defense and energy disruption abilities. It's over. The members of the Divine Casting Guard felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Faced with such terrifying area annihilation, they seemed powerless to turn the tide. Just at this critical moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, and the last hidden card he had been holding finally surfaced. Arm Tuning Network activated. With a low shout from him, an invisible force filled with mysterious fluctuations of divine power suddenly expanded from him as the center, instantly enveloping the entire Divine Casting Guard. This was the core team Halo skill of the Divine Casting Armor that he had barely unlocked after advancing to the 3rd tier. Although it was only at the beginner level and consumed a lot of energy, its effect was enough to reverse the situation. Buzz. All the equipment worn by the members of the Divine Casting Guard burst forth with brilliant light in resonance with the Arm Tuning Network. Zhang Meng's Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian armor glowed with a richer yellow-brown light, instantly increasing his defense by 30. Xia Qianqian's Tearing Windstorm Bow had a surge in wind elemental power, increasing the speed and power of her arrows. Wang Tao's Shadow Stealth Leather Armor and Night Shadow's Fong saw significant enhancements in stealth effects and attack penetration. At this moment, All team members' equipment performance received a comprehensive temporary boost. More importantly, invisible data chains quietly established between them, allowing them to instantly share each other's vision and basic combat intentions. The efficiency of team collaboration surged exponentially. Now is the time. Zhang Meng, activate the taunt aura to draw fire. Xia Qianqian, cover the 3 positions where Murong Shui might appear with storm arrow rain. Wang Tao, maneuver to harass and interrupt the support from the military academy team members. Lina, holy light radiance, stabilize the team's health. Chen Mo's commands were clearly and swiftly transmitted to each member's mind through the armed tuning network. All members hesitated not a moment, executing instantly, like the most precise war machine. Zhang Meng roared. The B-class set S, taunt aura, weak, significantly amplified by the armed tuning network, successfully attracting the attacks of at least 5 Ice Phoenix Phantoms. Although he was still battered and bloodied, he managed to withstand it thanks to the temporarily boosted defensive power of his equipment. Xia Qianqian, relying on shared vision and Chen Mo's precise predictions, unleashed storm arrow rain that covered the 3 most likely positions of Murong Shui's true body, as if it had eyes. Poof, poof, poof. 3 Ice Phoenix Phantoms shattered in response. At the moment one phantom broke, Murong Shui's true body was revealed, a trickle of blood spilling from her mouth, clearly suffering some backlash. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could the opponent's reaction speed and coordination improve to such a level in an instant? It was as if they were all in perfect sync. What kind of Team Halo is this? In the audience, observers from various major powers gasped in shock. They had never seen such a powerful team enhancement effect. It actually allowed a team with an average strength inferior to their opponents to unleash such terrifying combat power in an instant. Just how many hidden cards does that Chen Mo have? Everyone was filled with questions and shock. Murong Shui realized that her strongest move had been inexplicably countered by the opponent. Moreover, her state of Ice Phoenix descending had a limited duration and could not be delayed any longer. Gritting her silver teeth, her figure transformed into a streak of light again, recklessly charging towards what she deemed the most critical target in the divine casting guard. Chen Mo, capture the leader first, as long as this mysterious commander is dealt with. The opponent's team Halo and coordinated efforts will naturally fall apart. However, what awaited her was Wang Tao, who had long been poised for action. With the enhancement of the armed tuning network, Wang Tao's speed and reaction had reached a whole new level. Night Shadow's Fong, imbued with the dual effects of ice touch and armor piercing, struck precisely at Murong Shui's wrist like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Murong Shui had no choice but to block with her sword. But just as she engaged Wang Tao in battle, Xia Qianqian's arrows and the attacks of other team members came from all directions. With the assistance of the armed tuning network, the attacks of the divine casting guard at this moment surged like a tide, continuous and seamlessly coordinated, leaving Murong Shui with no opportunity to catch her breath. In contrast, the other members of the military academy, having lost their strongest firepower in Murong Shui, faced the fully enhanced divine casting guard and were gradually overwhelmed, quickly being taken down one by one. Ultimately, after incurring some losses, Zhang Meng severely injured, Li Na exhausted her mana. The divine casting guard successfully cornered Murong Shui in the center of the arena. Although Murong Shui continued to resist stubbornly, she could feel the ice power within her rapidly depleting under the relentless attacks and coordinated efforts of the opponents. Especially that archer, every arrow carried a faint heat, which was a significant counter to her. I lost when the Ice Soul Sword was knocked away by a clever block from Wang Tao, and Xia Qianqian's arrow was pressed against her throat. Murong Shui said somewhat distractedly. She couldn't understand why, despite having greater personal strength and a venue advantage. She lost so completely. The opponent's equipment, their coordination, and that mysterious commander's Team Halo all exceeded her imagination. With Murong Shui's concession, this thrilling semi-final finally came to an end. The divine casting guard, once again, advanced to the final in a shocking manner. The entire venue erupted with applause. Everyone was captivated by this spectacular showdown. Chen Mo, along with his profession as a divine forge master, has left an indelible mark in the hearts of the younger generation of geniuses in Xianjing City and even the entire Great Xia Federation. His name is destined to be closely associated with words like legend and miracle. Chapter 37. The Secret Talks on the Eve of the Finals. The True Purpose of the National Storage Bureau. The Divine Casting Guard defeats strong enemies and advances to the finals. This news once again ignited the entire Xianjing city. If defeating the second team of Haoyan Academy was seen by some as luck or the opponents being careless, then now, having legitimately defeated the representative team of the Federal 1st Military Academy, which boasts the ill-level genius Murong Shui and has the advantage of the venue, completely dispelled all doubts. The Divine Casting Guard, along with their mysterious master craftsman Chen Mo, proved their strength with indisputable power. After the match, Murong Shui took the initiative to find Chen Mo. I lost with full acceptance. This proud ice beauty looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of complex emotions, admiration, curiosity, and a hint of reluctance. The aura of your team and the equipment tailored for your members is indeed extraordinary. Just luck, Chen Mo replied with a faint smile. Luck? Murong Shui shook her head. If this is luck, then all the geniuses of the Azure Star should be ashamed to death. She paused and suddenly said, Chen Mo, can I ask you for a favor? Oh. Chen Mo was a bit surprised. My Ice Soul Sword, although it is B grade, I felt during the battle that it is somewhat unable to keep up with my power. Murong Shui's tone carried a hint of earnestness. If you have time, could you help me see if it still has room for improvement? For her, an A-level genius, to proactively ask someone of a much lower professional rank to repair and enhance her equipment was unimaginable before. But after witnessing Chen Mo's incredible skills, she was filled with anticipation. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, his eye of divine insight, scanning Murong Shui's Ice Soul Sword. Equipment, Ice Soul Sword, quality, B, Orange Extreme. Core rune, Ice Phoenix Seal, not fully activated. Material, Eternal Frost Iron, Ice Soul Core. Reinforcement suggestion, requires at least 3 A-level Ice attribute treasures, such as 9 Nether Ice Lotus Seeds, Extreme Cold Dragon Breath Crystals, Ice Phoenix Feathers, for reforging, and to activate the Ice Phoenix Seal using special methods, with a very small chance to break its quality to a level, perfectly resonating with the user's bloodline power. Your sword indeed still has a lot of room for improvement, Chen Mo nodded. However, the materials and timing are crucial. He did not immediately agree or refuse, but left a vague response. A hint of disappointment flashed in Murong Shui's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew that it was not easy to persuade someone as extraordinary as Chen Mo. Anyway, thank you. Murong Shui nodded slightly and turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, Chen Mo was lost in thought. This Murong Shui, not only was her talent exceptional, but her character was also extraordinary. She would surely achieve great things in the future. If he could draw her into his camp. This thought flashed through his mind. On the eve of the finals, the deputy director of the National Storage Bureau, the 8th-tier legendary powerhouse Long Zhanye, personally summoned Chen Mo. The meeting place was not at the Morningstar apartment, but in a secret manor in the center of Xianjing City, which was not open to the public. The manor was heavily guarded, with various visible and hidden sentry posts and energy detection formations. Chen Mo could feel that at least several 6th-tier or higher extraordinary beings were stationed here. Young friend Chen Mo, please take a seat. In a quaint and elegant study, Long Zhanye, dressed in casual attire, smiled warmly and pointed to the grand chair opposite him. He seemed like a kind old neighbor, without the slightest air of a legendary powerhouse. But Chen Mo did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He could sense an unfathomable aura from the man. Name, Long Zhanye. Occupation, level too high to fully probe. Quality, potential. Equipment, contains terrifying energy fluctuations, cannot be analyzed. Status, appreciation, anticipation, slightly competitive. This was the first time Chen Mo encountered a presence that even the eye of divine insight could not completely see through. Deputy Director Long, you summoned me. May I ask what your instructions are? Chen Mo asked respectfully. Long Zhanye waved his hand and smiled. No need to be formal. I called you here just to chat casually. He personally brewed a cup of fragrant spirit tea for Chen Mo. We have been watching your performance in the ranking matches. It was outstanding. Long Zhanye sipped his tea and said slowly, both your command abilities and your incredible equipment forging skills have opened our eyes. Especially your Team Aura arm tuning network. As far as I know, this should be one of the core talents of the legendary divine casting armor, right? Chen Mo's heart tightened. He did not expect the other party to even know the core talent of his profession. It seemed that the investigation by the National Storage Bureau was much more thorough than he had imagined. Deputy Director Long has sharp eyes. Chen Mo did not deny it. In front of such a being, any concealment seemed superfluous. Haha, the divine casting armor is the only EX-level profession in the Azure Star. The last appearance was in the distant ancient times. Long Zhanye's eyes flickered with nostalgia and emotion. Legend has it that those who possess this profession can forge divine weapons that change the world's landscape, and even use artifacts to attain the Tao, becoming beings that can live alongside heaven and earth. He paused, gazing intently at Chen Mo, young friend Chen Mo. Do you know how much expectation our National Storage Bureau, and even the entire Great Xia Federation, has placed on you? Chen Mo remained silent, quietly waiting for what was next. This new generation Genius Exchange Invitation Tournament of the Azure Star is ostensibly to select and cultivate young talents to jointly face external threats. Long Zhanye's tone gradually became serious. But in reality, it has a deeper purpose. That is to select true seed players for the upcoming 10,000 Realms trial. 10,000 Realms trial? Chen Mo-branded constricted. This was the first time he had heard this term. Indeed, Long Zhanye nodded. The resources of the Azure Star are ultimately limited. The enemies we face, whether they are abyssal demons or those coveting alien civilizations, possess far greater foundations and power than us. If we truly want to change the fate of the Azure Star, we must go out and explore the broader realms, compete for more resources, and seek stronger powers and allies. And the 10,000 Realms trial is a special trial space jointly opened by the will of the Azure Star and some ancient forces from the various realms that hold goodwill towards us. It is filled with opportunities but also deadly dangers. Only the top-tier geniuses are qualified to enter and come out alive, bringing back hope to change their fate. And you, Chen Mo, along with your unique divine casting armor profession, are considered by us to be the most likely to shine brightly in the 10,000 Realms trial and even create miracles. Long Zhanye's eyes were filled with anticipation and fervor. Your task is not only to win this invitation tournament, but more importantly, through this competition, to demonstrate your true value as a divine casting armor to the entire Azure Star, and even to those forces from the various realms that are watching us. We must let them know that our Great Xia Federation has a trump card to change the future landscape. This is the true purpose of our National Storage Bureau, in cultivating and supporting you at all costs. Chen Mo felt a surge of emotions, his blood boiling. He finally understood the significant mission he was shouldering. The trial of all realms, the myriad races of the heavens, an even grander, more magnificent world was slowly unfolding before him. Chapter 38, The Finals. The Mysterious Star Sorcerer. The conversation with Long Zhanye gave Chen Mo a clearer understanding and a more resolute belief in the path ahead. He knew he could not disappoint the National Storage Bureau and the entire Great Xia Federation. He had to demonstrate the true value of being a divine forging armorer in the upcoming Pan-Blue Star New Generation Genius Exchange Invitational. Right now, he had one last tough battle to fight, the finals of the National Storage Bureau's rookie ranking match. Their opponent was the representative team from Tower of Stars, who had narrowly defeated the team of the experimental high school S. Ghost Hand Rosen in another semifinal. Unlike the wild and unrestrained Haotian Academy and the iron-willed Federal First Military Academy, Tower of Stars is renowned for training the enigmatic star system mages and astrologers. Their combat style is often filled with strangeness and unpredictability. The captain of the finals opponent is named Xiao Chun, a rare A-grade gravitational field sorcerer. Name, Xiao Chun. Occupation, gravitational field sorcerer, 3rd tier. Quality, epic variant. Potential, talent, core skills. Gravitational singularity creates a micro-gravitational field to attract or repel surrounding targets. Star binding summons chains of starlight to bind enemies. Meteor summon guides micro-meteors to attack designated areas. Equipment, Starcore Staff, B-grade. Starshine Robe, B-grade. Status, calm, confident, has researched Chen Mo's team, aura, and equipment capabilities. A gravitational field sorcerer? Controlling gravity? Chen Mo frowned slightly as he looked at the feedback from the divine inside eye. This profession, which could directly manipulate force fields, significantly counters traditional positional warfare and melee ambushes. Once caught in his gravitational field, the members of the Divine Forging Guard would likely find it difficult to move, becoming easy targets. Moreover, Xiao Chen's teammates are also star system professionals inclined towards control and strange attacks, such as Voidwalker and Astrological Diviner, making them quite troublesome to deal with. It seems this final will be another tough battle, Chen Mo thought to himself. He immediately gathered the members of the Divine Forging Guard to begin targeted tactical arrangements and equipment adjustments. Against a team with such strong control, we cannot passively fall into their rhythm, Chen Mo said seriously. Our core tactics are speed and explosion. We must use the fastest speed and the strongest burst to crush them before their control system fully takes shape. Zhongming, I've added anti-gravity rune to your Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian set. Although it can't completely immunize you from gravitational effects, it will at least allow you to maintain some mobility within the gravitational field. Xiaqianqian, I've reinforced the demon breaking and penetration attributes on your Tear Sky Storm Bow, aiming for a one-shot kill on their backline core. Wang Tao, your task is the heaviest. Find a way to cut into their backline at all costs, even if it means risking everything to disrupt or kill that gravitational field sorcerer Xiao Chun. I've enchanted your Night Shadow Fong with spatial disturbance effects, giving you a chance to briefly tear through space and ignore some defenses during your attacks. Everyone else, focus on supporting and dealing concentrated damage. After a night of intense preparation, the equipment and tactics of the Divine Forging Guard were refreshed. On the day of the finals, the Central Martial Arts Arena was packed. Everyone was looking forward to this peak showdown representing the highest honor of the current ranking match. The Divine Forging Guard and the Tower of Stars representative team slowly walked onto the field under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The competition area was a special map called the Starry Corridor. The entire venue felt as if it were immersed in the vastness of the starry sky. With a transparent energy platform beneath their feet and countless star bodies and meteor fragments floating around, emitting various colors of light. This type of venue undoubtedly provided a natural boost to star system professionals. Chen Mo, I have long admired your name, Xiao Chan said with a faint smile on his face, his gaze deep as if he could see through people's hearts. Your armored tuning network is indeed powerful. However, under the absolute power of the stars, any technique will pale in comparison. His tone was calm, but filled with immense confidence. Is that so? Then we shall see. Chen Mo-branded replied indifferently. The battle erupted instantaneously. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun initiated his core control skill, Gravitational Singularity. The B-grade star core staff in his hand shone brightly, and a visibly dark singularity appeared in the center of the Divine Forging Guard's formation. A powerful gravitational force erupted from the singularity, attempting to pull all the members of the Divine Forging Guard towards it. Not good. Zhang Ming's expression changed. He could feel an irresistible force acting on him. Fortunately, the anti-gravity rune on his battle boots activated just in time, allowing him to barely stabilize himself and not be directly pulled away. But the other team members were not so lucky. Aside from the quick-reacting Wang Tao, who used the terrain and his agility to narrowly avoid the core area at the moment of the gravitational explosion, Xiaqianqian, Lina, and others were pulled off balance by the powerful gravity, causing their formation to be instantly disrupted. Now's the time. Star Binding. Meteor Summon. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his subsequent control and attack skills followed one after another. Several chains forged from starlight rushed towards the members of the Divine Forging Guard from all directions. At the same time, several small meteors engulfed in flames also fell from the sky, smashing down on those targets controlled by gravity. The members of Tower of Stars coordinated seamlessly, clearly executing a classic tactic they had practiced countless times. Once their chain of control took shape, the Divine Forging Guard would completely fall into a passive state of being beaten. Not a chance. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with cold light. The armored tuning network activated again. This time, he focused the aura's effect on Wang Tao and Xiaqianqian. Wang Tao's figure became even more elusive under the amplification of the aura, blending into the void, easily avoiding the entanglement of the starlight chains. The Night Shadow Fong in his hand, enhanced by the spatial disturbance effect, flickered with dangerous dark light, aimed straight at Xiao Chen's throat. Meanwhile, Xiaqianqian, enduring the pull of gravity, unleashed an unprecedented brilliant light from her Tear Sky Storm Bow. Demon Breaking. Penetration. Storm Arrow Rain. She poured all her strength into this strike. Dozens of arrows, imbued with both demon breaking and penetration attributes, ignored the interceptions of those small meteors, covering the entire backline of Tower of Stars like the Scythe of Death. The targets were those star system mages attempting to assist Xiao Chan with control. A fierce confrontation of control versus counter-control, explosion versus counter-explosion, suddenly erupted above the starry corridor. Chapter 39. The Falling Stars. The Divine Forging Guard reaches the top. On the astral corridor, the battle situation changes in an instant. Although Xiao Chen's gravitational singularity is powerful under Chen Mo's armed tuning network targeted enhancement. Its effectiveness is greatly reduced. Zhang Meng, relying on anti-gravity runes and the robust defense of his B-grade set, stands firm at the front of the team, creating precious output space for his teammates. Meanwhile, Wang Tao moves like a ghost, with the dual amplification of the armed tuning network and B-grade equipment. His speed and explosive power reach a terrifying level. Every attack with the Night Shadow's Fong in his hand carries the effect of spatial disturbance, making Xiao Chen's energy shield and starlight barrier seem fragile. Damn, how is this guy so fast? Xiao Chen is shocked. His proud gravitational control is nearly ineffective against this assassin. Even more alarming is Xia Qianqian's explosive power. Dozens of arrows with both demon-slaying and penetrating attributes strike the backline of the Astral Tower like precision-guided missiles. The energy shields of those Star Mage casters shatter before these specially crafted arrows. Amidst the screams, 2 auxiliary mages of the Astral Tower are instantly killed. No, Xiao Chen's eyes widen in disbelief. He never expected that the control chain he meticulously set up would be broken by the enemy in such a simple and brutal way. His star gravitational field sorcerer fears this kind of unreasonable forced face-to-face combat and long-range explosion. Don't even think about running. Wang Tao's cold voice, like a death knell, rings in Xiao Chen's ears. The Night Shadow's Fong, with its space-tearing dark light, strikes towards his throat again. Xiao Chen, helpless, can only give up control over the other members of the Divine Forging Guard and focus all his efforts on Wang Tao's deadly attack. The Star Core staff in his hand shines brightly, and starlight barriers gather in front of him. However, Wang Tao's attacks are cunning and lethal, each one hitting precisely at the weakest point of his defense. Even more terrifying is that the spatial disturbance effect on his dagger can ignore part of the energy defense and directly inflict damage on his body. In just a few seconds of confrontation, Xiao Chen already bears several deep wounds. Without Xiao Chen as the core control point, the other members of the Astral Tower are overwhelmed by the Divine Forging Guard's torrential attacks and are quickly defeated one by one. Stars will never fall. Xiao Chen lets out a reluctant roar, trying to make one last stand. The power of the stars within him surges wildly, preparing to unleash the most powerful forbidden skill. Supernova Explosion. However, what awaits him is Xia Qianqian's deadly arrow, which has long been charged and carries the full amplification of the armed tuning network. Tear the sky. Storm. The moment the arrow leaves the bow, it seems to swallow the surrounding starlight, a visible stream of azure energy, carrying the breath of destruction, instantly pierces through Xiao Chen's chest. The last glimmer in his eyes fades away. The captain of the Astral Tower, A-grade star gravitational field sorcerer Xiao Chen, has fallen. With Xiao Chen's collapse, this highly anticipated final match finally comes to an end. The Divine Forging Guard, in an almost overwhelming manner, defeats the powerful Astral Tower representative team and successfully reaches the top. They have become the champions of this year's National Reserve Bureau's rookie ranking competition. We won. We are the champions. At the moment the referee announces the result, the members of the Divine Forging Guard erupt into deafening cheers. They embrace each other, tears of excitement filling their eyes. From Qingyang City to this point, they have faced too many doubts and challenges. But at this moment, they have proven themselves to the entire Xianjing City and even the whole Great Xia Federation with their indisputable strength. They have shown how powerful this team, crafted by the master craftsman Chen Mo, truly is. The Central Martial Arts Arena falls into a brief silence once more. Following that, it is met with even more thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone is captivated by the miraculous performance of the Divine Forging Guard. Incredible. This team is simply monstrous. Their equipment, their coordination, their command, have reached an astonishing height. Who exactly is that Chen Mo? Is he really just an 18-year-old boy? Countless gazes focus on the boy who has remained calm throughout. Chen Mo, this mysterious craftsman from Qingyang City, has written his own legend on the grand stage of Xianjing City with a series of exhilarating victories. Long Zhanye, the deputy director of the National Reserve Bureau, watches the scene of the Divine Forging Guard celebrating their victory on the light screen, a look of satisfaction and pride spreading across his face. Good. What a Chen Mo. What a Divine Forging Guard. He murmurs to himself. The future of the Great Xia Federation has hope. He knows that this championship is just the beginning. A broader stage and more formidable enemies are waiting for this young craftsman to conquer. At the award ceremony, Chen Mo represents the Divine Forging Guard and receives the championship trophy, symbolizing the highest honor, along with an incredibly rich resource reward from Longjanya. Among these, the item that excites Chen Mo the most is a unique crystal stone, Astral Leap Core, shimmering with 7 colors and containing immense spatial power. Item: Astral Leap Core. Quality: A. Epic material. Traits: contains pure spatial law power, can be used to create spatial teleportation portals, storage equipment, or enhance skills and equipment related to space. Note: a rare product from deep within the astral secret realm, extremely rare. Good stuff. Chen Mo's eyes light up. This Astral Leap Core holds immeasurable value for the upcoming Pan-Blue Star New Generation Genius Exchange Invitation Tournament, as well as the more distant multiverse trials. Perhaps he can try to use it to create a real spatial equipment for himself. For example, a mobile forging workshop that can be carried with him, or tactical armor capable of short-range spatial jumps. Countless bold ideas flood Chen Mo's mind. As the ranking competition comes to a close, Chen Mo's name, along with his mysterious abilities as a divine forging armorer, though the outside world still only knows him as an equipment consultant and tactical master, quietly spreads throughout the high ranks of the Great Xia Federation, and even among some foreign races and external forces paying attention to Blue Star. A new star is rising, and its dazzling brilliance cannot be concealed. A revolution in equipment that sweeps across the entire Blue Star seems to be accelerating with his emergence. A new journey is about to begin. Chapter 40: A Grand Gift from the National Reserve Bureau. Invitation to the Astral Realm Invitation Tournament. As the smoke of the qualifiers has not yet completely dissipated, greater glory and opportunities are already on the horizon. As the overall champion, the Divine Forging Guard not only received a massive amount of merit points, source crystallization, and various rare materials as rewards, but the National Reserve Bureau also made an exception to prepare a grand gift for Chen Mo personally. Accompanied by Longjanya, Chen Mo arrived at a secret treasury located underground at the headquarters of the National Reserve Bureau. The place was heavily guarded, surrounded by various powerful energy formations and high-tech defense systems. The door to the treasury was made of an unknown dark golden metal, engraved with mysterious runes that emitted a heart-pounding pressure. What was stored here were some of the most precious treasures and legacies collected by the National Reserve Bureau over the years. As Longjanya input complex passwords and conducted multiple verifications, such as iris and voice recognition, he explained to Chen Mo, ordinary geniuses, even those with S-level occupations, may not have the qualifications to enter here. But you, Chen Mo, your potential and value are worth making an exception for. The heavy metal door slowly opened, and a pure and majestic energy aura rushed towards them. Inside the treasury, the space was vast, filled with various rare treasures displayed in specially designed crystal cabinets. There were shining divine weapons radiating with colorful light, ancient scrolls exuding a sense of antiquity, natural crystals containing strange energies, and even some beast bones and mysterious plants sealed in special containers. The eye of divine insight quickly scanned, and shocking information flooded into Chen Mo's mind. Item: Broken Dragon God Horn, SS level material fragment. Trait: contains a weak dragon god power, can be used to repair or forge dragon attribute artifacts. Item: Ancient Elf's Star Moon Robe, a level finished product, slightly damaged. Trait: Star Moon Guardian, magic power amplification, rapid casting. Item: Eye of the Void Behemoth, S-level material. Trait: can perceive the void, create illusions, greatly enhances mental power. Even though Chen Mo was well informed, he was momentarily stunned by the dazzling array of treasures before him. The depth of the National Reserve Bureau was indeed unfathomable. Chen Mo, my young friend, you can choose any 3 treasures here, Longjanya said with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. Of course, for items involving core federal secrets, or those that may do more harm than good for your current level, I will provide a warning. Choosing any 3, Chen Mo's heart began to race. This was simply a stroke of luck. He suppressed his excitement and activated the eye of divine insight, carefully searching through the treasury. His goal was clear: to prioritize items that would directly help his divine forging armor, profession, or significantly enhance his own strength and survival capabilities. Soon, his gaze was drawn to 3 items quietly lying on a piece of black silk in a corner. They were a palm-sized bronze fragment covered in cracks, yet still emanating a faint holy aura. A completely black eye that seemed to swallow all light, but faintly revealed a hint of starlight, and a broken scroll made from unknown beast skin, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. The information from the Eye of Divine Insight clearly appeared before him. Item: Fragment of the Broken Artisan God Heart. EX level Occupation Core Fragment. Trait: Contains a trace of pure Artisan God Source power. Can be used to enhance the Divine Forging Armorer, Occupation level, or comprehend lost Artisan God techniques. Note: This item resonates strongly with the occupational mark deep within your soul. Item: Eye of the Abyss Gazer, SS level Special Material Cursed Item. Trait: Can grant equipment true vision, insight into weaknesses, fear, aura, etc., but long-term will lead to erosion by the will of the Abyss, with a risk of corruption. Note: This item contains a faintly hidden spatial landmark mark, seemingly pointing to an unknown Abyss plane. Item: Catalog of Cosmic Star Track Forging Techniques, SSS level Forging Legacy Fragment. Records some forging methods of ancient star artifacts and unique understandings of the laws of the universe. Note: This legacy has a faint response to your heavenly crafting furnace. Perhaps it can fill in some gaps in your occupational abilities. EX level Occupation Core Fragment. SS level Cursed Eye containing a spatial landmark. SSS level Forging Legacy Fragment. Seeing the information of these three items, Chen Mo's breathing became somewhat rapid. Any one of these items could cause a storm if taken out, especially the Fragment of the Broken Artisan God Heart, which resonated strongly with his Divine Forging Armorer, occupational mark. This was an invaluable treasure for him. I'll take these three. Chen Mo made his choice without hesitation. Long Zhanya was slightly surprised by Chen Mo's selection. He knew that the bronze fragment and the broken scroll had extraordinary origins, but their specific uses had never been fully determined. As for the Eye of the Abyss Gazer, it was classified as a highly dangerous cursed item that ordinary people avoided. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo chose these seemingly useless or dangerous items. Are you sure, my young friend? Long Zhanya couldn't help but remind him that it contains a strong abyssal curse. Even I wouldn't dare to approach it lightly. It's fine, Chen Mo smiled slightly. I trust my judgment. He was confident that with the heavenly crafting furnace and divine power, he could suppress or even purify the curse of the eye and utilize the spatial landmark within. As for the Artisan God Heart and catalog of cosmic star track forging techniques, they were tailor-made treasures for him. Seeing Chen Mo's firm attitude, Long Zhanya no longer urged him. He believed that this young man, who had created miracles time and again, had his own unique strengths. After receiving the three treasures, Chen Mo also selected a large number of rare B-level and A-level materials from the National Reserve Bureau's material library, as well as some special energy crystals. These would serve as a solid foundation for him to enhance his divine forging armor, occupation level, and create stronger equipment for the divine forging guard. When Chen Mo returned to the Morningstar apartment loaded with treasures, he received another important invitation. It was a gilded invitation co-signed by the Pan-Azure Star Union Council of the Supreme Temple. Inviting him and the Divine Forging Guard, he led to represent the Great Xia Federation at the upcoming Pan-Azure Star New Generation Genius Exchange Tournament, to be held in the Astral Realm Secret in half a month. The invitation also included a detailed schedule and list of participating forces. The Supernatural Alliance of the Free Federation, the Paladin Order of the Europa Alliance, the Winter Guard of the Tsar Union, and some secret ancient legacy forces would all send their top new generation geniuses to participate in this grand event. It was said that the rewards for this invitation tournament were unprecedentedly generous. Not only were there vast cultivation resources and rare equipment blueprints, but also the opportunity to qualify for the 10,000 Realms trial and the possibility of being favored by the elders of the Supreme Temple to become their disciples. It's finally here. Chen Mo looked at the invitation in his hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This was the stage he had truly been looking forward to. He wanted to make the name of the Divine Forging Armorer resound throughout the heavens at this grand event gathering the top geniuses of the entire Azure Star. He wanted all forces to see that the Great Xia Federation had a divine craftsman capable of changing the future landscape. A storm sweeping across the entire Azure Star was about to unfold in the Astral Realm Secret. Chapter 41. Intensive Closed-Door Training. Fusion of the Artisan God's Heart. With only half a month left until the Blue Star New Generation Genius Exchange Invitation Tournament, Chen Mo decided to take this time for deep closed-door training. He aimed to completely transform the substantial rewards he gained from the National Reserve Bureau into his own strength. The location for his retreat was still the exclusive forging room in the Morningstar apartment. However, this time, The National Reserve Bureau specially upgraded the defense level and energy supply system of the forging room to ensure he could train in an absolutely safe and efficient environment. Under Long Zhanya's arrangement, the members of the Divine Casting Guard entered the National Reserve Bureau's simulated battlefield training camp for high-intensity, practical training and tactical drills. They knew that in the upcoming invitation tournament, they would face the top geniuses from across the entire Blue Star, so they had to adjust their condition to the best. Chen Mo first took out the palm-sized, cracked, broken artisan God S-Heart. This EX-level professional core fragment held extraordinary significance for him. He sat cross-legged, gently placed the artisan God S-Heart in his palm, and mobilized his divine power, attempting to establish a connection with it. Buzz. The moment the divine power touched the artisan God S-Heart, a vast and ancient aura emanated from the fragment. In Chen Mo's mind, countless ancient divine craftsmen appeared, wielding divine hammers, creating the world and forging the stars in a magnificent scene. Deep within his soul, the unique, divine, casting armor professional mark also began to vibrate violently, radiating brilliant light, resonating with the artisan God S-Heart. Fusion. With a thought, Chen Mo fully activated the power of the heavenly crafting divine furnace. The artisan God S-Heart transformed into a stream of light, merging into his professional mark. Boom! An indescribable sense of enlightenment and power instantly filled his limbs and bones. His divine casting armor, professional tier began to soar at a visible speed. Early Stage 3. Mid-Stage 3. Advanced Stage 3. Peak Stage 3. In just a few breaths, he reached the limit of Stage 3, but it wasn't over yet. The pure source power of the Artisan God contained within the Artisan God S-Heart continued to surge into his body. His professional barrier was as fragile as thin paper in the face of this power, easily shattered. Stage 4. Chen Mo's divine casting armor profession successfully broke through to Stage 4. He became a true extraordinary divine craftsman. His divine power cap surged again, reaching an astonishing 1,500 points. His mental strength, physique, strength, agility, and other basic attributes were also comprehensively enhanced. More importantly, he gained a wealth of lost techniques and insights regarding the divine casting armor in his mind. Divine Eye of Insight evolved into Omniscient Eye. Not only did its range and depth of detection greatly increase, but it could also directly see through the essence of some low-level laws, and even vaguely perceive the fate trajectories and luck strengths of targets. Heavenly Crafting Divine Furnace evolved into Universal Furnace. The efficiency of smelting and forging improved again, and he could initially grasp the design and forging of conceptual armaments. He could attempt to integrate some abstract laws or concepts into equipment, giving them even more incredible powers. Divine Craftsman Resonance evolved into Divine Grace Return. It could not only receive feedback from the achievements of the equipment users, but also actively bless the core equipment bound to his soul, significantly enhancing its performance for a short time. Artisan S Journal evolved into Secret Record of the Divine Craftsman. The recorded information became more comprehensive, and it could provide Chen Mo with embryonic insights into the Divine Craftsman domain based on the overall evaluation of the recorded equipment. Armament Tuning Network was also strengthened, with a wider coverage, stronger enhancement effects, and the ability to conduct more refined tactical tuning for different professions. So strong. Chen Mo felt the surging power within him and the countless arcane knowledge in his mind, filled with shock and joy. Just a single broken artisan God S-Heart had brought about a tremendous transformation in his strength. If he could find more artisan God core fragments, he was even confident that he could elevate the divine casting armor profession tier to an unfathomable height in a short time. After stabilizing his Stage 4 realm, Chen Mo took out the SSS level Forging Legacy Scroll, Universal Star Trek Forging Catalog. This catalog recorded the forging methods of some powerful star system artifacts from ancient times, as well as a unique understanding of the cosmic laws of the stars. Chen Mo slowly unfolded it, and a vast and majestic starry aura rushed toward him. The characters and patterns in the catalog were filled with ancient and profound charm, incomprehensible to ordinary people. However, thanks to Omniscient Eye and the Divine Casting Armor, his keen perception of the laws, Chen Mo could easily understand the mysteries within. He immersed himself in the ocean of the catalog, eagerly absorbing the lost forging knowledge, the guidance and transformation of stellar power, the refinement and application of cosmic dark matter. the preliminary applications of spatial and temporal laws in forging. These timeless techniques and concepts opened Chen Mo's eyes and pointed the way for his future forging path. He even found some scattered records in the catalog on how to use the Astral Leap Core to forge spatial equipment. Although it was just a fragment, it deepened his understanding of spatial laws. Finally, Chen Mo took out the SS-level special material cursed item, Eye of the Abyss Gazer. This eyeball was pitch black all over, exuding a chilling abyssal aura and strong mental pollution. However, Chen Mo sensed a very subtle yet pure spatial beacon mark within it. The Shadow Council. Abyssal Plane. A glimmer flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He knew that this eyeball could very well be the key to exploring the myriad worlds and seeking more opportunities and challenges in the future. He didn't rush to integrate it into his equipment, but carefully sealed it in a specially made container crafted from solar gold essence and holy light crystal to isolate its abyssal curse. At the same time, he began to use Omniscient Eye to try to analyze the specific information of that spatial beacon. This process was destined to be long and arduous. But Chen Mo had enough patience and confidence. Half a month of closed-door training passed quickly amidst Chen Mo's day and night of hard work and research. When he finally walked out of the forging room, his entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous transformation. Although his professional tier remained at the early stage for the deep, ocean-like confidence radiating from him made everyone who saw him feel a sense of inexplicable heart palpitation. His gaze was even deeper and brighter, as if he could penetrate all illusions in the world. He knew he was fully prepared for the upcoming Blue Star New Generation Genius Exchange Invitation Tournament. A legend belonging to the Divine Casting Armorer was about to unfold in the secret realm of the Star World. He would make the entire Blue Star tremble. Chapter 42. The Star Realm Secret Realm is open. Talents gather from all sides. After half a month of closed-door cultivation and hard training, Chen Mo's strength has undergone a qualitative leap once again. The Divine Armament Master has been promoted to the 4th rank, not only drastically increasing his divine power limit, but also achieving a comprehensive evolution of his core professional abilities. Insightful Divine Eye, Myriad Forms Furnace, Divine Grace Feedback, Divine Craftsman Secret Record, and Armament Tuning Network. These powerful abilities will become a solid support for him to carve a path and dominate in the New Generation Talent Exchange Invitation Tournament of the Pan-Azure Star. Meanwhile, the members of the Divine Armament Guard, under the rigorous training of the National Storage Bureau's simulated battlefield training camp, and with the B-level divine armors tailored for them by Chen Mo, have also improved their overall strength significantly. Their teamwork has become more tacit, and their fighting spirit has grown even stronger. The current Divine Armament Guard has shown the initial form of a top-tier elite team. Finally, the day everyone has been eagerly awaiting has arrived. The New Generation Talent Exchange Invitation Tournament of the Pan-Azure Star is officially open. Outside the city of Xinjiang, in a mysterious valley designated as the highest military restricted area, stand a giant archway hundreds of meters tall, crafted from an unknown silver-white metal. Quietly towering in the center of the valley, countless profound and complex runes are engraved on the arch, emitting a heart-pounding spatial fluctuation. This is the legendary Star Realm Gate, the only passage connecting the Azure Star and the Star Realm Secret Realm. At this moment, below the Star Realm Gate, it is already a sea of people. Top talent teams from various human forces on the Azure Star, including the Great Xia Federation, the Free Federation, the Europa Alliance, and the Tsar Union, as well as representatives from some secret ancient families, have gathered here. Each team exudes a powerful aura, and each member is full of vigor, their eyes filled with confidence and fighting spirit. They are all the chosen ones, having stood out through layers of selection within their respective forces. Chen Mo and his Divine Armament Guard, under the personal escort of Long Zhanye, have also arrived at the Star Realm Gate. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of all forces present. Is that the secret weapon of the Great Xia Federation, the Divine Armament Guard? It is said that their leader, Chen Mo, is an unfathomable equipment master who can turn decay into brilliance. Just some exaggerated rumors. No matter how good the equipment is, if one's own strength is lacking, it's useless. Various discussions, curious glances, and unabashed provocations and hostility came from all directions. Chen Mo merely smiled faintly and did not mind. He knew that to gain respect, one ultimately had to rely on strength. Chen Mo, my young friend, the Star Realm Secret Realm is fraught with dangers. Not only are there various powerful Star Realm beasts, but there are also competitors and schemes from other participating teams Long Zhanya reminded him before departing. Your goal is not only to achieve good results, but, more importantly, to return alive and bring back the precious resources and intelligence you gain in the secret realm to the Federation. Remember, you represent the future of the Great Xia Federation. The students understood. Chen Mo nodded solemnly. Just then, the runes above the Star Realm gate suddenly burst forth with dazzling, seven-colored brilliance. An indescribable surge of spatial power erupted from within the gate, sweeping across the entire valley. The Star Realm's secret realm is open, someone exclaimed. Immediately afterward, a dignified and ancient voice echoed from within the Star Realm gate. Resounding through the skies, the new generation talent exchange invitation tournament of the Pan-Azure Star is officially beginning. All participating teams enter the Star Realm gate in order. Within the secret realm, life and death are at your own risk. Opportunities and dangers coexist. May all you talented individuals reap rewards and return triumphantly. As the voice fell, a seven-colored vortex, rippling like water waves, appeared at the center of the Star Realm gate. The representatives of the Superpower Alliance from the Free Federation were the first to step into the vortex, their figures disappearing in an instant. Following them were the Paladin Order from the Europa Alliance, the Winter Guard from the Tsar Union. One by one, teams radiating powerful auras stepped into the unknown Star Realm secret realm. Finally, it was the turn of the Great Xia Federation's team. Besides Chen Mo's Divine Armament Guard, there was also the representative team from the First Military Academy of the Federation, led by Murong Shui, along with several elite teams from various military districts and top universities of the Great Xia Federation. Murong Shui glanced back at Chen Mo before entering the Star Realm gate. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. There was fighting spirit, anticipation, and a hint of mutual admiration. Chen Mo slightly nodded in response. Divine Armament Guard, let us go. With his command, 10 team members followed suit and resolutely stepped into the colorful spatial vortex. After a dizzying whirl, when Chen Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bizarre and wondrous world. The sky was a deep purple, dotted with countless stars brighter and larger than those in the Azure Star's night sky. The ground beneath was a strange dark red, covered with various oddly shaped crystals and jagged rocks. The air was thick with energy particles so dense they felt almost tangible, mingled with a faint hint of blood and a savage aura. In the distance, some large, fearsome Star Realm beasts could be seen wandering and roaring. Is this the Star Realm's secret realm? The members of the Divine Armament Guard were all stunned by the magnificent yet dangerous sight before them. Insightful Divine Eye activated at full power, Chen Mo quickly observed the surrounding environment and energy fluctuations. Environment, blood-colored wasteland at the edge of the Star Realm secret realm. Danger assessment, moderate. Main threats are 3 to 5 rank Star Realm beasts and ambushes from other participating teams. Resource hint, weak energy response detected from Star Metal Mother or Vein 3 kilometers to the southeast. Perception of a void energy intermittent spring 5 kilometers to the northwest. It seems we are lucky. There are resources near the landing point. A slight smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. He knew that this invitation tournament was not just a contest of strength, but also a scramble for resources. Whoever could obtain the rare resources in the secret realm faster and enhance their own strength would have a greater advantage in the upcoming competition. Divine Armament Guard, listen to my orders. Chen Mo's voice rang out across the vast blood-colored wasteland. Our first objective is the Star Metal Mother or Vein to the southeast. Let us go. A journey belonging to the Divine Armament Master in the Star Realm secret realm has officially begun. He aims to let the entire Azure Star witness the legend of him and his team on this land, filled with both crises and opportunities. Chapter 43, Exploring the Blood-Red Wasteland. Encountering the Astral Predators. In the Astral Secret Realm, the Blood-Red Wasteland, Chen Mo and the Divine Forge Guard cautiously traversed this unfamiliar land. Insightful Divine Eye acted like a high-precision radar, constantly scanning the surrounding environment, helping the team avoid potential dangers and guiding their forward direction. Boss, the energy particles in this cursed place are too dense, right? I feel like just breathing a few times makes my strength slowly increase. Zhang Meng said in a deep voice, a hint of excitement on his face. Don't be careless, Chen Mo reminded. Places with dense energy often give rise to powerful exotic beasts and unknown dangers. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, from a pile of rubble not far ahead, 7 or 8 exotic beasts with the size of leopards, covered in dark red scales and with sharp fangs, pounced out. Astral exotic beast, bloodscale predator, rank peak 3rd tier, elite level. Attributes: Strength 35, Agility 50, Constitution 30, Spirit 15, Skills: Bloody Assault, Scale tier. Shadow Pursuit. Weakness: gaps in neck scales, soft abdomen. Drops: Blood Scale, C-grade material. Predator Fong, D-grade material. Low tier, Astromagicore. Chance: it's the blood scale predators. Be careful of their ambushes and stealth. Chen Mo immediately commanded. The members of the Divine Forge Guard reacted swiftly, instantly forming a standard combat formation. Zhang Meng let out a roar, slamming down the Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian Tower Shield, protecting Xia Qianqian, Li Na, and other core members in the back. Wang Tao then vanished into the surrounding shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Awoo! The Bloodscale Predators let out a bloodthirsty roar, transforming into 7 or 8 dark red afterimages, rushing toward the Divine Forge Guard from all directions. Their speed was incredibly fast, and their erratic movements made them hard to predict. Ice Mage, Ice Force Field, slow down their movements. Chen Mo calmly commanded. The Ice Mage in the team immediately began chanting spells, and an ice-blue energy halo spread out from her, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop sharply. With a thin layer of frost forming on the ground, the approaching Bloodscale Predators noticeably slowed down the moment they stepped into the ice force field. Now, Xia Qianqian shouted. Storm Arrow Rain, cover them. The B-grade, tearing windstorm bow in her hands shone brightly, and dozens of arrows flashing with green wind energy poured out like a torrential rain, accurately covering the Bloodscale Predators whose movements were hindered. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was incessant. Although the Bloodscale Predators had tough scales, they were still splattered with blood and howling in pain under the assault of the B-grade powerful bow and specially made armor-piercing arrows. 2 of the Predators with slightly weaker defenses were even shot dead on the spot. Nice! Chen Mo praised. The current strength of the Divine Forge Guard was already overwhelming against these 3rd-tier elite exotic beasts. However, these Bloodscale Predators were clearly much more cunning and ferocious than the Greenwood Wolves encountered in the Greenwood Trial Realm. After realizing that the Divine Forge Guard was not to be trifled with, they did not choose to fight head-on, but instead feigned an attack and attempted to use their stealth abilities to retreat into the surrounding rubble to launch a surprise attack. Wanna run? Too late. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He had already locked onto the stealth trajectories of each predator through insightful Divine Eye. Wang Tao, 30 degrees to the left. Behind that red crystal, take down the leading one. Earth Controller, to the right front, use Earth Spike Cage to trap those 2 trying to flank us. Everyone else, attack freely. Prioritize eliminating the injured targets. Under Chen Mo's precise command, the Divine Forge Guard began an orderly encirclement of the Bloodscale Predators like a finely tuned hunting machine. Wang Tao's figure appeared like a ghost behind the leading predator, with his B-grade Night Shadow Fong glowing with deadly cold light, striking it down in one hit. The Earth Controller, Boy roared, slamming his hands on the ground, causing several sharp, yellowish rock spikes to erupt from the earth, forming a makeshift cage to trap the 2 predators inside, immobilizing them. Xia Qianqian's arrows were like they had eyes, each one hitting the predator's vital points with precision. In just a few minutes, all 7 or 8 peak 3rd-tier Bloodscale Predators were annihilated by the Divine Forge Guard. The entire process was smooth and efficient, with no delays. Phew, that was easy. Zhang Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a hearty smile. These astral exotic beasts are much stronger than the monsters we encountered before. Yeah, if it weren't for the boss's proper command and our divine gear, we would have probably suffered a big loss, Wang Tao said, still feeling a bit shaken. The speed and stealth of those predators had indeed posed some trouble for him. Chen Mo nodded, signaling everyone to collect the spoils. Bloodscales, Predator Fangs, and 3 low-tier Astral Magicores. These were all excellent forging materials and energy sources. It seems that this astral secret realm is truly rich in treasures, Chen Mo thought to himself. Just as they were cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to continue toward the astral Iron Mother vein, Insightful Divine suddenly issued an urgent warning. Warning, 2 kilometers to the southwest, detected intense energy fluctuations. Suspected high-tier exotic beast battle, or competing teams in conflict. Energy characteristics, chaotic, brutal, mixed with a hint of familial dragon clan. Chen Mo's heart stirred, and he immediately recalled Zhao Xinghe from Qinyang No. 1 High School, whose profession was C-grade Dragon Blood Berserker. Could it be that he ran into trouble? Everyone pay attention. There's a situation to the southwest. Let's go take a look. Chen Mo-branded dies eifli commandit. Although he and Zhao Xinghe were not exactly friends, and even had some minor grievances, as teams of the Great Xia Federation, they should support each other in the alien secret realm. Moreover, if they could seize the opportunity to do Zhao Xinghe a favor or pick up a bargain, that would also be a good choice. The Divine Forge Guard immediately turned and rushed toward the direction of the energy fluctuations. Chapter 44, A Narrow Encounter. Zhao Xinghe under siege. On the blood-red wasteland, smoke and dust filled the air, and energy rampaged. When Chen Mo and the Divine Forge Guard arrived at the center of the energy fluctuations, the scene before them made them gasp in shock. In the middle of a chaotic battlefield, Zhao Xinghe and the representative team from Qingyangno, one middle school, were besieged by a group of even more ferocious and terrifying Star Realm beasts. These beasts were larger than the blood-scale predators, their bodies covered in thick black bone armor, with cruel red glows flickering in their eyes. They occasionally spewed corrosive venom and shadow arrows from their mouths. Star Realm Beast, Skeletal Demon Dragon Lizard, Mutated, Rank, Mid-4th Tier, Boss Level. Attributes, Strength 60, Agility 35, Constitution 55, Spirit 25, Skills, Dragon Breath Corrosive, Bone Armor Charge, Shadow Claw, Death Gaze, Probability of Fear Effect. Weaknesses, Eyes below the neck scales, heart protected by thick bone armor. Drops, Skeletal Dragon Scales, B-grade material. Demon Dragon Claw, B-grade material. Mid-tier Star Realm Demon Core, higher probability. Mutated Dragon Blood Essence, very low probability. There were a total of 5 mid-4th tier Skeletal Demon Dragon Lizards. One of them was notably larger than the others. Clearly the leader of this group of Demon Dragon Lizards. At this moment, Zhao Xinghe had activated the bloodline power of Dragon Blood Berserker, his muscles bulging, and fine dragon scales appearing on his skin. Holding the B-grade Flame Giant Axe, Wrath of the Flame Dragon, he was engaged in a brutal melee with the boss-level Demon Dragon Lizard. Each collision erupted with deafening roars and flying sparks. However, he was clearly paying a hefty price, with multiple injuries on his body, blood staining his armor, and his breathing becoming erratic. The other members of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School were in an even worse situation. Although they were all above C-grade professions, and their equipment was quite good, they were already struggling under the siege of these 4th-tier boss-level beasts, facing dire threats. Their healing support had unfortunately been hit by one of the boss Demon Dragon Lizard's Dragon Breath attacks, and was instantly turned into white light. Teleported out of the secret realm. Without healing, their situation became even more desperate. Damn, why are these things so tough? Zhao Xinghe roared, cleaving through the claws of the boss Demon Dragon Lizard, but his arm was numbed from the impact. He could feel the dragon blood power within him rapidly depleting. If they didn't find a way to break out soon, they would likely be annihilated here. Just as he was feeling desperate, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of Chen Mo and the Divine Forge Guard approaching rapidly in the distance. Is that Chen Mo? Zhao Xinghe was taken aback for a moment. Then a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. There was surprise, vigilance, and a hint of barely noticeable desperation for help. He never expected to encounter this mysterious master craftsman here, who had taught him a painful lesson in the ranking matches. Boss, it's Zhao Xinghe and the others. It looks like they can't hold on much longer. Zhang Ming also recognized the situation on the battlefield. Should we save them? Wang Tao asked nearby, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. After all, Zhao Xinghe's teammates had mocked them plenty at the apartment entrance earlier. Chen Mo didn't answer immediately, as insightful eye rapidly analyzed the battlefield situation. The 5 mid-4th tier Skeletal Demon Dragon Lizards were indeed formidable, especially the boss-level one, which was likely close to the peak of 4th tier. With the current strength of the Divine Forge Guard, while they had a chance in a direct confrontation, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. However, if they added Zhao Xinghe's remaining strength into the mix, the situation would be different. Moreover, Zhao Xinghe's Dragon Blood Berserker profession had a natural advantage against these tough, leathery, lizard-like beasts. Save them, Chen Mo decisively commanded, but not yet. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Let's wait until they exhaust some of the Demon Dragon Lizard stamina, especially that leader. Once Zhao Xinghe forces out its trump cards, we will make our move. We'll sit back and let the tiger fight, and the fisherman will benefit. The members of the Divine Forge Guard smiled knowingly at his words. They understood their boss's cunning nature too well. Thus, Chen Mo led the Divine Forge Guard not to join the battle immediately, but to hide behind a pile of concealed rocks hundreds of meters away, quietly observing the situation. On the battlefield, Zhao Xingha's predicament grew increasingly dire. His dragon blood power had been depleted by more than half, and his offensive actions were becoming sluggish. The other team members of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School suffered heavy casualties, with 2 more members eliminated in the onslaught of the demon dragon lizards. Only Zhao Xingha and 1 similarly injured shield warrior were still struggling to hold on. Are we really going to fall here? Zhao Xingha's heart was filled with unwillingness and despair. As the ace of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, he had hoped to showcase his skills in this Star Realm secret. But unexpectedly, not even the first day was over, and he was facing elimination, just as he was feeling hopeless and preparing to launch a final desperate attack. The boss-level skeletal demon dragon, lizard, seemed to lose patience. It let out a deafening roar, and strange dark red runes suddenly lit up all over its black bone armor. A terrifying and brutal aura erupted from within it. Not good. It's going to use its innate skill. Zhao Xingha's face changed dramatically. He could sense that he absolutely could not withstand this attack. Now, at this critical moment, Chen Mo's voice thundered in the ears of the Divine Forge Guard members. Divine Forge Guard all out. Target that boss demon dragon lizard. Give our allies a big surprise. Chapter 45. Divine Weapons Descend. Astunin Alliance. Kill. With a command from Chen Mo, the already poised Divine Armament Guard surged forward like a ferocious tiger, descending from the mountains. Suddenly bursting out from behind a hidden pile of rocks. Their target was the leader-level bone dragon lizard, which was preparing to unleash its innate skill for a deadly strike against Zhao Xingha. Who is it? This sudden turn of events not only shocked Zhao Xingha and the shield warrior on the battlefield, but even the 5 bone dragon lizards were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of these uninvited guests, especially the leader bone dragon lizard, which was at a critical moment of casting its innate skill, faced a significant risk of interruption. It had to forcibly halt the skill release, letting out an angry roar and directing its cruel gaze towards the front line of the Divine Armament Guard. It's Chen Mo and his team. The moment Zhao Xingha recognized the newcomers, a complex glimmer flickered in his eyes. There was surprise, gratitude, and also a hint of vigilance and unwillingness. He never expected that, at this most critical moment, the ones coming to rescue him would be the opponents who had once defeated him. Arm Tuning Network, activate. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly activated the team aura. The B-grade divine equipment worn by all members of the Divine Armament Guard erupted with dazzling brilliance under the amplification of the aura. Their attributes and skill effects received a comprehensive enhancement once again. Zhang Meng, Taunt Aura, full activation, hold the front against that leader. Xia Qianqian, with Tornado Storm Bow, prioritize clearing those small monsters to relieve pressure on Zhao Xingha and the others. Wang Tao, cooperate with the Ice Mage and Earth Controller, control the leader's movements. Create opportunities for output. Li Na, Holy Light illuminates, stabilize the health of Zhao Xingha and his teammates first. Chen Mo's commands were clearly and swiftly transmitted into every team member's mind through the Arm Tuning Network. The Divine Armament Guard unfolded a fierce and efficient offensive like a well-oiled war machine. Zhang Meng roared, the B-grade, Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian set, shining brightly. And the Taunt Aura, enhanced version, instantly attracted all the hatred of the leader-bone dragon lizard. He stood firm like an unshakable mountain, withstanding the furious charge of the leader-bone dragon lizard. Although he was still knocked back, his health fluctuating, under the powerful defenses of the Arm Tuning Network and his own equipment, he miraculously held on. Xia Qianqian's Tornado Storm Bow transformed into the Grim Reaper's Scythe. Storm Arrow Rain. Dozens of arrows flashing with azure wind light poured down like a torrential rain, accurately covering the 4 ordinary bone dragon lizards. These mid-stage tier 4 creatures were no match for the B-grade strong bow and specially crafted armor-piercing arrows. In just 2 rounds of arrow rain, 3 bone dragon lizards were shot dead on the spot, and the remaining 1 was severely injured, on the verge of collapse. This terrifying ranged output capability left Zhao Xingha, who was struggling to resist nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how an archer could unleash AoE damage comparable to that of a mage turret. Wang Tao's figure moved like a specter, weaving around the leader-bone dragon lizard. The B-grade Night Shadow Fong in his hand brought the dual effects of chilling touch and spatial disturbance with each attack, continuously hindering the leader-bone dragon lizard's movements and tearing through its tough bone armor. The Ice Mage's Frozen Ring and the Earth Controller, Earth Spike Cage, were also released in a timely manner, further restricting the leader-bone dragon lizard's movement. Li Na's holy light illuminates, fell like timely rain upon Zhao Xinghe and his shield warrior teammate, quickly stabilizing their precarious health. This the true strength of the Divine Armament Guard? Zhao Xinghe was filled with shock. He could feel that compared to the ranked matches, the overall strength of the Divine Armament Guard had risen to another level. Especially the energy fluctuations emanating from their equipment were even more powerful than his own A-grade core equipment. That Chen Mo. How'd he do it? Zhao Xinghe's awe and curiosity towards Chen Mo reached an unprecedented level. Just then, the besieged leader-bone dragon lizard let out a desperate roar. Although it was a peak tier 4 existence, it appeared powerless in the face of the Divine Armament Guard's seemingly abnormal equipment and coordination. Its tough bone armor was torn apart by Wang Tao's Night Shadow Fang. Its movements were tightly restricted by various control skills. Every attack was firmly blocked by Zhang Meng's indestructible tower shield. Now's the time. Zhao Xinghe, unleash your strongest attack and strike its heart. Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang in Zhao Xinghe's ears. Zhao Xinghe's heart jolted, immediately understanding that this was Chen Mo creating an opportunity for him. He no longer hesitated, forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, and poured all the remaining dragon blood power within him into the B-grade, Flame Dragon's Fury. Dragon Blood Secret Art. Flame Dragon breaks the army. A thunderous dragon roar. The giant axe in Zhao Xinghe's hand transformed into a fierce flame dragon, carrying a destructive aura, and slammed hard into the chest bone armor crack that Wang Tao had torn open on the leader-bone dragon lizard. There was where its heart lay. Thud! A deep, resounding boom. The flame dragon pierced directly through the leader-bone dragon lizard's heart. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, then let out an unwilling wail, crashing to the ground. Completely lifeless. Ding! Your team and the allied team have jointly defeated the peak tier 4-bone dragon lizard leader. You have gained 1,500 experience. Members of the Divine Armament Guard have gained 1,000 experience. You have obtained an intermediate star Realm Magic Core 1, mutated Dragon Blood Essence 1 drop, B-grade Material Dragon Heart Fragment 3. A series of generous reward notifications lit up simultaneously before Chen Mo and the members of the Divine Armament Guard. 1. Zhao Xinghe leaned on his giant axe, feeling somewhat drained and unable to believe it. He never dreamed that he could turn the tide in such a dire situation, and all of this was thanks to the mysterious young man before him. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with gratitude, admiration, and a hint of deep apprehension. This guy not only possessed extraordinary equipment forging abilities, but also had battlefield command and insight that far exceeded ordinary people. He was simply a prodigy. The members of the Divine Armament Guard also erupted in victorious cheers. They once again proved the power of teamwork with their actions. They completely won over Zhao Xinghe, the former defeated opponent. Chen Mo calmly walked to the corpse of the leader-bone dragon lizard and scanned it with insightful eye. The drop of mutated dragon blood essence and several dragon heart fragments were extremely precious B-grade materials, greatly beneficial for his future equipment forging. This time, I owe you a favor. Zhao Xinghe walked up to Chen Mo and said solemnly. Although he was proud, he was also a person who distinguished between gratitude and resentment. No need to be polite. Chen Mo smiled lightly, saying that as teams of the Great Xia Federation, it was only right to help each other. He paused and changed the subject. However, this Star Realm secret realm is fraught with danger. It will be difficult to go far alone. Brother Zhao, would you be interested in temporarily teaming up with us, the Divine Armament Guard, to explore this blood-colored wasteland together? A meaningful glint flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. An A-rank Dragon Blood Berserker, if it can be utilized for their own purposes, will undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to their upcoming actions. Moreover, what he is interested in is not just Zhao Xinghe's strength, but also the resources and connections of Qingyang No. 1 High School and his family behind him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghe was also moved. He had personally experienced the terrifying strength of the Divine Forge Guard and Chen Mo's unfathomable methods. Collaborating with such a team would indeed greatly enhance their survival rate and gains in this Star Realm secret territory. Good. Zhao Xinghe did not hesitate much and nodded in agreement. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. The two former opponents, in the face of common interests and crises, have temporarily formed an alliance. A more grand and spectacular journey in the Star Realm secret territory is about to unfold. Chapter 46, The Star Iron Mother or Vayne. The provocation of the Free Federation. After forming a temporary alliance with Zhao Xinghe's team from Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, Chen Mo and his group's strength undoubtedly received another boost. Zhao Xinghe's A-class, Dragon Blood Berserker, could provide powerful burst damage and some tanking ability on the front line, compensating for some of the shortcomings of the Divine Forge Guards in terms of top-tier combat power. Meanwhile, the Divine Forge Guards' excellent equipment, seamless coordination, and Chen Mo's remarkable command and support opened Zhao Xinghe's eyes, allowing him to benefit greatly. Under Chen Mo's unified command, the two teams began to steadily advance toward the star Iron Mother or Vane, which had been detected by the insightful Divine Eye. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from Star Realm beasts, including some elite-level creatures of the 4th rank. However, with the combined efforts of the Divine Forge Guards and Zhao Xinghe, these beasts did not pose much of a challenge and were easily dealt with, instead providing them with a considerable amount of precious materials and Star Realm magic cores. Zhao Xinghe was deeply impressed by Chen Mo's command abilities. In every skirmish, Chen Mo could quickly analyze the enemy's weaknesses and the best response plan, issuing the most precise orders as if the entire battlefield was under his control. This guy is really a monster, Zhao Xinghe thought to himself. After about 2 hours of travel, a mountain range shimmering with a ghostly blue metallic luster appeared before them. Countless fist-sized ores, emanating pure star power, were embedded in the rocky walls of the mountain. This was indeed their target, the Star Iron Mother or Vane. Resource point, Star Iron Mother or Vane, medium. Main output, Star Iron Mother, B-class metal material, containing star power, can be used to forge high-quality weapons and armor. Enhancing equipment toughness and energy conductivity. Coexisting star crystals, C-class energy crystals, can be used for equipment enchantments or array cores. Guardian beasts, Star Rock Giant Lizard, 4th rank boss level, quantity 3 to 5, Stardust Elementals, 3rd rank elite level, quantity 10 to 15, finally arrived. Seeing the bountiful or Vane before them, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Star Iron Mother was considered a precious hard currency among B-class materials. If they could mine it in large quantities, it would be a tremendous fortune, whether for upgrading the Divine Forge Guards equipment or for exchanging merit and resources back at the Federation. However, just as they were preparing to start mining, a loud, arrogant laugh came from the other side of the Orvane. Ha! Looks like we're lucky. We just arrived and found a medium-sized Star Iron Mother or Vane. Immediately afterward, a dozen young men and women dressed in tight-fitting silver battle suits, wearing the Free Federation's star-striped badge on their chests, walked out from behind the mountains. Leading them was a tall young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a proud smile on his face. He was playing with 2 energy pistols that sparkled with electric light, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mo and Zhao Xinghe. Name, Jack Smith. Occupation, dual gun duelist, 3rd rank peak. Quality, B exceptional variant. Potential, prodigy, core skills, thunder energy barrage, electromagnetic pulse, gun fighting mastery. Equipment, Thunder God dual pistols, B-class. Gauss kinetic battle suit, B-class. Status, arrogant, greedy, filled with hostility towards the Great Xia Federation team, the elite team of the Free Federation, the Super Ability Alliance. Moreover, from their appearance, it was clear they had their sights set on this Star Iron Mother or Vane too. Oh, aren't these the bumpkins from the Great Xia Federation? What? Do you want to share a piece of the pie? Jack Smith said in a strange tone, filled with unabashed provocation and contempt. The members of the Free Federation behind him laughed, looking at Chen Mo and the others as if they were a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. In their view, with the outdated equipment technology and rigid combat style of the Great Xia Federation, they could not possibly be a match for these superpowered individuals who wielded high-tech weapons and flexible tactics. Hearing this, Zhao Xinghe's anger instantly flared. He had a violent temper, and while he could bear the humiliation from the Haoyan Academy before, now even these Free Federation scum dared to show off in front of them. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Zhao Xinghe roared, his B-class Rage of the Flame Dragon, igniting in flames. A powerful dragon might pressing towards the opponent. Hey, what's this? Do you want to make a move? Jack Smith sneered, lifting his Thunder God dual pistols simultaneously, the gun muzzles flashing with dangerous electric light. With you primitive people still using cold weapons, you dare to challenge the technological might of the Free Federation? I advise you to scram, or you might lose your lives, and no one will be left to collect your bodies. A blatant threat, an unmasked contempt. The members of the Divine Forge Guards and the team from Qingyang No. 1 Middle School were furious, their faces turning red as they drew their weapons. Tension rising as a major battle was about to break out. Chen Mo's gaze gradually turned cold. He originally did not want to escalate the situation. But since the other side had actively provoked them, he did not mind letting these self-righteous Free Federation superpowered individuals experience the wrath of the divine craftsman. It seems some people never learned their lesson. Chen Mo slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a hint of icy, killing intent. Since you want this or veins so much, then let's take it with strength. Armed tuning network, activate. Divine Forge Guards, Qingyang number 1 Middle School, all units. Attention, target, Free Federation superpowered team. Let them see what a true dimensionality reduction strike looks like. Chapter 47, The Collision of Technology and Divine Equipment. The Collapse of the Free Federation. Dimensionality reduction strike? Ha ha, that's just hilarious. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Jack Smith laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You primitive people, still using swords and spears, dare to challenge our high-tech weapons of the Free Federation? Brothers, let us teach these bumpkins from the Great Xia a good lesson. Let them know what it means for technology to change warfare. The members of the Free Federation behind him also raised their energy guns, laser swords, and various uniquely designed technological equipment, wearing cruel and mocking smiles. In their eyes, there was no suspense in this battle at all. However, the next second, the smiles on their faces completely froze. Buzz, as Chen Mo activated the armed tuning network. The equipment on all members of the Divine Forging Guard and Qingyang number 1 High School burst into dazzling light simultaneously. A wave of energy far stronger and more refined than before emanated from them. The B-grade divine equipment, under the enhancement of the team Aura, had its power infinitely approaching A-grade. Zhao Xingha's A-grade Dragon Blood Berserker bloodline was even pushed to its peak, with flames soaring high, as if it wanted to burn through the entire sky. What? What is going on? Jack Smith's smile froze, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He could feel the momentum of the opposing team instantly rise by more than one level. It felt as if a group of sheep had suddenly transformed into prehistoric beasts that prey on others. Fire! Shoot them hard! A sense of foreboding rose in Jack Smith's heart, and he immediately commanded. The members of the Free Federation also pulled the triggers. In an instant, a torrential downpour of dense energy beams, laser rays, and various bullets with electromagnetic pulses and high explosive effects poured toward Chen Mo and the others. This saturation firepower coverage was enough to instantly shred a regular 4th-tier squad into pieces. However, what awaited them was Zhang Meng's Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian Tower Shield, which was as unyielding as a mountain. With the enhancement of the armed tuning network, the shield's defensive power had reached a terrifying level. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy attacks slammed against the tower's shield, erupting with deafening roars and blinding light. But Zhang Meng stood like an immovable war god at the forefront of the team, steadily blocking all the attacks. Even the ground beneath his feet showed no signs of shaking. How? How is this possible? Jack Smith was completely dumbfounded. The technological firepower he prided himself on was utterly ineffective against the bizarre shield of the opposing side, as if it was merely a tickle. What material is their shield made of? The members of the Free Federation also exclaimed in disbelief. Now it's our turn. Chen Mo's cold voice rang out on the battlefield. Zhao Xingha, take your team to advance from the left flank, targeting their heavy firepower. Xia Qianqian, Wang Tao, you two flank from the right and prioritize taking out their support and control units. The rest, suppress them head-on, hit them hard, with Chen Mo's command. The Divine Forging Guard and the Qingyang number 1 High School representative team launched a devastating counterattack against the Free Federation like two unsheathed swords. Zhao Xingha roared, and Dragon's Fury whipped up waves of fire, pouncing like a fierce tiger onto the members of the Free Federation wielding heavy energy cannons. His speed and strength reached a new peak under the enhancement of the armed tuning network. The heavy firepower members of the Free Federation didn't even have time to react effectively before they were sent flying by his flaming giant axe, their equipment exploding. Xia Qianqian's tearing windstorm bow transformed into a long-range artillery. Storm arrow rain. Arrow split. Each arrow released carried dozens of sharp wind blades, covering a large area. The support and control classes of the Free Federation had no place to escape under her rain of arrows, all screaming as they fell. Wang Tao moved like a ghost, weaving through the battlefield. With each flash of his B-grade Night Shadow Fawn, a member of the Free Federation fell. His target was those enemies trying to interfere and control with technological equipment. In the face of the dual effects of spatial disturbance and armor piercing, those seemingly sophisticated technological shields and energy barriers were as fragile as paper. The other members of the Divine Forging Guard also unleashed their powerful skills and coordinated seamlessly, mercilessly beating the Free Federation team. The power of B-grade divine equipment was fully displayed at this moment. The clash of technology and divine equipment yielded such a one-sided result. The members of the Free Federation were completely stunned. Their pride in technological weapons was utterly crushed against the unbreakable defense and fierce attacks of their opponents. Their once proud, flexible tactics appeared pale and powerless in front of the opponent as flawless coordination and elusive assassination. No, this is impossible. Our Free Federation's technology is invincible. Jack Smith let out a desperate roar. He could not accept that he was being beaten so badly by a group of bumpkins using primitive cold weapons. He tried to organize a counterattack, but his team members had already been frightened out of their wits by the ferocious tactics of the Divine Forging Guard and Zhao Xinghe, fighting individually and collapsing into disarray. It's over. Chen Mo looked at the retreating Free Federation team, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He would not give these provocateurs any chance to turn the tide. Divine Forging Guard, clear the field. With his command, the offensive of the Divine Forging Guard became even more fierce and deadly. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen once mighty, superpowered members of the Free Federation were eliminated, turning into white light. Only Captain Jack Smith remained, injured and in a sorry state under the joint assault of Zhao Xinghe and Zhang Ming. I surrender. Jack Smith looked at the members of the Divine Forging Guard exuding cold killing intent around him and the advancing Zhao Xinghe, finally laying down his last pride. His voice trembling. He knew that if he didn't surrender now, a more humiliating death awaited him. Had I known this, why did I bother in the first place? Chen Mo walked in front of him, looking down at him, his tone plain but filled with undeniable authority. Jack Smith lowered his head, not daring to meet Chen Mo's gaze, his eyes filled with fear and regret. He finally realized what a terrifying existence he had provoked. This mysterious divine craftsman from the Great Xia Federation, along with his team that could be called the Divine Equipment Legion, had power far beyond his imagination. Technology, in the face of true divine equipment, turned out to be so vulnerable. Chapter 48, Rich Spoils of War. The Europa Alliance's espionage. The superpowered alliance squad of the Free Federation, completely annihilated. This news, if returned to Azure Star, would undoubtedly cause a significant earthquake among the major powers. It is well known that the technological strength of the Free Federation ranks among the top in the entire Azure Star. Their superpowered alliance has gathered the Federation's most elite technological geniuses and superpowered individuals. However, in the Star Realm secret, they were unexpectedly defeated by an obscure team from the Great Xia Federation in an almost crushing manner. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the technological myth of the Free Federation. Of course, at this moment, there are not many spectators in the Star Realm secret. Only Chen Mo and his allies are enjoying the joy of victory, as well as the rich spoils of war. Defeating a complete elite squad yields far more valuable items than killing Star Realm beasts. In addition to a large amount of Star Realm points, one of the rankings for the invitation tournament. Some special items and materials carried by Jack Smith and others after their elimination, which could not be recovered by the system, were also scattered across the battlefield. As Chen Mo's insightful eye swept over, his eyes instantly lit up. B-grade energy core fragments 3, which are key components of the Free Federation's Gauss weapons. C-grade Tesla electromagnetic coils 5, which can be used to create electromagnetic traps or enhance lightning attribute equipment. And this, A-grade mini arc reactor design blueprint, incomplete. Good stuff. Chen Mo's heart couldn't help but race. If this mini arc reactor could be successfully replicated or improved, it would undoubtedly provide a continuous and powerful energy source for his equipment. He could even try to combine it with his universal furnace to create a truly portable, divine-level forging platform. In addition to these technological items, some healing potions, energy supplements, and a small amount of rare herbs and ores unique to the Star Realm secret carried by the members of the Free Federation also became Chen Mo's spoils. Zhao Xinghe and his Qingyang No. 1 squad members watched as Chen Mo skillfully sorted and stored the various spoils, their eyes showing envy and a hint of awe. They knew very well that the greatest contributor to this victory was undoubtedly Chen Mo. Whether it was his incredible command skills or the heavenly equipment he provided to his teammates, both played a decisive role. Brother Chen Mo, we owe it all to you this time. Otherwise, we might have fallen here too, Zhao Xinghe said sincerely. After this joint battle, his view of Chen Mo had completely changed. From initial competitor to later admiration, and now to a subtle recognition of his leadership. You're being polite. Chen Mo smiled slightly and distributed some spoils suitable for Zhao Xinghe and the others. These should be useful to you. He was not one to hoard everything for himself. To ensure these allies would sincerely work for him, sharing appropriate benefits was essential. Seeing this, Zhao Xinghe and others were naturally deeply grateful, and their affection for Chen Mo soared once again. After dividing the spoils, everyone began to mine the Star Iron Mother vein in front of them. With the combined efforts of the Divine Forging Guard and Qingyang No. 1 teams, the mining efficiency was extremely high. In just a few hours, this medium-sized vein was completely excavated. They harvested several hundred kilograms of B-grade Star Iron Mother, along with a large amount of associated star crystals. All were collected. This immense wealth was enough to make any small to medium-sized power envious. However, just as they were about to leave with their bounty and search for their next target, a faint wave of holy light energy emanated from the nearby dense forest. Following that, a dozen young men and women dressed in magnificent silver-white armor, holding crossed swords and holy staves, with solemn and proud expressions, slowly walked out from the forest. Their armor bore the double-headed eagle emblem, symbolizing the Europa Alliance. Leading them was a tall young man with shoulder-length golden hair, looking as handsome as the sun god Apollo. He held a two-handed sword ablaze with holy flames, his sharp gaze sweeping over Chen Mo and the others, as well as the clearly mined vein behind them. Name, Arthur Pendragon. Occupation, Holy Flame Knight. Early Stage 4. Quality, Epic. Potential, Divine Favor, not fully awakened. Core Skills, Holy Flame / Divine Protection, Night Charge, Faith Judgment. Equipment, Holy Sword, Dawn's Light, A-grade. Guardian Holy Armor, B-grade. Status, Alert, Observing, Coveting the vein resources. An elite squad of the Europa Alliance's Holy Knights. Moreover, this captain, Arthur Pendragon, was actually an A-grade epic profession, with a terrifying potential level of divine favor. His strength was likely a notch above that of Jack Smith and Xiao Chun from before. It seems we have arrived a bit late. Arthur Pendragon's voice was calm, but carried a hint of undeniable authority. This Star Iron Mother vein seems to have been completely mined by you all. The members of the Holy Knight team behind him also cast their eyes towards the storage bags at Chen Mo and the others' waists, their expressions flickering with greed and malice. Clearly, they were also tempted by the output of this mine. So what if we did? Zhao Xinghe raised an eyebrow, stepping forward as the flames of his B-grade, Wrath of the Fire Dragon, surged once more. He was not afraid of these self-proclaimed noble Europa Knights. Friends from the Great Xia Federation, do not misunderstand. Arthur Pendragon's face revealed a hint of a hypocritical smile. We mean no harm. We are merely curious about how efficiently you all mine the vein. His gaze subtly swept over the obviously extraordinary equipment worn by the Divine Forging Guard members. A glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Especially these, seemingly specially crafted items you all have, they are truly eye-opening. I wonder if these items were crafted by this somewhat unfamiliar friend beside you? Arthur Pendragon's gaze ultimately landed on Chen Mo. Clearly, he had learned some rumors about Chen Mo's identity as a divine craftsman through certain channels. This statement, while appearing courteous, was filled with probing and threatening undertones. Chen Mo sneered inwardly, knowing that these Europa Alliance fellows were likely trying to covet his equipment technology. A new storm seemed to be brewing quietly. Chapter 49, The Renowned Master Craftsman. Arthur's Request. Faced with the probing and oppressive gaze of Arthur Pendragon, Chen Mo merely smiled calmly, giving no response. He knew that these paladins from the Europa Alliance prided themselves on elegance and nobility, but deep down, they were filled with desires for plunder and possession. They had long coveted the ancient heritage and mysterious skills of the Great Xia Federation. Now, with the emergence of himself as a master craftsman and the powerful capabilities exhibited by the Divine Forging Guard, it naturally drew their keen attention. Captain Arthur, you flatter me. Chen Montauk replied calmly. We're simply fortunate to have discovered some blueprints suitable for ourselves, along with a bit of insignificant modification skills. His words were said lightly, yet they caused Arthur Pendragon's brow to furrow slightly. He could sense that this seemingly young boy was far more composed and elusive than he had imagined. Advisor Chen Mo is too modest. Arthur Pendragon maintained his smile, but his tone carried a hint of playfulness. As far as I know, Jack Smith's team from the Free Federation seems to have been active in this area not long ago. I wonder if advisor Chen Mo has encountered them? This seemingly casual inquiry was, in fact, a subtle threat, indicating that they were already aware of the Free Federation team's demise and implicitly pointing the finger at Chen Mo. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing's expression darkened, and he was about to retort, but was stopped by Chen Mo's gaze. Jack Smith? Chen Mo feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. We did encounter a well-equipped but underwhelming team from the Free Federation. However, it seems they were not very lucky and provoked a group of powerful astral beasts. And in the end, it seems they all transformed into white light and left. His words were impeccably crafted, neither admitting to any involvement nor denying an encounter with the Free Federation team. Upon hearing this, Arthur Pendragon's eyes flashed with insight, and his evaluation of Chen Mo rose yet again. This boy was not only exceptionally skilled, but also possessed a level of cunning far beyond his peers. I see. Arthur Pendragon nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. He knew that extracting the truth from this impenetrable boy would be quite difficult. He shifted the topic, revealing a more sincere smile. Advisor Chen Mo, to be honest, we in Europa Alliance have always held great admiration and longing for the ancient forging techniques of the Great Xia Federation, especially your remarkable ability to turn decay into wonder, bestowing soul upon equipment, which has left us in awe. May I ask if we could have the honor of engaging in some technical exchange and cooperation with you? For instance, we can provide the finest materials and the most favorable conditions, inviting you to craft exclusive equipment tailored for several core members of our Paladin Order. Of course, in return, our Europa Alliance Holy Light Forging Secret Vault can be open to you, albeit in a limited manner, containing many lost ancient Paladin equipment blueprints and enchanting techniques. His words were grandiose and filled with temptation, offering substantial benefits while hinting at sharing core technologies. If it were any ordinary young craftsman, they would have likely been overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. However, Chen Mo merely smiled slightly, a hint of barely perceptible mockery flashing in his eyes. He understood the nature of these Westerners all too well. The so-called technical exchange was merely a way to scheme to steal his core techniques. The so-called opening of the secret vault would likely only involve presenting some inconsequential scraps to placate him. Captain Arthur's goodwill, I appreciate, Chen Mo said unhurriedly. However, the legacy of my divine forging artisan is quite unique. Many techniques can only be understood but not articulated. Moreover, my current energy is limited, and I fear I cannot take on external custom orders at this time. He skillfully declined their request, yet did not close the door completely, leaving himself some leeway. Arthur Pendragon's expression flickered with disappointment upon hearing this, but he still maintained his composure. In that case, it is truly regrettable, he said, feigning sorrow. However, the door of friendship from the Europa Alliance toward advisor Chen Mo is always open. I hope that in the upcoming invitational tournament, we will have the opportunity to witness the true strength of the Divine Forging Guard on the battlefield. This statement seemed polite, but carried a hint of threat. Clearly, they had not given up on their intentions towards Chen Mo. If friendly negotiations bore no fruit, they would not mind using a more direct method on the battlefield to obtain what they desired. Chen Mo naturally picked up on the implications in their words, merely smiling faintly and remaining noncommittal. He knew that the confrontation with the Europa Alliance was likely only a matter of time. However, he was not afraid. With the Universal Furnace and his fourth-tier strength, along with the fully armed Divine Forging Guard, he was more than capable of handling any challenge. Then, we shall see you on the battlefield, Chen Mo replied calmly. The two teams, representing the top new generation forces of the East and West, engaged in a brief yet tension-filled interaction in front of the Star Iron Mother Vein. While no direct conflict erupted, the smell of gunpowder had quietly begun to permeate the air. Arthur Pendragon took a deep look at Chen Mo and the powerful members of the Divine Forging Guard behind him before turning to leave. They needed to find their next target while also preparing more thoroughly for a potential encounter with the Divine Forging Guard in the future. As for Chen Mo, he watched their departing figures, his eyes sparkling with contemplation. This Arthur Pendragon, an A-grade epic class with divine blessings, was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. The A-grade Holy Sword, Dawn's Light, in his hand, and the B-grade Guardian Holy Armor on his body were not ordinary items either. If he could defeat them on the battlefield, not only would he gain substantial points and rewards, but he could also uncover some unexpected surprises from them. For example, the forging blueprints for that Holy Sword, or the core rune structure of the Holy Armor. A smile filled with anticipation crept onto Chen Mo's lips. The hunt of the divine forging artisan had just begun. He intended to turn all-powerful enemies into nourishment for his growth. Chapter 50. Ancient Ruins of the Star Realm. A call from the ancients. After bidding farewell to the paladins of the Europa Alliance, Chen Mo did not rush to lead the team in search of the next resource point. He knew that after their previous battle with the Free Federation Squad and the recent confrontation with the paladins, the reputation of the God-Forging Guard had likely spread throughout all the competing teams in the Star Realm secret. They had undoubtedly become a target for many, whether it was petty thieves looking to take advantage or those top teams who prided themselves on their strength. They would probably see them as a prime target for attention and hunting. It seems we need to keep a low profile for a while to avoid the spotlight, Chen Mo said to Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe nodded in agreement. That's right. Although our equipment and strength are not afraid of any challenges, if we get caught in a multi-directional assault, it could be troublesome. Besides, the harvest from this star, Iron Mother vein, is enough for us to digest for a while. Thus, at Chen Mo's suggestion, the two teams decided to temporarily split up, each looking for a concealed location to rest and enhance their strength. After agreeing on contact methods and emergency signals, Zhao Xinghe took the members of Qingyang No. 1 High School and headed off in another direction. Meanwhile, Chen Mo led the God Forging Guard, utilizing insightful eye to accurately perceive the environment, and soon found a hidden cave covered by natural rocks and vegetation deep within an inconspicuous gorge in the blood-red wasteland. The cave was not large, but it was very dry and safe, enough to accommodate their 10 members for rest. Everyone, take the time to recover your stamina and divine power, check your equipment, and summarize the battle experiences from before. Chen Mo instructed the team. I feel that the real challenges of the Star Realm secret have just begun. The team members nodded solemnly and immediately sat cross-legged to enter a state of cultivation. Chen Mo then carefully counted the harvest from this star, Iron Mother vein. Hundreds of kilograms of B-grade star, Iron Mother, were enough for him to conduct another small-scale equipment upgrade for all members of the God Forging Guard. In particular, Zhang Meng's Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian set could see its defensive capabilities and resistance to energy attacks further enhanced if integrated with the properties of Star Iron Mother. Also, Xia Qianqian's Riftstorm Bow could attempt to add star power to the arrows, increasing their armor penetration and tracking effects. Besides these, Chen Mo was most concerned about the SS grade Abyss Gazer's Eye he obtained from the National Treasury Bureau. He tried to take it out, carefully probing the extremely obscure spatial beacon mark within using Insightful Eye and Myriad Forms Forge. However, this process was more difficult than he had imagined. The spatial beacon seemed to be shrouded in layers of mist. Each attempt to delve deeper would trigger intense mental backlash and interference from the abyssal will. It seems that with my current strength, I can't fully analyze this beacon. Chen Mo frowned slightly. But he did not give up. Instead, he shifted his approach. He began to try using the technique of divine power enchantment to inscribe his rudimentary understanding of spatial laws and some spatial runes he learned from the Myriad Forms Star Track Forging Compendium onto the surface of the eyeball in small amounts. He wanted to see if he could establish a faint connection with the spatial beacon through this method, or perhaps activate some of its latent functions. This process was also fraught with danger and uncertainty. Each infusement of divine power and inscription of runes felt like dancing on a knife's edge. Any misstep could detonate the terrifying abyssal energy contained within the eyeball. Time passed second by second. Chen Mo's forehead beaded with fine sweat, and his face turned pale due to the intense concentration of his mental power. Finally, at the moment he successfully imprinted the last spatial rune on the eyeball surface, a humming sound resonated. The Abyss Gazer's eye suddenly trembled violently, and intricate silver star tracks lit up across the pitch-black surface of the eyeball. These star tracks perfectly intertwined with the spatial runes Chen Mo inscribed, forming a mysterious and complex three-dimensional magical array. Immediately, a weak yet incredibly clear spatial fluctuation emanated from within the eyeball. At the same time, a fragmented stream of information appeared in Chen Mo's mind. It seemed to be a partial star map, along with a faint guide pointing to an unknown coordinate. I did it. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. He knew that he had unintentionally established a connection with that spatial beacon. Although he could not fully control it yet, at least he had a vague direction. Just then, Insightful Eye issued another urgent warning. But this time, it was not a warning of danger. Instead, it was a treasure sensing filled with temptation and allure. Special sensing. 700 meters to the east, deep underground, detecting strong ancient energy fluctuations. Suspected existence of undiscovered ancient ruins or lost legacies. Energy characteristics: vast, heavy, containing a trace. Similar to the primordial aura of the heart of the artisan god. A similar primordial aura to the heart of the artisan god. Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that another fragment of the heart of the artisan god was hidden nearby? Or perhaps other ancient relics related to the god forging armor profession? This discovery made Chen Mo's heart race uncontrollably. He knew that if his sensing was real, it would be a tremendous opportunity for him. He immediately put away the Abyss Gazer's eye and said to the members of the God Forging Guard, who were still cultivating, "Everyone, our rest will have to be temporarily interrupted. I have discovered a target that may be even more precious than the star Iron Mother Vein. Everyone, get your gear ready and follow me." An unknown journey of ancient exploration was about to unfold. Chen Mo could feel that, in the unseen, there seemed to be a call from the ancients guiding him to uncover the secrets sealed by time and to pursue a deeper legacy and power of the God Forging Armor. This star realm secret truly brimmed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 51. The Artisan God's Ruins. The Ancient Trial. Hearing Chen Mo's words, the members of the Divine Casting Guard, though puzzled, had long since ingrained their trust in him. They immediately stopped their training, organized their gear, and their eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Relying on his insightful divine eye to sense the faint trace of that unique primordial aura, Chen Mo led the team cautiously deeper into the eastern part of the canyon. 700 meters wasn't too far, but the terrain inside the canyon was exceptionally complex, filled with jagged rocks and unfathomable cracks. And the air was thick with a vague sense of danger. "Boss, are you sure it's this direction? I feel like the energy fluctuations here are a bit strange," Zhang Meng asked quietly while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Chen Mo nodded, his expression serious. "That's right. The source of that aura is just ahead, but it seems to be covered by some powerful restriction or illusion array." With insightful divine eye operating at full power, the world in Chen Mo's eyes changed instantly. Countless fine energy threads interwove in the air, forming a vast and complex energy field that completely enveloped the seemingly ordinary stone wall area ahead. These energy threads not only contained powerful spatial and temporal forces, but also mixed with a trace of primordial divine power that shared the same origin as the heart of the artisan god. Filled with the essence of creation and destruction. What a powerful restriction. Chen Mo was secretly astonished. This was definitely the handiwork of a divine artisan from ancient times. He could sense that if one were to forcefully intrude, even a powerful being above level 6 would likely be instantly shredded into nothingness by this restriction. "Everyone, step back. Don't approach that stone wall," Chen Mo quickly warned. Upon hearing this, the members of the Divine Casting Guard immediately retreated, not daring to be careless. Chen Mo, alone, slowly walked to the stone wall, radiating a dangerous aura. He didn't attempt to break through with brute force. Instead, he took a deep breath and slowly activated the professional mark within him that had fused with the shattered heart of the artisan god. Buzz, a wave of pure and vast artisan primordial power, originating from the same source as the restriction energy, spread from Chen Mo, resonating wonderfully with the restriction energy on the stone wall. On the stone wall, the originally obscure energy threads suddenly erupted with dazzling multicolored brilliance. Following that, ancient and mysterious runes slowly appeared on the stone wall, combining to form a massive circular magic array. In the center of the array, the space rippled like water, forming a deep, dark whirlpool passage that seemed to connect to another unknown world. "It's opened. The boss really opened it." The members of the Divine Casting Guard were left dumbfounded, their admiration for Chen Mo reaching a new height. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He could feel that this ruin seemed to hold some goodwill and guidance for him as a divine casting armor. "Let us go. Let us see what's inside." Without any hesitation, Chen Mo was the first to step into the whirlpool passage. The members of the Divine Casting Guard followed closely behind, gathering their courage to step into the unknown ruins. After a brief moment of dizziness, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast underground space filled with the essence of metal and flames. The ceiling of the space was extremely high, embedded with countless crystals that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire space like stars in the night sky. The ground was paved with an unknown dark golden metal. engraved with numerous profound runes and patterns, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. In the center of the space stood a massive furnace towering several dozen meters high. The shape of the furnace bore a resemblance to the shadow of Chen Mo's core professional ability, Universal Furnace, but it was even more ancient and majestic, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Below the furnace, golden flames burned fiercely. This flame was no ordinary fire but the artisan god's fire, filled with pure, creative power. Surrounding the furnace were various oddly shaped forging tools, including enormous divine hammers, delicate chisels, and scissors capable of cutting through space, each radiating a heart-stopping pressure, clearly surpassing A-grade, even reaching S-grade divine weapons. Could this be the forging workshop of some ancient artisan god? The members of the divine casting guard were left speechless by the shocking sight before them. Chen Mo's heart was pounding violently. He could feel that the fragment of the heart of the artisan god within him resonated with the massive furnace and the surrounding artisan god's fire like never before. It was as if they were one entity. At that moment, an ancient and dignified voice came from the massive furnace, echoing throughout the underground space. After waiting for countless years, finally, a descendant bearing the seed of the artisan god has arrived here. Young man, do you know that this place is the fallen land of my ancient artisan god Hephaestus and also the site of my inheritance trial? Ancient artisan god Hephaestus. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. He had seen this name in some fragmented records of the artisan god's secret record. He was a forging god who was renowned in ancient times, on par with the Nordic artisan god who forged Thor's hammer and the Eastern artisan god who crafted the Rui Jin Gubang, a being who had shaken the heavens and worlds. He never expected that such a legacy of an ancient powerhouse would be hidden within this star realm secret. Junior Chen Mo, I pay my respects to Senior Hephaestus. Chen Mo immediately bowed respectfully. No need for excessive formalities. The ancient voice carried a hint of satisfaction. You being able to pass through the artisan god resonance restriction I set proves that you are fated to my inheritance. My inheritance can only be obtained by those with great will, great wisdom, and great fortune. You and your followers, are you willing to accept my trial? If you succeed, a portion of my inheritance, the treasures left behind, and the core replica of this eternal furnace will all belong to you. If you fail, you will be forever trapped here, becoming nourishment for my divine fire. The ancient voice was filled with undeniable authority and a hint of cruelty. Hearing this, the members of the divine casting guard felt a chill in their hearts, their expressions changing slightly. Though the rewards of this trial were rich, the penalties for failure were equally deadly. However, a determined light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Fortune favors the bold. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Moreover, he had absolute confidence in his profession as a divine casting armorer and the strength of the divine casting guard. Senior, we are willing to accept the trial, Chen Mo said decisively. Good. You have courage. The ancient voice praised. My trial is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, Path of Artisan's Heart. It tests your will and focus. As the words fell, the scene before everyone suddenly changed. The massive furnace and forging workshop disappeared, replaced by an endless, upward extending stone staircase. On both sides of the staircase were surging magma and howling winds, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. With each step up the staircase, one would have to endure a dual test of soul and body. Only those with steadfast hearts, undisturbed by external factors, could complete this path of artisan's heart. Go forth, children. Let me see what your capabilities truly are. The ancient voice echoed in the void. Chen Mo took a deep breath and was the first to step onto the first level of the stone staircase. A wave of scorching pain and heavy pressure surged from his feet, directly hitting his mind. But his gaze was firm, showing no signs of retreat. As he steadily climbed step by step, the members of the Divine Forge Guard exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed closely behind, stepping onto this trial path filled with unknowns and dangers. A test from the ancient craftsman gods had officially begun. Their fate would on this path of craftsmanship. Chapter 52. The Trial of the Artisan's Path. The transformation of will and divine power. The stone steps seemed endless, winding upwards into the pitch-black void. On either side of the steps flowed surging golden magma, emitting a terrifying heat that seemed capable of melting everything. The howling winds cut through the air like sharp blades, relentlessly slicing at the bodies and souls of the group. Chen Mo stood on the steps, feeling as if each step weighed 1,000 pounds. Waves of heat, cold, sharpness, heaviness, and illusionary energy surged into his body like a tide, battering his flesh and eroding his will. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his face gradually turned pale. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter and more resolute. He knew this was the test of will and focus from the artisan god Hephaestus. As a divine armorer, the most important thing was a resilient heart that would not be swayed by external forces. Only with strong will and concentration could one maintain absolute calm and precision during the tedious and intricate forging process, turning ordinary iron into extraordinary divine weapons. This trial is nothing I can't handle. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, and the divine power within him began to operate autonomously, resisting the onslaught of negative energies. At the same time, he focused his mental energy intensely on each step he took, ignoring the terrifying sights on either side and not pondering how long this road might be. Step by step, slowly but steadily, he moved forward. The members of the Divine Armory Guard followed closely, but their situation was far more difficult than Chen Mo's. Although they were all equipped with B-rank divine gear crafted by Chen Mo himself, their physical strength and mental resilience far exceeded those of practitioners of the same rank. Under the unique pressure of this artisan goddess relic, the protection their gear provided was suppressed to a minimum. Zhang Meng, the main tank of the team, with the toughest body, was now drenched in sweat. Each step he took caused the stone beneath him to emit a muffled sound. The Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian said. He wore flickered with light, clearly bearing a tremendous burden. Xia Qianqian, the core ranged damage dealer, had relatively high mental power, but her willpower was not her strong suit. At this moment, her delicate face was as pale as paper, her body slightly trembling, and a look of confusion and pain occasionally flashed in her eyes. Wang Tao, the assassin, had the most resolute will, but his body was relatively weak, suffering greatly from the dual assault of the howling winds and magma. Lina, the support healer, was the first in the team to feel overwhelmed. Her holy light power was greatly suppressed here, making it nearly impossible to provide effective healing and protection for herself and her teammates. I can't hold on any longer. I feel like my soul is being torn apart. A mage responsible for elemental damage was the first to succumb, letting out a painful groan and beginning to fall backward. Hold on. Chen Mo suddenly turned around, his eyes bursting with sharp light, like two bolts of tangible lightning piercing the mage's mind. At the same time, he sent a thread of pure divine power through the armament tuning network, remotely injecting it into the mage's body to help stabilize his mind and resist the erosion. This path tests not only our individual strength, but also our team's will. Chen Mo's voice rang out like a great bell in everyone's ears. We are the Divine Armory Guard. We are the team personally crafted by artisan Chen Mo. We fear no challenge. Trust yourself. Trust your teammates. Trust me. As long as we work together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Chen Mo's words were filled with powerful inspiration and encouragement. The members of the Divine Armory Guard felt their spirits lift, and the fire of determination reignited in their eyes. That's right. We are the Divine Armory Guard. The boss is right. We cannot bring shame to the boss. Let us give it our all. The team members shouted in anger, supporting each other, gritting their teeth, and continuing to climb upward. Their will, at that moment, seemed to coalesce into an invisible rope, tightly binding the entire team together. Time flowed slowly during the arduous trek. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. They did not know how long they had been walking or how long the steps were. Their bodies had long since gone numb, and their souls seemed to be repeatedly crushed and reshaped. But their gazes grew brighter, and their will became more resolute. During this process, Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the divine power within him, while resisting external pressure, was also undergoing some wonderful transformation at a slow but steady pace. The divine power, originally like liquid metal, became more refined and pure, with the essence of the artisan god becoming increasingly rich. Although his upper limit of divine power did not increase directly, the quality of the divine power was steadily improving. This meant that in the future, when he used divine power for forging, enchanting, and repairing, both efficiency and effectiveness would see a significant enhancement. This path of the artisan was not just a trial, but also a rare opportunity. Chen Mo realized this in his heart. He immediately shared this discovery with all the team members through the armament tuning network. Upon hearing this, the team members were invigorated. They began to attempt to actively guide their internal professional energy while resisting external pressures, to feel and absorb the special power from the artisan god's relic. Although their professions had nothing to do with the artisan god and could not directly enhance the quality of divine power, like Chen Mo, under the baptism of this primordial force, their professional energy became pure and their understanding of their own professions deepened. Several team members even vaguely sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Look, there's light ahead. Just as everyone felt they were about to reach their limit, Xia Qianqian suddenly exclaimed in surprise. At the end of the steps, a gentle white light appeared, radiating a warm and reassuring aura. There was the end point of the artisan's path. Charge! Everyone summoned their last strength and launched a final sprint towards the white light. Finally, after tremendous effort and sacrifice, all team members were exhausted, and a few even collapsed into unconsciousness. The Divine Armory Guard successfully completed this long and perilous artisan's path. When they stepped off the steps and bathed in the gentle white light, a pure and mighty life energy descended from the heavens, enveloping them all. Their injuries healed instantly. Their exhausted physical and mental energy rapidly recovered at a visible rate. More importantly, they could feel that their souls and wills, after being tempered by this trial, had become more resilient and pure. It was as if they had undergone a transformative rebirth. Congratulations! You have passed the first trial, the artisan's path. The ancient and dignified voice echoed in everyone's ears once more, carrying a hint of praise and contentment. Your will and team spirit have exceeded my expectations. As a reward, I shall grant you the baptism of the artisan's flame. As the words fell, the scene before them changed again. They returned to the vast underground forge filled with the essence of metal and flames. In the towering, eternal furnace, the blazing golden artisan's flame suddenly split into 10 small flames, as if possessing sentience, fluttering towards Chen Mo and the 9 members of the Divine Armory Guard. Chapter 53: The Gift of the Artisan God's Flame. Everyone's strength soars. 10 golden flames of the artisan god, like living spirits, merged into the foreheads of Chen Mo and the 9 members of the Divine Casting Guard. Boom! An indescribable heat and enlightenment instantly filled everyone's minds. Chen Mo felt as if he was in a sea of golden flames. This flame was not ordinary. It did not harm the body, but could directly scorch the soul and temper the will. More importantly, within this flame was the purest source power of the artisan god. The divine power within him began to operate and purify wildly under the pull of this source power. The quality of his divine power, which had only slightly improved before, now soared rapidly as if on a rocket. His divine power became more refined, pure, and more agile. The aura of creation and destruction contained within became increasingly clear. At the same time, a large amount of lost artisan secrets and insights about forging, enchanting, material analysis, and weapon spirit cultivation surged into his mind like a tide. His divine armor professional experience also skyrocketed at a visible speed. Early Stage 4. Mid-Stage 4. Advanced Stage 4. In just a moment, he reached the peak of Advanced Stage 4, only a step away from the pinnacle of Stage 4. Is this the baptism of the artisan goddess flame? Chen Mo was filled with shock and ecstasy. This was even greater than the improvement he received when merging with the shattered artisan heart. If he could completely refine and absorb this spark of the artisan goddess flame, he was even confident that he could break through the barrier of Stage 5 in a short time and become a true national-level master artisan. As for the members of the Divine Casting Guard, although they could not directly absorb the source power of the artisan god, like Chen Mo, under the baptism of this artisan god's flame, their souls and professional imprints also received unprecedented tempering and enhancement. Their understanding of their own profession instantly elevated to a new level. Several members who were originally stuck at a bottleneck experienced a sudden breakthrough, as if enlightened. Zhongming, B-level, Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian, further awakened his dragon lizard bloodline under the tempering of the artisan god's flame, successfully breaking through to the peak of Stage 3. His power and defense surged again. Xia Qianqian, B-level, Tearing Sky Storm Archer, had her mental power greatly enhanced, mastering the wind element more adeptly. Successfully comprehending a new professional skill, Storm Mark, only a hair's breadth away from the peak of Stage 3. Wang Tao, B-level Shadow Leopard, comprehended a hint of shadow flame mysteries under the scorching of the flames, His movements became more elusive, and his attacks carried a special effect of scorching the soul, successfully advancing to the peak of Stage 3. Lina, B-level, Holy Light Priest. Had her holy light power become purer and more sacred under the purification of the artisan goddess flame, significantly enhancing her healing effects and dispelling abilities, and also smoothly broke through to advanced Stage 3. The other members also gained tremendous benefits, with their strength at least increasing by a small realm. The average strength of the entire Divine Casting Guard instantly rose to a new level. So strong. I feel my body brimming with power. Is this the power of the artisan god? It's simply unbelievable. The members, feeling the surging power within them and the countless professional insights flooding their minds, were so excited they could hardly contain themselves, bursting into joyous cheers. They looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. They knew that if it weren't for Chen Mo leading them here, if it weren't for Chen Mo passing the first trial, they would never have had such a tremendous opportunity. It seems you are quite satisfied with my little gift. That old, dignified voice echoed again, carrying a hint of amusement. This artisan god's flame not only tempers your souls and wills, but also stimulates your potential and enhances your understanding of your own profession. Experience this power well. It will greatly assist you in the trials to come. Chen Mo and the members of the Divine Casting Guard respectfully bowed towards the eternal furnace, expressing their gratitude. Senior, may I ask what the second trial will be? Chen Mo asked. He couldn't wait to know what surprises and challenges this ancient artisan god would bring them. The second trial is called Myriad Manifestations of Divine Weapons. The ancient voice slowly said, In my forge, there are countless replicas and remnants of divine weapons I forged in my lifetime. Although they have lost their former power, they still retain a trace of my artisan god as a Markan weapon spirit remnant. Your task is to enter the Myriad Manifestations of Divine Weapons tomb and select the remnant weapon that resonates most with your soul and profession. Then, using the artisan god's flame I left behind and the materials in the workshop, try to repair it and awaken the sleeping weapon spirit within. The higher the quality of the repair, the stronger the awakened weapon spirit, the higher your score will be. This trial tests your vision, comprehension, and, most importantly, your ability to communicate and resonate with the weapon. Go. Let me see who among you can earn the recognition of those sleeping divine weapons. As the words fell, a wall on one side of the forge shimmered and slowly opened a portal to an unknown area. Beyond the portal, countless weapon phantoms flickered with various colors, exuding a heart-pounding sharpness and pressure. That was the legendary Myriad Manifestations of Divine Weapons tomb. A glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, filled with anticipation. Repairing remnant weapons? Awakening weapon spirits? This was simply a trial tailor-made for him as a divine armorer. He had insightful divine eyes, allowing him to easily see through the essence and potential of those remnant weapons. He had Myriad Manifestations Furnace, enabling him to perfectly repair and reforge any equipment. He also possessed Weapon Spirit Cultivation Method, Fragment, knowing exactly how to communicate with weapon spirits. He was determined to succeed in this trial. Divine Casting Guard, listen to my command, Chen Mo said solemnly. After entering the Myriad Manifestations of Divine Weapons tomb, do not act rashly. Follow my instructions. I will help you select the most suitable divine weapon for you. In this trial, we will not only pass, but also aim for the highest evaluation. Yes, boss. The members of the Divine Casting Guard responded in unison, their voices filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Under Chen Mo's leadership, they strode forward into the Myriad Manifestations of Divine Weapons tomb, where a feast of weapons was about to unfold. Chapter 54. The Tomb of All Weapons. The Master Craftsman's Taba Feast. Stepping into the portal of the Tomb of All Weapons, the sight before everyone made them gasp in awe. This was a vast and bizarre space, with a deep crimson sky, as if frozen blood. On the ground, countless various weapons were thrust into the earth. There were broken giant swords, shattered staffs, rusted armor, and dull bows and crossbows. Each weapon exuded an ancient and weathered aura, along with a faint hint of sorrow and unwillingness. They were once renowned divine weapons, accompanying their masters in battles, slaying demons and monsters, achieving great feats. But now, they were all broken and dusty, quietly lying here, waiting for a fated person to awaken them. The air was thick with a strong bloodlust and various chaotic energy fluctuations. creating a sense of inexplicable oppression and heart palpitations. So, many remnants of divine weapons. Zhang Ming looked at the weapon graveyard before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. He could feel that any one of these broken weapons, if fully restored, would probably be of at least A-grade quality. Moreover, some weapons radiated a subtle divine might, their original grade possibly reaching S-grade, or even higher. No wonder this was the collection of the ancient craftsman god. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Excitement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. He activated Insightful Eye and quickly scanned the countless remnants of weapons before him. A stream of shocking information rushed into his mind. Item: Shattered Titan's Axe, S-grade, divine weapon fragment. Material: Stellar Core, Titan Gold. Traits: contains a trace of Titan divine power, can split mountains and shatter the void. Restoration suggestion: requires at least 3 SS grade earth and gold attribute treasures for reforging, and a special method to activate the Titan divine seal. Item: Broken Elven Sacred Bow Moon Goddess's Kiss, A-grade divine weapon fragment. Material: World Tree Branch, Moonstone Core. Traits: arrows release moonlight, tracking and locking on. Double damage to undead and dark creatures. Restoration suggestion: requires elven secret methods, supplemented by Moonwell water and stardust for restoration. Item: damaged Dragon Knight Battle Armor Anger of the Sky, SS grade set component chest armor. Material: Adult Dragon's Reverse Scale, Void Demon Iron. Traits: Dragon Might Intimidation. Very high elemental resistance. Can temporarily activate Dragon Transformation State. Restoration suggestion: requires Dragon Blood and Dragon Soul for sacrifice, supplemented by at least 5 types of S-grade precious ores for reforging. Even Chen Mo, who had seen much, was somewhat stunned by the dazzling array of divine weapon remnants before him. This was simply a moving divine equipment material library. If he could restore even a portion of the remnants here, or merely extract the core materials, it would be enough to cause a tremendous change in his and the Divine Forge Guard's strength. Boss, what should we do now? With so many weapons, which one should we choose? Xia Qianqian asked, looking at the dazzling sight before her, feeling somewhat at a loss. Each remnant emitted a powerful aura, making it difficult for her to decide. Don't rush. Chen Mo smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Although there are many weapons here, not everyone is suitable for you. Moreover, awakening their weapon souls is not an easy task. It requires a very high soul compatibility between the weapon and the user. You all rest here and adjust your state. I will choose for you. After saying that, Chen Mo stepped into the vast weapon tomb, beginning his Taobao journey. With Insightful Eye fully activated, like a high-precision scanner, he meticulously examined each weapon's attributes, materials, traits, and the strength and attributes of the residual weapon souls. His figure moved between countless remnants flashing with various lights, sometimes pausing in thought, sometimes reaching out to touch, feeling the faint information transmitted from the weapons. The members of the Divine Forge Guard watched nervously and expectantly from the side. They knew that their boss's judgment was always incredibly sharp. The weapons he personally selected would definitely be the most suitable for them. Time passed slowly. Chen Mo's brow furrowed at times and relaxed at others. The number of remnants in the tomb of all weapons was enormous, and their grades were very high, each containing unique mysteries. Even with his powerful, insightful eye, it required considerable energy and time. After about 2 hours, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from Chen Mo's eyes. He stopped in front of a broken long sword deeply buried in the ground, only the hilt exposed. The hilt was an ancient bronze color, engraved with some vague star patterns, exuding a faint sharpness and majesty. The information from Insightful Eye clearly appeared before him. Item: Broken Star Guardian Sword, A-grade divine weapon fragment. Core component intact. Material: extraterrestrial star iron essence, moonlight secret silver, a trace of guardian soul power, incomplete. Traits: Starlight Guardian, passive, can withstand a fatal blow. Sword Chi Star River, active, draws on star power for area attack. Guardian Will, passive, the stronger the holder's will, the greater the sword's power. Weapon Soul Residue, in slumber. Attributes: Light, Guardian, Stars. Highly compatible with swordsman and guardian professions. Restoration suggestion: requires at least 3 A-grade light and star attribute materials for reforging. And nurturing with one's own guardian will for a chance to awaken the weapon soul. This is it. Chen Mo's heart surged with joy. This Star Guardian sword, whether in terms of attributes, traits, or the compatibility of the weapon soul, perfectly matched with the team member who had awakened the B-grade Temple Guardian Swordsman profession. He immediately called that team member over. This sword is most compatible with your profession and soul wave. Try to communicate with it and see if you can gain its recognition, Chen Mo said. The Temple Guardian Swordsman. Team member's eyes flashed with excitement as he respectfully took the broken sword, took a deep breath, and slowly infused his mental energy and professional energy into it. Buzz. The broken sword trembled slightly, and the star patterns on the hilt suddenly glowed with a faint light. A familiar and warm feeling flowed from the hilt into his palm, as if this sword had always belonged to him. I did it, boss. It responded to me, the team member said excitedly. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and continued his Taba journey. Next, he selected the most suitable remnants for the other members of the team. For Xia Qianqian, he chose a broken A-grade Windwalker longbow, whose weapon soul residue was highly compatible with wind elements and elven bloodline. For Zhang Ming, he found an A-grade Earth Roarer shield, covered in cracks but still exuding a heavy aura. Its weapon soul residue was filled with wild earth elemental power. For Wang Tao, he discovered an A-grade Shadow Demon soul-cutting blade that was entirely black and seemed to absorb light among a pile of inconspicuous dagger remnants. Its weapon soul residue was filled with strange shadows and devouring power. Each remnant selected by Chen Mo was nearly perfectly compatible with the members' professions and souls. After the team members conducted preliminary communication with these remnants, they all successfully gained their initial recognition. This incredible vision and judgment made the members of the Divine Forge Guard's admiration for Chen Mo reach an unprecedented height. They even suspected that their leader might be the reincarnation of a certain master craftsman. Soon, apart from Chen Mo himself, the other 9 members of the Divine Casting Guard found their own fated remnants. Chen Mo, however, directed his gaze towards the deepest part of the Divine Weapon Tomb. There, he sensed a special fluctuation that strongly resonated with his profession as a divine casting armorer and the fragment of the heart of the craftsman within him. That fluctuation was filled with creation, destruction, and the infinite possibilities of the true essence of the craftsman. It seems that the real treasures are still ahead. A fiery light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he strode deeper into the weapon tomb. An opportunity exclusive to him as a divine casting armorer seemed to be waiting for him. Chapter 55. The Choice of the Divine Craftsman, the Heavenly Work Hammer, and the Universal Diagram. Deep within the Divine Weapon Tomb, the light grew increasingly dim, and the oppressive aura in the air became stronger. The number of remnants of weapons here had clearly diminished, but each one exuded a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. It was evident that their original ranks had reached S level or above, with some even being SS level existences. Chen Mo braved the immense pressure, step by step, towards the source of the resonating wave that stirred his soul. Finally, he arrived in front of a small mountain made up of countless weapon remnants. At the peak of the mountain, 2 items floated silently. One was an ancient stone hammer, covered in cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. The hammer's design was extremely simple, devoid of any ornate decorations, yet it emanated a terrifying pressure that felt as if it could create and govern all things. On the hammerhead, 3 blurred ancient characters could be faintly seen. Heavenly Work Hammer. The other item was a tattered scroll made from unknown golden beast hide. The scroll depicted countless profound and complex runes and star tracks, seemingly encompassing the myriad phenomena of the universe and the laws of the heavens. The edge of the scroll faintly revealed the words Universal Diagram. Heavenly Work Hammer, EX Level Divine Craftsman Core, Sacred Object Fragment. A core fragment of the ancient divine craftsman Hephaestus's divine hammer, containing his lifelong forging insights and a trace of the original creation, divine fire. Perfectly aligns with the divine armament craftsman profession, greatly enhancing forging success rates, quality limits, and providing a chance to comprehend the lost forbidden techniques of the divine craftsman. After restoration, it can serve as the materialized core of the universal furnace. Universal Star Track Forging Diagram. SSS Level Divine Craftsman Inheritance Diagram Completion. Records Hephaestus's ultimate understanding of the laws of the universe and the structure of all things, as well as the forbidden methods of forging conceptual armaments and rule artifacts. It shares the same origin as the fragment Chen Mo previously obtained, capable of completing its missing parts and greatly enhancing his control and application of the laws. Seeing the information about these 2 items, Chen Mo's breathing became somewhat hurried. EX Level Divine Craftsman Core Sacred Object. SSS-level Divine Craftsman Inheritance Diagram. Either one of these would be enough to make the entire Azure Star, and even the myriad realms, go crazy. Especially this Heavenly Workhammer, which is actually the core fragment of Hephaestus's Divine Hammer. If he could restore it and integrate it into his Universal Furnace, his forging ability would reach an unfathomable new level. And that scroll, Universal Star Track Forging Diagram, could complete the fragment he obtained earlier, raising his understanding and application of the laws to a whole new height. These two items were simply supreme treasures tailor-made for him. Young man, it seems you have made a choice. The aged and dignified voice echoed in Chen Mo's ears once more. These two items are the core of my inheritance. The Heavenly Workhammer represents my skill, while the Universal Diagram represents my path. Skill and path complement each other and are both indispensable. However, with your current strength and realm, you cannot bear the full power of both items at the same time. You must make a choice. Inherit one first. Choosing the Heavenly Workhammer will grant you unparalleled forging skills and power, but you may lack an understanding of the laws. Choosing the Universal Diagram will provide you with a profound understanding of the laws of the universe, but your actual forging ability may be slightly inferior. Your choice will determine your future path as a divine armament craftsman, and whether you can truly carry forward this profession and recreate the glory of the ancient divine craftsman. Tell me, what is your choice? The aged voice carried a hint of expectation and testing. Chen Mo fell into deep thought. Both the Heavenly Workhammer and the Universal Diagram held deadly allure for him. Choosing the former would lead to a significant leap in his forging ability, allowing him to create stronger divine weapons for the Divine Armament Guard and even the entire Great Xiao Federation, enhancing overall strength. Choosing the latter would provide him with a deeper theoretical foundation and understanding of the laws, resulting in a higher growth limit in the future. But the short-term enhancement of his strength might not be as obvious as the former. This was a difficult choice. The members of the Divine Armament Guard had also arrived nearby, watching Chen Mo nervously and not daring to disturb him. They understood that their leader's choice not only affected his personal future, but also the fate of the entire Divine Armament Guard. Time passed second by second. Chen Mo's brows were tightly knitted, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Suddenly, a gleam of insight flickered in his eyes, as if he had understood something. He raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the stone hammer and the diagram floating in the air, and said in a deep voice, "Senior, I dare to ask. Can I choose both?" At these words, not only were the members of the Divine Armament Guard shocked, but even the aged voice fell into a momentary silence. Choose both. The aged voice carried a hint of surprise and amusement. Young man, do you understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew? With your current realm, forcibly merging these two sacred objects will only lead to the destruction of your soul and the collapse of your foundation. I understand. Chen Mo smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with confidence. But my profession as a divine armament craftsman emphasizes the myriad returning to one, forging the divine soul. Skill and path are inherently two sides of the same coin. Forcibly separating them would lead to a disadvantage. Moreover, I believe that with the uniqueness of my profession and the fragment of the heart of the divine craftsman within me as a guide, I will surely find a way to perfectly merge these two sacred objects and elevate them together. His words were resolute, filled with immense confidence and undeniable determination. The aged voice fell silent once again. After a long while, it let out a long and complicated sigh. Good, the myriad returning to one, forging the divine soul. Good, skill and path are indeed one. After so many millennia, I have finally waited for a junior who truly understands the profound truth of the path of the divine craftsman. You are correct. The divine armament craftsman surpasses the boundaries of mere skill and path, pursuing the ultimate creation and control as a supreme profession. Since you possess such determination and insight, I will make an exception this once and give you a chance. I can temporarily seal a portion of the power of these two sacred objects, allowing you to merge them first. However, the process of merging is still fraught with danger, a life or death situation. Moreover, you must completely restore these two sacred objects and comprehend their core mysteries within 100 years. Otherwise, once the seal is broken, you will still suffer backlash and be doomed. Are you willing to try? The aged voice was filled with unprecedented seriousness and anticipation. I am. Chen Mo's eyes burst with dazzling brilliance as he spoke without hesitation. He knew this was a tremendous gamble, but it was also a supreme opportunity that could truly lay the foundation for his future path as a divine craftsman. He had to seize it. Good, good, good. The aged voice repeated 3 times, filled with satisfaction and excitement. Since that is the case, I shall lend you a helping hand. As the words fell, the heavenly work hammer and the universal Star Trek forging diagram, which were floating in the air, erupted with dazzling radiance. Mysterious golden runes flew out from the eternal furnace, merging into the hammer and the diagram, forming layers of solid seals. Immediately after, the heavenly work hammer and universal diagram, having most of their power sealed, transformed into 2 streaks of flowing light, instantly merging into Chen Mo's forehead. Boom! An indescribable vastness of information and overwhelming power surged into Chen Mo's soul like a cosmic torrent. Chapter 56. Fusion of Sacred Artifacts. The prototype of the path of the divine craftsman. The moment the heavenly craft hammer and myriad manifestations map merged into his forehead, Chen Mo felt as if his soul's sea of consciousness was about to burst. Endless forging memories and vast insights into the laws surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. It was the understanding and accumulation of craftsmanship and the Tao from the ancient craftsman god Hephaestus. The heavenly craft hammer transformed into a giant hammer's phantom, standing tall in the center of his sea of consciousness, exuding a terrifying pressure that commanded the creation of all things. With every breath, it felt as if his soul was being tempered, becoming more refined and resilient. The myriad manifestations map morphed into a starry sky scroll that covered the entire sea of consciousness, with countless stars moving within, evolving the mysteries of the universe's birth and demise, the profound truths of the unity of all laws. Under the illumination of this starry scroll, his mental power expanded and elevated an unprecedented speed. Craft and Tao, hammer and map, formed a wondrous balance and resonance within his sea of consciousness. However, this was just the beginning. Among the 2 sacred artifacts, a portion of the primordial fire of creation and the true essence of cosmic laws, which had been sealed away, began to collide and fuse violently deep within his soul. This fusion was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it was 2 completely different yet fundamentally connected supreme powers attempting to open up a brand new realm of craftsman god within his soul. The process was excruciatingly painful. Chen Mo felt as if his soul was placed in the eternal inferno, repeatedly tempered by the primordial fire of creation and hammered by the heavenly craft hammer. Each tempering and each hammering brought him unimaginable pain, as if his very soul was about to shatter. But he knew he absolutely could not give up. This was the path he had chosen for himself. It was also the necessary road to becoming a true divine craftsman. He gritted his teeth, maintaining clarity in his mind, fully operating the divine casting armor profession's mental technique, guiding the fragments of the heart of the craftsman god within him to harmonize and organize those 2 violent forces. He wanted to completely integrate these 2 forces into his soul, transforming them into a part of his divine casting armor profession. Time passed in painful torment, second by second. Chen Mo's body trembled violently, and blood even seeped from his 7 orifices. The members of the divine casting guard watched in horror, but dared not disturb him, silently praying for him. They knew their leader was undergoing a perilous yet crucial transformation. After an unknown duration, perhaps a moment or perhaps an eternity, just as Chen Mo felt his soul was about to completely collapse, the phantom of the heavenly craft hammer and the starry, myriad manifestations map suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance in his sea of consciousness. The 2 originally violently colliding forces, under the guidance of the heart of the craftsman god fragments, finally reached a certain profound balance. The hammer phantom merged into the starry sky, and the starry sky surrounded the hammer phantom. Within technique lies the Tao, and within the Tao lies technique, a vague, nascent form of the craftsman god realm, filled with the breath of creation and destruction and the mastery of all things, slowly condensed within his soul's sea of consciousness. Boom! An indescribable clarity and power instantly filled his limbs and bones. At that moment, his divine casting armor profession level broke through again. Peak level 4. He was just 1 step away from level 5, national level. His divine power limit surged to an astonishing 3,000 points. Moreover, the quality of his divine power underwent a qualitative leap, with the essence of the craftsman god almost on par with that of the craftsman god fire. His mental power directly broke through a certain boundary, reaching an entirely new level, with perception range and insight ability enhanced by over 10 times. More importantly, countless inspirations and ideas about how to perfectly combine technique and Tao to forge true conceptual armors and rule artifacts emerged in his mind. The Eye of Divine Insight evolved into the Eye of Truth. Not only could it perceive all information, but it could also directly analyze the structural laws and energy essence of targets, and even vaguely foresee their future destinies and causal relationships. The Myriad Manifestations Furnace. After merging a trace of the heavenly craft hammer, S primordial power evolved into the Heaven and Earth Furnace. Not only did its forging efficiency and quality sealing significantly increase, but could also directly draw the power of laws from the void, endowing equipment with even more powerful rule attributes. The secret record of a divine craftsman. After merging a trace of the Myriad Manifestations map, S inheritance information evolved into the craftsman god canon. Not only did it record information more comprehensively, but it could also automatically deduce some brand new equipment blueprints and forging methods based on Chen Mo's nascent craftsman god realm. I succeeded. I really succeeded. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him and the nascent craftsman god realm in his sea of consciousness, filled with indescribable excitement and joy. The gains from this experience were immense, so immense that they exceeded all his imagination. He knew that from this moment on, his path as a divine casting armor had truly embarked on the right track. His future achievements would be limitless. Good. What a prodigy. That elderly and authoritative voice sounded again, filled with unprecedented excitement and admiration. I truly did not misjudge you. You not only successfully fused the primordial powers of the heavenly craft hammer and Myriad Manifestations map, but also condensed the nascent form of the craftsman god realm. This talent and comprehension, even I back in the day, could not compare. These two sacred artifacts, along with a part of my inheritance, will officially belong to you from today. I hope you can make good use of them to carry forward the lineage of the divine casting armorer and restore the glory of the ancient craftsman gods. As the voice faded, the massive eternal inferno and the countless divine weapons around began to become illusory. Clearly, the remnant of this ancient craftsman god was about to dissipate after completing the inheritance. I will never forget the great kindness of my predecessor. Chen Mo respectfully bowed to the void. No need for thanks. This was also my long-held wish. The elderly voice carried a hint of relief and contentment. Remember, the true path of the craftsman god has only just begun. The challenges from the outside world are far more severe than you imagine. The future of Blue Star and the fate of the Great Xia Federation may all depend on you. Go, use your hands to forge a brand new era. The voice grew weaker and ultimately disappeared completely. The entire underground forging workshop also transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the void. Only Chen Mo and the members of the Divine Casting Guard remained, still standing quietly in place, filled with complex emotions. They knew they had just experienced an encounter that could change their lives. Boss, are you okay? Xiao Qianqian looked at Chen Mo, asking with some concern. The painful expression Chen Mo had during the fusion of the sacred artifacts still haunted her. Chen Mo smiled slightly and shook his head. I'm fine and I feel better than ever. He could sense that his strength had taken a tremendous leap. All right, the inheritance has ended, and we should leave here. Chen Mo said. There are even more important things awaiting us to do. Confidence sparkled in his eyes. He was determined to transform the immense enhancement gained from the craftsman god ruins into the strength of the divine casting guard and the entire Great Xia Federation. He wants the Azure Star to tremble for his name as the divine craftsman. Chapter 57, Repairing Divine Weapons. Everyone upgrades to cannons, leaving the legacy ruins of the artisan god Hephaestus. Chen Mo and the members of the Divine Forge Guard returned to the perilous blood-colored wasteland of the Star Realm Secret. However, their mood at this moment was completely different from before. Excitement and confidence radiated from everyone's faces. A series of adventures in the Artisan God's ruins had granted them all a transformative enhancement. Chen Mo's Divine Forge Armorer profession had reached the peak of the 4th tier, with a qualitative leap in divine power quality and mental strength. And he had condensed the embryonic form of the Artisan God's domain, gaining the core inheritance of the two sacred artifacts, Heavenly Hammer and Myriad Forms map. The members of the Divine Forge Guard had also experienced a surge in power under the baptism of the artisan goddess Fire, with their average profession tiers surpassing the peak of the 3rd tier, and some even approaching the threshold of the 4th tier. More importantly, each of them had selected a piece of divine weapon remains of A grade or above from the myriad divine weapons tomb that perfectly matched their souls and professions. Although these weapon remains had lost their former might and their spirituality had dulled, their materials and core structures still far surpassed the B-grade equipment they were currently using. If they could repair these remnants and awaken the dormant weapon souls within, the overall strength of the Divine Forge Guard would undergo a monumental transformation. Boss, should we start repairing these treasures now? Zhang Ming asked impatiently, stroking the A-grade, Earth Roarer's shield in his hands, which was covered in cracks. He could sense a violent and heavy earth elemental power within the shield, which was a perfect match for his Earth Dragon Lizard Guardian profession. Not yet. Chen Mo shook his head, glancing at the powerful remnants in everyone's hands. Repairing these A-grade and above divine weapon remains is not an easy task. It requires a large amount of rare materials and divine power. Moreover, to perfectly awaken their weapon souls, we need some special rituals and guiding techniques. First, let's find an absolutely safe place, and then I will repair and upgrade them one by one for you. Thus, Chen Mo led the team deeper into the blood-colored wasteland, using Truth's divine eye to accurately sense the environment, and found a natural crystal cave that was rich in energy and extremely concealed. Inside the cave, countless energy crystals radiated various colors of light, illuminating the entire cave like a dreamlike world. The energy concentration here was at least several times higher than outside, making it very suitable for cultivation and equipment forging. Chen Mo first set up some warning arrays and breath-sealing barriers to ensure safety. Then, he began the intense and busy work of repairing the divine weapons. The first one he repaired was the broken A-grade, Windwalker's longbow, belonging to Xia Qianqian. This longbow was made from the trunk of the ancient elven world tree and a moonstone core, containing pure wind elemental power and a faint trace of elven bloodline aura. Chen Mo took out the B-grade star, Iron Mother, C-grade star crystal, and some special materials containing wind attributes and life aura that he had collected from the artisan goddess ruins. He summoned the Heaven and Earth Furnace, an ancient furnace infused with the source power of the heavenly hammer. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a heart-pounding pressure and scorching heat. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo carefully placed the remains of the Windwalker's longbow and various auxiliary materials into the furnace. He activated the divine power within him, drawing upon the source of the artisan goddess Fire, and began to repair and reforge the longbow. Under his precise control, the rare materials quickly melted into pure energy torrents that flowed into the broken parts of the longbow. The cracks in the longbow rapidly healed at a visible speed. At the same time, Chen Mo inscribed his understanding of the wind elemental laws and some elven runes he comprehended from the myriad forms map onto the bow's body. Buzz. A clear sound of a bowstring resonated. The Windwalker's longbow was not only perfectly repaired under the reforge of the Heaven and Earth Furnace, but its quality also jumped from A-grade, damaged, to A-grade, orange extreme. The bow body shimmered with a green light, radiating a captivating life aura and sharp wind elemental fluctuations. More importantly, in the core of the bow body, a hazy silhouette of an elven girl slowly emerged, letting out a joyful murmur. The weapon's soul had awakened. Wow, what a beautiful bow! Xia Qianqian looked at the newly revitalized longbow, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise and affection. She could feel an unprecedented strong resonance with her soul. It was as if it was a part of her body. This Windwalker elven speech was now A-grade orange extreme, quality with 3 core characteristics, affinity with wind, elven blessing, and void piercing arrow, and the weapon soul had initially awakened, leaving ample room for future growth. Chen Mo smiled as he handed the longbow to Xia Qianqian. Thank you, boss. Xia Qianqian excitedly took the longbow. Unable to let it go, she could feel that with this divine bow, her strength had increased by at least over 30. Next, Chen Mo swiftly repaired Zhang Ming's A-grade, Earth Roarer's shield. He infused a large amount of Star, Iron Mother, and the soul of the Earth Dragon Lizard, raising its quality to A-grade, purple rare, and successfully awakened the slumbering violent bear's soul within. For Wang Tao, he repaired the A-grade, Shadow Demon's soul, Devouring Blade, infusing it with void shadow crystals and abyssal demon iron, raising its quality to A-grade, orange extreme, with the weapon soul transforming into a shadow demon that devours chosen targets. Forlina, he repaired the A-grade Staff of Life S praise, infusing it with holy light crystal cores and leaves of ancient life trees, raising its quality to A-grade, purple rare, and even condensing a drop of life nectar exuding rich life aura at the top of the staff. In the following days, Chen Mo worked tirelessly, perfectly repairing and upgrading the life weapon remnants of all the members of the Divine Forge Guard. Each piece of equipment reached at least A-grade, purple rare, quality. Every piece successfully awakened the sleeping weapon souls within. At this moment, the entire Divine Forge Guard had truly transformed their old weapons into new ones. All members equipped with A-grade divine gear. All members equipped with weapon souls. What a terrifying configuration. Even the most elite Ace Legion of the entire Daxia Federation might not have such luxurious treatment. And all of this came from the hands of Chen Mo alone. The members of the Divine Forge Guard looked at their new divine weapons, radiating powerful auras and perfectly resonating with their souls, and their gratitude and admiration for Chen Mo could not be expressed in words. They knew that encountering a master craftsman like Chen Mo was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of their lives. Boss, you've worked hard. All the members knelt on one knee, giving a solemn and respectful military salute to Chen Mo. They knew how much effort and divine power Chen Mo had expended to repair these divine weapons. Everyone, get up, Chen Mo said with a hint of a comforting smile. Seeing his team members' strength surge once again filled him with a sense of accomplishment. This equipment is just the beginning. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with confidence. In the future, I will forge even stronger, true artifacts that surpass S-grade for you. Our goal is the Starry Sea. It is the myriad realms. We will let the name of the Divine Forge Armorer and the Divine Forge Guard resound throughout the universe. Yes, boss. The members of the Divine Forge Guard roared in unison, their voices filled with endless passion and fighting spirit. They believe that under Chen Mo's leadership, they will surely create a legendary era that belongs to them. Having completed the equipment upgrade for the entire team, Chen Mo also turned his attention to the two artifacts he had recently fused, the Heavenly Hammer and the Universal Diagram. He knew that to truly unleash the power of these two artifacts, a long time was needed for repair and comprehension. But now, he already had a preliminary plan. He would attempt to further fuse the primal power of the Heavenly Hammer with his own Heaven and Earth Furnace, making it his Life S Divine Hammer during forging. He would try to integrate the insights of the laws from the Universal Diagram into the embryonic form of his Artisan God domain, allowing it to evolve into even more profound and powerful rules. An ultimate forging targeting himself is about to unfold with Chen Mo. Chapter 58, The Call of the National Team. S-Class Emergency Mission. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in his preliminary understanding and integration of the Heavenly Craft Hammer and Omnichart, the Divine Forging Guard gradually adapted to the immense power brought by the new A-Class Divine Gear. An urgent communication request from the headquarters of the National Reserve Bureau of the Daxia Federation on Blue Star was transmitted directly to Chen Mo's identity wristwatch through a special encrypted channel. It was a communication from Deputy Director Long. Chen Mo's heart stirred, and he immediately connected. On the light screen, the familiar yet slightly anxious face of Long Zhanya appeared. Chen Mo, my young friend, the situation is urgent, so I'll keep it brief. Long Zhanya's voice was filled with unprecedented gravity. We have just received an S-Class emergency rescue request from the highest command on the front lines. An S-Class National Special Forces team, codenamed Dragon Tooth, has encountered an unprecedented crisis while executing a top-secret mission to explore the outer areas of the ancient divine ruins. They are not only being besieged by a large number of high-level aberrant beasts and evil entities, but more importantly, their core strategic equipment. An A-Class auxiliary treasure called the Observer Prism, which was excavated from an ancient relic, has suffered severe erosion and damage from an unknown energy. This Observer Prism is crucial for them to complete the mission and safely withdraw. If it is completely destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. At present, all of our Federation's top forging masters and rune engineers are helpless against this special energy erosion, and the repair progress is extremely slow, almost at a standstill. Time is of the essence. The Dragon Tooth team can hold out for at most 72 hours. Therefore, we thought of you. Long Zhanya's gaze was fixed on Chen Mo, filled with expectation and trust. Chen Mo, my young friend, you are the only divine forging master in our Daxia Federation and even the entire Blue Star. Your forging skills have surpassed everyone's understanding. We implore you to return to Blue Star immediately, go to the frontline command, and attempt to repair the observer prism. This relates not only to the lives and safety of the 10 or so federal heroes of the Dragontooth team, but also to a major strategic deployment that could affect the national fortune of the Federation for the next century. Please. Long Zhangye's tone carried a hint of request, along with an undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's heart also tightened. An S-Class National Special Forces team, the Ancient Divine Ruins, an A-Class Auxiliary Treasure, the Federation's century-long national fortune. These terms combined made him instantly understand the extreme importance and danger of this mission. Observer Prism? The name seems somewhat similar to certain functions of his Eye of Truth. If it is eroded by a special energy, perhaps he really can repair it. Deputy Director Long, I understand. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. Please arrange for the highest level teleportation channel back to Blue Star immediately, and my Divine Forging Guard will set off right away. I accept the mission to repair the Observer Prism. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Moreover, I am also a Divine Forging Master, enjoying the highest level resources of the country. For both emotional and rational reasons, he could not shirk this responsibility. Good, that's great, Long Zhangye exclaimed, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Chen Mo, my young friend, I knew you wouldn't let us down. The highest level Stargate Transcendence channel is already prepared for you. The coordinates and access key will be sent to you shortly. We will be waiting for your triumphant return at the front line command. As the communication ended, Chen Mo immediately informed the members of the Divine Forging Guard about the urgency and importance of the mission. Boss, the country has summoned us, and we cannot refuse. That's right. It's our honor to serve the country. Damn it. Let those aberrant beasts and evil entities experience the power of our A-Class Divine Gear. Upon hearing this, the team members were all stirred up, showing no hesitation or retreat. Although they were not regular soldiers, the blood of defending their homeland surged in their hearts just the same. Soon, Chen Mo received the coordinates and access keys sent by Long Zhangye. It turned out to be a one-way emergency teleportation Stargate hidden within a special spatial node of the Star Realm, which could directly return to the territory of the Daxia Federation on Blue Star. The cost of using a Stargate of this level once could be enough to cripple a medium-sized country. This shows how seriously the Federation's high command valued this mission. Divine Forging Guard, all hands on deck. Chen Mo commanded in a deep voice. Prepare your equipment. Restore your status. Our next battlefield is Blue Star. Our mission is to repair the national treasure and rescue the federal heroes. Let us go. Under Chen Mo's leadership, the 10 members of the Divine Forging Guard transformed into streams of light and raced towards the coordinates of the emergency teleportation Stargate. An S-Class emergency repair mission that concerns the national fortune of the Daxia Federation is about to unfold. Will Chen Mo and his heavenly craft hammer be able to create miracles once again and turn the tide? The entire Daxia Federation held its breath in anticipation. What they did not know was that this request for national team equipment repair was just the beginning. In the future, there would be more and more important national treasures waiting for Chen Mo to repair, upgrade, and create. His title of Divine Forging Master would resonate throughout the entire Blue Star with each miraculous effort to turn the tide, becoming the true anchor and strategic card of the Daxia Federation. Chapter 59, Stargate Jump. Rapid support for the Dragontooth team. In the Star Realm Secret. Deep within a desolate asteroid belt, a silver-white stargate, emitting strong spatial fluctuations and composed of countless mysterious runes, quietly floated in the void. This was the one-way emergency jump stargate prepared by the National Reserve Bureau for Chen Mo and the Divine Forge Guard. Surrounding the stargate were heart-pounding spatial rifts and chaotic energy flows, clearly indicating that the cost of opening and maintaining this stargate was extremely high. Leading the Divine Forge Guard, Chen Mo, using the key and guidance provided by Long Zhangye, safely navigated through the dangerous outer area and arrived before the stargate. Boss, this stargate looks so unstable. Won't we be torn apart by the spatial turbulence if we go in? Zhang Meng asked nervously, looking at the constantly flickering and twisting stargate. Don't worry. A glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. The Eye of Truth had already analyzed the structure and energy operation trajectory of this stargate. The core node of this stargate was supported by a very rare void stabilization anchor, which posed no risk of collapse in the short term. However, the spatial pressure during the jump would indeed be very high, so you must exert all your strength to operate your professional energy to protect yourselves. After saying that, Chen Mo took the lead and stepped into the silver-white stargate. The members of the Divine Forge Guard followed closely behind, entering one after another. Boom! An indescribably terrifying force of spatial tugging instantly acted upon them. It felt as if countless invisible hands were crazily tearing at their bodies and souls. Even though they were all wearing A-grade divine gear, they were still almost suffocated by this force. Fortunately, they had all undergone the trials of the Artisan's Path, and their willpower and energy control abilities were far from ordinary. Under Chen Mo's reminder and guidance, they all exerted their professional energy to form a solid energy shield on the surface of their bodies, resisting the invasion of spatial pressure. The process of the jump felt as if it lasted a century, yet also seemed to be just a moment. When the chaotic and twisted light and shadow before their eyes became clear again, they found themselves inside a massive metal fortress filled with a chilling and iron-blooded atmosphere. On the walls of the fortress, the dragon-shaped national emblem of the Great Xia Federation was engraved, along with various advanced energy weapons and defensive formations. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and a faint hint of blood. This was clearly the core area of the frontline command center of the Great Xia Federation's Jinyuan Star City, located at the junction of the Blue Star and the Dimensional Rift. Welcome to Jinyuan Star City, Advisor, Chen Mo, and all heroes of the Divine Forge Guard. A middle-aged military officer dressed in a black Special Operations uniform, with the rank of Major General and a resolute expression, had been waiting there. Behind him followed several fierce-looking Special Operations team members with sharp gazes. I am Lin Xiao, the Vice Captain of the Dragon 2 Special Team. The middle-aged officer saluted Chen Mo with a standard military gesture, his tone filled with respect and gratitude. Thank you all for coming from afar in such a hurry. He understood that this seemingly 18 or 19-year-old boy before him, along with the young team behind him, might very well be the last hope for the Dragon Tooth team and the success of the entire mission. Vice Captain Lin, you're too polite. Chen Mo slightly nodded in return. The situation is urgent. Please take us to check the observer prism immediately. Okay, please follow me. Lin Xiao didn't waste any time and immediately turned to lead the way, passing through several heavily guarded alloy doors and energy detection passages. They arrived at the most core special isolation repair room of the command center. In the center of the repair room, a platform protected by a transparent energy shield quietly held a peculiar prism-shaped object. The prism was about the size of a palm, made entirely of an unknown multicolored crystal, with its surface engraved with countless fine and mysterious runes. At this moment, the prism's light was dim, its surface covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and dark purple energy filled with corrosive and distorted qualities continuously eroded the prism's body, emitting a nauseating stench. This is the observer prism. Lin Zhao's tone was filled with sorrow and anger. It was contaminated 3 days ago by a type of void mutant demon bacteria that we have never seen before. We have tried all known purification and repair methods, but none could stop its erosion, let alone repair it. If we don't find a solution soon, it will completely collapse within 60 hours at most. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the Observer Prism. Eye of Truth fully activated. Item, Observer Prism, A-grade auxiliary treasure severely damaged. Material, Primordial Light Fragments, Void Crystal Core, 7 Aperture Linglong Stone. Core Function, Insight into the essence of all things. Analyze the structure of laws, predict future trends, break illusions. Most function modules are damaged or contaminated. Damage cause, eroded by a high concentration of void distortion, demon, energy, and abyss corruption spores. Core laws damaged, energy circuit broken, spirituality tarnished. Repair suggestions. 1. 3 or more S-grade treasures containing pure light, purification, and order attributes are needed to neutralize and disperse the void distortion, demon, energy, and abyss corruption spores. 2. Creation divine fire or equivalent primordial fire is needed to reshape its core laws and energy circuit. 3. At least 5 A-grade rare materials related to space, time, and solar are needed for filling and repair. 4. Special techniques are required to reactivate its dormant spirit, weak. Warning, this item is severely damaged, and the repair difficulty is extremely high. A slight mistake may trigger a chain explosion or be counterattacked by residual demon energy. Seeing the feedback from the Eye of Truth, Chen Mo's brows furrowed slightly. The damage level of this Observer Prism was even more severe than he had imagined. Moreover, the erosion it suffered was not from a single type of energy, but rather a mixture of 2 distinctly different, yet equally domineering and bizarre negative energies. The difficulty of repair was indeed hellish. How is it, Advisor Chen Mo? Do you have confidence? Lin Xiao looked at Chen Mo's solemn expression, feeling a tightness in his heart, and his voice became somewhat dry. He knew that if even this legendary divine craftsman was at a loss, then their Dragon Tooth team would likely. Yes. Just as Lin Xiao's heart sank, Chen Mo suddenly spoke, uttering a word that sounded like heavenly music to him. Although it's a bit troublesome, can be repaired. A confident light shone in Chen Mo's eyes. Chapter 60. The Divine Craftsman Takes Action. Astonishing the pillars of a nation. Can it be repaired? Upon hearing Chen Mo's resolute answer, Lin Xiao and the federal high-ranking officials and top experts outside the repair room, monitoring the situation through a one-way light screen, all simultaneously let out incredulous exclamations. It should be noted that they had invited all the top forging masters and rune engineers from the entire Great Xia Federation and neighboring allied countries to repair this observer prism. Even a few reclusive 7th-tier sacred domain old masters had personally attempted it, but the result was that they were helpless, unable to even slow the prism's degradation. Now, this boy, barely 18 or 19 years old, claims he can repair it. How? How is that possible? Advisor Chen Mo, you must be joking, right? An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in the robes of an academician, could not help but ask through the communicator, somewhat losing his composure. He was none other than the chief academician of the Great Xia Federation's Materials Science Academy and the leader of the Observer Prism Repair Expert Group, Old Joe Hanlon. Previously, in Qingyang City, he had witnessed Chen Mo perform the miracle of repairing the B-level Heart of Flame battle axe. However, the damage and complexity of the current A-level Observer Prism were far beyond that of the previous Heart of Flame battle axe. Old Joe, do you think I would joke about the fate of the Federation and the lives of the Dragon Tooth team in this situation? Chen Mo's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Joe Hanlon was momentarily taken aback, his old face slightly reddening as he realized he had misspoken. Indeed, Chen Mo's current identity and status, along with the importance of this task, meant he could not be casually making claims. I apologize, Advisor Chen Mo, I was out of line. Joe Hanlon quickly apologized, but added, however, the difficulty of repairing this observer prism is truly. I understand. Chen Montauk nodded. The repair process will indeed be complex, and I will need some special materials and permissions. No problem. Suddenly, Long Zhanye, who had been silent, spoke through the command channel in a deep voice. Young friend Chen Mo, from now on, all resources of Jinyuan Star City will be prioritized for your allocation. All personnel must unconditionally cooperate with your actions. As long as the observer prism can be repaired, no matter the cost, we will spare no effort. This is an authorization from the highest command of the Federation. It represents the determination of the entire Great Xia Federation. Good. Chen Mo was not polite and immediately listed a detailed material list and environmental requirements through the analysis of the True God Eye. The list prominently included dozens of rare materials of A level and above, even S level. Among them were treasures like Sun God Gold, Star Tier Crystals, 9 Nether Soul Eating Wood, and water from the Fountain of Life, which either existed only in legends or were regarded as strategic trump cards by major powers. Seeing this list, even the wealthiest National Treasury Bureau felt a pang of pain. But Long Zhanye hesitated only slightly before gritting his teeth and ordering, at all costs, meet all of Advisor Chen Mo's requirements. Yes, the entire logistics support system of Jinyuan Star City instantly began to operate at high speed. Countless rare materials were quickly gathered from secret vaults across the Federation and funneled here through the fastest channels. Meanwhile, the divine-level forging chamber that Chen Mo requested, equipped with various auxiliary functions such as a spirit-gathering formation, purification altar, and time acceleration barrier, was also being constructed and modified at the fastest speed. This level of no-expense-spared investment and efficiency left Chen Mo secretly impressed. Truly, this is a national machine. Once it operates at full capacity, its energy is beyond imagination. Just 6 hours later, all the materials Chen Mo needed and the luxurious divine-level forging chamber were fully prepared. This level of efficiency was enough to make any force feel ashamed. Advisor Chen Mo, everything is ready, and you can begin at any time, Lin Xiao said respectfully, his eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Chen Mo nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the divine-level forging chamber. In the center of the chamber, the observer prism had been carefully placed on a specially designed energy-gathering forging platform. Chen Mo did not act immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating, adjusting his mental state and divine power fluctuations to their peak. He knew that the upcoming repair process would be an ultimate test of his abilities as a divine craftsman. A moment of inattention could lead to the destruction of the artifact and his own demise. Half an hour later, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and a powerful confidence that seemed to control everything radiated from him. Begin. With his low shout, the heaven and earth furnace suddenly appeared before him. The ancient furnace, infused with the essence power of the heavenly crafting hammer, emitted terrifying pressure and intense heat as soon as it appeared, warping the air in the entire chamber. Immediately after, Chen Mo formed hand seals, and intricate golden divine power runes flew from his fingertips into the heaven and earth furnace. Inside the furnace, the golden fire of the crafting god blazed fiercely. Chen Mo first took several pieces of S-level sun god gold and holy light crystals and threw them into the furnace, using the crafting god's fire to refine them into the purest light and purification energy. Then, he carefully guided this energy towards the observer prism, beginning to neutralize and dispel the two domineering negative magical energies within. This process was extremely perilous. The void distorting magical energy and abyss-corrupting spores seemed to possess life, fiercely resisting and counterattacking. But Chen Mo, relying on the precise insight of the true god, into the essence of energy and his perfect control over the crafting god's fire, was always able to turn danger into safety at the most critical moments. Time passed second by second. Outside the chamber, Lin Xiao, Zhou Hamlin, Long Zhanya, and countless high-ranking officials and experts of the Federation watching the situation held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They could see that under Chen Mo's masterful operation, the nauseating dark purple magical energy on the surface of the observer prism was visibly dissipating at a rapid pace, replaced by a pure and sacred aura of light. Oh my god, he really did it. This precise control of energy was simply an art. This was the true method of a divine craftsman. Experts erupted with sincere admiration and exclamations, their gazes toward Chen Mo filled with awe and fervor. They knew they were witnessing a miracle that could be recorded in history, and this was just the beginning. After successfully dispelling the negative magical energy, Chen Mo began the remolding of the core rules and energy circuits of the prism. This process was even more complex and arduous, yet he remained calm and composed, handling it with ease. It was as if in his hands, those rare S-level materials had become pliable clay. The intricate and complex rule runes transformed into toys that he could manipulate at will. Each of his hammer strikes and engravings was filled with an indescribable rhythm and beauty. It made all observers spellbound, as if they were witnessing a true creator crafting an astonishing work of art. At this moment, all doubts and dismissals of Chen Mo vanished into thin air. In their place was genuine admiration and reverence. They know that the Great Xia Federation, and even the entire Azure Star, is about to a brand new era of divine armor because of the appearance of this young man, and they are fortunate to become witnesses of this era. Chapter 61, Prism Rebirth. The shock and ecstasy of the Dragontooth team. Inside the divine forging secret chamber, the golden flame of the artisan god blazed fiercely. Chen Mo's expression was focused to the extreme, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, but the movements of his hands remained stable and precise, without the slightest deviation. The repair work on the observer prism had entered the most critical stage. After successfully dispelling the void distortion mana and abyss corruption spores, Chen Mo began to cautiously reshape the damaged core of the prism's laws and energy circuits using the primal power of the Genesis divine fire and the laws of space and time he comprehended from the universal diagram. This process was like dancing on the tip of a needle, demanding nearly harsh precision in the control of divine power and depth of understanding of the laws. A slight misstep could lead to law conflicts, energy rampages, and total failure. However, Chen Mo, relying on the perfect analysis of a law's structure from the eye of truth and the precise control of energy from the heaven and earth furnace, repeatedly resolved potential crises. He perfectly integrated S-class star tiers crystals, time-space gravel, and 7 orifices Ling-Long stones, among other rare materials, into the damaged parts of the prism, significantly enhancing its structural strength and energy capacity. Meanwhile, he skillfully inscribed his understanding of insight and foresight along with some special runes derived from the artisan code, into the core magic array of the prism, further reinforcing its core functions. Time flew by in the tense yet orderly repairs. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had passed. Outside the secret chamber, Lin Xiao, Zhou Hanlin, Long Zhanye, and others remained fixated on the light screen, their faces filled with anticipation and concern. They could see that the cracks on the surface of the observer prism had disappeared by more than half under Chen Mo's incredible repairs, and the prism itself emitted an increasingly bright and pure radiance. But they also knew that as the final moment approached, the risks grew greater. It had to succeed. Everyone silently prayed in their hearts. Finally, at a certain moment in the 25th hour, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide, radiant divine light bursting forth from them. He formed a complex and profound hand seal and uttered a low, authoritative roar. All laws return to the source. Divine soul revive. Command. As his voice fell, a pure, golden divine power, containing the primal essence of his artisan god domain, surged like a divine enlightenment into the core of the observer prism. Buzz, a clear, resonant hum, seemingly from the ancient primordial chaos, suddenly erupted from the observer prism, reverberating throughout the entire Jinyuan Star City. Immediately afterward, a dazzling seven-color divine light shot up from the prism, piercing through the dome of the divine, forging secret chamber, and soaring into the clouds. Within that seven-colored divine light, a vague yet majestic phantom of a divine eye, seemingly composed of countless stars and law runes, slowly emerged, radiating a terrifying pressure that could perceive all things and command the universe. The artifact spirit has awakened. Academician Zhou Hanlin watched the shocking scene on the light screen, trembling with excitement, tears streaming down his face. He had spent a lifetime studying ancient equipment and the cultivation methods of artifact spirits, but he had never seen such a powerful and pure artifact spirit. This was not merely a repair. This was clearly transforming an A-class treasure directly into an S-class divine artifact. The seven-colored divine light and the divine eye phantom lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating. When everything returned to calm, the originally dim and cracked observer prism had been completely renewed. It quietly floated above the forging platform, crystal clear, radiating a soft and profound seven-colored brilliance, with mysterious law runes flowing across its surface, resembling a perfect work of art, filled with an indescribable mystery and beauty. Item: Observer Prism Divine Awakening. S-Class Auxiliary Treasure perfectly repaired. Core function: Truth Insight can perceive all information of targets not exceeding its own rank, including weaknesses, law structures, and energy essence. Fate Prediction can vaguely sense the future trajectory of significant events related to itself, success rate related to the user's mental strength and target rank. Illusion Disruption can dispel all illusions, maze formations, and mental control effects. Domain Traversal can perform a short-distance space jump once a day, consuming massive energy. Artifact Spirit, Eye of Wisdom, Awakened Growth Phase. Note: this item has been reforged by a divine craftsman, its quality has been elevated, and its potential is limitless. Seeing the information feedback from the Eye of Truth, a relieved smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. It succeeded. He not only perfectly repaired the Observer Prism, but also elevated its quality directly from A-Class to S-Class. He also successfully awakened and strengthened the artifact spirit within. This was a significant breakthrough and affirmation for him as well. Chen Mo exhaled a long breath, feeling waves of fatigue wash over his body. Continuous high-intensity divine power output and mental focus for over 20 hours had taken a toll, even on him. But the joy and sense of accomplishment in his heart were enough to wash away all fatigue. Artificer Chen Mo-branded. You succeeded. At that moment, the door of the repair room was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Xiao burst in with several members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, like a whirlwind. They looked at the brand-new prism radiating a powerful aura on the forging platform, and at Chen Mo, who, though weary, still had bright eyes. And they were unable to contain their excitement, their eyes instantly turning red. Great! The Observer Prism has been saved. Our Dragon Tooth team is saved. Advisor Chen Mo. You're like our rebirth parents. Several tough Special Forces members were now crying and laughing like children, speechless. They understood too well how important this prism was to them and the entire mission. Lin Xiao was so excited that he rushed to Chen Mo's front, knelt on one knee with a thud. Advisor Chen Mo, I cannot thank you enough. Please accept my bow. Lin Vice Captain, get up. This is unnecessary. Chen Mo quickly reached out to support him. Serving the country is our duty. There's no need for such formalities. No, this bow is well-deserved. Lin Xiao insisted on not getting up, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. You not only saved the lives of all our Dragon Tooth brothers, but also salvaged a critically important strategic deployment for the Federation. This grace we Dragon Tooth, and the entire Great Xia Federation, will never forget. Outside the repair room, Long Zhanya, Zhou Hanlin, and all the federal leaders and experts watching this scene also stood up, paying the highest respect to Chen Mo's figure on the light screen. They knew that from this moment on, the Great Xia Federation had a true divine craftsman capable of changing the world's landscape. His name, Chen Mo, was destined to be forever associated with legends and miracles. In the era of the national team seeking my help to forge equipment officially began with the birth of this Observer Prism Divine Awakening. Chapter 62, The Unparalleled National Talent. The highest honor of the Federation. The successful repair of the Observer Prism, Divine Enlightenment, and its astonishing improvement in quality has stirred an unprecedented wave among the high ranks of the Great Xia Federation. This not only means that the crisis of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces has been resolved, and the top-secret mission related to the century-long fortune of the Federation can continue, but more importantly, it declares to the entire Federation and even to the whole Blue Star that the Great Xia Federation has a master craftsman who can turn decay into wonder and stone into gold. A national treasure capable of changing the comparison of high-end combat power and influencing the strategic landscape with his own strength. Chen Mo's name and his mysterious ability as a divine blacksmith have instantly become the focus of discussion and attention among the highest levels of the Federation. Plans for his protection, cultivation, and subsequent cooperation are also being formulated and upgraded at the fastest speed. The frontline command post of Jinyuan Star City has treated Chen Mo as an esteemed guest, granting him the highest honor imaginable. Lin Xiao and other members of the Dragon Tooth team regard Chen Mo as their savior, expressing heartfelt gratitude and admiration in their words. Artificer Chen Mo-branded. This is some special material that our Dragon Tooth team has fortunately obtained on the outskirts of the ancient divine ruins. Although it may not be much, please be sure to accept it. Lin Xiao solemnly handed a specially made spatial storage box to Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not refuse. He knew it was a gesture of goodwill from the other party. The Eye of Truth scanned over the storage box, revealing dozens of B-grade and even a few A-grade quality unique ores, beast bones, and some unknown broken rune fragments from the ancient divine ruins. These items might be difficult for ordinary blacksmiths to handle and utilize. However, for Chen Mo, who possesses the Heaven and Earth Furnace and the Divine Blacksmith Codex, they are rare treasures. Particularly, the few A-grade broken rune fragments contain some extremely ancient and profound laws, seemingly related to the legendary ancient divine scripts, which would greatly benefit him in perfecting the prototype of the Divine Blacksmith domain. Thank you, Deputy Captain Lin. I really like these materials. Chen Mo smiled as he accepted the generous gift. Advisor Chen Mo, you are being too polite. Compared to your kindness to our Dragon Tooth, this is nothing, Lin Xiao quickly replied. He paused, a glimmer of expectation and apprehension flashing in his eyes as he tentatively asked. Advisor Chen Mo, may I ask, if you have time to help our Dragon Tooth team brothers check their equipment? Our equipment, while also A-grade standard sets provided by the Federation, still feels somewhat inadequate in the environment of the ancient divine ruins. If you could, even just give us some pointers and enhancements, it would be a tremendous help for us. This was one of Lin Xiao's true purposes for this visit. Having witnessed Chen Mo's miraculous means of repairing the Observer Prism, Divine Enlightenment, he had developed a blind admiration for Chen Mo's equipment forging abilities. If they could enlist this master craftsman to tailor or upgrade equipment for their Dragon Tooth team, their future survival capabilities and task completion rates would surely see a qualitative leap. Outside the repair room, Long Zhanya and the high-ranking officials of the Federation, who heard this through the communication channel, were also moved, revealing expressions of understanding. They knew all too well the desire of these frontline combat units for divine weapons. And Chen Mo was undoubtedly the only one who could satisfy this desire. The curtain for the national team's request for me to forge equipment was drawn even earlier than they had imagined. Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled slightly. He naturally understood Lin Xiao's implied meaning. Crafting equipment for the most elite special forces of a nation is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. Moreover, by forging and upgrading equipment for these S-grade professionals, he could gain substantial divine power feedback and high-level blueprint inspiration, which would greatly benefit the enhancement of his divine blacksmith profession level and abilities. Why not? Deputy Captain Lin, don't worry. Chen Mo nodded, his tone calm, yet filled with strong confidence. Once I recover my divine power, I would be happy to check and enhance the equipment for the heroes of the Dragontooth team. If materials and time permit, it wouldn't be impossible to craft a few exclusive divine weapons for you. That's great. Upon receiving Chen Mo's affirmative answer, Lin Xiao was so excited that he almost jumped up. The Dragontooth team members behind him were also beaming with joy, looking at Chen Mo with fervor and anticipation. They seemed to envision themselves clad in invincible divine gear, crafted by the master craftsman, dominating and sweeping through the ancient divine ruins. Just then, a more authoritative and steady voice directly interrupted their conversation through the command channel. Young friend Chen Mo, I am Ji Wuyo, the highest commander of the Great Xia Federation's military. Upon hearing this name, everyone present, including Lin Xiao and Long Zhanye, instantly straightened their expressions and stood at attention. Yi Wuyon, the top figure of the Great Xia Federation's military, a true stabilizing force, a legendary being who has reached the peak of the 9th rank demigod level, poised to take that final step and become the first true god in hundreds of years on Blue Star. They never expected him to personally contact Chen Mo. This shows how greatly the highest level of the Federation values Chen Mo. Commander Ji, hello. Although Chen Mo felt a bit surprised, he maintained his composure on the surface. Young friend Chen Mo, there is no need to be formal. Ji Wuyo's voice carried a hint of gentle laughter, but was filled with undeniable authority. Your repair of the Observer Prism, divine enlightenment, has turned the tide and established an unprecedented achievement for the Federation. On behalf of the Federation's military and all the soldiers of the Great Xia, I express the highest respect and gratitude to you. Following an emergency meeting of the Federation's highest council, in light of your outstanding contributions to the nation and the unique strategic value of your divine blacksmith profession, we have decided to award you the honorary title of Unparalleled National Talent of the Great Xia Federation. At the same time, we will promote you to the rank of Major General in the Federation, enjoying Class A treatment. Your exclusive Divine Craftsman Research Institute and Divine Blacksmith Guard Special Action Base will also commence construction in Xianjing City at the highest specification immediately. All strategic material repositories of the Federation will be unconditionally open to you. All S-grade and above professionals in the Federation will be obliged to cooperate with your equipment research and testing work. Your safety will be directly ensured by the Federation's most elite Dragon Guard. Major General Chen Mo, do you accept this appointment and honor? Ji Wuyo's words sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Unparalleled national talent. Federation Major General. Class A treatment. Exclusive Research Institute and Base. Unconditional access to strategic repositories. S-grade professionals cooperating with research. Personal protection by the Dragon Guard. This is simply the highest honor and treatment that a life profession can attain in the history of Blue Star. There is no second. Lin Xiao, Zhou Hanlin, Long Zhanye, and others were left speechless, their hearts surging with excitement. They knew that from this moment on, Chen Mo had truly become a national treasure of the Great Xia Federation, second only to one and above all. His future would be closely tied to the fate of the entire Great Xia Federation. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement and pride. He knew how heavy this honor and responsibility were, but he was unafraid. Reporting to Commanderie. Chen Mo straightened his back suddenly, his voice resonant and powerful, echoing with conviction. Chen Mo is willing to rise for the Great Xia, to establish peace for all generations, dedicating himself tirelessly until death. I accept. Chapter 63. The Ambition of the Master Craftsman. Crafting exclusive divine gear for the Dragontooth Squad. The title of National Hero of the Great Xia Federation and the rank of Major General suddenly crowned Chen Mo like two dazzling halos. This news spread rapidly through encrypted channels, reaching the top levels of the Great Xia Federation. Everyone who knew about it was shaken and amazed. A young man, only 18 or 19 years old, had risen to prominence by virtue of his unprecedented profession as a divine armorer and his astonishing feats of turning decay into the miraculous, becoming the most sought-after and strategically valuable asset of the Federation. This was unprecedented in the history of Azure Star. After accepting this appointment and honor, Chen Mo did not feel any pride or complacency. He knew that the burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. He must repay the Federation's trust and investment with even greater strength and more astonishing works. After resting for 3 days in Jinyuan Star City, fully recovering his divine power and mental energy, Chen Mo fulfilled his promise and began to inspect and enhance the equipment for the members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. The Dragon Tooth Special Forces truly lived up to their reputation as the Federation's top S-level elite. Their captain, Lin Xiao, was a peak 5th-tier Thunder Punishment War God, equipped with an A-level Thunder God Judgment set, combining offense and defense. Incredibly formidable. The other 9 team members were also above 5th tier, with professions ranging from Void Shadowblade, Elemental Overlord, Holy Word Barrier, to Beastmaster, covering all fields of combat, control, support, and summoning, creating a perfect configuration. Their equipment was crafted by the Federation's top forging masters, tailored from the most precious materials, each piece a high-quality item above A level, enough to make ordinary professionals drool with envy. However, under Chen Mo's eye of truth, these seemingly perfect pieces still had plenty of room for optimization and enhancement. Lin Zhao's Thunder God Judgment set had good materials and base attributes, but there was significant room for improvement in the construction of the energy circuits and rune coordination. Chen Mo examined Lin Zhao's armor and weapons carefully while speaking slowly. If the core Thunder Punishment mark of the set could resonate more deeply with the Judgment Runes set and be refined with a hint of Solar True Fire, its power could increase by at least 30%, and there would be a chance to comprehend new set combination skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A 30% increase in power. Comprehending new combination skills. This was an enormous temptation for him, a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. As for the brother with the Void Shadowblade, even though it was sharp and penetrative enough, its application of spatial laws was still somewhat rough. Chen Mo then looked at a Dragon Tooth team member dressed in a tight black combat suit, wielding 2 A-level Void Short Blades. If the runes for dimensional cutting and phase transfer array could be inscribed on the blades, infused with a hint of the astral jump core's essence, it would not only greatly enhance their cutting ability in space, but also allow the user to have a brief phase-shifting effect during attacks, ignoring certain physical and energy defenses. The Void Shadowblade team member's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Phase-shifting, ignoring defenses. This was practically a divine skill tailor-made for him. In the following hours, Chen Mo meticulously examined the equipment of all 10 Dragon Tooth squad members, providing precise and unique optimization and upgrade plans tailored to each individual's profession and combat style. Every word he spoke was like a golden rule, captivating these battle-hardened and well-informed S-level elite special forces, enlightening them profoundly. Their gazes towards Chen Mo transformed from initial gratitude and admiration to complete worship and fervor. In their eyes, Chen Mo was no longer an ordinary young master craftsman, but a true god of equipment who could turn stone into gold and make the impossible possible. Major General Chen Mo, can you really do this for us? Lin Xiao looked at Chen Mo, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. If Chen Mo could truly upgrade the equipment of their Dragon 2 squad according to his proposed plans, their overall combat power would rise to a whole new level. In the future, in the life or death scenarios of the ancient divine ruins, their survival ability and mission completion rate would achieve a qualitative leap. Of course, Chen Mo smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with strong confidence. As long as the materials are sufficient and time allows, crafting a brand new set of exclusive divine gear that matches your S-level special forces identity is not difficult. He paused, a hint of ambition and passion flashing in his eyes. My goal is not just to repair and enhance your existing equipment. I hope to use your Dragon 2 squad as a model, combining the inheritance and inspiration I gained from the Craftsman God ruins, along with the ancient environment data and energy characteristics analyzed from the Observer Prism, Divine Enlightenment. I aim to create a truly exclusive set of ancient divine ruins explore gear for you. This set of gear must not only possess powerful offensive and defensive capabilities, but also have strong adaptability to the unique environment of the ancient divine ruins, the ability to analyze and transform unknown energy, and self-rescue and teleportation functions in extreme situations. Furthermore, I will even attempt to miniaturize and integrate some core functions of the Observer Prism, Divine Enlightenment, into each of your tactical goggles or helmets, granting you some abilities of truth, insight, and fate prediction. I want your Dragon 2 squad to become the first in the Great Xia Federation, a truly, fully set divine, artifact-armed super ace team. Chen Mo's words were like thunder in a clear sky, exploding in the minds of Lin Xiao and all the Dragon Tooth team members. Fully semi-divine, artifact-armed. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. If it could truly be achieved, then their Dragon Tooth squad would become the most terrifying in combat power and the most extraordinary in equipment in the history of Azure Star. Without a doubt, Major General Chen Mo, is what you said true? Lin Xiao trembled with excitement, hardly believing his ears. No empty words. Chen Mo's gaze was firm and persistent. This is my first grand gift to the Federation and to the Dragon Tooth as the national hero of the Great Xia Federation. A divine-level equipment customization plan for the Federation's top ace special forces officially begins under the ambition of this master craftsman. The entire Federation's resources will be directed towards him. Countless eyes will be focused on him. Can he once again create miracles with his divine hammer? Forge an invincible iron army for the Great Xia Federation? The entire Azure Star is watching closely. Chapter 64. The Artisans Research Institute. S-Class Project Launch. The news that Chen Mo would tailor exclusive ancient God Ruins explorer suits for the Dragon 2 Special Forces quickly spread through the upper echelons of the federal military and the National Storage Bureau like wildfire. This plan, deemed both mad and bold, not only raised no questions, but also received the full support and highest priority resource allocation from the Supreme Commander of the Federation. Yves, at all costs, the needs of Major General Chen Mo must be met. His Artisan Research Institute and Divine Forge Guard Special Operations base must be constructed and put into use in Xianjing City in the shortest time possible, at the highest standards. All relevant S-Class strategic materials will be supplied to him as a priority. All related research teams and experts must unconditionally cooperate with his research work. Orders from the highest levels of the Federation poured down to various departments like snowflakes. The entire machinery of the Great Xia Federation operated at high speed for Chen Mo's S-Class Divine Gear crafting project. After concluding an urgent mission in Jinyuan Star City, Chen Mo, along with members of the Divine Forge Guard and the newly revitalized Observer Prism, Divine Awakening, rushed back to the capital, Xianjing City. What awaited him was an even grander and more ceremonious scene than when he left. Deputy Director of the National Storage Bureau, Long Zhanya, personally led a group of high-ranking federal officials and military leaders to wait at the starport in Xianjing City. As Chen Mo stepped off the interstellar shuttle, he was greeted with thunderous applause and countless admiring and fervent gazes. Welcome home, Major General Chen Mo, the unparalleled hero of the Great Xia Federation. Long Zhanya stepped forward, firmly shaking Chen Mo's hand, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. He knew that his decision to push this young genius from Qingyang City into the spotlight of the Federation was the most correct and wise decision of his life. Deputy Director Long, esteemed leaders, you're being too modest. Although Chen Mo had gradually become accustomed to such grand occasions, he still felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Not long ago, he was an ordinary boy who struggled for a few E-Class materials. Now he stood at the pinnacle of power in the Great Xia Federation, enjoying the glory and treatment of an unparalleled hero. All of this stemmed from his unique profession as a Divine Forge armorer and his relentless efforts and dedication to the path of the artisan god. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Chen Mo was directly taken by Long Zhanya and others to a newly completed and magnificent building complex in the core area of Xianjing City, covering over 100,000 square meters, combining futuristic technology with classical aesthetics. Above the main entrance of the complex hung a plaque carved from an unknown divine wood, emitting a faint purple glow with 5 grand characters inscribed. Artisan Research Institute. The plaque was signed in the bold handwriting of the Supreme Commander of the Federation, Ji Wuyo. Major General Chen Mo, this is the exclusive research institute tailored for you by the Federation, Long Zhanya proudly stated, pointing to the building complex. Inside the Research Institute, the most advanced forging equipment in Azure Star, material analysis laboratories, energy simulation fields, as well as independent core, divine Fire 9 Heavens, star power gathering arrays were all equipped. At the same time, we have formed a support research team consisting of 300 of the Federation's top experts and scholars in material science, energy science, talisman studies, and mechanical studies, ready to assist you at any time. The security work of the Research Institute is fully entrusted to the elite team of Dragon Guards, ensuring your absolute safety. Your Divine Forge Guard Special Operations base is also built on the 3rd underground level of the Research Institute, equipped with independent training grounds, armories, and the highest level of defense and teleportation systems. It can be said that this is your future artisan headquarters in the Great Xia Federation. Listening to Long Zhanye's introduction and looking at this luxurious research institute that represented the highest technological level and strongest resource investment of the Great Xia Federation, Chen Mo was filled with shock and excitement. He knew that the Federation was truly sparing no expense to support his S-Class Divine Gear crafting project. This trust and investment made him feel a heavy sense of responsibility. Thank you, Deputy Director Long. Thank you for the Federation's kindness. Chen Mo took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will not disappoint the Federation's expectations. I will forge the strongest divine weapons and cultivate the strongest warriors for Great Xia here. Good. With Major General Chen Mo's words, we can rest assured. Long Zhanye smiled with satisfaction. After touring the various facilities of the Artisan Research Institute and having preliminary discussions with the experts of the support research team, Chen Mo eagerly immersed himself in the intense and busy work. His first task was to design the initial concept drawings and core functional modules of the exclusive Ancient God Ruins Explorer suits based on the environmental data and energy characteristics fed back from the Observer Prism, Divine Awakening, as well as the professional characteristics and combat needs of the 10 members of the Dragontooth team. This process required a significant amount of divine power and mental energy, as well as a deep understanding of various laws and material characteristics. However, for Chen Mo, who had already condensed the embryonic form of the Artisan God domain and obtained the core inheritances of the Heavenly Artisan Hammer, and Wan Sheng, it was not a difficult task. He locked himself in the core Artisan Chamber of the Research Institute, fully activating the Eye of Truth, rapidly flipping through the Artisan God Codex, as countless inspirations and ideas collided and flashed in his mind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A full 7 days and nights. Chen Mo worked tirelessly, immersing all his mind and spirit into the design and deduction of this S-Class exclusive divine gear. When he finally emerged from the chamber, although his appearance was somewhat haggard, his eyes were unusually bright and excited. In his hands, he held a thick stack of design blueprints shimmering with a faint golden light. The blueprints depicted 10 sets of uniquely styled, yet powerful and technologically advanced battle armors, sharp weapons, and various oddly shaped auxiliary equipment. Each set of equipment's design perfectly matched the professional characteristics and combat styles of a member of the Dragontooth team. Every detail considered the extremely harsh and dangerous environmental factors of the ancient god ruins. More importantly, the core modules of these pieces of equipment reserved interfaces for interaction and information sharing with the Observer Prism, Divine Awakening. This is the S-Class Ancient God Ruins Explorer, Dragon Soul Series suit that Chen Mo tailored for the Dragontooth team, design draft. Deputy Director Long, Captain Lin, esteemed experts, and scholars. Chen Mo displayed the design blueprints before everyone, his voice slightly hoarse yet filled with undeniable confidence and pride. The design draft of the Dragon Soul Series suit has been completed. Next, I need the Federation to provide all S-Class strategic materials on the list, as well as the full cooperation of all experts and scholars. Our goal is to turn these 10 Dragon Soul suits from blueprints into reality within a month. Let the Dragontooth team become the first truly undefeated ace team with all members equipped with S-Class customized divine gear in the Great Xia Federation. This S-Class project is now officially launched. Chapter 65. The Forging of the Dragon Soul Set. The craftsmanship of the divine artisan shines through the ages. As soon as Chen Mo's design draft for the S-Class Dragon Soul Series set was released, it caused an uproar among the auxiliary research team at the Divine Artisan Research Institute. 300 top experts and scholars from various fields of the Federation were amazed and captivated upon seeing the design blueprints filled with imaginative and revolutionary ideas. Incredible! This modular design that perfectly combines energy circuits with law runes is a genius concept, and the adaptive environment mimicry, coding and void energy conversion core completely surpass our current technological level. Not to mention, each set of equipment has reserved interfaces for data link sharing with the Observer Prism Divine Revelation, which is essentially creating an informationized divine armament legion. Experts were discussing fervently, their eyes filled with awe and fervor as they looked at Chen Mo. They knew they were participating in a great project that could change the history of equipment development on the Azure Star. In the following month, the entire Divine Artisan Research Institute entered a state of near-crazy high-load operation. Chen Mo, as the chief designer and master forger of the project, was stationed in the core Divine Artisan secret chamber of the Research Institute, pouring all his energy into the actual forging work of the Dragon Soul series set. In the Federal Strategic Materials Vault, countless S-Class rare materials were continuously sent to the Research Institute, flowing in like water. There were the deep-sea, sunken gold from 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, the star silver from above the nine heavens, the volcanic black obsidian forged for 10,000 years, and even some void magic crystals and interdimensional creature cores captured from dimensional rifts, containing strange energies. These S-Class strategic materials, usually hard to come by, were piled up in the materials warehouse of the Research Institute as if they were free, all to meet Chen Mo's demand for forging the Dragon Soul set. The auxiliary research team of 300 experts and scholars was also divided into dozens of task forces, working day and night on material analysis, energy testing, rune verification, and various auxiliary module prefabrication tasks. They contributed all their lifelong learning without reservation, just to make Chen Mo's forging process smoother and more efficient. Meanwhile, Chen Mo demonstrated breathtaking craftsmanship in the Divine Artisan secret chamber. The heaven and earth furnace blazed fiercely before him, and the golden Divine Artisan flame seemed to possess life, constantly changing shape and temperature according to his will. At times, he would throw several types of S-Class materials into the furnace simultaneously, using divine power for precise mixing and smelting, allowing them to perfectly merge and give birth to a new extraordinary alloy. At other times, wielding the heavenly craft hammer, damaged, which was covered in cracks yet exuded a terrifying pressure, he would strike the glowing red metal ingots with immense force, yet with exquisite precision to shape and forge them. Each hammer strike seemed to contain some profound truth of heaven and earth, thoroughly removing impurities from the materials, achieving theoretical limits in structural density and energy conductivity. His hands, like the most precise instruments, inscribed complex and profound law runes and energy arrays in a flowing manner between the hot metals and flowing energies. Some of those runes and arrays came from the legacy of the myriad phenomena diagram, some from a deduction of the Divine Artisan Codex, and others were created by him in response to the unique environment of the ancient divine ruins and the professional characteristics of the Dragon Tooth team members. Every operation he performed was filled with an indescribable elegance and beauty, leaving the experts and scholars observing through special observation arrays mesmerized and in awe. They seemed to see not a mere 18 or 19-year-old youth, but an ancient divine artisan who had lived countless years and whose skills had reached a godly level. Recreating his legendary craftsmanship, time flew quickly during the intense and fulfilling forging process. The first Dragon Soul set was custom-made for the captain of the Dragon Tooth team, the peak 5th tier Thunder Punishment War God Lin Xiao, known as the Dragon Soul Thunder Judge. This S-Class set, primarily made of Sun God Gold and Nine Heavens Thunderstrike Wood, infused with the soul of the Thunder Dragon and the feathers of the Judgment Angel, possessed not only ultimate physical defense and lightning control capabilities, but also the ability to summon the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder to deliver devastating punishment upon enemies. Its core weapon was an S-Class long spear named Thunder Dragontown Prison Glaive, inscribed with the core rune sets of 10,000 thunders returning to the ancestry and demon-breaking and soul-destroying. With a single thrust, countless thunder dragons roared, capable of tearing apart the void and intimidating gods and demons. When this Dragon Soul Thunder Judge set, filled with an aura of dominance and destruction, was perfectly formed in Chen Mo's hands, emitting dazzling thunder light and the sound of dragon roars, the entire Divine Artisan Research Institute erupted in excitement. All the experts and scholars involved in the project were moved to tears, erupting in deafening cheers. They knew they had personally participated in creating an S-Class divine armament that would be recorded in history. And this was just the beginning. In the following 20 days, Chen Mo successively forged exclusive Dragon Soul sets for the other 9 members of the Dragon Tooth team. There was the Dragon Soul Shadow Realm Stalker, set designed for Void Shadowblade, capable of traversing space and hiding without a trace. The Dragon Soul Master of All Elements, set for Elemental Sovereign, capable of controlling 4 elemental systems and releasing forbidden-level spells. The Dragon Soul Faith Guardian, set for Holy Word Barrier, able to condense the power of faith into an indestructible holy shield. Each Dragon Soul set reached at least S-Class quality. Each set perfectly matched the professional characteristics and combat styles of the users. Each set contained special functional modules tailored to the environment of the ancient divine ruins. When the 10 brand-new Dragon Soul sets stood silently like 10 war machines in the display hall of the Divine Artisan Research Institute, radiating terrifying pressure and sacred brilliance. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless. They knew that the equipment history of the Great Xia Federation, and even the entire Azure Star, would open a new chapter because of the birth of these 10 divine armaments. And the divine artisan Chen Mo, who created all of this, would leave an indelible mark in the annals of Azure Star's history. His craftsmanship truly achieved a level of brilliance that had never been seen before. Chapter 66, Dragon Tooth Transformation, the birth of the Federation's strongest ace. The 10 members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, led by Lin Xiao, entered the central exhibition hall of the God Craftsman Research Institute with immense excitement and trepidation. When they saw the 10 new Dragon Soul armors quietly displayed, exuding terrifying pressure and divine radiance, everyone was left speechless. Their breaths became rapid in an instant. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fervent flames. Is this the legendary S-rank exclusive divine armor crafted specifically for them by the God Craftsman Chen Mo after a month of hard work? Just by looking from afar, they could feel the terrifying power contained within these armors. The wonderful sensation of perfect resonance with their souls and professions made their blood boil. Is this my Dragon Soul Thunder Judge armor? Lin Xiao walked up to the dark golden, fierce battle armor radiating domineering thunder light and the roar of dragons, extending his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. When his fingertips touched the cold and hard armor, an indescribable sense of familiarity and power surged into his body. He could feel that this armor was like a part of his body, creating an unprecedented, strong resonance with his soul. He could even clearly perceive that within the core of the armor, the Thunder Punishment Mark, formed by the soul of the Thunder Dragon and the feather of the Judgment Angel, was buzzing joyfully, as if welcoming its master. So powerful. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in awe from the depths of his soul. He had no doubt that wearing this divine armor would increase his combat power by at least 50%. He could even go toe-to-toe with a 6-tier powerhouse. The other Dragon Tooth team members beside him also found their own Dragon Soul armors, their faces displaying the same ecstatic shock as Lin Xiao. The Dragon Soul, Shadow Realm Stalker, armor was light and eerie, as if merging into the void, exuding a deadly, killing intent. The Dragon Soul, Master of all laws, armor was magnificent and mysterious, with 4 elemental lights swirling, filled with destructive energy fluctuations. The Dragon Soul, Guardian of Faith, armor was solemn and sacred, with golden faith runes shining, as if capable of resisting all harm. Each set of Dragon Soul armor was a perfect combination of artistry and killing machines. They represented the highest achievement in the current equipment forging field of the Azure Star. What are you all still standing there for? Chen Mo smiled as he looked at their dazed expressions. These armors now belong to you. Put them on and feel what true divine armor power is. Yes, Major General Chen Mo. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Tooth members' spirits lifted, and they could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward to don their own Dragon Soul armors. Buzz, 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 as each S-rank divine armor was activated. The entire exhibition hall erupted into 10 terrifying energy pillars that soared into the sky, shaking the heavens. Thunder light flashed, the void twisted, elements roared, and holy light shone. Various powerful phenomena appeared around them. Lin Xiao, clad in the Dragon Soul, Thunder Judge, armor and wielding the Thunder Dragon's prison glaive, seemed to transform into an ancient war god wielding thunder punishment, exuding an imposing and unparalleled aura. He could feel an unprecedented intimate connection with the thunder elements of heaven and earth, as if every move he made could summon divine thunder to annihilate everything. The member equipped with a Void Shadow Blade, after wearing the Dragon Soul, Shadow Realm Stalker, armor, had an aura that became unpredictable, as if he could merge into shadows and the void at any moment, making him hard to grasp. The 2 void short blades in his hands flickered with a chilling light, as if they could easily slice through any defense. After donning the new Dragon Soul armors, the 10 members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces underwent a revolutionary change in their temperament and strength. They were no longer the elite ace team that, despite their prowess, felt somewhat inadequate in the ancient divine ruins. Instead, they had transformed into a true, super war machine, fully armed with S-rank custom divine armors. A team that could make any enemy tremble in fear. Is this the power of S-rank divine armors? I feel like I can crush a small asteroid with a single punch. This is incredible. Major General Chen Mo, you are simply a god. The Dragon Tooth members, feeling the surging, terrifying power within them and the various incredible functions of their equipment, were so excited that they stumbled over their words. Looking at Chen Mo with eyes full of unparalleled admiration and fervor, they knew that from this moment on, the fate of the Dragon 2 Special Forces had completely changed. They would become the most elite and lavishly equipped legendary team in the Great Xia Federation and even the entire Azure Star. And it was this overly young god craftsman, Chen Mo, who granted them all of this. Very good. Chen Mo looked at the 10 Dragon Tooth members, who were brimming with spirit and seemed to have undergone a transformation, with a satisfied smile. These Dragon Soul armors are just the beginning. In the future, as you become familiar with the equipment and enhance your own strength, their power will be further unleashed. Moreover, I have reserved space for upgrades and evolution in the core modules of these armors. As long as there are more suitable materials and inspirations, I can strengthen you again at any time, and it is not impossible for them to break through to become true S-rank artifacts. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the Dragon Tooth members trembled with excitement, eager to rush into the ancient divine ruins immediately to test the power of their invincible divine armors. Meanwhile, the federal high-ranking officials and experts, including Long Zhanya and Zhou Hanlin, who had observed the entire transformation process, were also filled with exhilaration and passion. They knew that the Great Xia Federation, because of Chen Mo's existence and the birth of these 10 Dragon Soul armors, had acquired a super ace capable of shocking the wicked and changing the future battle landscape. An era of divine armors belonging to the Great Xia Federation had quietly arrived. And leading this era was the young and unparalleled national hero Chen Mo. His legend was just beginning to be written. Chapter 67, The Name That Shook the Azure. The shock and covetousness of various nations. The Dragon Tooth Special Forces, equipped with a full set of S-rank Dragon Soul Series set, did not linger too long in Xianjing City. With the eager expectations of the Federal Supreme Command and their newfound confidence in their own powers, they set off again on their journey to the ancient divine ruins. However, this time, their mission was no longer as dangerous and passive as before. Instead, they would take the initiative to explore the core areas of the ancient divine ruins, leveraging their extraordinary divine equipment and the assistance of the Observer Prism, divine revelation, to uncover the ancient secrets sealed by time and compete for the unparalleled opportunities that could change the fate of the Federation. Every action they took would tug at the heartstrings of the entire upper echelon of the Great Xia Federation. Although the news of the Dragon Tooth team's full equipment upgrade to S-rank custom divine gear was classified as a top military secret by the Federation, and any leaks were strictly prohibited, there is no impenetrable wall, especially after the Dragon Tooth team achieved a series of brilliant results in the ancient divine ruins, even snatching several important strategic resource points from some covetous alien civilizations. Some clues inevitably spread out. The Superpower Alliance Intelligence Department of the Free Federation was the first to intercept some vague battle footage and equipment parameters through special channels. When those battle-hardened intelligence analysts saw the footage of the Dragon Tooth team members, like deities descending from the heavens, easily tearing through the defenses of high-level alien beasts with their unheard-of terrifying armor and weapons, and even clashing with the energy main cannons of alien fleets, they collectively gasped, "Oh my god, what level of equipment is this? Has the Great Xia Federation mastered some kind of futuristic alien technology? Impossible." Their energy fluctuations and rune structures resemble a combination of ancient Eastern mysticism and modern technology. Investigate. Find out right away where this equipment came from. When did the Great Xia Federation acquire such terrifying forging capabilities? After learning of this matter, the higher-ups of the Free Federation fell into unprecedented shock and anxiety. Their proud technological advantage seemed a bit vulnerable in the face of such miraculous equipment. The Holy Knights of the Europa Alliance also sensed the wave of divine equipment from the Eastern continent through their spies in the Star Realm and some ancient astrologers. The Holy Radiance seemed to be overshadowed by an even older and more powerful force. The Eastern Dragon was awakening, and its claws were becoming extraordinarily sharp. We must be vigilant. We must find a way to uncover the source of this power. The higher-ups of the Holy Knights discussed gravely in a secret meeting. They sensed that a powerful opponent capable of challenging their faith in the holy light and knightly honor was quietly rising. The Winter Guard of the Tsar Union, along with other second- and third-tier human forces on the Azure Star, as well as those alien civilizations that constantly clashed with humans, also detected some anomalies through various channels. The Great Xia Federation, once not particularly outstanding in the field of equipment technology, seemed to have undergone some unknown transformation overnight. They began to frantically gather all information about the Great Xia Federation, especially regarding the mysterious master craftsman Chen Mo, 18 years old, a graduate of Qingyang Second High School, awakened as a life system profession, divine armor, quality S-rank, unique in the Azure Star. Once single-handedly forged a full set of D-rank and above equipment for the Qingyang Second High School team, unexpectedly winning the championship of the Four-School League. Later specially recruited into the Demon Suppression General Administration, repaired the B-rank Heart of Flame War Axe, and upgraded its quality to A-rank. In the National Reserve Bureau's new student ranking competition, led the Divine Armory Guard to sweep various geniuses with all members in B-rank Divine gear and won the championship. Not long ago, encountered the relics of the God of Crafts in the Star Realm, and his strength surged again. Moreover, Injin Yuan Star City successfully repaired the A-rank treasure, Observer Prism, evolving it into S-rank, Observer Prism, Divine Revelation, and was awarded the title of Unparalleled National Hero and the rank of Major General by the Federation. Currently, he is suspected of tailoring a full set of S-rank exclusive divine gear for the Federation's top S-rank Special Forces Dragon Tooth. When this information about Chen Mo, a mix of truth and legend, gathered on the desks of the leaders of various forces, everyone fell silent. An 18-year-old boy, a life system profession. How could he possess such terrifying abilities that could even change the world? This was beyond the description of genius. This was clearly a walking miracle, a strategic-level bug capable of overturning the existing power structure. In an instant, the undercurrents across the Azure Star became more turbulent and unpredictable due to Chen Mo's existence. Countless gazes, whether greedy, wary, awed, or curious, focused on this young master craftsman from the Great Xia Federation. Some forces began secretly dispatching their top spies and agents, attempting to infiltrate the Great Xia Federation, get close to Chen Mo, or steal his equipment technology. Some forces shifted their strategies, tried to establish closer ties with the Great Xia Federation through diplomatic means, hoping to gain some technical support or equipment orders from Chen Mo. Even some ambitious alien civilizations started secretly plotting to eliminate this boy who could forge divine weapons at any cost, or to abduct him for their own use. The entire Azure Star fell into a subtle balance and tense confrontation because of Chen Mo and the divine hammer in his hand. Everyone knew that a storm surrounding this master craftsman and the era of divine equipment he represented was about to unfold across the Azure Star and even the broader multiverse. However, Chen Mo, who was at the center of the storm, seemed to be unaware of it. At this moment, he was still immersed in the forging chamber of the Master Craftsman Research Institute, filled with the scent of metal and flames, sweating and burning divine power to forge one piece after another of divine weapons capable of changing the era for the future of the Great Xia Federation and for his ambition of divine gear everywhere. His legend had just begun to be written in the prologue. A broader stage, more powerful enemies, and more glorious achievements awaited him just ahead. Chapter 68. The Daily Life of a Master Artisan. Sweet troubles from the military. As the Dragon 2 Special Forces team switched to the Dragon Soul series armor and achieved remarkable successes in the ancient divine ruins, the news quickly spread among the high-ranking officials of the federal military. Chen Mo's Artisan Research Institute instantly became the hottest topic within the entire Great Xia federal military. Countless military leaders sought ways to establish connections with this young prodigy, hoping to procure exclusive equipment crafted by him for their elite troops. In no time, besides working on various high-end equipment research and forging in the Artisan's secret chamber, Chen Mo had to deal with various explicit and implicit requests from military bigwigs. Major General Chen Mo, I heard you've recently created quite a lot of good stuff. Art Sanlong Special Operations Brigade has experienced some significant equipment losses during recent missions. This was said casually by a commanding general from the Northern Military District during a routine inspection. Advisor Chun, our Marine Corps Dragon Strike team has been operating in deep seas and islands for a long time, and we have high demands for equipment in terms of waterproofing, corrosion resistance, and underwater combat capabilities. I wonder if you have any new research results in this area? This was posed by a smiling, yet sharp-eyed naval rear admiral from the Eastern Sea Fleet during a technical exchange seminar. Master Chen, our Blade Airborne Division in the Aerospace Forces has special needs for equipment in terms of lightness, concealability, and adaptability to high-altitude environments. What do you think? This was a straightforward statement from a renowned Air Force general known for his decisiveness during a video conference. Faced with these military leaders, whether indirectly hinting, being straightforward, pleading earnestly, or using sweet coercion, Chen Mo felt both amused and exasperated, yet he had to take these requests seriously. He understood that these individuals were the pillars of the Great Xia Federation, true heroes fighting on the front lines against evil and foreign races. If their troops could be equipped with better weapons, they could minimize bloodshed on the battlefield, kill more enemies, and secure greater living space and strategic advantages for the Federation. Out of both emotion and reason, he felt compelled to meet their demands. However, his energy was limited, and the forging of divine armament artisans was not something that could be done out of thin air. It required a substantial amount of divine power, time, and rare materials. Even with the Federation's unlimited resource investment and the assistance of 300 experts and scholars, it was impossible for him to create S-Class exclusive divine equipment for all elite troops in a short time. It seems I need to establish a more efficient and standardized equipment customization and upgrade system, Chen Mo thought to himself. After deep communication and discussions with top officials like Long Zhanya and Ji Wuya, a plan for upgrading and customizing equipment for elite forces in the Great Xia Federation, led by the Artisan Research Institute and fully supported by the Military Department and the National Storage Bureau, was officially launched. The core contents of the plan include 1. Establishing an equipment demand assessment and prioritization system for federal elite forces. Based on the nature of each unit's tasks, strategic importance, existing equipment levels, and threat levels, a comprehensive assessment will be conducted to determine the priority for equipment upgrades and customization. 2. Establishing a military equipment R&D department within the Artisan Research Institute, led by Chen Mo himself. The top experts and scholars from the auxiliary R&D team, along with technical backbones from various military industrial enterprises and research institutes, will form a dedicated R&D team to design and tackle technical challenges for military equipment tailored to the needs of different military branches and combat environments. 3. Implementing a training and technical authorization plan for artisan apprentices. Chen Mo will personally select and train a batch of talented, potential, and absolutely loyal young forgers and rune engineers, teaching them some foundational forging techniques and rune knowledge of divine armament artisans, of course. The core inheritance of the artisan god and the methods of divine power application will remain strictly confidential. Under Chen Mo's guidance, they will be responsible for the mass production of some B-class and A-class standard equipment, as well as the repair and enhancement of non-core components, thus freeing Chen Mo from tedious repetitive labor and allowing him to focus more on the research and forging of S-Class divine equipment. 4. Establishing a directed R&D and supply system for special materials in the Federation, addressing Chen Mo's specific needs for certain materials during the forging process. The National Storage Bureau will lead a joint effort with major material research institutes and mining groups in the Federation to conduct directed R&D, mining, and synthesis work, ensuring a reliable supply of materials for the Artisan Research Institute. Once this plan was announced, it caused a huge response throughout the federal military. Everyone saw the determination and resolve of the Federation's highest level to enhance the military's equipment standards. They also recognized the irreplaceable core role played by Chen Mo, the artisan. Those military leaders who had previously been worried about their troops' equipment issues expressed their strong support for the plan and were willing to fully cooperate with the Artisan Research Institute's work. A grand wave of equipment upgrades, led by the artisan and sweeping across the entire Great Xia Federal Military, officially began. Meanwhile, Chen Mo continuously honed his skills, accumulated experience, and enhanced his strength amidst this wave. The initial form of his artisan god domain became increasingly solid and refined through repeated high-difficulty forging and creation. His understanding and application of the Heavenly Hammer and Myriad Forms map became more and more proficient. He could feel that he was getting closer to the 5th-tier, national level, perhaps after forging an astonishing S-Class divine equipment for a certain elite troop next time. He would naturally achieve a breakthrough. He eagerly anticipated that day, because he knew that only when he truly stepped into the national level and became a master artisan capable of forging semi-artifacts would he truly be qualified to touch upon those deeper secrets regarding the Azure Star, the dimensional rifts, and the ultimate mysteries of myriad realms. His journey was to the stars and the sea. Chapter 69, The Gaze of the Abyss. Assassination from the Shadow Council. Just as the Great Xia Federation was flourishing due to Chen Mo's presence and the implementation of elite troop equipment upgrades and customization plans, a malicious force from the shadows quietly set its sights on this young national hero. The Shadow Council, an evil organization hidden in the dark corners of Blue Star, colluding with abyssal demons to attempt to overthrow human civilization and drag the entire planet into an endless abyss, could no longer tolerate the existence of this variable, Chen Mo. They learned through various channels about Chen Mo's extraordinary equipment, forging abilities, and his immense strategic value to the Great Xia Federation and the entire human camp. They understood very well that if this craftsman continued to grow, the future army of the Great Xia Federation would become terrifying. At that time, their conspiracy to bring about the descent of the abyss would become increasingly difficult. This person must not be left alive. During a secret meeting of the highest level of the Shadow Council, an elder cloaked in black, with a hoarse and cold voice, issued an undeniable assassination order against Chen Mo. Activate the Night Death Warriors plan. At all costs, mobilize all the forces we can use, including those friends sleeping in the abyss. We must erase this so-called Great Xia craftsman from Blue Star in the shortest time possible. His soul and skills will become the best offerings to the Lord of the Abyss. A long-planned and extremely dangerous assassination operation against Chen Mo quietly began under the secret planning of the Shadow Council. They deployed high-level spies who had been lurking within the Great Xia Federation for many years and spent a huge price to obtain some vague intelligence regarding the security forces around the Craftsman Research Institute. They knew that directly assassinating Chen Mo within the heavily guarded Craftsman Research Institute, filled with various visible and hidden sentries and energy detection formations, was nearly impossible. Even a 7th-tier Saint-level powerhouse might not fare well. Therefore, they targeted a seemingly weak link. Chen Mo occasionally ventured out, escorted by the Dragon Guard, to some special secret realms or trial locations on the outskirts of Xianjing City for special forging inspirations or to test the combat performance of new equipment. Although these locations were also heavily guarded, they still presented some opportunities compared to the Craftsman Research Institute. The Shadow Council's goal was to use their carefully prepared abyssal killing formations and forbidden void techniques to cut off external support when Chen Mo was out, then concentrate their most elite assassination forces to strike him down with overwhelming force. To ensure the success of this assassination, the Shadow Council even spared no expense, summoning a genuine 6th-tier peak abyssal lord projection from the abyss, along with 3 5th-tier peak shadow demon high priests skilled in various mysterious assassination techniques, along with dozens of 4th-tier Night Death Warriors equipped with specially designed demon-breaking crossbows and soul-devouring daggers. Such a luxurious assassination force was enough to make any 6th-tier Saint-level powerhouse feel their scalp tingle and face a life-or-death situation. They believed that under such meticulous arrangements and powerful forces, even the young craftsman revered as a national hero by the Great Xia Federation would be utterly doomed. However, what they did not know was that all their plots and actions were already laid bare under Chen Mo's Eye of Truth, which could see through causality and foresee the future. Days earlier, during a routine fate prediction, Chen Mo had vaguely sensed a malicious and murderous abyssal aura rapidly approaching him. He immediately became alert, quietly strengthened the security levels of the Craftsman Research Institute and his own travels, and discreetly notified Long Zhanya and Ji Wuyo to prepare for unexpected events. At the same time, he began to utilize his resources and authority to conduct a targeted counter-assassination equipment upgrade for himself and the members of the Divine Casting Guard. He carefully integrated the SS level Eye of the Abyss Gazer, obtained from the Craftsman Ruins, into his multifunctional tactical sight, granting it not only real vision and weak point insights, but also an extremely subtle abyssal beacon reverse tracking function. He also equipped each member of the Divine Casting Guard with specially crafted demon-breaking holy silver bullets and purification talismans, along with jade pendants capable of resisting mental erosion and soul attacks. Additionally, he secretly inscribed some surprises on several personal items he frequently used, utilizing ancient runic fragments obtained from the Dragon Tooth Squad and energy absorption formations derived from the Craftsman Codex, enough to astonish any assassin. A counter-surrounding web against the Shadow Council's assassination operation was also quietly taking shape under Chen Mo's meticulous arrangements. He intended to make these abyssal pests understand that attempting to assassinate him, the Great Xia craftsman, would not only exact a bloody price, but also require preparation for A one-way trip, an ultimate confrontation between light and darkness, order and chaos. Creation and destruction was about to unfold in a corner of Xianjing City, in Chen Mo. The young craftsman at the center of the whirlpool would also undergo another significant transformation and sublimation in this life and death trial. His craftsman domain might finally coalesce in a form in the true struggle for survival. His strength would also ascend to a brand new, terrifying realm that would make the entire blue star tremble after being reborn through fire. Chapter 70, The Night of the Hunt, the craftsman's counterattack and the wrath of the abyss. Outside the city of Xianjing, in a desolate trial ground known as Meteor Lake. This place was once a prosperous ancient ruin, but it was completely destroyed during an invasion by evil forces hundreds of years ago, leaving behind a massive crater and a wasteland filled with broken walls and ruins. Due to the strong spatial rifts and chaotic energy that linger here, it has long been designated as a high-risk restricted area by the Federation, rarely visited by anyone. Tonight, under a dark moon and high winds, with thick clouds overhead, the entire area of Meteor Lake is shrouded in a suffocating silence. Suddenly, several indistinct black figures, like ghosts, silently appear in various corners of the ruins. They move swiftly and in perfect coordination, clearly trained elite assassins. They're the Night Assassins team dispatched by the Shadow Council. Following them, 3 shadow priests draped in black cloaks, exuding an eerie aura of shadow magic, also seem to merge with the darkness, quietly arriving. Their gazes, like venomous snakes, locked tightly onto the center of Meteor Lake, the only relatively flat area. There, a gigantic magic array composed of dozens of abyssal magic crystals radiating a dim light and countless twisted runes is slowly operating, emanating a heart-pounding, forbidden void power that completely seals off the surrounding space for several kilometers. In the center of the magic array, a projection of an abyssal lord, standing over 10 meters tall and formed from pure abyssal magic energy, emanates a suffocating, terrifying pressure, as if a demon from hell is overlooking this land that is about to become a slaughterhouse. Everything is ready, one shadow priest says in a hoarse voice. The target should soon enter our hunting range. A mere brat who has even grown out of his milk teeth dares to call himself a craftsman. He truly doesn't know the meaning of death. The projection of the Abyssal Lord lets out a disdainful snort, filled with brutality and murderous intent. When he arrives, I will personally crush his bones and devour his soul, making him wail in endless pain and repent. Just as they are confidently waiting for their prey to walk into the trap, an anomaly suddenly arises. The forbidden void magic array that envelopes Meteor Lake suddenly flickers violently, and the energy operation of the array becomes extremely unstable, as if it is being strongly interfered with. What's going on? The projection of the Abyssal Lord and the 3 shadow priests all change their expressions. They can feel a powerful energy, filled with order and purification aura, not inferior to the forbidden void power, wrapping around them from all directions. Following this, dozens of Dragon Guard soldiers clad in silver standard battle armor, wielding energy-long spears and rune shields, with fierce auras and sharp eyes, descend from the sky like divine soldiers, surrounding the entire area of Meteor Lake. After them, several shadow worshippers from the National Reserve Bureau, dressed in specially designed black combat suits and exuding unfathomable auras, silently appear at various key points on the battlefield, blocking all possible escape routes. Not good. We're ambushed. One shadow priest exclaims in horror. This is impossible. Our plan was supposed to be foolproof. The projection of the Abyssal Lord also lets out an incredulous roar. He cannot imagine how their seemingly flawless assassination plan could be exposed early. Moreover, the other side has set up an even more meticulous and deadly counter-encirclement against their arrangement. Nothing is impossible. A calm and cold voice, like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, rings in the ears of all the members of the Shadow Council. In the center of Meteor Lake, where there was originally nothing, the space slightly distorts, and Chen Mo's figure, along with 10 members of the Divine Craftsman Guard, slowly materializes. They are all wearing a set of A-grade divine armor that exudes a powerful aura, their eyes sharp as blades, filled with icy, murderous intent. Chen Mo's face carries a hint of a barely perceptible mocking smile, his gaze sweeping over the panicking members of the Shadow Council, as if looking at corpses. In his multi-functional tactical goggles, the lens fused with the abyssal gazer's eye glimmers with a strange red light. clearly reflecting the abyssal markers and energy nodes hidden in the darkness. You bugs from the abyss really think that your little tricks can escape my eyes? Chen Mo says lightly, his tone full of disdain and mockery. From a moment you stepped into the territory of the Great Xia Federation. Every one of your actions has been under my control. This meteor lake is not the grave you prepared for me, but rather a burial ground I meticulously selected for you. What? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the projection of the Abyssal Lord and the three shadow priests feel as if they have been doused with a bucket of ice water, freezing them from head to toe. They finally understand that from the very beginning, they have fallen into a trap meticulously designed by this young craftsman. Their self-righteous perfect plan is nothing but a joke in the face of the other party's terrifying ability to see through everything. Kill. At all costs. Kill him. The projection of the Abyssal Lord lets out a desperate and frenzied roar. He knows that at this point, there is no retreat. Only a death struggle remains. Dozens of night assassins and 3 shadow priests unleash their strongest power and launch a suicidal charge towards Chen Mo and the Divine Craftsman Guard. However, what awaits them is the already prepared Dragon Guards and Shadow Worshippers, unleashing a torrential storm of concentrated fire. And the terrifying slaughter of the 10 members of the Divine Craftsman Guard, clad in A-grade divine armor, like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Xia Chanqian's wind-whispering elf's voice, longbow, every time it is drawn, shoots dozens of arrows imbued with anti-magic and purification effects, easily tearing apart the protective magical energy of those night assassins. Zhang Meng's Earth Roarer shield, like an immovable mountain, steadily blocks all attacks directed at Chen Mo. Wang Tao's Soul Devourer blade carves out deadly trajectories in the darkness, each flash accompanied by the fall of a member of the Shadow Council. Not to mention Chen Mo himself, although he does not directly engage. His armed tuning network has elevated the combat power of the entire Divine Craftsman Guard to an unfathomable height. Every command he gives is precise and always seizes the enemy's flaws at the most critical moments, delivering fatal blows. On the battlefield, the sounds of screams, explosions, and energy roars are incessant. The assassination team, meticulously prepared by the Shadow Council, is crushed like chickens under the joint assault of the Divine Craftsman Guard and the elite forces of the Federation. Quickly collapsing, the 3 once arrogant peak tier 5 Shadow priests last less than 10 minutes under the siege of several core members of the Divine Craftsman Guard, being killed on the spot. Only the peak tier 6 projection of the Abyssal Lord remains, struggling to hold on with its powerful magical energy. But facing it is Chen Mo, whose cold eyes shine with the light of the god's eye of truth. Your energy core is beneath the 3rd rib on your left chest, Chen Mo says lightly. Your magical energy operation has 3 obvious stagnation nodes. Your soul projection's connection with the abyssal entity is also unstable. Each of his words is like the sharpest dagger, piercing deeply into the heart of the Abyssal Lord's projection. Let it feel a deep fear and helplessness originating from its soul. The power and defense it prides itself on seem to be completely seen through in front of this young god craftsman, with no secrets left. No, this is impossible. What? What kind of monster are you? The projection of the Abyss Lord let out a reluctant roar of anger. Me? I'm just a god craftsman that you cannot afford to provoke. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold arc. Now you can rest assured. And die. As the words fell, Xia Chanqian, who had long been ready, suddenly unleashed a dazzling blue light from the wind spirit's language in her hand. Storm Arc. Breaking arrow. 3 arrows launched simultaneously. 3 arrows, infused with all her power and carrying terrifying penetration and purification abilities, shot towards the energy core of the Abyss Lord projection. Like 3 shooting stars, at a speed surpassing sound. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled booms. The massive magical body of the Abyss Lord projection suddenly stiffened. It looked down at the 3 terrifying holes the size of bowls in its chest, its eyes filled with disbelief and endless resentment. I am not willing to accept this. With a desperate roar, its figure shattered like foam, dissipating into the void. Only a piece of S-grade Abyss Lord core fragment, glowing with a dim light, and a surge of furious and unwilling abyssal will echoed in the void. Great Xia God Craftsman, Chen Mo, Shadow Council. The Abyss will never let you go. They will try to escape back to the Abyss through the spatial rift. But how could Chen Mo give it that opportunity? He snorted coldly, and at the center of his brows, the prototype of the God Craftsman realm, fused with the heavenly hammer and universal diagram, suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden divine light. God Craftsman Realm, open. Universal Furnace, suppress. A terrifying domain power filled with the breath of creation and destruction, controlling the essence of all things, instantly enveloped the entire meteor lake. The abyssal, while trying to escape, emitted a series of piercing screams under the suppression of this domain power, ultimately being completely obliterated, transforming into the purest soul energy and merging into the prototype of Chen Mo's God Craftsman Realm. And that S-grade Abyss Lord core fragment was also grasped by Chen Mo. Tucked away. This is a good item, whether for studying the properties of abyssal energy or forging certain special abyssal nemesis equipment. It holds immense value. With the complete destruction of the Abyss Lord projection, this meticulously planned hunting night by the Shadow Council ended in their tragic defeat and total annihilation. Chen Mo-branded, with his exceptional wisdom, powerful strength, and the support of the Federation, successfully shattered this deadly assassination attempt against him. Moreover, he retaliated fiercely, fighting back at the Shadow Council and the Abyss. It can be anticipated that upon learning of this assassination's complete failure, and the loss of even the peak 6th-tier Abyss Lord projection, the Shadow Council and the abyssal forces behind them will be filled with rage and madness. But so what? A cold and determined light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. He knew this was just the beginning. The war against the Shadow Council and the Abyss had just begun. But he was unafraid. He would use the divine hammer in his hand, along with the ever-growing divine equipment army, to crush all enemies who dared to provoke the Great Xia Federation and threaten the Blue Star. His path as a god craftsman was destined to be continuously sublimated through the baptism of blood and fire, ultimately reaching the pinnacle, illuminating the entire Blue Star, and even the broader heavens and worlds beyond. Chapter 71. Aftermath and New Storms. The fury of the Abyss and the determination of the Federation. The smoke of battle at Meteor Lake has not yet completely dissipated. In the air, a faint scent of sulfur and the unique burnt smell of energy collisions still linger. Chen Mo stood quietly in the center of the devastated battlefield, the eye of truth flickering with a faint light, carefully examining every inch of land to ensure that there were no overlooked threats or potential hazards. Under his command, the members of the Divine Forging Guard were methodically clearing the battlefield alongside the Dragon Guard and Shadow Elders, collecting spoils of war, the special weapons, bizarre items left behind by the assassins of the Shadow Council, as well as the S-Class Abyss Lord Core Fragment, would be sent to the Divine Craftsman Research Institute, becoming valuable materials for Chen Mo to study abyssal powers and develop countermeasures. He could clearly sense that within his mind's sea of consciousness, the embryonic form of the craftsman domain, after absorbing the residual consciousness of the Abyss Lord, had become more solid and agile. Within the domain, the phantom of the heavenly craft hammer and the starry sky of the panorama diagram complemented each other, faintly exuding an aura of authority over creation and destruction. The gains from this battle were significant. Chen Mo calculated in his heart. Not only had he thwarted a deadly assassination attempt against himself and dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of the Shadow Council, but more importantly, through this practical experience, he had gained a more intuitive and profound understanding of the characteristics of abyssal powers. The S-Class Abyss Lord Core Fragment was worth its weight in gold. If used to study the energy structure and weaknesses of abyssal creatures, combined with some forbidden knowledge from the Craftsman Codex, it might be possible to develop specialized annihilation or exile-type rule weapons against abyssal fiends. New equipment blueprints had already begun to form in Chen Mo's mind. At that moment, several powerful auras rapidly approached from afar. Leading them were Long Zhanye, the deputy director of the National Reserve Bureau, and an energy projection of Jiwuyo, the highest commander of the federal military. Behind them followed several solemn-faced, deep-breathing federal elder worshippers. Clearly, the shocking events at Meteor Lake had already alarmed the highest levels of the Federation. Chen Mo, my young friend, are you all right? Long Zhanye hurriedly rushed to Chen Mo's side as soon as he landed, looking him up and down with concern and fear in his eyes. He could feel the terrifying and evil energy fluctuations remaining on this battlefield. Just now, the power of the Abyss Lord that nearly tore apart the sky could even be vaguely sensed from the command center far away in Zhuangqing City. If it weren't for Chen Mo's early warning and the counter-encirclement he set up, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Deputy Director Long, Commander Ji, esteemed elders, I'm fine. Chen Mo slightly bowed in greeting, his expression calm. It's just a pity that the true body of the Abyss Lord was able to perceive some things it shouldn't have through the projection connection. Ji Wuyo's energy projection swept across the entire battlefield with eyes like lightning, slowly speaking, his voice carrying a hint of cold, killing intent. The Shadow Council and the abyssal fiends behind them really have some audacity. They actually dared to carry out such a despicable assassination against our unparalleled warriors in the heart of the Great Xia Federation. This matter must not be let go easily. An elder worshipper also said solemnly, that peak 6th-tier Abyss Lord projection, although you eradicated it, its true body has probably locked onto your aura through some secret method. Your future situation will be even more dangerous. Hearing this, Chen Mo's brows slightly furrowed, but then relaxed. Danger? Since stepping onto the path of divine forging armament master, he had never feared any danger. When soldiers come, they will be blocked. When water comes, it will be covered. Chen Mo's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. If they want to kill me, they should see if they have the capability to bear the corresponding cost. Good. Well said. Ji Wuyo's projection exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. This is the spirit that our unparalleled warriors of the Great Xia Federation should have. He shifted his tone, becoming extremely serious. Chen Mo, although you successfully thwarted this assassination by the Shadow Council, it has also sounded the alarm for us. The enemy's intent to kill us will not die. Their methods will only become more despicable and insane. The Federation must respond with the strongest measures and provide you with the highest level of security. Long Zhanya added, I have already ordered that from today onwards, the security level of your Divine Craftsman Research Institute will be raised to the national hero level highest standard. The elite team of the Dragon Guard, along with 3 7th-tier Holy Domain Elder Worshippers, will take turns to garrison. The daily outings must also have at least 2 Holy Domain Elders and a fully staffed elite team of the Dragon Guard for close protection. All research projects and personnel related to you will be subjected to the strictest scrutiny and protection. Listening to these extremely luxurious security measures, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel moved. He knew that the Federation was truly sparing no effort to protect him, the Divine Craftsman. Thank you for the Federation's kindness, Chen Mo said solemnly, but I believe that the best defense is always attack. We cannot always passively wait for the enemy to make a move. His gaze swept over the Dragon Guard soldiers cleaning the battlefield and his own Divine Forging Guard members. I need more resources, greater authority, to forge better and more targeted equipment for our warriors. I want the Shadow Council and the Abyssal Fiends to know that those who dare to step onto the land of the Great Xia Federation will only face death. Ji Wuyo's projection, upon hearing this, erupted with brilliant light in his eyes. Good. Chen Mo, whatever you need, the Federation will provide. From today onwards, all S-Class and above strategic material reserves of the Federation will be fully open to you, with no restrictions. All special materials research institutes, energy engineering laboratories, and rune analysis centers under the military will prioritize your requests and fully cooperate with your equipment development work. I have only one request. Forge a Divine Armament Legion for our Great Xia Federation in the shortest time possible. One that can sweep away all evildoers and intimidate all fiends across the heavens. The national team needs you to forge equipment. Forge the strongest equipment. Long Zhanya added passionately. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Chen Mo straightened his back suddenly, his voice powerful and resonant. He knew that a new storm was about to arrive. The fury of the abyss, the frantic counterattack of the Shadow Council, and the watchful eyes of unknown enemies from various realms, all of whom coveted the Great Xia Federation, would become the sharpening stone he must face and crush on his path as a craftsman. And he was already prepared. He would use the divine hammer in his hand to forge a new era of iron and blood intertwined with glory for the Great Xia Federation. Just then, Chen Mo's identity wristband suddenly vibrated urgently. It was an S-Class encrypted communication request from Academician Qian Shuesen, the head of the Tiangong Kaiwu project at the Great Xia Federation's highest academy. The Tiangong Kaiwu project? Chen Mo's heart stirred. This was one of the most important S-Class top-secret research projects in the Federation, rumored to be related to a primordial wonder that could change the energy landscape of the blue planet and even affect interstellar navigation capabilities. Could it be that they encountered equipment issues and needed his assistance? A smirk of interest curved Chen Mo's lips. It seems that his national team's equipment business is about to expand into new fields. A grand gamble for the future of the Azure Star is about to begin. And he, Chen Mo, will be the most important player and creator in this gamble. Chapter 72. The Bottleneck of the Heavenly Work Plan. The Call of the Primordial Fragment. Upon connecting to the communication request from Academician Chen Shuesen, a figure appeared on the screen, an elderly man with white hair, full of vitality, his eyes filled with wisdom and fatigue. He is the towering figure of the scientific community of the Great Xia Federation, the national treasure scientist Chen Shuesen, who presides over many cutting-edge technology projects of the Federation. Major General Chen Mo, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope for your understanding. Although Academician Qian's tone was polite, it carried an unmistakable urgency. The situation is critical, so I will be brief. Our heavenly work plan has encountered a huge bottleneck in the research and development of the core energy conversion device. The core component of this device is a primordial divine stone fragment that we barely retrieved from the outskirts of the ancient divine ruins after risking our lives. This fragment contains an extremely pure and vast creation source energy, which is key to the success of our plan. As Academician Qian spoke, he brought up a three-dimensional projection. In the projection, a fist-sized, peculiar crystal radiating colorful glimmers and covered in countless profound, innate patterns quietly hovered. Even through the screen, Chen Mo could feel a tremendous energy emanating from the crystal that made his very soul tremble, along with an ancient Taoist charm. His eye of truth instinctively activated, attempting to analyze the information from this strange stone. Item: Primordial Divine Stone Fragment. Level: severely damaged. Material: contains a trace of creation's source and chaos aura. Core function: most functions have fallen silent due to damage. Currently can passively emit a trace of creation source energy. Status: energy dissipation speed accelerated. Internal law structure showing unstable cracks. Risk of collapse and disintegration. Repair suggestion: requires at least EX level or above, containing stability, aggregation, repair attributes of supreme law power for intervention, or find other fragments of the same origin for complementation. Warning: the energy level contained in this item is too high and has exceeded the current analyzable range. Reckless contact or attempts to repair may trigger unpredictable catastrophic consequences. Seeing the information returned by the Eye of Truth, a huge wave surged in Chen Mo's heart. The primordial divine stone fragment. Creation source. Chaos law. This seemingly unremarkable stone, its origin and level, were likely more terrifying than any sacred object or treasure he had encountered before, even more so than the heavenly work hammer and universal diagram fused in his brow. In essence, it was closer to the source of the world. No wonder Academician Qian was so anxious. If this thing truly collapsed and disintegrated, the energy released would be enough to level the entire Xianjing city. Old Qian, the current situation of this primordial divine stone fragment is very grim. Chen Mo's tone became exceptionally serious. According to my observations, its internal law structure has already shown multiple subtle cracks, and the energy dissipation speed is constantly increasing. If measures are not taken in time, within 3 months at most, it will completely lose its activity and even lead to catastrophic consequences. What? Academician Qian's face turned pale at these words. Beside him, several core researchers involved in the heavenly work plan also showed expressions of horror and despair. Although they had sensed the fragment's condition was deteriorating, they had not anticipated it to be this serious and urgent. Major General Chen Mo, you must have a way, right? Academician Qian's voice trembled with hope. The Federation has already hailed you as a peerless national hero. Your forging skills are miraculous, turning decay into wonder. We have tried all known materials and techniques, but could not stop the fragment's deterioration, let alone stabilize and utilize the energy within it. Now, you are our only hope. Chen Mo's brows furrowed, the Eye of Truth operating at full capacity, while his mind rapidly flipped through the craftsman's codex, trying to find a glimmer of a solution. The level of this primordial divine stone fragment was too high. Conventional repair and forging methods were utterly ineffective against it. Even with his current peak 4th tier divine craftsman strength, attempting to forcibly intervene might result in backlash. Unless Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the shadow of the dormant heavenly work hammer within his sea of consciousness. The heavenly work hammer is the core sacred object of the ancient craftsman Hephaestus, mastering the creation of all things, possessing terrifying power to forge and reshape all matter and laws. Although currently in a broken and sealed state, its original power still far exceeded Chen Mo's own level. If he could invoke a trace of the heavenly work hammer, its original power, combined with the law analysis ability of the universal diagram, in his own grasp of the embryonic form of the craftsman domain. Perhaps there was indeed a sliver of a chance to stabilize the condition of this primordial divine stone fragment, and even begin to repair its damaged internal law structure. But this would be a gamble. If he failed, not only would the primordial divine stone fragment completely collapse, he himself might suffer unimaginable injuries. Old Chen, there may be a way. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his eyes becoming extraordinarily resolute. But the risk is immense, and I do not have complete confidence. Moreover, I will need some special preparations and permissions. No problem. Academician Chen, upon hearing this, reignited the flame of hope in his eyes, his tone resolute. Major General Chen Mo, as long as you can stabilize the primordial divine stone fragment, whatever you need, the entire Heavenly Work Plan Project team, and even the highest scientific academy of the Federation, will fully support you at any cost. We need you to create another miracle for the future of the Federation. Chen Mo nodded, a surge of ambition rising in his heart. A miracle? His profession as a divine craftsman is itself a miracle. His life is destined to be closely connected with one miracle after another. All right, Old Chen, please arrange for the primordial divine stone fragment to be secretly transferred to my Divine Craftsman Research Institute with the highest level of security measures immediately. At the same time, I need the Federation to provide a top-secret file containing all known information about this fragment, as well as all related research data and experimental records from the project team. I also need at least 49 days for closed-door research and preparation. During this period, no one is to disturb me. This, no problem. Although Academician Chen was somewhat surprised by Chen Mo's requests, he still agreed without hesitation. He knew that since Chen Mo dared to say this, he must have his reasons and confidence. A rescue plan for the primordial miraculous object, which concerns the future energy lifeline of the Great Xia Federation and even the dream of interstellar navigation, quietly began under the intervention of the young divine craftsman Chen Mo. Would he be able to once again turn the tide and forge a brand new future for the Federation with his divine hammer? The eyes of the entire Great Xia Federation would once again focus on him, and unknown to him, at the moment he decided to intervene in the fate of this primordial divine stone fragment, far beyond the azure stars, in some unknown dimensional void. Some ancient and powerful beings seemed to have been awakened from their slumber, stirred by the faint aura emanating from this fragment, casting their elusive gazes upon it. A storm that would sweep through the myriad realms seemed to be quietly brewing because of this small fragment. Chapter 73, Closed-Door Forging of Divine Weapons. The secrets of the primordial and the might of the artisan god. After the fragments of the primordial divine stone were secretly transferred to the most core artisan chamber of the Artisan Research Institute, Chen Mo immediately began a closed-door meditation that lasted for 49 days. The security level of the entire Research Institute was elevated to an unprecedented degree. 3 7th-tier sacred domain-level venerable elders personally stationed outside the chamber, coordinating with the ace team of the Dragon Guards and the numerous restrictive formations within the Institute, turning the place into an impregnable fortress. Inside the chamber, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, his expression focused to the extreme. In front of him floated the fragment of the primordial divine stone, emanating a rainbow of light and mysterious Tao rhythms. Even from a close distance, Chen Mo could feel that the phantom of the heavenly artisan hammer, in his mind and the starry sky of the myriad manifestations map, were slightly trembling, as if there was a mysterious resonance between them and the fragment. No wonder it contained the creation, source, and chaos laws. Chen Mo silently marveled. He first spent several days carefully studying all the top-secret files and research data provided by academician Qian Shuessen regarding the fragment. These documents recorded the countless efforts and sacrifices made by federal scientists to study and utilize the fragment. They also documented some astonishing conjectures and vague clues about the primordial creation and the origins of the universe that they discovered during their research. Although this information was fragmented and incomplete, it gave Chen Mo a deeper understanding of the fragment's origin and significance. It seemed that this primordial divine stone was likely a fragment of the World Core Law Foundation that condensed at the beginning of creation in some higher dimensional universe. The energy and laws it contained far exceeded the cognitive limits of our blue star. To repair and utilize it, conventional methods were utterly ineffective. Chen Mo took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions. He knew that what he was about to do would be an unprecedented and extremely dangerous attempt. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness at his brow. Under his guidance, The long silent phantom of the heavenly artisan hammer began to tremble slowly, emitting a terrifying pressure that dominated all creation and reshaped the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, the myriad manifestations map, starry sky that covered the entire sea of consciousness began to accelerate its operation. With countless stars shining and evolving the profound principles of the universe's birth and destruction, the unity of all laws, the skill and the Tao, the hammer and the map, began to resonate and fuse at an unprecedented intensity within his sea of consciousness. With my divine soul as the guide, with my artisan heart as the furnace, I humbly invite the power of the artisan god to descend. Chen Mo let out a deep and dignified chant, his hands forming an ancient seal that was complex and filled with the essence of creation and destruction. As he completed the seal, the budding artisan domain in his sea of consciousness suddenly erupted with resplendent golden divine light. An indescribable clarity and power instantly filled his limbs and bones. At that moment, his divine, forging armor profession level showed signs of loosening once again. He was only one step away from the 5th tier, national level. More importantly, he sensed an unprecedented tight connection forming between himself and the phantom of the heavenly artisan hammer. It was as if he could temporarily borrow a trace of the original divine might of that broken holy artifact. Now, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance shooting from them. He extended his right hand, pointing towards the fragment of the primordial divine stone floating in mid-air. Heavenly artisan hammer, master of creation, hear my command. Reshape the universe. Buzz. A dull roar that seemed to come from ancient times echoed from Chen Mo's brow. Immediately after, a solid, dark golden hammer shadow, covered in cracks yet emanating a terrifying pressure, slowly emerged from his brow, hovering above his right hand. This was the original projection of the heavenly artisan hammer. Although it was merely a projection and in a broken state, the divine might it contained was still enough to distort and wail the very space of the artisan chamber. Outside the chamber, the 3 7th-tier sacred domain-level venerable elders all changed their expressions simultaneously, revealing looks of shock and disbelief. They could sense a terrifying power, far beyond their imagination and filled with the essence of creation and destruction, slowly awakening within the chamber. The level of that power had already surpassed their understanding of the sacred domain. What kind of power is this? Could it be that Major General Chen Mo is about to break into the legendary domain of the gods? They were filled with shock and confusion, yet did not dare to investigate recklessly, only managing to suppress their unease and continue to exert all their effort to maintain the restrictive formations of the chamber. Inside the chamber, holding the projection of the heavenly artisan hammer, Chen Mo's aura underwent earth-shattering changes. He was no longer the young artisan, but seemed to embody an ancient artisan god who controlled the creation of heaven and earth, with his words following the laws. His gaze fell upon the fragment of the primordial divine stone, and with the full activation of his eye of truth, combined with the law analysis ability of the myriad manifestations map, he instantly discerned the subtle cracks in the laws and energy turbulence within the fragment. In my name, I command all laws to return to order. Chen Mo issued a dignified low shout, and the projection of the heavenly artisan hammer in his hand, carrying a terrifying power to reshape everything, slowly yet firmly pointed gently at the primordial divine stone fragment. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any cataclysmic energy release. Only a series of barely perceptible dark golden ripples, imbued with the power of the supreme laws, spread from the tip of the hammer projection, gently enveloping the fragment of the primordial divine stone. Under the soothing of these ripples, the restless creation source energy within the fragment miraculously calmed down. The subtle cracks in the laws began to heal at a visible speed. The 7-colored radiance emitted by the entire fragment became softer, more stable, and profound. It was as if a near-broken, peerless treasure was regaining its former brilliance in the hands of a master craftsman. This process lasted for a full 7 days and nights. Chen Mo worked tirelessly, immersing all his divine power and spirit in the repair and stabilization of the primordial divine stone fragment. Each seemingly casual point of the heavenly artisan hammer projection contained his ultimate understanding of the artisan god's path and precise control over the power of the laws. Finally, at a certain moment on the 7th day, the fragment of the primordial divine stone suddenly erupted with resplendent 7-colored divine light, illuminating the entire artisan chamber as if it were a dreamlike world. A pure and majestic creation source energy emanated from the fragment, merging into Chen Mo's body. Boom! Chen Mo felt as if his soul sea was about to be completely burst by this suddenly overwhelming energy. His divine forging armor, profession level, could no longer be suppressed. The bottleneck shattered with a bang. 4th tier peak. 5th tier, national level. Achieved. An indescribable clarity and power instantly filled his limbs and bones. His divine power limit surged directly from 3,000 points to an astonishing 10,000 points. Moreover, the quality of divine power has once again taken a qualitative leap. With the essence of the artisan god and the breath of creation contained within it nearly on par with the primal source energy, his spiritual power has directly broken through a certain invisible boundary, reaching a brand new and terrifying level, sufficient for astral wandering and thought-based creation. More importantly, within the sea of consciousness at his brow, that nascent artisan god domain, after absorbing a large amount of creation, source energy, and primal laws, has finally completely solidified and formed. A realm full of creation and destruction, mastering the transformation of all things and evolving the life and death of the universe. The true artisan god domain slowly unfolds within his soul sea. Within this domain, the heavenly artisan hammer and universal diagram perfectly merge, transforming into a towering heavenly furnace, becoming the absolute core of his domain. Is this the power of 5th tier, national level? Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging, seemingly inexhaustible, terrifying power within him, as well as the completely stabilized and perfected artisan god domain in his soul's sea, filled with indescribable excitement and joy. The harvest this time is truly immense, so much so that it exceeds all his imaginations. Not only has he successfully stabilized and initially repaired the fragments of the primal divine stone, but he has also seized this opportunity to break through to 5th tier, national level. He has condensed a true artisan god domain. He has gained the preliminary ability to control creation, source energy, and chaotic laws. He knows that from this moment on, his path as a divine armorer has truly embarked on a brand new peak, one that overlooks all living beings. His future achievements will truly be limitless. The fragment of the primal divine stone, which he has initially repaired and stabilized, now quietly hovers in his palm, emitting a gentle yet powerful aura, as if it has established a wondrous connection with his soul. Item: Primal Source Crystal. Level slightly damaged mastered. Material: contains a trace of creation, source and chaotic aura. Has been initially activated. Core function: Heart of Source Energy. Can slowly absorb cosmic source energy, transforming it into pure primal source energy for cultivation, forging, or driving large-scale law creations. Law Imprint. Can imprint a trace of chaotic law comprehension in the depths of the user's soul, enhancing understanding of all laws. More functions to be repaired and activated. Status: Internal law structure has been initially stabilized. Energy dissipation has stopped, currently in a slow self-repair state. Repair suggestions: can attempt to find other fragments of the same origin for fusion, or nourish and reshape with higher-level creation, divine, fire and transformative divine power. Seeing the new information feedback from the Eye of Truth, a smile of relief appeared on Chen Mo's lips. The name Primal Source Crystal seems to better match its current state. Moreover, it has already recognized its master. Could it be because he repaired it and resonated with it using the original power of the heavenly artisan hammer and his own artisan god domain? Chen Mo can feel that he has established a very wonderful connection with this primal source crystal. He can not only clearly sense the energy flow and law changes within the source crystal, but can even, to a certain extent, guide and mobilize the pure and immense primal source energy within it. This will undoubtedly be an unimaginable huge boost for his future cultivation and forging. It seems that this time in seclusion has yielded far more than expected. Chen Mo exhaled a long breath, feeling the unprecedented powerful force within him, as well as the primal source crystal that resonates with his heart, filled with infinite longing for the future. He knows that when he walks out of this chamber, the entire Great Xia Federation and even the whole Azure Star will once again be stirred up by the waves because of his breakthrough, and he will officially embark on a more magnificent legendary path as a 5th-tier, national-level divine artisan. Chapter 74. The National Pillar. The federal anchor of stability. When Chen Mo concluded his 49 days of seclusion, pushed open the heavy alloy door of the Divine Craftsman's secret chamber, and reappeared before everyone. All those anxiously waiting outside the chamber were instantly stunned by the profound aura he exuded, as deep as the sea, commanding the universe with a terrifying presence. Especially the 3 7th-tier, saint-level elders of the Federation, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Almost able to fit an egg inside, they could clearly sense that the energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Mo had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before his retreat. The level of that power had far exceeded their understanding of the extraordinary. It was a terrifying realm, akin to an embodiment of laws, where words commanded the laws effortlessly. 5. 5th tier, national level. Moreover, he had condensed such a perfect field prototype. No, this was no longer a prototype. It was clearly a true law field. My God, how old is he? This is simply monstrous. The 3 ancient beings, who had lived for hundreds of years, were now like first-time observers of practitioners. Speechless and filled with an indescribable shock and a hint of frustration. They had painstakingly trained for hundreds of years to barely touch the threshold of 7th-tier saint level. And yet their field powers were still incomplete, their understanding of laws messy and impure. Yet this 18 or 19-year-old boy had, in less than 2 months, leaped from the peak of 4th tier to a bona fide 5th-tier, national-level powerhouse. And he had condensed such a powerful and pure law field. This kind of talent and opportunity was simply unheard of. A prodigy, a true prodigy. Our great Xia Federation is about to produce an extraordinary genius never seen in ages. Long Zhanye, academician Qian Shuesen, and others, although not able to clearly perceive the specific changes in Chen Mo's strength as the 3 elder offerings did, could still glean some clues from his dramatically transformed, powerful aura and profound gaze. Major General Chen Mo, you succeeded? Academician Qian Shuesen's voice trembled with disbelief as he cautiously asked. His greatest concern was naturally the status of the Taichu divine stone fragment. Chen Mo smiled slightly, opened his palm, and the Taichu source crystal, now rejuvenated and radiating a soft, colorful glow along with immense source energy, lay quietly in his hand. I did not fail the mission, Chen Mo said lightly, his tone filled with strong confidence. The Taichu divine stone fragment has not only been successfully stabilized and repaired, but its core functions have also been initially activated. From now on, it will slowly absorb cosmic source energy and convert it into pure Taichu source energy, providing an endless supply of power for our heavenly crafting project. Moreover, I have established a faint connection with it, allowing me to initially guide and mobilize the energy within. What? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, academician Qian Shuesen and the other researchers in the project team trembled with excitement, tears welling in their eyes. They had succeeded. The goal they had long dreamed of had actually been achieved by Chen Mo. This not only meant that the core energy bottleneck of the heavenly crafting project had been completely overcome, it also meant that the great Xia Federation would possess an inexhaustible source of Taichu energy. This would have an immeasurable and profound impact on the Federation's future technological development, energy revolution, and even interstellar navigation. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Academician Qian Shuesen, overwhelmed with emotion, stepped forward and tightly grasped Chen Mo's hand, choked up as he said, Major General Chen Mo, you are truly the anchor of stability for our great Xia Federation. Elder Qian, you overstated. Chen Mo quickly supported him. It is my duty to contribute to the Federation. At that moment, the energy projection of Supreme Commander Ji Wuyo, who had been silent until now, suddenly erupted with an incredibly brilliant light, a majestic and vast, while instantly enveloping the entire Divine Craftsman Research Institute. Chen Mo, Ji Wuyo's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, resonating in everyone's ears. Not only have you successfully repaired the Taichu source crystal, establishing an unparalleled merit for the Federation, you have also made a breakthrough to 5th tier, national level, condensing the craftsman field, becoming the youngest and most promising guardian of the nation in the history of our great Xia Federation. By unanimous resolution of the Federation's Supreme Council and the Elder Council, from today onward, you are officially granted the title of Divine Craftsman of the Great Xia Federation. Your military rank is elevated to Federation General, enjoying the highest national pillar honorary treatment. Your Divine Craftsman Research Institute is upgraded to the Federation Divine Craftsman General Institute, possessing the highest allocation rights over all forging resources and related talents across the country. Your Divine Forging Guard is expanded to the Divine Forging Legion, with an establishment of 10,000. Enjoying the treatment of a Federation Elite Legion, with all equipment personally designed and overseen by you. The Federation will spare no effort to assist you in reaching the Divine Realm as soon as possible, becoming the true guardian deity of our great Xia. Ji Wuyo's words resonated like a decree from the heavens, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Divine Craftsman of a Nation, Federation General, National Pillar Honor, General Institute of Divine Craftsmen, Divine Forging Legion. This was simply the highest honor, the greatest authority, and the strongest support that a lifestyle practitioner could achieve in the history of the Azure Star. There was no second. Long Zhanya, Qin Shuesan, the three elder offerings, and all the experts and scholars from the Divine Craftsman Research Institute were left dumbfounded, their hearts surging with excitement beyond measure. They knew that from this moment on, Chen Mo had truly become the anchor of stability for the Great Xia Federation, second only to one, above billions. His will would profoundly influence the future direction of the entire Federation. His divine hammer would forge an unprecedented, glorious era for Great Xia. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement and ambition. He could feel an invisible aura of destiny and power of faith gathering from all directions, merging into his craftsman field, making it even more stable and powerful. This was the feedback and empowerment brought by the National Pillar. Report to Commander G. Chen Mo straightened his back, his voice strong and resonant. Chen Mo will not fail the Federation's trust. I will not fail the expectations of the people. With this divine hammer in hand, I will bring peace to Great Xia for myriad ages. I will forge an immortal myth for Azure Star. Good, good, good. Ji Wuyo's energy projection erupted with deafening laughter, filled with satisfaction and pride. With you, Chen Mo, how can our Great Xia not thrive? How can Azure Star not flourish? From today onward, you are the true fourth pillar of the Great Xia Federation. As the news spread, the entire Great Xia Federation erupted in jubilation. Countless citizens spontaneously took to the streets to celebrate the birth of this young divine craftsman of a nation. His name, Chen Mo, resounded throughout the entire Azure Star once again, becoming an idol and legend revered by countless young practitioners. Meanwhile, the opposing forces far away in the Star Realm and other dimensional battlefields fell into deep fear and despair upon hearing this news. They knew that the Great Xia Federation had become increasingly unshakable due to the existence of this young divine craftsman, an era belonging to divine equipment. An era belonging to Great Xia was about to rise powerfully on Azure Star, and leading this era was the divine craftsman Chen Mo, who was only 18 or 19 years old, yet already stood at the pinnacle of the world. His legend was still continuing. His gaze has turned towards the broader, unknown, and challenging myriad realms. Chapter 75. The Planning of the Federal Artisan Academy. The prototype of the Multiverse Expeditionary Army. After being promoted to Tier 5, National Guardian level, and being conferred the title of National Artisan, Chen Mo's schedule became more hectic and fulfilling than ever. The first thing he needed to do was to organize and plan the various powers and resources he had just acquired. The establishment of the Federal Artisan Academy meant that he had the highest authority to allocate all forging resources and related talents across the country. This undoubtedly represented a tremendous power, but also came with a heavy responsibility. He had to quickly establish an efficient, orderly, and maximally advantageous equipment research and production system for the artisans. After several days of closed-door meetings with Long Zhanya, Ji Wuyo, and the heads of various federal departments, a grand plan named the Federal Divine Equipment Popularization and Cutting-Edge Breakthrough Strategy was officially launched under Chen Mo's leadership. The core content of this plan can be summarized as a single entity with two wings, a three-tier linkage, radiating nationwide and looking towards the multiverse. The single entity refers to the Federal Artisan Academy as the core body, overseeing the equipment research and development, production, and talent training across the country. Chen Mo personally took on the role of Academy President and recruited the top experts, scholars, and technical backbones from the original Artisan Research Institute's auxiliary, RD team, as well as from major military-industrial enterprises, research institutions, and universities throughout the Federation to form a large-scale, comprehensive, and luxurious artisan think tank in the Blue Planet. The two wings represent the standardized Divine Equipment Mass Production Plan and the Special Divine Weapon Breakthrough Plan. The standardized Divine Equipment Mass Production Plan aims to optimize and improve existing B-level and A-level standard equipment blueprints, combined with some basic forging techniques of the Divine Casting Armor, simplified and improved to ensure core technologies are not leaked, to establish dozens of standardized Divine equipment production bases, providing C-level and above quasi-Divine equipment for the federal regular troops and B-level and above for core elite troops. This plan will be executed and supervised by a group of artisan apprentices and senior forging engineers personally trained and authorized by Chen Mo to ensure product quality and production efficiency. The Special Divine Weapon Breakthrough Plan will be personally led by Chen Mo, bringing together core members of the artisan think tank to develop and forge S-level and above, even SS-level and SSS-level conceptual weapons and rule artifacts, targeting the special needs of Federal Special Forces, S-level and above professionals, and potential future multiverse battlefields. For example, the series of annihilation weapons against abyssal evil creatures, the hunter sets against astral beasts, the anti-energy barriers, and EMP weapons against high-tech civilizations, and the exclusive sets for the multiverse expeditionary army that can adapt to various extreme environments and laws. The three-tier linkage refers to the establishment of three-tier artisan branches and equipment maintenance centers in the federal central government, major military districts, and key cities. The Central Artisan Academy is responsible for top-level design, core technology research and development, and cutting-edge talent training. The military district artisan branches are responsible for regional equipment coordination, special equipment customization, and intermediate talent training. The city equipment maintenance centers are responsible for the maintenance and repair of grassroots troops equipment, as well as the selection and transportation of junior talents. Through this three-tier linkage model, the welfare and technology of artisans will be maximally popularized to every corner of the Federation. Radiating nationwide and looking towards the multiverse is the ultimate goal of this strategy. It aims not only to equip every soldier of the Great Xia Federation with the finest divine equipment, providing them with the strongest combat power to establish absolute strategic advantages on the Blue Planet, but also to reserve enough technology, talent, and equipment for the upcoming multiverse trials and interstellar expedition era, allowing the banner of the Great Xia Federation to be planted across the heavens and worlds. Once this grand strategic plan was announced, it caused a tremendous stir throughout the Great Xia Federation. Everyone was completely impressed by Chen Mo's astonishing courage and long-term vision. They seemed to see a powerful federation, equipped with universal divine gear and unstoppable on the battlefield, rising steadily. And Chen Mo, this young national artisan, was undoubtedly the chief designer and helmsman of it all. After completing the preliminary planning and personnel appointments of the Federal Artisan Academy, Chen Mo turned his attention to another important goal, the formation of the Divine Casting Legion. According to the Federation's directive, the Divine Casting Legion is to be composed of 10,000 men, enjoying the status of an elite legion, with all equipment personally designed and overseen by Chen Mo. This legion will become the sharpest knife in Chen Mo's hand, serving as a testing ground for various divine equipment concepts and testing the power of divine weapons. It will also be the absolute core and seed force of the future Great Xia Federation's multiverse expeditionary army. Chen Mo has extremely strict standards for the selection of Legion members. Not only must their professional potential reach at least A level, with steadfast will and reliable loyalty, but more importantly, they must have a high degree of compatibility and growth potential with the divine equipment system he has designed. He first selected 4 core members from the original Divine Casting Guard team, Xia Qianqian, Zhang Meng, Wang Tao, and Li Na, to serve as the 4 division leaders of the Divine Casting Legion, granting them the rank of colonel. They will assist Chen Mo in managing the Legion's daily training, personnel selection, and equipment testing. At the same time, Chen Mo submitted a special recruitment list of several hundred individuals to the Federal Military Department and the National Reserve Bureau. The list consisted of young talent he identified through remote perception and big data analysis using the eye of truth across the country, possessing high talent and potential but overlooked or not adequately cultivated for various reasons. Once these individuals are recruited into the Divine Casting Legion and trained under Chen Mo's personal guidance and divine equipment enhancement, they are sure to unleash astonishing energy and become the new pillars of the Federation. Ji Wuyo and Long Zhanye, upon seeing this list, were both surprised and delighted, immediately ordering that, at all costs, everyone on the list be invited to report to the Artisan Academy. A nationwide gathering of talent was launched vigorously under the decree of the National Artisan. And Chen Mo once again immersed himself in the intense and busy work of equipment design and forging. He aimed to create the first batch of standardized divine equipment that would shock the world for his future divine casting legion. He wanted this legion to become the most luxurious equipped and extraordinarily powerful legendary force in the history of the blue planet from the moment of its birth. His ambitions reached for the stars and the sea. His divine hammer would pave a path to heaven for this ambition, while Chen Mo exhausted himself for the future of the Great Xia Federation. Malicious and greedy eyes from beyond the blue planet began to focus increasingly on this young national artisan and the era of divine equipment he represented. A greater storm seemed to be quietly gathering in the depths of the turbulent universe. Chapter 76, The Call for Help from an Alien World. Technical cooperation from the Weaving Girl Star. Time flew swiftly as Chen Mo was busy with the military production plan. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. With the Federation's unlimited resource investment and the highest level of support, the various projects of the Federation's Master Craftsman Academy made groundbreaking progress. Dozens of standardized divine armor production bases sprang up across the country, continuously supplying at least sea-level divine armors to the Federation's regular troops. The first batch of 500 apprentice craftsmen and advanced forging engineers, personally selected and trained by Chen Mo, successfully graduated and went to their respective positions, becoming the backbone of the Federation's equipment system reform. Moreover, the Special Divine Soldier Project, led by Chen Mo, achieved remarkable results. The demon-breaking Holy Judgment series weapon specifically targeting the abyssal evil, the Dragon Scale Hunter, set designed for the interdimensional beasts, and the Energy Deflection Force Field Shield that significantly enhances individual defense against high-tech weapons were all successfully developed and began to be issued in small quantities to the Federation's Special Forces and S-level professionals. These dazzling pieces of equipment, shining with the brilliance of master craftsmen, showcased terrifying power far beyond that of comparable equipment in various secret combat tests and exercises, leaving all users and observers in shock and ecstasy. The overall military strength of the Daxia Federation was experiencing a qualitative leap at a visible speed due to Chen Mo's presence. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's Divine Forging Legion had also completed the initial recruitment and basic training of the first batch of 3,000 members. These talented youths gathered from all over the country. After witnessing Chen Mo's extraordinary forging techniques and the almost dreamlike equipment from the Master Craftsman Academy, were filled with fervent admiration and absolute loyalty towards this young national master craftsman and legion commander. They eagerly anticipated the day they could with the specially crafted divine armors made by Chen Mo and achieve great deeds on the battlefield. Chen Mo did not disappoint them, using the Dragon Soul series armor obtained from the ancient divine ruins as a template, combined with the energy characteristics of the primordial source crystal and considerations for future multiverse battlefields. He designed a standard set called Galaxy Dragon Guard, beginner version, for the Divine Forging Legion. This set not only possessed powerful offensive and defensive capabilities and environmental adaptability, but, more importantly, its core modules were reserved for remote energy linking and information sharing interfaces with the primordial source crystal and Chen Mo's craftsman domain. Once mass-produced, Chen Mo could even remotely tune the armament and bless the entire legion through the craftsman domain, allowing them to unleash terrifying combat power far beyond their own level. This was the true trump card Chen Mo prepared for the Divine Forging Legion. Just as the testing of the Galaxy Dragon Guard set was about to conclude and preparations for mass production were underway, a communication request filled with surprises and uncertainties from a distant star domain was transmitted through secret channels of the Daxia Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the desk of the Supreme Commander. Ji Wuyo. The initiator of the communication was surprisingly a humanoid intelligent civilization called the Weaving Girl Clan, located tens of thousands of light years away. The Weaving Girl Clan was a friendly civilization that the Blue Star Human Federation had encountered during its exploration of the universe. They were peaceful, with a technology level comparable to that of the Blue Star, but had unique strengths in individual power and energy application. Several decades ago, there had been brief exchanges and contacts between the two parties, resulting in the signing of some basic cultural and technological exchange agreements. However, due to the great distance and differing developmental directions of their civilizations, such exchanges had remained lukewarm, even stagnating. Now, they had suddenly reached out to the Daxia Federation, and through the highest level diplomatic encrypted channels, what was their purpose? Ji Wuyo was filled with confusion and immediately connected the communication. On the light screen appeared a female weaving girl, dressed in a luxurious silver robe, with an exceptionally beautiful appearance and a noble and elegant demeanor. Her forehead adorned with a light purple diamond crystal mark. Behind her seemed to be a command center filled with star maps and energy runes, the atmosphere appearing somewhat serious and tense. Respected Supreme Commander of the Daxia Federation, Your Excellency Ji Wuyo, I am Xing Xian, the chairperson of the Weaving Girl Clan's Supreme Council. I apologize for the abrupt disturbance. It is truly unavoidable. The voice of the female weaving girl was as melodious as a celestial song, yet carried a hint of undeniable fatigue and worry. Our civilization is facing an unprecedented great crisis. A terrifying creature from an unknown dimension, called the Void Crawler, is invading our star domain, devouring our planets, and enslaving our people. They possess powerful individual strength, reproduce at an alarming rate, and have strong resistance to our energy attacks. Although we resist with all our might, we are still suffering heavy losses. If this continues, in less than 10 years, our civilization will be completely destroyed. Chairperson Xing Xian's tone was filled with despair and unwillingness. Hearing this, Ji Wuyo's heart tightened. The Void Crawler? The name seemed somewhat similar to the Abyssal Evil, yet different. For an interstellar civilization with a technology level comparable to that of the Blue Star to feel despair and helplessness, one could imagine the level of threat they posed. Chairperson Xing Xian, I deeply sympathize with your civilization's plight, Ji Wuyo said solemnly. However, the Daxia Federation is tens of thousands of light years away from the Weaving Girl star domain. Even if we wish to assist, it would likely be a case of distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Moreover, we Blue Star humans are also facing immense threats from the abyssal evil and dimensional rifts. And we are struggling to take care of ourselves. Chairperson Xing Xian seemed to have anticipated Ji Wuyo's response. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming incredibly sincere and determined. Your Excellency Ji Wuyo, we certainly do not dare to hope for your side to send an expeditionary force for direct military assistance. The reason for our abrupt contact this time is to seek a deeper level of technical cooperation with the Daxia Federation. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of expectation and nervousness as she proposed something that made Ji Wuyo take notice. Our Weaving Girl clan has unique research results and core technologies in the fields of soul technology, space leap, and biological energy transformation. We are willing to share and exchange these technologies with the Daxia Federation. In return, we hope to receive your support in the areas of individual armament enhancement and high-energy weapon forging. Through some special channels, we learned that your Federation seems to have a mysterious craftsman capable of forging divine-level equipment. His works, even in our Weaving Girl clan's database, belong to the legendary sacred object level. If we could obtain the help of this craftsman to create a batch of powerful armaments for our elite warriors that can counter the Void Crawlers, we believe we could definitely turn the tide and preserve the flame of our civilization. For this, our Weaving Girl clan is willing to pay any price. Chairperson Xing Xian's gaze was fixed on Ji Wuyo, filled with hope and a hint of desperate determination. Hearing this, Ji Wuyo's heart surged like a tidal wave. The soul technology and space leap technology of the Weaving Girl clan. This was core technology that even the Daxia Federation had long coveted but had never been able to break through. If these technologies can be obtained, it will undoubtedly have an immeasurable and tremendous impact on the future development of the Federation. And what they want is merely Chen Mo's equipment technology support. This deal seems incredibly profitable. However, this matter is of great significance, involving the core secrets of the Federation and the will of that national master craftsman. Ji Wuyo did not dare to make a decision on his own. Chairman Xing Xuan, your proposal is very sincere and has shown me the broad prospects for cooperation. Ji Wuyo pondered for a moment and said slowly. However, regarding the cooperation on equipment technology, I need to consult the opinion of the craftsman himself. Please wait a moment. I will give you a response as soon as possible. The communication was temporarily interrupted. Ji Wuyo immediately contacted Chen Mo with the highest encryption level, conveying the request for help and cooperation from the Weaving Maiden clan in full detail. The Weaving Maiden Star's plea for help, exchanging soul, technology and space leap technology for my equipment support. After hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He was indeed very interested in the seemingly high-end black technologies of the Weaving Maiden clan, especially the space leap technology. If it could be combined with his craftsman domain, it might lead to the development of some incredible spatial equipment or teleportation devices. This would undoubtedly provide immense support for future expeditions across the myriad realms. Moreover, by helping the Weaving Maiden clan fight against the Void Crawlers, he could also gather more intelligence and combat data about unknown dimensional creatures, accumulating valuable experience for Azure Star to deal with similar threats. More importantly, this might be his first genuine opportunity to extend the name of the Master Craftsman and the influence of the Great Xia Federation to alien civilizations. This deal seems feasible, Chen Mo thought, stroking his chin. However, the specifics of the cooperation and to what extent they would cooperate still needed careful consideration. After all, one must always be on guard. Who knows what these aliens are truly after? Commander G, I am not opposed to the Weaving Maiden clan's proposal in principle, Chen Mo replied. However, I have a few conditions. A star-spanning technological cooperation negotiation, crossing tens of thousands of light years, was about to commence with the involvement of Chen Mo, the National Master Craftsman. Would he be able to seize this opportunity to procure the greatest benefits for the Great Xia Federation? And could he spread the reputation of the Master Craftsman to even more distant starry skies? The entire Azure Star was watching with bated breath. Chapter 77, Conditions for Interstellar Cooperation. The appetite and hidden agenda of the Divine Craftsman. Oh, what conditions does General Chen Mo have? Feel free to say. Ji Wuyo's tone carried a hint of curiosity. He knew that with Chen Mo's wisdom and vision, the conditions he proposed would definitely not be simple monetary or resource demands. First, the Weaving Maiden tribe must provide us with some core technical data on soul technology and spatial jump in advance for us to assess their value and authenticity. Chen Mo said slowly. We cannot rashly invest resources and technology based solely on their word. This is only right. Ji Wuyo nodded in agreement. Inspect the goods before payment. This is the most basic business principle and applies equally to interstellar cooperation. Second, if the technical data is genuine and cooperation is achieved, our equipment technical support will be strictly limited to the scope of targeted restraint of the Void Crawlers. All design blueprints, core material formulas, and key forging processes of the equipment will belong to the highest secrets of the Daxia Federation, and the Weaving Maiden tribe has no right to obtain or replicate them. They can only gain the right to use the finished equipment and the subsequent maintenance and upgrade services. Of course, this requires additional payment. Chen Mo's condition was watertight, demonstrating the sincerity of cooperation while firmly keeping the core technology in his own hands. Crafted by the Divine Craftsman, it won't be passed around. Wanting to get something for nothing? No way. This condition is reasonable. Ji Wuyo nodded again. The confidentiality of core technology is of utmost importance to national security, and there can be no compromise. Third, and most importantly, Chen Mo's tone slightly intensified. All equipment technical support provided by us must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, in addition to providing the core technology they promised. The Weaving Maiden tribe must also pay us a sufficient quantity of specialty resources or civilization relics that we are interested in as compensation. For example, rare ores unique to their star domain, energy crystals, materials from high-level exotic beasts, or even certain lost relics and technological blueprints from ancient civilizations, etc. The specific exchange ratio and list can be discussed in detail later. In summary, one sentence. Our Daxia Federation will not engage in a losing deal. Chen Mo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since it is a technological cooperation, maximizing benefits is naturally essential. Not only do we need to acquire the Weaving Maiden tribe's core technology, but we also need to fleece them one more time. After all, they're the ones in need right now. After hearing Chen Mo's 3 conditions, Ji Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, good. What a deal that 1T lose money. General Chen Mo, your appetite is indeed quite big, but I like it. He understood that behind Chen Mo's seemingly greedy conditions lay a deeper hidden agenda. Through this equivalent exchange, not only could the Daxia Federation obtain a massive amount of rare resources and strategic materials, but it could also subtly bind the economic and technological lifeline of the Weaving Maiden tribe to the Daxia Federation. In the future, as the cooperation deepens, the Weaving Maiden tribe would become increasingly dependent on the Divine Craftsman's equipment. Therefore, the Daxia Federation would also gain greater dominance and voice in the relationship. This is the true long-term strategy. All right, let us respond to the Weaving Maiden tribe according to the 3 conditions proposed by General Chen Mo. Ji Wuyo decisively stated, I believe that faced with the crisis of extinction, they will make a wise choice. Soon, the Daxia Federation's reply was transmitted through encrypted channels to the Weaving Maiden star domain, tens of thousands of light years away. The speaker of the Weaving Maiden Tribe's highest council, Xing Xian, frowned tightly upon seeing the 3 harsh conditions proposed by the Daxia Federation. The expressions of several council elders beside her turned ashen, and they began to discuss in low voices. Too excessive. This is simply taking advantage of the situation. Not only do they want our core technology, but they also want our specialty resources. Their appetite is too big. Moreover, they want to allow us to access the core technology of the equipment. Does that mean we will always be at their mercy? Speaker Xing Xian fell silent, her beautiful face fluctuating between gloom and brightness. She knew that the conditions proposed by the Daxia Federation were indeed very harsh, even carrying a hint of humiliation. However, she also understood that this was their only and final opportunity. Compared to the survival of their entire civilization, what is a little cost and humiliation? Furthermore, if the equipment of that mysterious divine craftsman is as powerful as rumored, capable of helping them repel the void crawlers, then paying any price is worth it. Elders, there is no need for more words. Speaker Xing Xian took a deep breath, her gaze becoming extremely firm and resolute. The conditions of the Daxia Federation, although harsh, are not unacceptable. The sharing of core technology was something we had proactively proposed. As for specialty resources, as long as it can protect our home, was a little material possession. The key is whether that divine craftsman equipment can truly help us overcome this crisis. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of tragic determination. Convey my orders. Immediately prepare a list of preliminary core technical data on soul, technology, and spatial jump, as well as a list of specialty resources currently available for exchange in our star domain, and send it to the Daxia Federation. Tell them that we, the Weaving Maiden Tribe, agree to their conditions. But we also have one request. We hope that the Divine Craftsman can quickly provide us with the first batch of anti-void crawler special divine armor samples that can arm at least one standard elite squad, 10 people, so we can verify its effectiveness with our own eyes. If the sample is effective, we will fully engage in subsequent cooperation without any discounts. If the sample is ineffective, Speaker Xing Xian's voice carried an indescribable sense of desolation. Then our Weaving Maiden Tribe will have to leave it to fate. An interstellar gamble concerning the fate of 2 civilizations officially began. Can the Daxia Federation, relying on the Divine Craftsman's incredible skills and ingenious hidden agenda, gain the upper hand and secure the greatest benefits in this interstellar cooperation? Can the Weaving Maiden Tribe, relying on the divine armor from the far eastern lands, escape the crisis of extinction and be reborn? All answers hinge on Chen Mo and the batch of anti-void crawler special divine armor he is about to forge. And Chen Mo, upon learning of the Weaving Maiden Tribe's response, once again curled his lips into a confident smile. Samples? Just in time. I've recently been quite interested in the biological structure and energy characteristics of those void crawlers. Let them see what true divine craftsman power looks like. He knew that this was not just an opportunity for technological output and resource exchange. It was also an excellent stage to showcase the strength of the divine craftsmen of the Daxia Federation and the power of the divine armor to the entire universe. His gaze was no longer limited to the small blue planet. He wanted the name Chen Mo and the legend of the divine craftsman to resonate throughout the heavens and intimidate all worlds. Chapter 78, The Oath of the Weaving Maiden Star. Intelligence on the Void Crawler. The efficiency of the Weaving Maiden clan is far higher than Chen Mo had imagined. After both sides reached a preliminary cooperation intention, in less than 3 days, an encrypted compressed data package was sent through hyperspace communication technology, crossing tens of thousands of light years to the central mainframe of the Divine Craftsman Academy of the Great Xia Federation. The data package contained primary core technology information on soul technology and spatial leap from the Weaving Maiden clan, as well as a list of hundreds of pages detailing the specialty resources and cultural relics of the Weaving Maiden Star domain. Additionally, there was an extremely detailed intelligence file on the Void Crawler. Chen Mo first carefully reviewed the intelligence file on the Void Crawler. Name: Void Crawler, temporarily named. Race: unknown dimensional parasitic predatory biological cluster. Rank: individual strength ranges from 3rd rank, worker level, to 7th rank, lord level. Suspected to exist higher ranks of nests or will cores. Morphological characteristics: diverse forms, mostly arthropod-like or worm-like, with a dark purple shell that can absorb and deflect energy, possessing sharp mouthparts and corrosive bodily fluids. Some higher-ranking individuals can even perform short-distance spatial jumps and mental interference. Energy characteristics: lives by devouring matter and life energy, with strong resistance to conventional physical and energy attacks. Its core weakness seems to lie in the connection point between its soul, origin, and spatial marker. Special abilities. 1. Void adaptation. Can survive for long periods in cosmic vacuum and distorted space. 2. Energy absorption. Can draw life energy and soul power from attack targets to replenish itself. 3. Mental pestilence. Can implant seeds of fear and chaos in the brains of target organisms through special frequency screeches, causing them to kill each other or experience mental breakdowns. 4. Collective will. All individuals share a massive collective will network, with strong information transmission and coordinated combat capabilities, fearless in battle. Hazard level. World-destroying for carbon-based intelligent civilizations. Looking at this intelligence file filled with blood and tears, along with the shocking battle images and planet ruin pictures attached, Chen Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. These void crawlers are indeed not easy opponents. Their characteristics are somewhat similar to the abyssal evil beasts, but seem to be even more bizarre and troublesome. Especially their energy absorption and mental pestilence abilities are a nightmare for large-scale conventional armies. No wonder the Weaving Maiden clan has been driven to the brink of extinction. The connection point of the soul, origin, and spatial marker. Chen Mo stroked his chin, deep in thought. This seems to coincide with his previous experience of killing the projection of the Abyssal Lord at the Meteor Lake. It appears that these invaders from another dimension have some commonalities in essence. If a weapon could be designed to directly attack the soul, origin, or interfere with the spatial marker targeting their weakness, it might yield miraculous results. Preliminary design ideas began to form in Chen Mo's mind. He then opened the primary core technology information on the soul technology and spatial leap from the Weaving Maiden clan. Soul technology, primary, mainly involves soul wave, frequency recognition and interference, basic mental barrier construction, shallow memory information reading and shielding, basic guidance and application of soul energy, etc. Spatial leap, primary, mainly involves establishment and calibration of short-distance spatial markers, basic principles and construction of small-scale jump engines, spatial ripple detection and avoidance, manufacturing and application of low-dimensional spatial bubbles, etc. Seeing these names of technology and theoretical formulas shining with the light of wisdom, Chen Mo's divine eye of truth burst forth with brilliant radiance. Although these are only primary core technologies, the knowledge and concepts contained within still opened his eyes and greatly benefited him, especially the soul wave, frequency recognition, and interference technology, if combined with his eye of divine insight, might allow him to gain deeper insights into the target's soul essence and mental state. The establishment and calibration technology of short-distance spatial markers also sparked his interest. Previously, he had deciphered some vague information about spatial markers from the eye of Abyssal Gazer, but had never fully grasped and utilized it. Now, with the Weaving Maiden clan's technology as a reference, he might truly develop his own spatial teleportation or precision strike equipment. Good stuff. Truly good stuff. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that the Weaving Maiden clan has really put in a lot of effort this time to gain his help, bringing out their top treasures. Finally, Chen Mo opened the list of specialty resources and cultural relics from the Weaving Maiden star domain. The list was densely packed with the names, images, and simple characteristic introductions of over 1,000 items. There were star soul sands that could greatly enhance mental power, moon godflower dew that could repair soul damage, void prism that contained peculiar spatial laws, and the Star Track spinning wheel left behind by the ancient Weaving Maiden civilization, suspected to be a core component of some large energy device, and even some sealed samples of high-ranking void crawlers. Each of these items made Chen Mo's mouth water, wishing he could immediately collect them all. It seems that this cooperation with the Weaving Maiden clan will not only yield core technology, but also earn a substantial fortune. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth curled into a sly smile again. He had already made up his mind that once he crafted the first batch of special divine armors against the void crawlers for the Weaving Maiden clan, he would definitely discuss the subsequent resource exchange details with them. He must obtain as many good things from this list as possible. Of course, before that, what he needed to do first was to design and forge 10 sets of divine armors that would amaze and convince them based on the intelligence of the void crawlers and the technology materials provided by the Weaving Maiden clan. This was not difficult for Chen Mo, who had already advanced to 5th rank, National Protector level, and condensed the Craftsman domain. He locked himself in the most core Chaos Fire Source forging room of the Divine Craftsman Academy, a dedicated forging room powered by the primordial source crystal. beginning a new journey of creating divine weapons against alien enemies. He wanted the Weaving Maiden clan and those unknown entities lurking in the shadows, peering at the blue star. To witness the true strength of the National Protector Craftsmen of the Great Xia Federation, a game surrounding divine armor diplomacy and interstellar interests was about to unfold in an even more exciting manner. Chapter 79. The starry debut of the Master Craftsman. The birth of the Soul Hunter set. Inside the Chaos Fire Source Forge, Chen Mo's expression was focused to the utmost. Before him floated 10 groups of metallic solutions and energy crystals, each shining with different hues. These were meticulously chosen S-grade and above forging materials based on the characteristics of the Void Crawler and the professional traits of the Weaving Maiden warriors, whose profession system leans more towards mental manipulation and energy shaping. From the Federal Strategic Treasury and the specialty resource list provided by the Weaving Maiden clan, there were the 9 nether soul devouring iron that could directly harm souls, the phase disturbance crystals that could interfere with spatial fluctuations, the tears of the stars that could significantly amplify mental power, and some shell powder and soul fragments extracted from the Void Crawler samples, containing their primordial essence, used to create targeted counter-equipment. Chen Mo took a deep breath, and within the sea of consciousness in his forehead, the heavenly forge, perfectly fused from the heavenly artisan hammer and the wondrous diagram, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden divine light. A terrifying domain power that governed the creation of all things and reshaped the laws of the universe instantly enveloped the entire forging room. The artisan god domain activated. With a low shout, the space in the forging room seemed to solidify. The metallic solutions and energy crystals suspended in midair began to flow and merge along an esoteric and precise trajectory under his mental control. He did not use traditional forging and shaping techniques. Instead, he directly invoked the primordial power of the artisan god domain and drew a trace of pure creation energy from the primordial source crystal to conduct the deepest level of law reconstruction and conceptual endowment on these materials. This was the true, heaven-defying forging method of a 5th-tier, national-level master craftsman, no longer constrained by the mundane forms and tools, but directly creating and defining the essence of a piece of equipment from the level of laws and concepts. Under his precise control, those rare S-grade materials seemed to come alive, automatically decomposing, merging, shaping, and evolving into pieces of armor filled with a sense of power and mysterious beauty, sharp weapons, and various uniquely shaped auxiliary accessories. At the same time, he cleverly integrated some essences he had comprehended from the Weaving Maiden clan soul technology and spatial leap technology into the core arrays of these equipment. This ensured that they not only had powerful physical and energy attack and defense capabilities, but also possessed special effects that could directly attack souls, interfere with space, and amplify mental power. Time flew by in the tense and orderly creation. After 7 days and nights, when Chen Mo slowly withdrew the power of the artisan god domain and revealed a hint of satisfaction on his face, 10 sets of brand new divine armors, shimmering with dark purple ghostly light and filled with deadly temptation and mysterious aura, quietly floated before him. These 10 sets of divine armors had a unified style, all adopting the lightweight yet sturdy design concept of the Void Crawler, with surfaces engraved with countless intricate and esoteric soul-devouring runes and spatial-breaking arrays. Each set consisted of a Soul Hunter helmet that could isolate mental interference and amplify soul perception, a shadow-weaving combat suit that could absorb and transform void energy and provide short-range phase-shifting capabilities, a domain pursuer battle boot that could walk on air and trigger spatial ripples at critical moments, and a pair of soul morning arm guards capable of condensing soul power to shoot soul destruction crossbow bolts or dimensional blades. Additionally, each set was equipped with a void belt that could store backup energy and release soul shockwaves or spatial cages, as well as a hunter's emblem that could mark enemy soul beacons for remote tracking and cursing. This was the S-grade anti-Void Crawler Soul Hunter set, tailored by Chen Mo for the elite team of the Weaving Maiden clan. Set name: Soul Hunter S-grade Special Operations Set. Set components: Soul Hunter helmet, shadow weaving combat suit, domain pursuer battle boots, soul morning arm guards, void belt. Hunter's emblem, 6/6, set materials, 9 nether soul devouring iron, phase disturbance crystals, tears of the stars, Void Crawler shell powder, Weaving Maiden star soul silk. Set core features: 1. Soul hunting. All attacks will carry additional damage targeting the soul's essence, doubling the effect against void creatures. 2. Space control. can perform short-range phase shifts, spatial confinement, and interference and tracking of spatial beacons. 3. Void adaptation significantly enhances resistance to various negative cosmic rays and distorted spatial environments. 4. Mental barrier, immune to most mental control and soul erosion effects, and can reverse interfere with the enemy's mental network. Set combination skills. 1. Soul Destruction Storm consumes a large amount of energy to summon a vast soul storm that deals devastating damage to all hostile souls in the area. 2. Dimensional Exile locks onto a single target, consuming the core energy of the set, with a certain probability of forcibly exiling it to an unknown dimensional rift, greatly increasing the success rate against void creatures. Note, this set was meticulously crafted by the National Master Craftsman Chen Mo, targeting the characteristics of the Void Crawler and combining the soul and space technology of the Weaving Maiden clan, making it a powerful weapon on alien battlefields. Friendly reminder, use the Dimensional Exile skill with caution to avoid causing unpredictable spatial disasters. Seeing the set information returned by the Eye of Truth. Chen Montag noted in Satisfaction. These 10 Soul Hunter sets not only perfectly achieved S-grade quality, but also had core features and combination skills that were entirely designed to exploit the weaknesses of the Void Crawlers. Especially the 2 divine skills, Soul Hunting and Dimensional Exile, were simply a death warrant tailored for these interdimensional invaders. He believed that when the elite warriors of the Weaving Maiden clan donned this divine armor, they would surely bring a tremendous surprise to those arrogant Void Crawlers. Well, the samples are complete. It's time to let those girls from the Weaving Maiden Star see the true strength of our Master Craftsman. Chen Mo's lips curled into a confident arc, and through the superspace communication array of the Master Craftsman headquarters, he sent a brief message to the Weaving Maiden Star domain. Tens of thousands of light years away, the 10 sets of Soul Hunter samples have been completed. Please dispatch your 10 most elite warriors with sufficient sincerity, specialty resources, to the Great Xia Federal Master Craftsman headquarters to receive the equipment and conduct practical tests. Latecomers will not be entertained. After sending the message, Chen Mo leisurely began to review the gains and insights from his closed-door forging. He knew that the Weaving Maiden clan would surely rush to Great Xia as quickly as possible upon receiving this message. Meanwhile, he also needed to prepare adequately for the upcoming divine armor diplomacy and interstellar trade. A downward strike and technology dumping led by the Master Craftsman against alien civilizations was about to unfold on Blue Star. This would be Chen Mo's first step to fame in the universe. Chapter 80. The Shock of Interstellar Express and Sampling. The Gamble of the Weaving Maiden Star. Chen Mo's message dropped like a heavy bomb in the calm, highest council of the Weaving Maiden Star domain. What? 10 sets of samples completed in just 7 days? And he even asked us to send someone to the Great Xia Federation to collect them, bringing enough sincerity? This great Xia divine craftsman is just too confident, right? Chairwoman Xing Xian and several council elders revealed expressions of disbelief and awkwardness after receiving the message. They had thought that the mysterious craftsman from the Great Xia Federation would at least need months or even a year or two to barely research special equipment samples targeting the Void Crawler. After all, it was a terrifying creature that even their top scientists and weapon experts from the Weaving Maiden tribe could do nothing about. But now, the other party claimed to have completed 10 sets of samples in just 7 days. Moreover, he brazenly demanded that they send someone to pick up the goods and bring their own provisions. This sounded like a scam or a humiliation filled with arrogance and contempt. Chairwoman, should we reconsider this? An elderly elder with white hair said hesitantly. What if this is just a trap by the Great Xia Federation to deceive us for our resources and technology? Impossible. Chairwoman Xing Xian shook her head, revealing a bittersweet yet determined smile on her beautiful face. I believe that someone capable of forging divine-level equipment would not stoop to such lowly means to deceive us. The almost extinct weaklings. The more confident and assertive he appears, the more it shows his absolute assurance in his creations. She paused, her gaze sweeping over every council member present, her tone becoming extremely serious and resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, our Weaving Maiden tribe has no way out. This is our last chance, and also our greatest gamble. If we win, we can preserve the spark of civilization and be reborn. If we lose, at worst, we will just turn to cosmic dust a few days earlier. I have decided to personally lead the 10 most elite star soul guardians of our tribe. Along with the most precious batch of special resources and civilization relics we can offer to the Great Xia Federation. I want to witness the miracle of that divine craftsman with my own eyes. If his equipment can truly help us, then I, Xing Xian, am willing to represent the Weaving Maiden tribe and sign the most comprehensive strategic alliance agreement with the Great Xia Federation, ensuring eternal friendship. If everything is just empty talk. A trace of tragic determination flashed in Chairwoman Xing Xian's eyes. Then we can only use our lives to defend the last dignity of the Weaving Maiden tribe. Chairwoman Xing Xian's decision received unanimous support from all council members. In the face of the immense pressure of extinction, any hesitation or luck was unnecessary. Only by burning bridges and going all in could they hope for a glimmer of life. Soon, a specially dispatched spaceship equipped with the Weaving Maiden tribe's most advanced spatial leap engines and soul concealment systems secretly set sail from the Weaving Maiden star domain, racing towards the distant Great Xia Federation. On the spaceship, besides Chairwoman Xing Xian and 10 Star Soul Guardians whose average strength reached the peak of level 6, equivalent to the holy domain level of the Azure Star, there was a vast wealth that would make any medium or small interstellar civilization envious. There were mountains of star soul sand, thousands of precious moon goddess flower essence bottles, hundreds of fist-sized void crystals, and even a legendary SSS-level auxiliary treasure, the Star Track spinning wheel, damaged, personally crafted by the ancestor of the Weaving Maiden, containing a trace of the Law of Fate. These were the Weaving Maiden tribe's most treasured items, and they represented their utmost sincerity to the Great Xia divine craftsman. They had bet the future of their entire civilization on this unknown interstellar express. After a long half-month of hyperspace travel, which was already the fastest speed of the Weaving Maiden tribe, the special envoy spaceship finally arrived safely at the capital of the Great Xia Federation, Xianjing City, on Azure Star. Under the personal reception and arrangements of Long Zhanya, an official from the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chairwoman Xing Xian and her party, filled with excitement and anxiety, stepped into the legendary Federal Divine Craftsman's headquarters. When they entered the chaotic forging room filled with a blend of futuristic technology and classical Taoist charm, and saw the exceptionally young national craftsman Chen Mo, along with the 10 sets of Soul Hunter set, quietly floating behind him, emanating dark purple light and a deadly aura, all the Weaving Maiden people were left speechless with shock. Their breathing became rapid in an instant. The diamond-shaped crystal marks on their foreheads flickered with strange light due to the intense emotional fluctuations. Is this the divine armor prepared for us? Chairwoman Xing Xian looked at the battle armor and weapons filled with mysterious beauty and terrifying killing intent, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. She could clearly sense that these equipment contained a wonderful energy that perfectly matched the soul power and spatial talents of their Weaving Maiden tribe. It was as if these equipment were tailor-made for them. More importantly, she sensed a terrifying counterforce specifically targeting the void crawlers from these equipment that made her soul tremble. That kind of power was filled with the cold laws of hunting, devouring, and banishment. It left her in no doubt that once they donned these equipment, their combat power would undergo earth-shattering changes. Indeed, Chen Mo looked at their dazed expressions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke calmly. These 10 sets of S-Class Anti-Void Crawler Soul Hunter set were specially tailored for the elite warriors of your Weaving Maiden tribe. Their core function is to precisely strike and fatally hunt the soul, origin, and spatial markers of the Void Crawlers. Of course, the specific effects still need you to wear them and test them in actual combat. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 10 powerful and sharp-eyed Star Soul Guardians behind Chairwoman Xing Xian, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. These warriors of the Weaving Maiden Star, while humanoid, still had significant differences in body structure and energy operation compared to the humans of Azure Star. They were more adept at mental manipulation and energy shaping, while their physical qualities were relatively weaker. This Soul Hunter set was optimized and adjusted specifically for their characteristics. Everyone, what are you still waiting for? Chen Mo smiled as he said, "You came all this way for them, right? Put on your new skin, and let me see what kind of sparks can emerge when the star soul power of your Weaving Maiden tribe collides with the skills of my great Xia Divine Craftsman." Yes, Divine Craftsman. The 10 Star Soul Guardians were invigorated by his words, unable to contain their excitement and desire any longer. They stepped forward and, under Chen Mo's guidance, began to don their respective Soul Hunter sets. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As each S-Class Divine Armor was activated, 10 dark, purple energy pillars filled with the aura of slaughter and destruction erupted skyward in the forging room. Souls trembled, spaces twisted, runes shone, dark light spread. Various powerful and bizarre phenomena manifested on them. 10 originally elegant and sacred soul guardians of the Weaving Maidens underwent a tremendous transformation after donning the brand new Soul Hunter set. They seem to have transformed into a group of dark knight goddesses from the abyss, specializing in hunting the souls of gods and demons. Exuding deadly allure and cold-killing intent, they could feel an unprecedented perfect resonance between themselves and the set. The energy circuit of the set connected seamlessly with the star's soul power within them. The various functional modules of the set felt like a part of their bodies, which they could manipulate and activate at will. This is simply a miracle. I feel that my soul power has at least tripled. Moreover, my perception and control of space have reached a whole new level. It's unbelievable. With this divine armor, we will surely annihilate those damned worms without a trace. The Soul Guardians felt the overwhelming and terrifying power within them, along with the incredible functions transmitted from the equipment, and were so excited that they could hardly speak. Their gazes towards Chen Mo filled with unparalleled admiration and fervor. They knew that from this moment on, the fate of their Weaving Maiden clan truly had hope for change. And the one who granted them all this was the young yet extraordinarily skilled divine craftsman of the great Xia, standing before them. Counselor Xing Xian looked at these 10 transformed clansmen, her beautiful eyes filled with tears of excitement and gratitude. She knew they had made the right bet this time. This great Xia craftsman truly possessed the power to create miracles. Divina Kraftsmann Chen Mo-branded. Counselor Xing Xian took a deep breath and solemnly performed the highest gesture of respect of the Weaving Maiden clan towards Chen Mo. Your great kindness and virtue, we of the Weaving Maiden clan will never forget for eternity. From this day forth, the Great Xia Federation will be our Weaving Maiden clan's most esteemed and steadfast ally. We are willing to offer the Star Track spinning wheel in all S level and above resources on the list as the first batch of cooperative gifts to the esteemed craftsmen in your federation. We only ask that the esteemed craftsmen can provide us with more and stronger Soul Hunter sets as soon as possible. We are willing to give everything for this. A collaboration centered around divine armor salvation and interstellar gambling officially began in a mutually satisfying atmosphere. Chen Mo knew that his name as a divine craftsman, along with the Great Xia Federation's divine armor diplomacy, was about to create unprecedented waves in the distant Weaving Maiden Star domain. And this was just the beginning. His goal was to make the reputation of the divine craftsman's products, always of the highest quality, resonate throughout the realms. Chapter 81. The prototype of an interstellar arms dealer. The artisan's production anxiety. After reaching a strategic alliance agreement with the Weaver clan and successfully selling the first batch of 10 sets of S-Class Soul Hunter armor, Chen Mo's Artisan Academy immediately fell into an unprecedented sweet trouble. On one hand, the demand for the Soul Hunter armor from the Weaver clan far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. After witnessing the 10-star Soul Guardians donning the divine armor and effortlessly crushing dozens of simulated enemies composed of weakened and replicated high-level samples of void crawlers on the simulated battlefield, Speaker Xing promptly approved an emergency order for at least 1,000 additional sets of Soul Hunter armor. Furthermore, she proposed hundreds of specialized divine armor customization requests tailored to different units of the Weaver clan, such as the Star Whisperers who excel in long-range psychic attacks, and the Shadow Dancers who specialize in spatial traps and stealth assassinations. She even stated that as long as Chen Mo could meet their equipment demands, the Weaver clan would unconditionally transfer 30 of all newly discovered A-class or higher rare resource output locations to the Great Xia Federation for the next 50 years. This condition was undeniably generous. It made Ji Wuyo, Long Zhanya, and other high-ranking officials of the Federation smile broadly, repeatedly praising Chen Mo as the little lucky star of wealth for the Federation. On the other hand, such a massive order volume also brought unprecedented production anxiety to Chen Mo and his Artisan Academy. It should be known that forging S-Class divine armor, even for Chen Mo, who had already advanced to 5th-tier national level, was no easy task. Each set required a significant amount of his divine power, mental focus, and precious materials above S-Class. Although the assistance of the chaotic fire source forging room and the primordial source crystal could greatly enhance his forging efficiency and success rate, completing an order of over 1,000 sets of S-Class divine armor in a short time remained an impossible task. Moreover, he also needed to balance the equipment upgrades and customization demands of various elite units and special forces within the Great Xia Federation, as well as the hungry mouths of his own divine casting legion, which numbered 10,000. It seemed that relying solely on myself was far from enough. Chen Mo rubbed his somewhat throbbing temples and thought to himself, I must quickly elevate the artisan apprentice training and technical authorization program to a new level. Not only do I need to cultivate more senior craftsmen capable of independently completing mass production and maintenance of A-class and lower equipment, but I also need to filter and discover some truly talented and potential quasi-artisan level individuals who can assist me in the RD and prefabrication of core modules for S-class and above divine armor. Thus, after conducting an urgent consultation with the Federation's top officials, a larger scale and higher standard talent cultivation and technology dissemination strategy, named the Federation Artisan Fire Seed Plan, was officially launched under Chen Mo's leadership. The core objective of this plan is to cultivate at least 100 senior artisans capable of independently designing and forging A-class and above equipment, as well as more than 10 master artisans who can participate in the RD of S-class divine armor and master some core artisan techniques, simplified version, within the next 3 years for the Great Xia Federation. At the same time, a more comprehensive and efficient supply chain for divine armor materials, equipment performance testing and feedback system, and an intelligent matching system for practitioners and equipment compatibility must be established nationwide. This would elevate the entire equipment forging and practitioner enhancement endeavors of the Great Xia Federation to a new, systematic, scientific, and intelligent strategic height. To achieve this grand goal, Chen Mo almost treated himself as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had to personally oversee the Artisan Academy, presiding over various RD and breakthrough projects for cutting-edge S-class and above divine armor. Meanwhile, he also needed to hold regular lectures, teaching those artisan apprentices and advanced craftsmen who had gathered from all over the country. And even from the Weaver's star domain, Speaker Xing Xuan had specially sent a group of exceptionally talented young weavers to learn artisan skills, and of course, the tuition was exorbitant. The meticulously compiled and improved core courses like Basic Theory and Practice of Artisans, Introduction to and Application of Rule Runes, Analysis and Fusion of Exotic Material Properties, etc. He even organized some non-core, yet extremely practical forging techniques and design concepts he had comprehended from the Artisan Codex and Myriad Manifestations Map, into standardized teaching modules and operating procedures for the students to learn and reference. Of course, all parts related to the core inheritance of the divine casting arms master and the application of divine power were strictly encrypted and permission settings were established, ensuring that only absolutely loyal and reliable disciples who had signed a soul contract with him were qualified to access them. Even so, the truncated artisan skills he taught were enough to make those exceptionally talented students feel like they had found a treasure, rapidly improving their strength and forging abilities at an astonishing rate. Under Chen Mo's costless investment and full dedication, the Federation Artisan Fire Seed Plan quickly achieved remarkable preliminary results. The first batch of 30 master artisan reserves personally guided by him were already able to independently complete the design and forging of A-class equipment and began assisting Chen Mo in the production of components and modular assembly work for S-class divine armor, like the Soul Hunter armor. This greatly alleviated Chen Mo's production pressure and laid a solid foundation for the subsequent mass production of divine armor on a larger scale. Moreover, Chen Mo also gained unexpected significant rewards from this process of being a teacher and imparting knowledge. His domain of artisanry became more refined and perfect through repeated explanations and demonstrations of the rules, and his control over various energies and materials became increasingly adept. Although his divine power cultivation level did not directly improve, the quality and efficiency of his divine power usage were significantly enhanced in subtle ways. More importantly, through interactions and collisions with students from different races, professions, and with various talents and ideas, his horizons and thoughts expanded greatly, giving birth to many new and innovative ideas regarding equipment design and professional collaboration. He even began to attempt a deeper integration and innovation of the Weaver clan soul technology and spatial technology with the Great Xia Federation's rune technology and martial arts cultivation system, trying to develop some universal concept armaments that could transcend the boundaries of civilizations, with broader applicability and greater destructive power. For example, a soul energy engine that could directly convert soul power into physical attacks or energy shields. A domain beacon that could achieve ultra-long-range precision teleportation and pinpoint strikes through spatial markers. And adaptive intelligent armaments that could automatically adjust their forms and functions according to the user's profession and battlefield environment, etc. These forward-thinking and bold ideas, once realized, would once again overturn the understanding of equipment and war modes across the Blue Star and even the surrounding star domains. Chen Mo was quietly transforming from a simple equipment forger into a true designer of civilization armaments and a prototype interstellar arms tycoon. He knew that his journey was still long, but his heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and ambition. He intended to use the divine hammer in his hand to forge a brighter and more powerful future for the Great Xia Federation, for humanity on Blue Star, and for all the friendly civilizations struggling to survive in the cosmic dark forest, and those who dare to stand in the way of his progress. Whether they are abyssal demons, void crawlers, or other unknown cosmic tyrants, will tremble and perish before him and the divine armored legion he has forged with his own hands. Chapter 82. The Graduation Examination of the Divine Forging Legion, a preliminary exploration of the Abyssal Rift. As the Federal Divine Craftsman's Blaze Plan was in full swing and Chen Mo's interstellar arms business began to take shape, the Divine Forging Legion he personally established finally completed the recruitment and basic training of its first batch of 3,000 members, as well as the preliminary outfitting of the Star River Dragon Guard suit, beginner version. These 3,000 talented youths, gathered from all over the country and even from the Weaving Maiden Star domain, where Speaker Xing Xian specifically selected a group of battle-gifted young weavers to join the Divine Forging Legion as exchange students, to learn the combat techniques and equipment utilization concepts of the Great Xia. Underwent a tremendous transformation in both temperament and strength after donning the A-class standard divine armor designed by Chen Mo, which shone with the brilliance of stars and the aura of dragon souls. They were no longer the somewhat immature and undisciplined good seeds from before, but had transformed into a disciplined, fierce, and technologically advanced steel army infused with classical mythological essence. Every member of the Legion radiated immense confidence and endless pride. They knew they were the first elite Legion in the history of the Azure Star to be fully equipped with custom suits crafted by a divine craftsman. They were the personal troops of the National Divine Craftsman Chen Mo. They were the vanguard of the Great Xia Federal Expeditionary Force to the myriad realms. Their journey lay among the stars and the vast seas, across countless worlds. However, no matter how sophisticated the equipment or how powerful the theories, they must be tested and refined in the crucible of blood and fire. Chen Mo understood this well. Thus, after a secret discussion with Ji Wuyo and Long Zhanya and other top officials of the Federation, he decided to arrange an unprecedented and extremely dangerous graduation examination for the first batch of graduates of the Divine Forging Legion. The examination site was chosen in the S-Class Forbidden Area, known as the Weeping Abyss, located on the northwestern border of the Great Xia Federation, an area constantly eroded by the aura of the Abyss. There, a highly unstable small spatial rift connected to an unknown abyssal dimension existed. Various low to mid-tier abyssal fiends poured out from the rift year-round, harassing the border and harming living beings. Although the Federation stationed an elite abyssal suppression legion there year-round and built a sturdy fortress and purification arrays to barely withstand the onslaught of the abyssal fiends, the spatial rift remained like an ever-festering wound, constantly threatening the Federation's safety. The Federation's high command had organized strong forces multiple times, attempting to delve into the rift, investigate its source, and try to seal it completely. However, due to the extremely harsh internal environment of the rift, the overwhelming number of abyssal fiends, and the presence of some terrifying high-tier lords, they repeatedly failed and even suffered heavy casualties. This time, Chen Mo chose the site of the graduation examination for the Divine Forging Legion here, not only to test the performance of the Star River Dragon Guard suit in actual combat and the combat qualities and coordination abilities of the Legion members. More importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to personally delve into that abyssal rift to uncover some secrets about the abyssal dimension, and to attempt to utilize his recently broken through 5th-tier national-level strength, as well as some creation and destruction principles he comprehended from the primordial source crystal and the heavenly craft hammer, to repair or suppress the spatial rift to some extent. If successful, it would undoubtedly resolve a major hidden danger for the Great Xia Federation and establish an unparalleled contribution. Of course, this plan was fraught with uncertainty and danger. Even Chen Mo did not have complete confidence, but he still decided to take the risk, because he knew that some things must be done by someone. Some responsibilities must be shouldered by someone. And he, as the national divine craftsman of the Great Xia Federation, had no choice but to take on this duty. Before departure, Chen Mo conducted a comprehensive inspection and targeted enhancement of the equipment for the Divine Forging Legion. He enchanted the weapon modules of each Star River Dragon Guard suit with the holy patterns of demon breaking and purification divine flames, significantly increasing their lethality against abyssal fiends. He also equipped the Legion's medics and support personnel with the latest developed holy light prayer amulets and life source potions, which could quickly dispel abyssal aura and heal soul injuries. Additionally, he secretly installed many purification force field generators powered by the primordial source crystal in the core energy compartments of the Legion's command vehicles and several main assault ships, capable of forming a purification domain covering several kilometers at critical moments, greatly weakening the combat effectiveness of abyssal fiends and providing continuous recovery and enhancement effects for allied forces. These were all his secret weapons and trump cards prepared for this graduation examination. Once everything was ready, Chen Mo personally led the first batch of 3,000 elite members of the Divine Forging Legion, along with the core members of the Divine Forging Guard commanded by the 4 division leaders, Xia Qianqian, Zhang Meng, Wang Tao, and Li Na, who would act as instructors and spearheads to assist in command and combat, aboard dozens of the latest Kunping-class large transport ships and Zuenberg-class multifunctional assault ships, setting off towards the Weeping Abyss on the northwestern border with great momentum. A brutal trial related to the safety of the Federation and the future fate of the Divine Forging Legion was about to unfold in that abyss-shrouded desolation. Would Chen Mo and the Divine Armor Legion he crafted deliver a perfect answer in this test? Would they be able to bring back astonishing secrets from that unfathomable rift, capable of changing the fate of the Azure Star? The entire Great Xia Federation held its breath in anticipation, filled with expectation and a touch of barely perceptible worry. Chapter 83. The Initial Victory. The crushing and shocking power of the Divine Armored Legion. At the Crying Abyss frontline command fortress, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The commander of the Jinyuan Legion, the peak 6th rank, immovable king, Shurpatian, was looking at the light curtain with a complex expression. A massive fleet composed of dozens of brand new warships, adorned with starry designs and dragon patterns, was slowly entering the fortress's airspace. He was known in the Great Xia Federation military as the Iron-Blooded Shur, famous for his strict military discipline and fierce combat style, never speaking of retreat. Regarding the sudden dispatch of a newly formed army, less than half a year old, with an average age of under 20, to undergo what was termed a graduation test in this perilous crying abyss, he felt 100-fold confusion and 1,000-fold worry. Although he had heard of the legendary deeds of the excessively young national craftsman Chen Mo and knew that this so-called Divine Forged Legion was equipped with armors personally crafted by that master craftsman, he still doubted whether these greenhouse-raised prodigies could survive on the brutal battlefield of the Abyss. Would they cry for help after a small setback, dragging down his Jinyuan Legion's defense? Shurpotian's heart was filled with doubts and a hint of disdain. However, when he personally witnessed the spirit and equipment level displayed by the soldiers of the Divine Forged Legion as they disembarked from those warships, even his rock-solid heart trembled. The young soldiers, though still bearing a hint of youthful innocence on their faces, had exceptionally firm and sharp gazes, marching in perfect unison, exuding a fierce aura of combat. The Galaxy Dragon Guard, suits they wore, shimmering with starlight and the spirit of dragons, made even this well-informed peak 6th rank powerhouse feel a jolt of shock. He could clearly sense the terrifying energy fluctuations and the aura of laws contained within those suits. Each piece was at least of A-grade quality. Some core components even exuded a pressure that could rival his own S-grade, immovable king armor, which had taken top masters of the Federation decades to painstakingly create. An entire legion equipped with A-grade divine armors. Moreover, they were standardized. How is this possible? Shurpatian could hardly believe his eyes. He knew that the equipment level of the Great Xia Federation had made tremendous progress due to the appearance of that master craftsman. But he never expected it to have reached such an outrageous level. A legion of 3,000, all equipped with A-grade divine armors. This would have been a fantasy in the past. It seemed that he had indeed been somewhat out of touch and narrow-minded. For the first time, Shurpotian's previous judgments wavered. At that moment, Chen Mo, accompanied by core members like Xia Qianqian, slowly descended from the flagship. He wore a set of dark golden command-type battle armor, similar in style to the Galaxy Dragon Guard suit, but even more magnificent and mysterious. With a dazzling general star and the exclusive badge of the National Craftsman on his chest. Though he still looked young, the profound and commanding aura emanating from him made even the seasoned battlefield veteran Shurpatian feel a hint of inexplicable pressure. Commander Shur, I've long admired your reputation. Chen Mo said with a smile, extending his hand. The Divine Forged Legion has come to report. General Chen Mo, you are too polite. Sherpatian came to his senses and quickly shook Chen Mo's hand, his tone carrying a hint of subtle respect. Your army has traveled far and endured hardships. We have prepared camps and supplies for your troops inside the fortress. May I ask when General Chen Mo plans to begin this live combat assessment? Although he was shocked by the equipment level of the Divine Forged Legion, he still wanted to see for himself how this divine armored young army would perform on the true battlefield. No rush, Chen Mo replied with a slight smile. His gaze directed outside the fortress toward the black wasteland, devoid of life, shrouded in a thick aura of the abyss. I can sense that a sizable number of abyssal evil creatures are approaching the fortress. Let them serve as an appetizer for the Divine Forged Legion. After a pause, his tone was calm but filled with undeniable confidence. Commander Sure, please give the order to open the northern defense breach of the fortress and allow these evil creatures to enter the designated ambush area. The Divine Forged Legion will give them a surprise there. What? Sure Potion's face changed upon hearing this. Actively opening the defense breach to let the evil creatures in? This was simply playing with the safety of the entire fortress. Just as he was about to argue against it, he saw the deep and confident gaze of Chen Mo and the eager and confident expressions of the soldiers behind him. For some reason, the doubts in his heart were replaced by an inexplicable trust at that moment. All right, Sure Patian gritted his teeth and said solemnly, I will follow General Chen Mo's words. I want to see what kind of surprise this divine armored legion can bring me. Soon, under Sure Potion's direct command, a massive breach, approximately 100 meters wide, appeared in the energy shield on the northern side of the fortress. A vanguard force composed of hundreds of third-rank abyssal dog demons, dozens of fourth-rank corrupted magic spiders, and 3 fifth-rank junior purgatory flame demons, which had been lurking nearby for several days, immediately went wild upon sensing the breach, roaring as they surged toward it. Their goal was to charge into the fortress, slaughter all living beings, and turn this place into a new abyssal scorched earth. However, what awaited them was not the bloody feast they envisioned, but a death trap suffused with the sacred and orderly aura of the Galaxy Dragon Guard, micro-purification field generators. The moment those abyssal evil creatures stepped into the ambush area, 3,000 Divine Forged Legion soldiers, lying in wait on the high grounds of the valleys on both sides, launched their attacks simultaneously under the command of sub-commanders like Xia Qianqian and Zhang Meng. Whoosh! Thousands of energy arrows and beams, shining with demon-repelling sacred patterns and purifying divine flames, descended like a storm, instantly covering the entire vanguard force of evil creatures. Those abyssal evil beings, originally tough-skinned and resistant to energy attacks, crumbled before these specialized divine armors, as if made of paper. Their protective magical energy was easily torn apart. Their grotesque bodies were instantly pierced through. Their filthy souls screamed in agony as they were burned by the purifying divine flames, turning to ashes. Especially those 3 arrogant 5th-rank junior purgatory flame demons, who had not even had the chance to unleash their purgatory fire rain capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, were thrown into disarray by the heavy armored assault battalion led by Zhang Meng. Thanks to the powerful defensive capabilities and dragon soul shock skills of the Galaxy Dragon Guard suits. Following that, the Shadow Blade Special Forces led by Wang Tao appeared behind them like ghosts, precisely cutting through the weak defense points of their energy cores with their high-frequency, vibrating particle blades. Finally, under the command of Li Na, the Holy Light Support Squad unleashed dozens of echoes of holy light filled with healing and blessing energy. Not only did it instantly heal some minor burns suffered by allies during the charge, but it also triggered a series of divine purification explosions among the demonic horde. The entire battle process lasted less than 10 minutes from start to finish. The aggressive advance team of nearly 1,000 abyssal demons was completely annihilated by the Divine Forged Legion in an almost crushing manner, without a single casualty on their side. Only a dozen soldiers sustained some minor injuries. This is simply a miracle. Standing atop the fortress wall, Sure Patian, who witnessed the entire battle process through a remote observation array, along with the soldiers of the town Abyss Legion under his command, were utterly stunned. They gaped, rubbed their eyes, and could hardly believe what they were seeing. Is this really the abyssal demons they remembered? Those brutal and ruthless foes who made them pay a heavy price in every battle. How could they seem like a group of lambs awaiting slaughter in front of these divine armored soldiers, without any ability to fight back? Could it be that they were seeing things? Or has the world changed so fast that they could no longer keep up with the times? These are definitely a group of extraordinary beings clad in divine armor. Sherpatian muttered to himself, looking at Chen Mo with eyes filled with unprecedented shock and a hint of genuine awe. He knew that from this moment on, all his doubts and contempt for the divine forged legion had vanished, replaced by endless surprise and anticipation. With such an invincible and unstoppable divine armored legion, perhaps they could truly create miracles and completely resolve the long-standing problem of the crying abyss that had plagued the Federation for hundreds of years. And Chen Mo, this young national craftsman, would once again make a name for himself across the entire Daxia Federation and even the whole Azure Star with this stunning debut. His legendary journey would add another vibrant chapter. Chapter 84. The determination to venture into the rift. The Artisan's expedition plan. The Divine Casting Legion achieved a resounding victory in their first battle at the Crying Abyss, annihilating a vanguard force of nearly 1,000 abyssal demons with almost zero casualties. This glorious achievement spread rapidly throughout the command stronghold of the Jinyuan Legion, causing a tremendous uproar. All the soldiers of the Jinyuan Legion were shaken and amazed upon learning this news. Their gazes towards the Divine Casting Legion soldiers, clad in the Galaxy Dragon Guard, armor and exuding charisma, transformed from initial skepticism and disdain to genuine admiration and envy. Heavens! Annihilating nearly 1,000 demons with zero casualties? Is this really true? I heard they finished the battle in less than 10 minutes. Those demons stood no chance against them. Is this the power of the Artisan's creation? So terrifying. I wish I could have a set of that divine armor. With such a divine force, the pressure on our crying abyss can finally be alleviated. The soldiers chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with unparalleled admiration and fervor as they looked at Chen Mo, the creator and commander of the Divine Casting Legion. In their eyes, Chen Mo was no longer just an ordinary state craftsman, but a true military god capable of transforming the impossible into the possible and changing the battlefield landscape. The commander of the Jinyuan Legion, Commander Sherpatian, was utterly impressed after witnessing the terrifying combat power of the Divine Casting Legion. His attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. He not only personally arranged the highest standard accommodations and logistical support for the Divine Casting Legion, but also actively sought Chen Mo's advice on how to effectively utilize the advantages of the divine armor to combat the abyssal demons. He even indirectly expressed a small wish for the Artisan Academy to prioritize providing a batch of standard divine armor for the soldiers of the Jinyuan Legion. Chen Mo naturally smiled and agreed to all of this. He knew that to completely solve the problems of the Crying Abyss, relying solely on his 3,000 Divine Casting Legion soldiers was far from enough. The Jinyuan Legion, a battle-hardened force with rich combat experience, must also be armed and work together for success to be possible. In the following days, Chen Mo commanded the Divine Casting Legion to work in coordination with the Jinyuan Legion, launching several successive purging operations against the gathering points of abyssal demons around the fortress. Each time, the Divine Casting Legion, leveraging the powerful performance of the Galaxy Dragon Guard, armor, and Chen Mo's extraordinary battlefield command skills, swiftly decimated the demons, who outnumbered them several times. Their brilliant achievements not only ignited the passion and confidence of the Jinyuan Legion soldiers, but also sent shockwaves of unprecedented astonishment and a hint of fear to the Shadow Council and abyssal forces lurking in the shadows, observing the situation in the Crying Abyss through various channels. They could hardly imagine when the Daxia Federation had acquired such a terrifying divine armor legion. Their equipment, their tactics, their ability to counter the abyssal demons were simply unheard of and unseen. If this legion continued to rampage in the Crying Abyss, wouldn't their plans to infiltrate and expand into the Azure Star through this rift be completely thwarted? In an instant, a more powerful and malevolent aura from the abyssal plane began to stir deep within the rift of the Crying Abyss, seemingly brewing a more intense counterattack. Chen Mo naturally sensed these changes. His eye of truth allowed him to clearly perceive that within that unfathomable spatial rift, countless more powerful and bizarre abyssal demons were gathering and roaring. He even faintly sensed the presence of a true Lord-level entity, several times more terrifying than the peak 6-tier abyssal lore projection he encountered in the Meteor Lake, slowly awakening. It seemed that the real test was coming. A cold and determined light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. He knew that merely engaging in security operations to eliminate small groups of demons at the periphery would not fundamentally resolve the issue. He must take the initiative to delve into the spatial rift, find its core node, and confront the abyssal will that controlled everything, destroying or sealing it completely. This was the fundamental solution. Although this plan was fraught with unknowns and dangers, even potentially a life-or-death situation, Chen Mo had made up his mind. He wanted to seize the opportunity while those stronger abyssal lords had not fully awakened and descended, leading an elite team like a dagger straight into the heart of the rift, to investigate the true nature of that abyssal plane, to discover the formation cause and stabilization mechanism of the spatial rift, to attempt to use the primordial source crystals and the artisan domain in his possession to conduct a reverse repair or loss sealing of that rift. This bold and crazy plan was not shared with Sher Patian, nor was it reported to the highest levels of the Federation. He knew that once it was revealed, it would surely encounter strong opposition and obstruction from everyone. After all, it was too risky. He, Chen Mo, was now the state craftsman of the Daxia Federation, a precious asset and the hope for the future of the Federation. How could he easily take risks? However, Chen Mo did not see it that way. He understood that the nature of his profession as a divine casting armorer required him to constantly engage with and study various unknown energies, materials, and laws. Only in the most dangerous and challenging environments could he achieve the greatest growth and breakthroughs. Flowers in a greenhouse can never become towering trees. Moreover, he was not acting recklessly. He had the insights and warnings from the eye of truth, the protection and creation from the artisan domain, the immense energy from the primordial source crystals, and the divine casting guards, who shared his thoughts and were willing to face life and death together. He believed that as long as the plan was meticulous and preparations were sufficient, they could carve out a path to survival within that abyssal rift and bring back hope that could change everything. Thus, on a moonless and stormy night, Chen Mo gathered Xia Qianqian, Zhang Meng, Wang Tao, and Li Na, the core veterans of the divine casting guards, along with 10 of the strongest, most resolute elite warriors selected from the divine casting legion, whose professional characteristics were best suited for infiltration operations. He laid out his expedition plan in full. "Boss, General, are you saying we need to infiltrate that abyssal rift?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's plan, everyone was stunned, their faces displaying disbelief. They were all too aware of how terrifying and dangerous that rift was. It was practically a true death trap. That's right. Chen Mo's gaze was firm and resolute. "I know this is dangerous, and it might even be a one-way trip, but some things need to be done by someone. I need your help. Are you willing to accompany me into this dragon's lair and tiger's den?" Of course. Xia Qianqian was the first to step forward, her beautiful eyes shining with trust and determination. "Where the boss goes, I go. No matter how perilous, I won't flinch." "That's right, boss. We have been waiting for your words." Zhang Meng, Wang Tao, Li Na, and the 10 elite warriors all stepped forward, their voices resonant and powerful, filled with fearless pride and fighting spirit. They are the warriors of the Divine Forge Legion. They are the personal guards of the National Master Craftsman. Their mission is to follow Chen Mo's footsteps, to create miracles, and to conquer everything. What is there to fear about a mere abyssal rift? Good. Chen Mo looked at these partners who shared life and death with him, feeling a surge of emotion and pride in his heart. He knew he was not fighting alone. Since that is the case, let us create a great commotion and let those scoundrels in the abyss taste the power of our divine Forge Legion. Tonight, with the moon dark and the wind high, it is the perfect time for killing, arson, adventure, and treasure hunting. A secret infiltration operation targeting the unknown abyss, led by Chen Mo, the National Master Craftsman, is about to unfold in a thrilling prologue. Will they be able to return alive? What astonishing secrets will they bring back from that rift? The fate of the entire Azure Star may change unpredictably because of this seemingly reckless adventure. Chapter 85, Secrets Deep Within the Rift. The Ancient Altar and the Slumbering Will. The night was as dark as ink, and one could not see 5 fingers in front. Chen Mo led a team of 14 core elites, including Xia Qianqian, forming the Abyss Exploration Squad. Like ghosts merging into the darkness, they silently infiltrated a small spatial rift located in the core area of the Weeping Abyss, which continuously emitted a rich abyssal aura and spatial fluctuations. At the moment they entered the rift, a nauseating sulfurous smell and chaotic, violent negative energy surged towards them like a tide. The space within the rift was extremely unstable, filled with twisted energy currents and fragmented space debris, as if it could tear them to shreds at any moment. Fortunately, they were all outfitted with the Galaxy Dragon Guard armor set, which Chen Mo had personally enhanced and enchanted, special infiltration version. It possessed not only powerful physical and energy defense capabilities, but also additional features like void stabilization, energy neutralization, and soul protection. Protected by the armor, they safely passed through the most dangerous chaotic area on the outskirts of the rift and entered a relatively stable spatial passage. This passage seemed like an umbilical cord leading to an unknown abyssal dimension, dark and deep, stretching for thousands of miles. The walls of the passage were engraved with countless twisted and evil abyssal runes, emitting a heart-pounding wave of magical energy. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and faintly, one could hear the low roars of unknown creatures and the terrifying sounds of gnawing bones. Everyone be careful. We have entered the shallow area of the abyssal dimension, Chen Mo reminded through the encrypted communication channel within the team. His Eye of Truth had already discerned all energy fluctuations and life signs within a radius of hundreds of meters. He could sense that deep within this spatial passage, and in some side caves, numerous abyssal demons of varying forms and ferocity were lurking. Their strengths range from level 3 to level 5, with numbers exceeding several thousand. If they were discovered and surrounded by them, even their well-equipped and powerful divine gear squad would find themselves in a tough battle. Wang Tao, you're responsible for leading the way and keeping watch. Be careful to eliminate those annoying abyss sentinels and shadow scouts. Xia Qianqian, you'll provide long-range fire support and precise strikes, prioritizing the casting units and high-tier elites that pose a threat to us. Zhang Ming, you and Xiao Li will lead the heavy armor team, responsible for guarding the rear and protecting the flanks, ensuring the team's formation remains intact and safe. The rest of you, follow me closely, maintain combat formation, and be ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Chen Mo issued the combat orders methodically. His voice, though calm, was filled with an undeniable authority and strong confidence, which instilled a sense of reassurance and excitement among all the team members. Under Chen Mo's leadership and command, the Abyss Exploration Squad moved cautiously like ghosts dancing on the edge of a blade, stealthily progressing deeper into the spatial passage. Utilizing the excellent performance of the Galaxy Dragon Guard set and their seamless cooperation, they repeatedly avoided or eliminated the patrolling abyssal demon squads without incident. During this process, Chen Mo gained a more intuitive and in-depth understanding of this unknown abyssal dimension. He discovered that the abyssal aura here was dozens of times denser and purer than that of the surface of the Weeping Abyss. The laws of space were also vastly different from those of the Azure Star, filled with chaos, distortion, and destructive characteristics. The abyssal demons here seem to have evolved some even more bizarre and troublesome abilities due to their long-term existence in such an environment. For example, some low-tier abyssal worms could rapidly heal their injuries by devouring rocks and metals, even simulating simple weapon forms. Additionally, some soul-eating creatures skilled in mental attacks could silently invade a practitioner's sea of consciousness, creating illusions and manipulating the mind. If it weren't for Chen Mo's Eye of Truth being able to see through all deceptions and the powerful soul protection runes added to the helmet module of the Galaxy Dragon Guard set, they would likely have fallen into their traps long ago. It seems that these abyssal dimensions are indeed not a good place, Chen Mo thought to himself, remaining vigilant. He knew that what they had encountered so far was merely an appetizer of this dimension. The real danger awaited them deeper within. After stealthily progressing for several hours, they finally passed through the long and winding spatial passage and arrived at a relatively open underground cavern area. This cavern was immense, spanning at least several dozen kilometers, with a ceiling reaching a height of 1,000 meters, filled with oddly shaped abyssal stalactites and darkly glowing magical energy crystals. In the center of the cavern stood a massive altar, towering over 100 meters, constructed from countless eerie white bones and solidified black blood. At the top of the altar was embedded a dark red magical eye, over 10 meters in diameter, continuously emitting a rich abyssal aura and evil will. The magical eye seemed to have a life of its own, slowly rotating, exuding a heart-pounding, eerie glow, greedily absorbing the negative soul energy filled with despair, pain, and resentment that gathered from all directions. Surrounding the altar were tens of thousands of abyssal demons of various forms. They knelt like the most devout worshippers, reverently bowing to the magical eye, emitting a series of incomprehensible yet frenzied and brutal roars. Deep within that magical eye, Chen Mo sensed a terrifying will that made even him feel a bit breathless, one that far surpassed the peak of level 6, slowly awakening. This will was filled with ancient evil and an endless hatred and desire for destruction towards all living beings. What kind of place is this? Is that altar and magical eye the core node of this spatial rift? Could the awakening will be the legendary Level 7 Abyssal Monarch? Seeing this shocking and terrifying scene, even the battle-hardened elites of the Divine Forging Legion felt a chill run down their spines. A deep sense of dread welling up from the bottom of their hearts. They had no doubt that if that terrifying will fully awakened and descended, it wouldn't just be their mere 15-member squad. Even if the entire town Abyss Legion and Divine Forging Legion combined forces, they might not stand a chance against it. It seems we found the main target. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with a serious and sharp light. He knew that this massive white bone altar and that eerie magical eye were most likely the core hub, maintaining the stability of this spatial rift and channeling abyssal energy and demons to the Azure Star. And the terrifying will that was awakening could very well be the true mastermind behind this rift. They must find a way to stop its awakening and destroy this altar and magical eye. Chen Mo's mind made an instant decision. Although this seemed like an impossible task, he did not see it as entirely hopeless. He noticed that the terrifying will seem to still be in some kind of sleep or sealing awakening phase, its power not yet fully restored. Moreover, although the altar and magical eye emitted a powerful abyssal aura, there appear to be some subtle weak points and points of conflict in the laws of the core energy operation nodes that he could exploit. These were all opportunities he could take advantage of. Xia Qianqian, Wang Tao, you will lead the assault team to find a way to infiltrate the east side of the altar. There is a concealed energy transport pipeline there, which is one of the weak points of the altar's defenses. Use the special annihilation Divine Thunder Eye provided to blow it up. Zhang Meng, Xiaoli, you will lead the defense team on the west side of the altar, create chaos to attract the attention of those high-level evil spirits. And buy time for the assault team. The rest of you, follow me for a frontal feint, and do your best to interfere with that demon eye's absorption of negative soul energy, slowing down the awakening speed of that terrifying will. Remember, our goal is not to fight those evil spirits head-on, but to destroy the altar and the demon eye, cutting off the energy supply to this spatial rift. Once successful, retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. Chen Mo's voice came clearly into each team member's ear through encrypted communication. His plan was bold and risky, yet filled with ingenious ideas and precise calculations. Yes, boss, general. All team members responded in unison without hesitation. Their eyes were filled with trust and determination. They believed that under Chen Mo's leadership, they would surely create miracles once again. A decapitation operation targeting the core hub of the Abyss, filled with unknowns and dangers, was about to open a bloody chapter in this forgotten underground demon domain. Chapter 86, Decapitation Operation. The Craftsman's Conspiracy and the Fury of the Abyss. Under Chen Mo's meticulous deployment, the 14 members of the Abyss Exploration Team moved like 14 blades merging with the darkness, silently launching a deadly raid towards the massive white bone altar and the magical eye at its peak, which continuously emitted evil will. Xia Qianqian and Wang Tao led 5 elite warriors, skilled in stealth and explosive attacks, to form the Blade Assault Team. Utilizing the void stealth and energy mimicry features of the Star River Dragon Guardian set, along with the Shadow Veil talismans specially equipped by Chen Mo to mask their presence and energy fluctuations. They navigated through the dense abyssal demon guards surrounding the altar without a hitch, successfully infiltrating near a concealed energy conduit on the eastern side of the altar. This conduit was one of the key hubs for the magical eye to siphon and convert negative soul energy, channeling abyssal demonic energy throughout the abyssal rift. Its defenses were relatively weak, but there were still several peak 5th-tier abyssal overseers and dozens of 4th-tier demonic energy guards keeping a close watch. Now, attack! Xia Qianqian issued a low command through the team's mental link. The 7 assault team members, already poised to strike, surged forth from the shadows like arrows released from a bow. The sky-splitting storm bow, in Xia Qianqian's hands, enhanced by Chen Mo to S-class quality and infused with a hint of spatial cutting laws, was instantly drawn to a full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 energy arrows, infused with her entire mental strength and bearing terrifying anti-demonic and soul-destroying effects, shot forth like 3 bolts of lightning piercing the darkness, accurately targeting the heads of the dozing abyssal overseers. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled explosions rang out. The once mighty peak 5th-tier abyssal overseers didn't even have time to scream before being blasted apart by Xia Qianqian's deadly arrows, their souls obliterated. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and the 4 Shadow Blade warriors he led appeared like phantoms behind the demonic energy guards. Their high-frequency, vibrating particle blades and soul-harvesting daggers gleamed with deadly cold light in the darkness. Each flash heralded the silent fall of a demonic energy guard. In less than 30 seconds, the dozens of high-tier abyssal demons guarding the energy conduit were entirely annihilated by the Blade Assault team with near-perfect assassination artistry. And not a single alarm was raised. Well done. Chen Mo observed everything through the remote perception of Truth's divine eye, secretly admiring their performance. These elites, whom he had personally trained and armed, did not disappoint him. Place the annihilation divine thunder. Prepare to detonate. Xia Qianqian calmly issued the command. 2 assault team members immediately retrieved several specially crafted S-class annihilation divine thunders from their storage space, containing a hint of primal source energy and destruction law runes, and carefully installed them on several key nodes of the energy conduit. Once detonated, these divine thunders would completely annihilate and banish all matter and energy within 100 meters into the chaotic void. Their power was even enough to pose a lethal threat to peak 6th-tier experts. Just as the Blade Assault team was diligently preparing for the explosion, on the other side of the altar, Zhang Meng and Xiao Li led the rock defense team to commence their actions according to Chen Mo's plan. They chose not to stealth or assassinate, but directly activated the Dragon Soul War Cry and Energy Overload mode of the Star River Dragon Guardian set, charging like 2 war machines descending from the heavens towards the densely packed and powerful clusters of abyssal demons on the western side of the altar in a suicidal assault. For the Federation, for the craftsmen, charge! Zhang Meng let out a thunderous roar, his specially crafted dragon tooth shield shining with blinding golden light, bulldozing through the low-tier demons, blocking his path. Behind him, Xiao Li and the other 3 heavy-armored warriors also roared, wielding chainsaw swords and power hammers, creating a bloody path through the horde of demons. Their goal was not to kill, but to create chaos and draw attention. Indeed, their nearly insane, suicidal attacks immediately alerted and enraged all the surrounding abyssal demons. Countless bizarre, high-tier demons, exuding terrifying auras, roared like sharks smelling blood, encircling the 5 members of the rock defense team from all sides. Among them were even several abyssal generals and purgatory sorcerers at the early 6th tier. A brutal and overwhelmingly one-sided bloodbath erupted instantly, although the 5 members of the rock defense team fought valiantly and were well-equipped. They were still like a small boat amidst towering waves, precariously close to being completely overwhelmed by the thousands of high-tier demons and several 6th-tier experts attacking them. Their energy shields flickered and wailed. Their battle armor began to show deep cracks and claw marks. Yet none of them retreated. They used their own flesh and blood to hold back the most powerful enemies, buying precious time for the Blade Assault team and Chen Mo's follow-up actions. Almost there. A cold and resolute glimmer flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He knew the time had come. He no longer hesitated, leading the remaining 5 team members in a lightning-fast assault from the front of the altar. Their target was the magical eye at the top of the altar, slowly rotating and continuously siphoning negative soul energy. Divine Forging Legion, charge with me. Slay the demons. Protect our azure skies. Chen Mo let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. His specially crafted command-type battle knife, Star Judgment, SS-class semi-divine artifact, suddenly erupting with dazzling starry brilliance and a terrifying sword intent that commanded life and death, judging all. He took the lead, moving like a phantom, weaving through the encirclement of countless abyssal demons, slashing and killing. With each swing of his battle knife, he unleashed starry, sword energy capable of tearing through space, reducing all demons below 5th tier, blocking his path to ashes. The 5 team members behind him also unleashed their strongest combat power, following closely and forming an unstoppable arrow formation, advancing towards the altar's peak like a raging tide. Their sudden appearance and unparalleled terrifying combat power sent shockwaves of disbelief and a hint of fear through the abyssal demons, who had already fallen into a frenzy. Especially the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Mo, merging the craftsman's domain and primal source crystal, filled with the essence of creation and destruction, sent shivers of dread and unease through the high-tier demons. It was as if they were facing not a young human professional, but a true ancient deity wielding the laws of heaven and earth, whose words were law. Now, detonate. Just as Chen Mo led the team to charge up to the altar's peak for a direct confrontation with the magical eye. Xia Qianqian's calm and decisive voice echoed in the minds of all team members through the mental link. Boom! A thunderous and terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from the east side of the altar. Following that, a dark golden mushroom cloud, towering hundreds of meters high and filled with the aura of destruction and annihilation, shot up into the sky. The entire massive white bone altar trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. The concealed pipeline responsible for delivering energy, along with all the abyssal demons and defensive structures within a radius of hundreds of meters, were completely obliterated under the terrifying power of the annihilation divine thunder. At the top of the altar, the magic eye that was slowly rotating suddenly paused due to the abrupt interruption of energy supply, and the evil light it emitted dimmed significantly. Inside, the terrifying will that was slowly awakening let out a silent roar filled with shock and rage. It worked. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's eyes burst with brilliant light. He knew that Xia Qianqian and the others had successfully completed their mission. Now it was his turn. Primordial Source Crystal, activate. Artisan God Domain, stabilize. Chen Mo no longer held back, pouring all his divine power and domain strength into the Star Judgment in his hand without reservation. That SS-level semi-artifact suddenly erupted with a starry brilliance more dazzling than the sun, along with a terrifying sword intent capable of severing causality and reversing the universe. In the name of the God Artisan, I command all laws, stars extinguish. Chen Mo let out a commanding roar, and the Star Judgment, in his hand, carrying an unmatched destructive power, struck fiercely at the magic eye, which was temporarily weakened due to the energy interruption. This strike gathered all the strength of his 5th rank, national stabilization level. This strike fused his ultimate understanding of the artisan god path and primordial laws. This strike carried his endless hatred for the abyssal demons and his heart to protect the azure beings. Crack! A crisp sound like shattering glass echoed from the massive magic eye. Following that, countless fine cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the magic eye like a spider web. Finally, amidst the horrified gazes of all the abyssal demons, the magic eye symbolizing the will of the abyss and the core of the rift exploded with a thunderous bang. It shattered into dark red energy fragments, flying everywhere, accompanied by a shrill roar filled with unwillingness and resentment, dissipating into the void. No, around the altar, tens of thousands of abyssal demons let out a simultaneous wail of despair the moment they saw the magic eye shatter. They could feel their connection to the abyssal entity rapidly weakening. Their power was also quickly draining away. The entire white bone altar, along with the spatial rift, began to tremble and collapse violently due to the destruction of the core hub. Retreat. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately issued the order to retreat. He knew that their mission had been accomplished. Staying any longer would be meaningless and could instead lead them to be swept into the unknown dimensional turbulence along with the collapsing spatial rift. The 14 members of the Abyss Exploration Team, under Chen Mo's leadership, quickly retreated like a tide towards the spatial passage they had come from. All that was left was the underground magic domain that was continuously collapsing and being destroyed, along with the abyssal demons trampling and tearing at each other in despair and chaos. It was foreseeable that after losing the magic eye as the core hub, this spatial rift connecting the unknown abyssal dimension and the azure star would, even if it did not completely disappear immediately, have its energy level and stability significantly reduced. In the short term, it would likely no longer pose a substantial threat to the Great Xia Federation. Chen Mo, relying on his extraordinary wisdom, powerful strength, and unmatched divine equipment, once again created a miracle that would shock the entire azure star. He not only successfully delved into the abyssal rift and uncovered its core secrets, but also, with the force of thunder, destroyed its core hub and dealt a heavy blow to the abyssal will behind it. This achievement was enough to be recorded in history, immortalized forever. And he, after this life and death beheading operation, would welcome another important transformation and sublimation. His artisan god domain became even more perfect and powerful after absorbing the vast amounts of pure abyssal essence and law fragments released by the shattering magic eye. His understanding of the laws of creation and destruction also reached a brand new realm. He could feel that he was seemingly one step closer to the legendary 6th rank, legendary Holy Domain. Moreover, those elites of the Divine Forge Legion who fought alongside him in this operation, sharing life and death, also experienced a transformative growth amidst the baptism of blood and fire. Their will became firmer. Their cooperation became more tacit. Their faith in the god Artisan became even more fervent. A truly invincible and unstoppable divine equipment legion was quietly rising due to this abyssal trial. Their future would surely resonate with Chen Mo's legend, echoing through the heavens and shaking the myriad realms. Chapter 87, Triumph and Aftermath. The Rage of the Abyss and the Awe of the Stars. As Chen Mo led the Abyss exploration team, they safely emerged from the space rift that was violently collapsing and releasing energy. Upon returning to the surface of the crying abyss, they were greeted by Patian, as well as tens of thousands of soldiers from the Jinyuan Legion and the Divine Casting Legion, all of whom looked at them with incredulity and fervent admiration. Although they did not know what Chen Mo and the others had encountered or accomplished deep within the rift, they could clearly sense that the abyssal aura and energy fluctuations emanating from the rift, which had plagued the Federation for hundreds of years, were visibly weakening and dissipating. The oppressive and despairing dark red clouds that had shrouded the sky above the crying abyss began to gradually disperse, revealing a long-lost blue sky and warm sunlight. This was a clear sign of victory. They had truly succeeded. Oh my god, was that damned rift finally going to disappear? General Chen Mo, long live the Divine Casting Legion. After a brief silence, the battlefield of the crying abyss erupted with cheers and shouts like a tidal wave. Countless soldiers were moved to tears, embracing each other. They knew that from this moment on, this death trap that had caused them countless bloodshed and buried numerous loyal bones had finally welcomed the dawn of peace. And it was the young national craftsman, Chen Mo, who had granted them all of this. Along with the legendary Divine Casting Legion he had personally forged and led. Patian, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed to Chen Mo, disregarding his status as a peak 6-tier powerhouse and his rank as a general of the Federation, and with a thud, he knelt on one knee. General Chen Montak, you are truly the rebirth parents of our Daxia Federation. Please accept my bow. Sure, Commander. Please get up. No need for this. Chen Mo quickly reached out to support him, a slightly helpless expression on his face. He knew that his recent decapitation operation had indeed been somewhat reckless and extraordinary. If it weren't for good luck and thorough preparation, he might have really met his end deep within that rift. Sure, Commander. Although the rift has been temporarily suppressed, its core source has not been completely eradicated. Chen Mo said solemnly. We still need to observe and study further to determine whether it will relapse. Moreover, I sense that there seems to be a more terrifying and powerful abyssal will hidden behind that rift, and they will never just give up. We must be better prepared to face their possible, even more intense retaliation. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Patian and the other generals present could not help but slightly retract the joy on their faces, replaced by a look of seriousness and vigilance. They understood that what Chen Mo said was not false. The war with the Abyss was far from over. This was just the beginning. However, even so, the extraordinary achievement that Chen Mo had made was enough to shock and excite the entire Daxia Federation. The news returned to the Federation's capital, Xianjing City. Supreme Commander Ji Wuyo, upon learning that Chen Mo had temporarily resolved the crying abyss issue in such a reckless yet miraculous way, first broke into a cold sweat, then couldn't help but slap the table in admiration, his face beaming with joy. Good Chen Mo, good national craftsman. He always brings unexpected surprises to me and the Federation. Convey my orders. Again, reward General Chen Mo. Promote him to the rank of Marshal of the Federation, an honorary title, symbolizing greater significance than actual power, but representing the Federation's highest recognition of him. Award him a Peerless National Hero Purple Gold Jade Disc. Add an additional 50% funding to the Divine Craftsman Academy. Grant the Divine Casting Legion priority access to the latest experimental equipment at the highest level. At the same time, announce the news of this great victory in the crying abyss in the form of an official announcement to the entire Federation and even the whole Blue Star. I want everyone to know that with Craftsman Chen Mo and the Divine Casting Legion in our Daxia Federation, any small-time scoundrel daring to invade our territory will face the most severe and thorough punishment. As the Federation's official announcement was released, the entire Blue Star once again fell into a frenzy and shock due to Chen Mo's name. The Daxiao Federation had, in such a short time, basically resolved the crying abyss issue that had troubled them for hundreds of years. Moreover, it was thanks to an 18 or 19-year-old national craftsman and his newly formed divine casting legion. This was simply unbelievable. Those hostile forces that had previously looked down upon and coveted the Daxiao Federation were now filled with dread and cold sweats upon hearing this news. They knew that the Daxiao Federation, because of the existence of this young craftsman, had completely risen. An era belonging to divine equipment, an era belonging to Daxiao, was about to descend upon the Blue Star, unstoppable and comprehensive. Even those alien civilizations that had had friction or hostility with the Daxiao Federation trembled in fear, sending envoys overnight with heavy gifts to Xianjing City, requesting peace talks and technical assistance, mainly hoping to obtain some obsolete divine equipment technology or products from Chen Mo. Even the Weaving Maiden clan, thousands of light years away, became more in awe and reverent of Chen Mo, this savior-like craftsman ally, after learning this news. Chairman Xing Xian immediately decided to send another batch of more precious specialty resources and cultural relics as a congratulatory gift to the Daxiao Federation to strengthen their strategic alliance and hope to gain more and stronger Soul Hunter set technology support from Chen Mo. In no time, the international status and influence of the Daxiao Federation were greatly enhanced because of Chen Mo's presence. In front of the Divine Craftsman Academy in Xianjing City, there was a constant stream of visitors. Envoys from various countries and forces, wealthy merchants, and powerful professionals, all hoping to have the opportunity to visit the legendary national craftsman and seek one or two divine weapons from him. Chen Mo had truly become renowned across the Blue Star, deterring the stars. However, just as the entire Blue Star was immersed in awe and admiration for the Daxiao craftsman, a more powerful and evil will was slowly awakening from the distant and unknown abyssal plane, casting eyes filled with rage and resentment. They were the true Abyssal Kings, terrifying beings that ruled over a realm of the abyss, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. They would not tolerate a mere mortal craftsman and the light of order he represented being so audacious and provocative in their backyard. A more brutal and bloody war against the abyss, sweeping across the entire Blue Star and even affecting several surrounding dimensional planes, seemed to be unfolding prematurely because of Chen Mo's great feat. And Chen Mo, the national craftsman at the center of the storm, would also face the most important and glorious moment of his career in this unprecedented crisis and challenge. The path to enlightenment. His goal was to become a true god of craftsmen, using his divine hammer to forge an eternal, ideal land for the Blue Star and all beings who love peace, free from any evil interference. Chapter 88, The Wrath of the Abyssal King, a comprehensive war threat from another dimension. The temporary calm of the Wailing Abyss did not bring lasting peace to the Great Xiao Federation. Just half a month after the destruction of the Eye of Magic, a far more terrifying and evil will of the Abyss, like an awakened ancient beast, suddenly descended from the spatial rift, which, although its energy level had significantly decreased, still had its core source not completely eradicated. Boom! The entire Wailing Abyss area, along with the surrounding land for thousands of kilometers, began to tremble violently. The sky was once again shrouded in dense, dark red clouds, with thunder and lightning, and the space twisted as if doomsday had arrived. Countless low-level abyssal demons, who had just survived the collapse of the rift, trembled under the pressure of this terrifying will, crawling on the ground and emitting fearful shrieks from the depths of their souls. Mortals, ants, a cold voice filled with endless brutality, resentment, and condescension echoed in everyone's spiritual sea like a chilling wind from the Nine Nether. How dare you desecrate my domain, destroy my beacon? You all shall pay the blood price for this. Just these few intermittent yet terrifying words that will made the tens of thousands of federal soldiers stationed in the Wailing Abyss fortress feel dizzy in their blood surge, as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Some weaker soldiers, whose will was not strong enough, even spat blood on the spot. Their spirits collapsed, falling into madness and chaos. This is bad. The true will of the Abyssal King has descended. Sure Potion's face changed drastically as he spurted a mouthful of blood and forced himself to activate the immovable king body within him. Barely resisting the impact of that terrifying will, He could clearly feel that the strength and evil of this will far surpass any abyssal lord he had encountered before. Its power level had at least reached the peak of level 7, and it might even have touched the threshold of level 8 legendary monarch. This was no longer something they, as mere practitioners, could contend with. Quickly, activate the highest level Divine Grace Barrier Defense array immediately. All S-level and above commanders, come with me to preside over the core of the array. At all costs, we must block the impact of this will. At the same time, send an S-level emergency distress signal to the Federal Supreme Command. Sherpatian roared, issuing command after command. The entire Wailing Abyss fortress was instantly plunged into chaos and panic. Countless alarm sounds, explosions, and the screams of soldiers filled the air. That terrifying will of the Abyssal King seemed like an invisible magical claw, enveloping the entire fortress, constantly eroding the soldiers' sanity, twisting their souls, trying to turn this place into a new abyssal hell. Just at this critical moment of survival, a golden beam of light, also filled with majesty and a sacred aura, suddenly shot up from the direction of the Federal Artisan Academy in Xuanqing City, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers, accurately striking the dark red clouds shrouding the Wailing Abyss. Within the golden beam, a massive phantom of a hammer covered in mysterious runes and stellar trajectories could be faintly seen, alongside a vast star map that covered the sky, evolving the cycle of the universe and the unity of all laws. It was Chen Mo, who, upon sensing the abnormality of the Wailing Abyss, immediately mobilized all of his artisan god domain power and the immense creation source energy drawn from the primordial source crystal to launch a long-range suppression of the will of the Abyssal King in a confrontation of divine power. Abyssal scum, your opponent is me. Chen Mo's cold and authoritative voice also resonated in everyone's spiritual sea. His voice, though not as brutal and evil as the Abyssal King's, was filled with undeniable firmness and strong confidence, like a shot of adrenaline that instantly dispelled the fear and despair in the hearts of the federal soldiers, reigniting their fighting spirit and hope. Boom! The golden divine light and the dark red demonic clouds violently collided in the sky. An explosion of terrifying energy shockwaves erupted. The entire stratosphere of the blue star seemed to be torn open with a massive gap. Countless spatial rifts and energy turbulence flashed and annihilated wildly at the center of the collision. This level of power clash had far exceeded the imagination limits of ordinary practitioners. Even a level 7 sanctuary level powerhouse would be like an ant before this force, unable to withstand a blow. The terrifying will of the Abyssal King, upon sensing Chen Mo's equally powerful, and in some essence, even more noble and ancient artisan god domain power, let out a sound filled with astonishment and a hint of wariness. Creation, source energy, laws, divine hammer. Who are you? It could not imagine how a mere mundane plane could give birth to such an extraordinary existence that could threaten its own being. Such power should not exist here. I am Chen Mo, the national artisan of the Great Xia Federation. Abyssal demons, roll back to your dark lair immediately. Otherwise, today will be your day of downfall. Chen Mo's voice, like a divine decree from the heavens, was filled with undeniable authority and powerful killing intent. He knew that although his confrontation with the will of the Abyssal King seemed evenly matched, in reality, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, the opponent was a true existence above the peak of level 7, while he had just recently advanced to level 5, national level. Being able to confront the opponent's will from a distance with the support of the Artisan God Domain and the Primordial Source Crystal, as well as the restraint against the laws of the Abyss, was already the limit. He had to resolve this quickly, to shock or severely injure the opponent before its true body fully descended. Arrogant mortal, the will of the Abyssal King, after a brief shock, erupted again with even more terrifying and evil anger. Do you think, with these trivial tricks, you can challenge my majesty? I will make you, and this humble plane you protect, into the eternal offerings of my kingdom. As it roared in anger, the dark red clouds enveloping the Wailing Abyss began to spin and compress at an even more frenzied speed. A dark red, abyssal demonic eye, over 1,000 meters in diameter and filled with a breath of destruction and despair, slowly opened at the center of the clouds. Within that demonic eye, it seemed to connect to a true abyssal hell, with countless demonic phantoms roaring and shrieking within, exuding a suffocating, terrifying pressure. a far more powerful destructive energy, capable of flattening the entire Wailing Abyss fortress, was rapidly gathering and brewing within the demonic eye. This is bad. It is going to launch a world-destroying attack. Chen Mo's expression also became extremely grave. He knew that if this attack truly struck down, not to mention the Wailing Abyss fortress, even the surrounding land for thousands of kilometers would turn into scorched earth, with countless lives lost. He had to stop it. Divine Forging Legion, hear my command. Activate the Galactic Guardian Array. Chen Mo issued combat orders to the main force of the Divine Forging Legion, which had completed initial assembly and re-equipping thousands of miles away, through the remote link of the Artisan God Realm and the Galaxy Dragon Guard set. Yes, Marshal, nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Divine Forging Legion, who were already on high alert in the secret base of the Divine Craftsman Academy, roared in unison the moment they received the orders. The Galaxy Dragon Guard, set on them, suddenly erupted with dazzling starlight. The divine power and professional energy within them converged into torrents of immense energy through the energy amplification and conduction array of the set's core, soaring into the sky and merging into the gigantic Galaxy Guardian Totem that floated above the Divine Craftsman Academy, powered by the core energy of the primordial source crystal. Buzz. The towering Galaxy Guardian Totem, after absorbing the immense energy of nearly 10,000 divine armored warriors, suddenly erupted with a radiant seven-colored light, even more dazzling than the sun. A massive energy shield, filled with a sense of sanctity and order, instantly formed, covering the entire territory of the Great Xia Federation. On the shield, starlight flowed, dragon shadows spiraled, and countless profound runes of laws could be faintly seen shining and perishing within. This is the ultimate defensive trump card, the Heavenly Star River Guardian formation, that Chen Mo prepared for the Great Xia Federation. This formation can not only withstand the vast majority of attacks from physical and energy levels, but also effectively purify and disperse all negative energy and evil intentions. Its defensive strength is theoretically enough to withstand the full power strike of an 8th-tier legendary monarch. Just as the Heavenly Star River Guardian formation was formed, a dark red abyssal magic eye beam, gathering the endless fury and destructive will of the Abyss King, descended from the sky like a doomsday punishment, violently striking the energy shield of the formation. Boom! A terrifying sound, as if it would shatter the entire blue star, echoed through the clouds. The entire planet trembled violently. Countless cities fell into darkness and chaos. Countless beings trembled in fear and despair. This was the most terrifying and direct threat of a multidimensional war that Blue Star had ever encountered. Everyone's gaze turned to the sky, shrouded in golden divine light and dark red demonic clouds. They knew that this battle would determine the fate of the entire Blue Star. If the Great Xia Federation's Heavenly Star River Guardian formation could withstand this annihilation strike from the Abyss King, then perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope for Blue Star. If they failed, only endless darkness and destruction awaited them. Could Chen Mo and the legendary divine armor he personally created once again create miracles and protect the land that nurtured him? At this moment, it seemed that the eyes of the entire universe were focused on this young national craftsman. Chapter 89, The Hidden Card of the Divine Craftsman. The unbelievable counterattack of the Star River Great Array. The cataclysmic strike of the Abyss King, like a destructive claw emerging from the depths of the underworld, carried terrifying power capable of tearing the sky apart and shattering the earth, crashing violently into the energy shield of the newly formed Star River Guardian Array. In that instant, the entire azure star seemed to be plunged into an eternal daylight. The blinding dark red light intertwined and collided with the colorful starlight, unleashing an energy shockwave 1 billion times more terrifying than a nuclear explosion, spreading wildly in all directions. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away at the spaceport and lunar base, one could clearly see the apocalyptic scene above the atmosphere of Azure Star. Countless satellites and space probes were torn apart and vaporized in an instant, as if made of paper before this energy shockwave. On the ground, all the federal command centers and research institutions with remote observation arrays had their equipment overloaded and burned out in an instant, their screens turning to static. No one knew what was happening in the core area of the energy clash, nor did anyone know if the Star River Guardian Array of the Great Xia Federation could withstand this world-ending strike. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Every minute, Every second was filled with suffocating agony and fear. Finally, when the blinding light gradually faded, and the cataclysmic energy shockwave began to calm down, the massive energy shield formed by the Star River Guardian Array, which enveloped Azure Star, was once again clearly presented before all the survivors. Although the shield's glow was much dimmer than before, with some fine cracks and energy ripples appearing on its surface, it still stood there tenaciously, like an indomitable guardian deity. It firmly held back the abyssal demonic energy, capable of destroying everything outside the atmosphere of Azure Star. It blocked it. We actually blocked the Abyss King's world-ending strike. After a brief silence, the entire Great Xia Federation, and even the whole Azure Star, erupted into ear-splitting cheers and cries of joy as if they had survived a catastrophe. Countless people, overwhelmed with joy, knelt on the ground, thanking the divine craftsman for his protection and the Federation for its guardianship. They knew they had just walked through the gates of death, and the one who created this miracle was the young national divine craftsman Chen Mo, along with the legendary armored legion he had personally forged. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The terrifying will of the Abyss King let out a roar filled with disbelief and endless fury upon seeing its full-force strike being forcefully blocked by a mere defense array of a mundane plane. It could not accept this fact. It was a 7th-tier peak king, ruling over a realm of abyss, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Its full-force strike could even make Star Realm deities hesitate to clash head-on. How could it be blocked by a lowly plane that had never even birthed a true god? This was the greatest desecration and humiliation of its supreme majesty. Mortals, ants, you have completely enraged me. The will of the Abyss King let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth once more. The abyssal demonic eye, which had just unleashed its world-ending blow and was slightly dimmed, began to crazily gather even more terrifying and evil abyssal demonic energy. It would spare no effort to tear apart this damned energy shield before it and completely erase this plane that dared to challenge its authority from the universe. However, just as it was about to launch its second, even more ferocious attack, an abnormality suddenly arose. The Star River Guardian Array, which covered the entire territory of the Great Xia Federation, not only did not collapse or dissipate after successfully withstanding the first wave of world-ending attacks, but under Chen Mo's remote control, it began to operate and transform rapidly in a mysterious and strange way. Countless starlights and dragon shadows gathered and condensed on the energy shield. It actually transformed into a colossal Star River annihilation cannon with a diameter of over 10,000 meters. Its muzzle shining with the brilliance of colorful stars and the breath of primal source energy. The cannon's muzzle slowly raised, accurately locking onto the abyssal demonic eye floating above the crying abyss, which was frantically gathering energy. What? This is Backlash of the Laws. Energy transformation. The will of the Abyss King, upon witnessing this unbelievable scene, let out a shriek filled with horror and a hint of fear. It finally understood that it had been tricked. This mortal craftsman and the damned defense array he set up were not meant for simple defense at all, but to lure the enemy in and then launch a counterattack. This array could absorb and transform part of the abyssal demonic energy from its attacks, merging it with its own primal source energy and star power, converting it into an even more terrifying annihilation divine light to counterattack itself. This was an unheard of, unprecedented heavenly technique. What kind of monster is this mortal craftsman? How could he possibly master such profound and bizarre techniques of law application? Realizing this too late? It was too late. Chen Mo's cold and mocking voice, like the pronouncement of death, echoed in the soul sea of the Abyss King. Thank you for charging my Star River Annihilation Cannon with such pure abyssal demonic energy. Now, it's time for you to taste the flavor of your own power. Star River Annihilation. Divine light descends. Fire for me. Boom. With Chen Mo's command. The terrifying cannon that condensed the power of the entire Star River Guardian Array, along with part of the Abyss King's demonic energy, erupted with a brilliance a billion times more dazzling than any previous attack. A terrifying light beam, over 100 meters in diameter and filled with the essence of annihilation, purification, and banishment, shot forth like a creation sword piercing the universe. At a speed surpassing light, fiercely crashing towards the abyssal demonic eye that was frantically gathering energy and was already too late to evade. Boom! A sound more muffled than any previous explosion. yet filled with the aura of destruction and finality, resonated from above the crying abyss. The entire azure star trembled violently once more, as if it were to be completely torn apart by this force. The once invincible abyssal demonic eye, symbolizing the will and majesty of the Abyss King, was unable to put up even a semblance of resistance under the direct impact of this star river annihilation divine light. It melted and disintegrated rapidly like ice and snow under sunlight until it was completely obliterated. Only a wailing cry filled with endless unwillingness, resentment, and a hint of deep fear echoed in the void. No, this lord is not willing. Mortals, craftsmen, you, wait for me. This lord will definitely return. As the terrifying will completely dissipated, the dark red clouds shrouding the sky above the crying abyss and the entire territory of the Great Xia Federation vanished as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving no trace behind. The long-awaited sunlight once again poured over this war-torn land. The entire azure star fell into a frenzy of joy and unbelievable silence after the catastrophe. We won. They actually won. Not only did they successfully withstand the Abyss King's world-destroying strike, but they even counterattacked, severely injuring him and forcing him to retreat. This is simply a myth, a legend, a classic battle of the weak overcoming the strong that is worthy of being recorded in the annals of the universe. And the creator of this myth is still that young, somewhat excessively so, national craftsman Chen Mo, along with his astonishingly skilled, miraculous technological creations that transform decay into wonders. At this moment, all beings of the Azure Star, regardless of race, belief, or stance, are filled with heartfelt awe and a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Mo and what he represents, the Great Xia Federation. They know that it is this young craftsman who has, with his seemingly weak shoulders, shouldered the fate of the entire Azure Star, guarding their last hope and home. After this battle, Chen Mo's name, along with the fame of the guarding formation of the celestial rivers, will echo throughout the entire Azure Star and even several surrounding dimensions. It will become a nightmare that all evil and chaotic forces dread, and a totem that all beings yearning for peace and order worship. After successfully driving back the Abyss King, Chen Mo also let out a long sigh of relief, feeling waves of fatigue wash over him. Simultaneously controlling the guarding formation of the celestial rivers and the celestial river annihilation cannon, engaging in such high-intensity rule clashes and energy transformations, was a significant drain and test for him. Fortunately, he succeeded. He not only protected his home, but also gained unimaginable valuable experience and insights into the rules from this confrontation with a true king-level existence. His divine craftsman domain became more refined and perfected, and even more unfathomable. After absorbing the pure essence and fragments of rules that dissipated from the shattered abyssal demon eye, most of which were annihilated by the annihilation divine light, leaving only a tiny portion, and through the process of resisting and learning from the Abyss King's will, he can feel that he is just a thin layer of window paper away from the legendary 6th-tier, legendary, holy domain. Perhaps next time, when he perfectly upgrades and optimizes the guarding formation of the celestial rivers and the celestial river annihilation cannon, and forges more powerful world-destroying divine armaments for the Divine Forging Legion and the entire Great Xia Federation, he will naturally break through that layer of window paper and step into a brand new divine domain, one that can stand shoulder to shoulder with those cosmic overlords. He eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day, because he knows that the crisis of the Azure Star is far from over. The threat of the abyss still exists. The dark forest of the universe is also filled with unknowns and dangers. He still needs to become stronger. Strong enough to use the divine hammer in his hand to forge an eternal, undisturbed, peaceful era for all those he wishes to protect. Chapter 90. The Afterglow of War and a New Beginning. The journey of the divine craftsman through the stars and seas. The will of the Abyssal King was repelled, and the weeping magic eye above the abyss was shattered by a single strike from the Star River annihilation cannon. This sudden and perilous apocalyptic crisis finally came to a temporary conclusion under Chen Mo's almost miraculous efforts. The blue star regained its former tranquility, as if the previous cataclysmic energy clash was nothing more than an unreal nightmare. However, all the beings who personally experienced or sensed this astonishing battle through various channels were well aware that this was not the end, but merely a new beginning. The clouds of war still hung over the blue star, becoming even thicker and more treacherous. The Abyssal King, heavily wounded and repelled, would never let this go unpunished. The Abyssal Realm behind it would undoubtedly retaliate against the Blue Star, this lower plane that dared to provoke its majesty, with even more crazy and intense vengeance due to this unprecedented humiliation. A larger scale and more brutal abyssal war, affecting the entire star domain and possibly involving several dimensional planes, was almost a foreseeable future. The Daxia Federation, along with that young national craftsman Chen Mo, would undoubtedly be the primary targets of the Abyssal Force's revenge and destruction. Chen Mo was fully aware of this in his heart. However, he felt no fear or retreat. Instead, after the thrilling confrontation with the will of the Abyssal King and successfully activating the Star River Annihilation Cannon for a counterattack, an unprecedented sense of ambition and confidence surged within him. He knew that he and the divine equipment technology he had personally created had already gained the initial qualifications to compete with those top cosmic powerhouses. As long as he was given enough time and resources, he could turn the entire Daxia Federation into an indestructible divine equipment fortress. He could forge an invincible divine army for the Blue Star, capable of sweeping through all realms and annihilating all evil. The Abyssal King? Very strong, but not invincible. Chen Mo stood at the highest level of the Divine Craftsman Academy, overlooking the vibrant and lively bustling city beneath him, as well as the calm blue sky in the distance, his eyes deep and resolute. Next time, I will make sure you come and never return. In his mind, he had already begun to conceive how to further upgrade and optimize the Guardians of the All-Heaven Star River Array and the Star River Annihilation Cannon. How to incorporate more principles of creation and destruction gleaned from the primordial source crystal and the craftsman domain into equipment design and forging. How to create more targeted conceptual weapons and rule artifacts for the Divine Forging Legion and other elite troops of the Federation, capable of countering the abyssal evil and even devouring and transforming abyssal energy. Every thought he had was filled with astonishing creativity and subversive ideas, enough to make any top equipment forging master feel ashamed and despairing. This was the new realm achieved by a 5th rank, national-level divine craftsman after experiencing life and death trials and the baptism of principles. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in boundless imagination and meticulous planning for the future divine equipment war, the energy projections of Long Zhanya and Ji Wuyo arrived together. Both of them wore expressions of relief after surviving the calamity, as well as an indescribable admiration and gratitude towards Chen Mo. Marshal Chen Mo, the Federation officially awarded Chen Mo the honorary rank of Marshal immediately after the war. If it weren't for you this time, our Daxia Federation, and even the entire Blue Star would have been unimaginable. Long Zhanya's tone was filled with lingering fear and genuine admiration. He knew that Chen Mo's achievements this time could not be measured by any words or rewards. He had truly saved a civilization with his own strength. Indeed, Chen Mo. Ji Wuyo's energy projection also rarely addressed Chen Mo's name in an almost equal tone. You have surpassed all the heroes and legends in the history of the Federation. The miracles you created are enough to make the gods of the heavens take notice. He paused, his expression becoming extremely serious and solemn. However, you should also be clear that this victory is merely temporary. The Abyssal King will not let this go unpunished. Its next arrival will undoubtedly be even more violent and terrifying. We must prepare for the worst and be fully prepared.